I just transmigrated into a prince and found myself sleeping in the crown princess's bed, with a stunningly beautiful girl lying beside me, barely clothed, while the crown prince was on his way with a sword in hand. And I turned out to be the most despised and cowardly prince of the great Liang dynasty. Recalling the memories of my original self, I couldn't help but feel deeply frustrated. The young girl before me was the only daughter of the founding prime minister and the future crown princess. If this matter were to be exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the girl was looking at me with utter disdain. How dare a mere fourth prince be so insolent towards me? I will report this truthfully to His Majesty. To her surprise, I, who had always been timid, showed not the slightest trace of fear. What nonsense! You appeared in my bed out of nowhere. If anything, I should be the one accusing you of impropriety. Enough! Leave at once and stop disturbing this prince's sleep. Cheng Susu bit her lip, her pretty face turning red and then pale, clearly furious. How dare a mere fourth prince speak to me like this? If you don't apologize to me today, don't think this will end well. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel annoyed. I told you to leave, but you refused. Now you're saying I bullied you? Well, if I don't actually bully you today, wouldn't that be inappropriate? With that, I grabbed Cheng Susu's hand and made as if to pin her down. Seeing this scene, Cheng Susu's usually haughty face showed panic for the first time. Let go of me. I have a marriage contract with the crown prince, you can't treat me like this. At that moment, a loud crash suddenly came from the bedroom door as the crown prince burst in with dozens of guards. The sudden commotion startled me. I had only intended to intimidate the crown princess, but now I was caught red-handed by the crown prince himself. When Crown Prince Songyu saw the scene before him, his face twisted with rage, feeling as though the green light above his head grew even brighter. Fourth Prince Songhuan, for disrupting the imperial harem and humiliating the daughter of a loyal minister, seize him at once and take him to the imperial clan court for trial at the earliest opportunity. To his astonishment, I angrily interrupted him. Save your threats. What kind of person are you to judge me? As soon as these words were spoken, the guards collectively gasped. What nerve had the fourth prince struck today to dare speak to the crown prince like this? Seeing his fiancée disrespected by Song Huan and his own guards intimidated by his aura, Crown Prince Songyu couldn't help but clench his fists. What are you all standing around for? As the heir apparent, I naturally have the right to judge this prince who has brought shame upon the royal family. Seize him. Who dares? I was no soft target to be taken down without a fight, and immediately overpowered the two guards who charged first. Just as I was fighting with the guards, the announcement "His Majesty has arrived" sounded outside the door, followed by a figure in bright yellow striding in. Seeing Emperor Liang arrive, Songyu felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurried forward to request, "Father, the fourth prince dared to abduct and humiliate the daughter of the prime minister without permission. Such an act truly disgraces the royal family. Please, father, punish him severely to avoid disappointing the loyal ministers." Hearing this, I slightly furrowed my brows. Songyu was truly ruthless. Tonight's incident could have been handled as a minor or major issue, but he deliberately escalated it, directly raising it to the level of bringing shame upon the royal family. Emperor Liang nodded slightly and turned his gaze to me. "Fourth prince, do you have anything to explain to me?" The guards in the bedchamber burst into mocking laughter upon hearing this, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. After all, the last time the fourth prince was questioned, he had wet his pants on his way back. Seeing this, I took a deep breath, clasped my fists, and said, "Father, your son indeed has erred. My mistake lies in being far too dashing, charming, and irresistibly handsome, so much so that Miss Cheng Susu couldn't help herself. She threw herself onto the bed, weeping and insisting on marrying me. But father, your son is magnanimous and has already forgiven Miss Chang." Hearing my words, Cheng Susu, who had just lifted her chin proudly, immediately paled in shock. What? It was clearly you who sent someone to deceive me into coming here, and then subjected me to the utmost humiliation. Recalling what had just happened, her breath quickened involuntarily, her cheeks flushing crimson, presenting the pitiable image of a delicate young maiden. But I saw it with my own eyes and remained completely unmoved. Perhaps all of this was just another trap set by Cheng Susu and the crown prince for me. "Miss Chang, you keep insisting that I sent someone to bring you here. Do you have any proof? Which servant from my palace was it that brought you?" Cheng Susu was momentarily speechless. She had been lured here by a young eunuch under the pretext that the crown prince wished to see her, but now, as she glanced around, she couldn't spot that person anywhere. Seeing Cheng Susu stammering and unable to answer, I pressed further. "Then, Miss Chang, what evidence do you have to prove that I subjected you to extreme humiliation?" Cheng Susu lightly bit her lip, recalling the scene that had just occurred, overwhelmed with shame and anger as tears quickly welled up in her eyes. I had originally intended to teach her a lesson for her haughty young lady attitude, but I never expected to make her cry. I couldn't help but sigh. All right, how about I take the loss and consider it a favor to you, okay? Song Huan, haven't you bullied Miss Cheng enough? The emperor is here."
Jin Yunshin stroked her head and went upstairs. Instead, Lu Kongyun squatted down to look at her. "Did Xiao Xiao have fun today?" Lu Xiao nodded. "Happy. Lu Kongyun is still very attached to this daughter of his now. hugging her and talking for a while. Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and she only hoped that this cheap dad would still be able to talk to her so kindly when he found out about her life. Even Lu Yu was called out for dinner in the evening. Lu Xiao could sort of see that Jin Yunxin still didn't go too far when Lu Kongyun was around. The family sat at the table in seeming harmony, eating quietly. Lu Kongyun cut the beef on Lu Xiao's plate into small pieces and handed it over. Does Xiao Xiao want to go to kindergarten and meet new friends? Lu Xiao's entire body froze, blinking her big eyes at Lu Kongyun. Dawn doesn't want to go to kindergarten. Dawn wants to stay home. Lu Kongyun and Jin Yunxin glanced at each other. They still had the same viewpoint on the matter of Lu Xiao. Jin Yunxin, then let your uncle's little brother come and play with you, okay? Lu Xiao thought for half a day before remembering this character. A cannon fodder who had bullied the male lead. Lu Xiao, I want that Lego toy, this big, to play with by myself. Lu Xiao gestured with her hand and described it for half a day before Jin Yunxin finally understood. Lu Kongyun, okay. Dad will buy it for you. Lu Kongyun obviously didn't want Lu Xiao to have too much contact with Jin's family either, so the two were at a standstill. After a while, Jin Yunxin put down her cutlery and went upstairs. Lu Kongyun also wiped his mouth. Xiao Xiao continue eating with brother. Aha! After Lu Kongyun also walked up the stairs, Lu Xiao looked around to see that no one was around and used a spoon to scoop up a large piece of her favorite small fried meat and stretched out her own little arms. Brother, this is delicious. Lu Yu watched as the other party trembled and stretched out his hand, watching the meat fall off, before he helplessly picked up the plate and took it. Lu Xiao was content to finish the meal. She believed that the friendship she had cultivated with the male lead over one meal would definitely make him let her off the hook in the end. Chapter 2 Snow. The childhood that passed in the blink of an eye in the original, Lu Xiao had to experience it firsthand. The cheap parents of the Lu family were quite good to her, although the two were often not at home, but in other aspects did not treat her poorly, so it was convenient for her to secretly take care of Lu Yu. It was just that every time Jin Yunxin came back, it was the most tormenting time for Lu Xiao. For Jin Yunxin, she wanted to be close and afraid. As the mother of the original owner, she also wanted to pull the other side, at least not the kind of tragic end in the end. But Jin Yunxin would become hateful as soon as she faced Lu Yu and tried to torture him in every way possible, venting all her grievances against Lu Kongyun on this teenager. Once Lu Xiao was frightened by Jin Yunxin's method of torturing people and started a high fever in the night talking nonsense. And the next morning when she and Lu Yu met, they didn't even know who looked a little worse. She couldn't change Jin Yunxin's mind, so she had to try to make Lu Yu's life better, and she found a way to skip a grade, jumping directly to the male leads class. From elementary school to junior high school, Lu Kongyun had placed both of them in the same aristocratic school. Jin Yunxin disagreed at first and then somehow agreed. Lu Xiao had read the original story and naturally knew why. Because of the news that Lu Yu is illegitimate and not treated well by the Lu family is well known. The people in the noble school are all from prominent families and usually like to bully Lu Yu for fun. Although these are just a passing reference in the original text, it is conceivable that Lu Yu also had a miserable time at school. Monday morning, Lu Xiao sat on the car with a sleepy face. And when Lu Yu also got on the car, she asked the driver to raise the fender again, and only then took out the small cookies and a bottle of milk hidden in her bag. Here you go. Breakfast. 15 minutes to go. In the original, Lu Xiao inherited Jin Yunxin's bad temper and drove Lu Yu off the bus on the first day of school, making him go to school by himself. Lu Yu had no choice but to walk for an hour to get to school, obviously late. After that, Lu Yu every day is early at dawn to get up and set off to school, until the floor of the family florist cannot look at it. His son's bicycle secretly borrow him, which is better. The current Lu Xiao was afraid that she wasn't good enough for Lu Yu. Where else would she let him ride his bike to school by himself? Lu Yu quietly finished her breakfast. The car just drove to the school. Lu Xiao quickly stuffed all the garbage into her bag and got out of the car pretending that nothing happened. Brother, if any other classmate bullies you, tell me and I'll go beat him up. At school, Lu Xiao had always pretended to be unfamiliar with Lu Yu, until one time she watched 2 or 3 people surround Lu Yu, made a move to turn over his books and pushed him a little. When he got a little closer, he could hear the other man scoffing, and it was hard to hear. Lu Xiao couldn't even stand it, wondering how Lu Yu managed to look at all this with no expression. Lu Xiao walked up and kicked the man's desk over with a loud commotion, scattering textbooks all over the floor. No matter what, his name is Lu, is it your turn to lecture him? Although Lu Xiao was small, her cold voice and face, coming from an unkind place, frightened the entire class into silence for a long time. The boy's temper came up a bit, but he was pulled by the boy next to him, and a couple of them muttered and restored the table, slinking back. The leading boy's name was Chan, and his family had a lot of cooperative orders with Jin's family, so he didn't dare to offend her easily. Lu Yu was quiet and picked up his textbook, not speaking the entire time. Lu Xiao went back and realized that her feet were in vague pain, and when she thought of her Lin Mei physique, she was silent and finally begged Jin Yunxin to enroll her in taekwondo classes. Jin Yunxin agreed and called the teacher to her home for one-on-one tutoring. So Lu Yu hadn't heard many of her screams. Lu Yu looked at her with complicated eyes, and in the end, he just rubbed her head. At the moment of lunch break, Lu Xiao took the bento sent over by the Lu family and sat on the top floor, waiting in boredom. Just when she was worried whether Lu Yu did not find the note she wrote, the person finally appeared. "I thought you didn't see it. There's been a bit of a delay." Lu Xiao's alarm bells immediately went off. Did they bully you again? It had been a long time since anyone had dared to make a move on Lu Yu since she had kicked the table. No. Lu Xiao's thoughts came alive when she saw an apple in the other's hand. Who else but the heroine could give the hero an apple at school? The two don't cross paths much before high school, but the plot always brings the two together. The heroine is smart and witty, kind and pretty, and steps up to help the hero many times. Can be said to be the hero in addition to his mother, the only beam of light felt in childhood, which is also for the later two people met and fell in love to lay the foundation. Lu Xiao put her heart down and opened the food box. Auntie Zhang of the family is aware of her food. Every time the lunchbox is full of 2 layers, 2 people cannot finish eating. Although the school had a cafeteria and the food was sumptuous, she remembered that the original story mentioned that the male protagonist had once had his food thrown at him, and he didn't get to eat even after he finally changed his clothes. Lu Xiao didn't want him to suffer this again. Lu Yu finished her meal and helped her pack up her food box, leaving the apple behind in the process. Lu Xiao froze. "This apple." Lu Yu, "What? Don't want to eat?" Lu Xiao, "Not really." Lu Yu left expressionlessly. "Throw it away if you don't want to eat it." Lu Xiao looked at the apple a little out of focus. The original repeatedly described the male lead's controlling and possessive nature, and his desire to control both the female lead and the female lead's things. Does this apple have so little honor? This is the apple that your white moonlight gave you, eh? Lu Xiao didn't dare to move, so she had to take the apple back, thinking that in case Lu Yu regretted it, the apple could be returned again. As a result, when the apple was about to rot, Lu Yu did not mention it again. Lu Xiao ends up chalking it up to the relationship not being in place, now that the hero and heroine are still young and their relationship really sprouted in high school. The year of Lu Xiao's junior year, the Jin family planted a big headache, and at this time Lu Kongyun and Jin Yunxin could not avoid arguing whenever they were at home. When the Lu family was weak, the Jin family made a lot of efforts, but now that the Jin family is in trouble, Lu Kongyun does not want to help. The sound of 2 people arguing could be carried directly from the 2nd floor to the 1st. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, was bashfully plugging in her headphones and working on her homework. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow from the side. "You're not worried?" Lu Xiao took off her headphones. "What?" Lu Yu pointed upstairs. Lu Xiao spread her hands. "Adults' business. Children stay out of it." Anyway, she knew that Jin's family was only badly wounded. It wouldn't fall. After all, it was a stepping stone for the male lead. And how could he fall if the male lead didn't grow up? As long as the Jin family doesn't fall and her birth is not exposed, the problem is not serious. Lu Xiao, finish your homework early and watch TV. She recently got hooked on a TV show and caught up on writing it so she could catch up on updates. Lu Yu, after Lu Kongyun slammed the door this day, Jin Yunxin lost her temper, and at night, Jin Yunxin said that she lost a string of necklaces and finally found it in Lu Yu's room. Jin Yunxin flat out said that Lu Yu stole it and punished him to kneel outside the door for 2 hours. In the winter, Lu Yu wearing a shirt and single pants kneeling in the snow, Lu Xiao anxious to cry out. But the result is that Lu Yu a look and let her calm down. Jin Yunxin did it on purpose. Whether it was stolen by the maid and found hidden in his room, or Jin Yunxin deliberately found someone to hide it, she was just finding an excuse to punish Lu Yu. Lu Yu's existence had always been a thorn in her heart. Lu Kongyun's attitude today had undoubtedly made the thorn stick a little deeper. Lu Xiao sat upstairs with her knees wrapped around her, and through the window she could see the kneeling teenager below her, and she always felt as if nothing had changed after she had tried for so long. The next day at school, Lu Xiao finds the heroine, Wen Qingqi, and asks her to help her buy some medicine. "I think the school hospital has all these drugs." Lu Xiao lowered her head somewhat less favorably. "I played with snow frostbite, dare not let my mom know. The school hospital to buy medicine are required to register in real name." When Qingqi's heart was clear, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you keep your secret." Lu Xiao sighed in relief. This was the safest method she could think of. The heroine's character was something she could trust. And by the way, she could help brush up the other's favorability. When she went home at night, Jin Yunxin really wasn't at home. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and went into Lu Yu's room with her school bag. Lu Yu half lying on the bed reading a book. His face is a little pale, but his expression is calm, so that people cannot see what they are thinking. "I asked Wen Qingqi to help me buy the medicine. Do you remember her? The girl with long hair and curved eyes when she smiled." "Aha!" Lu Xiao intended to help him pull his pants up, but his hand was held down. Lu Yu was a little less natural. "I'll do it myself." Lu Xiao obediently let go. "Then I'll go see what's for dinner." By the time Lu Xiao came in with the dinner tray, Lu Yu had already applied the medicine and gotten out of bed. Usually it is all up to Lu Xiao to liven up the atmosphere. Today Lu Xiao was also in a bad mood, and the two of them finished dinner in silence. Lu Xiao took out the paper from her bag. "This was just handed out today. It's fine if you don't write at your level." Lu Yu usually hides himself very well. His grades have always been middle of the road, not outrageously bad, and not out of the ordinary. "Aha!" Lu Yu gently took it and coughed twice. Lu Xiao looked at his face the more he looked. "Is it uncomfortable?" After asking, Lu Xiao felt that she had asked a little redundantly, who could be comfortable kneeling in the snow in this kind of weather. "Okay." Lu Xiao thought about it or not and went to her room to find the medical kit. Unsurprisingly, Lu Yu had a fever, and fortunately the medicine chest had all the common medicines. Looking at this appearance of Lu Yu, Lu Xiao's nose turned sour, held back or could not hold back. Tears snapped and fell. Lu Yu was rarely a little flustered. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just feeling useless." She had started out just wanting to take care of the male lead to brush up on her goodwill. But after spending so many years together, she had long since treated Lu Yu as a family member and friend. But every time the other person suffers, he or she can't do anything but watch. Lu Yu moved and pressed his hand on Lu Xiao's head. "There's no blame on you. Don't cry." Lu Yu said so. She wanted to cry even more, and couldn't help but hug him and cry for a long time. Lu Yu's body stiffened, but in the end, he didn't push the person away. When she had cried enough, she realized what she had done and was a little afraid to look at Lu Yu. "You get some rest. I'm going to go do my homework." As he said that, he ran towards the door. Chapter 3: Strange High School Classmates. The next day, Lu Yu's fever was even worse. Lu Xiao got up early in the morning specially to sneak to deliver medicine and breakfast, only to find that the other party couldn't wake up even if he called. Lu Xiao's eyes reddened. She took a deep breath, blinked her eyes, pretended as if nothing had happened, took out her medication and breakfast again, made sure she didn't look any different, and walked to the dining room for breakfast. She frowned with a look of impatience. "Is he not going to school today either?" Auntie Zhang said as she served the congee. "I think she's still not feeling well. Get a doctor to take a look at it, so that if something happens, Dad comes back to fight with Mom." "Fair enough, I'll talk to the butler later." Lu Xiao sighed with relief. The housekeeper at home knows. Lu Kongyun will know. Always will not look at Lu Yu like this sick. Lu Xiao was distracted all day, looking at the empty seat next to her straight out of mind. "And I don't know if I've hired a doctor for Lu Yu. I don't think the hero will burn stupid, right?" She waited until she got home and was relieved to see Lu Yu sitting on the couch. "As long as the people are okay." "How did you get out?" Lu Yu's face is still a little pale. "Just finish the injection. Come out and drink some porridge." And yes, after all, no one would take care of him in this house, and he would have to come out to eat on his own if he got sick. Lu Xiao's heart soured. The male lead was able to grow up safely, really by his own tenacity. No wonder it blacked out later. None of them. Lu Yu shook her head. Lu Xiao sighed in relief and pulled a bunch of information out of her bag. "What school are you planning on going to in high school?" In fact, the best school is of course the first high school, but Lu Yu will not go. Lu Yu pointed to the enrollment brochure of the second middle school. Lu Xiao's heart fluttered. It was really still the same as the novel. There are a lot of familiar faces in the second grade. "I know. The score requirement for the second secondary school is not so high, the environment is good, the tuition fee is high, and a lot of the second generation go there to study." "Then I'll go to the second grade too." Lu Yu looked up at her. "Because of me?" Lu Xiao nodded. Lu Yu looked at her for a long time, but finally did not say anything. Lu Xiao remembers that the plot of this novel really started to develop during high school, when the male lead grew black and the emotional line with the female lead began to unfold. The hero lived up to his name, and after dealing with the mess, his grades were still ridiculously good. Jin Yunshin became very busy because of the Jin family's affairs, and the matter of the two siblings' enrollment was left entirely to Lu Kongyun, which made Lu Xiao feel a little more at ease. Lu Kongyun doesn't necessarily like Lu Yu much either, but at least he never skimped on material things. There are really a lot of second-generation people who come to study in the second middle school, and on the first day of school, the entrance was full of luxury cars. Lu Xiao stood at the entrance of the school looking into the distance, where she could witness the male lead's growth. Lu Yu's voice came from the side. "Why are you standing? You'll be late soon." Lu Xiao had a summer vacation so comfortable that she almost didn't get up this morning and arrived at school stuck on time. True to the book's trajectory, Lu Yu was in the international class. International classes, which are euphemistically called to train senior talents to go abroad, are in fact a collection of second-generation people who do not ooh and ah the ordinary students. Lu Xiao, Lu Yu, long time no see. When Qingqi stood in the distance and waved at them. "It's been a long time. Are you in the international class too?" Lu Xiao waved her hand in greeting, and Lu Yu didn't say anything, just nodded her head. "Yeah. I looked at the class roster. Lots of familiar faces." Lu Xiao mentally laughed twice, probably because the author is too lazy to name. The same group of cannon fodder is utilized over and over again. Ignoring everyone's measuring gazes, the three walked into the classroom naturally. The school year just started without so much preoccupation, and the positions are first chosen, first served. Lu Xiao subconsciously tried to pull away the chair next to Lu Yu, and suddenly paused. "Wait, in the original article I think the hero's deskmate is the heroine, right?" Lu Xiao pulled out the chair and called out to Wen Qingqi, "Sit here." When Qingqi looked at Lu Yu, the other party did not speak. "What about you?" Lu Xiao looked around and sat in front of Wen Qingqi's side. "I'll just sit here." "Good." Wen Qingqi had also heard quite a few rumors about the Lu family and thought that the siblings were at odds, so she sat down obediently. Lu Xiao was secretly relieved to have almost spoiled the important plot. It wasn't until class was almost over that Lu Xiao sat down next to someone, and the other person sat down and fell asleep, startling her. The man hadn't moved all morning, and Lu Xiao ended up with only one thought: in case this tablemate hung up, did she count as a witness? High school courses Lu Xiao have already learned once, but I do not know whether it was the car accident to her stupid, or this body itself qualification is not good, learning on the contrary a little strenuous. She's already planning to be an art student though. The scoreline will be lower and much less stressful. In the original world, she was an orphan, and her adoptive parents' family couldn't afford to pay for her to study art, so she hadn't thought about the path of art exams, and in this life, she became rich all of a sudden, and she could finally learn something she loved. After graduation, Lu Yu also had the ability to detach herself from the Lu family, and the relationship between her and Wen Qingqi should go well, so she could live her own little life. If Jin Yunshin stopped being so paranoid, she could pick Jin Yunshin up from the Lu family, find another good job, and then buy a small house the two of them would be fine living in. Lu Xiao kept drawing under her hand while planning. When Qingqi saw her picture book and came to have a few interests, "You can still draw, your drawings are good." Lu Xiao, "Aha, I'm still learning." When Qingqi, "Can you draw one for me?" Lu Xiao hesitated for a few seconds. "That's fine, but I'm not very good at drawing portraits." When Qingqi smiled, "It's okay. I'm sure you can draw well." When Qingqi continued, "It's almost meal time. Do you want to go to the cafeteria together?" Lu Xiao subconsciously looked at Lu Yu. She should have to drag Lu Yu along, right? "Yeah." When Qingqi added in Lu Yu's direction, "Do you want to join?" Lu Yu, "Feel free." 3 people walking together turnaround rate is very high. The face value of the hero and heroine that is certainly the top of the whole book. Lu Xiao all the way to think, their own this light bulb to leave the scene earlier. The 3 of them went to the second cafeteria, which was less crowded, and ordered 3 set meals, which were already more expensive than those in many restaurants outside. Fortunately, when she got her student card before, Lu Xiao had charged $1,000 each to her and Lu Yu's cards. Lu Xiao's side of the thunder can receive Lu Kongyun and Jin Yunshin 2 pocket money. The small treasury is sufficient. When Qingqi looked at them for a few moments, then suddenly smiled and said, "You 2 siblings really don't look alike at all." Lu Yu's features are delicate and beautiful. The probability is that he inherited his mother's looks. Only a pair of sharp eyes like Lu Kongyun. Lu Xiao was different. Her face was round. Her eyes were also round. She was young and hadn't shed her baby fat yet. The whole person was very juvenile, unlike Jin Yunshin, and even less like Lu Kongyun. Lu Xiao eyelids protruding jump. Other people are not clear. She is clear in her heart. Of course, The two of them have no blood relationship at all, can look like a ghost. When Qingqi suddenly thought that the two were not born from the same mother and immediately changed the topic. Lu Xiao, you are also too cute. Your face is fleshy. Can I pinch it? When Qingqi couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw her huffing and puffing. Of course, you're still young. The baby fat will go away in a couple of years. Lu Xiao also hoped so earnestly. She also wanted to become a sassy girl like when Qingqi. Lu Xiao ordered a steak, but saw the pineapple guju meat in the Lu Yu dinner plate and some cravings. She glanced at the mouth of the order. She went to order another meal will not be eaten very wasteful. She looked at the ordering port twice, and when she looked back again, her coveted pineapple gujants were already in front of her. Lu Yu, don't look, eat. Woohoo, Lu Yu is a good man. Lu Xiao pitched in and cut half a steak and put it in his bowl. Lu Yu looked at the chopsticks in her hand and then at the large piece of steak, somewhat speechless. When Qingqi came back with 2 glances, your sibling relationship seems to be pretty good too? Lu Xiao kept her persona in mind at all times. No, we're lucky if we don't get into a fight. Lu Yu faintly echoed. Aha.
When Kingi.
After the meal is the lunch break. Students who live in the dormitory can go back to the dormitory to rest, while others can only go back to the classroom. Lu Xiao had a few moments of nostalgia for her high school life and gave up the chance to be a light bulb for the hero and heroine, intending to go and skate around for a while. The back of their school leaned against a small mountain with a beautiful view, and a lot of people went on picnics to let off steam. However, the school gate near the back of the hill was never opened for the safety of the students. Lu Xiao looked at the height of the fence, climbed up in 3 tries, and jumped down in a sideways motion. Luckily, she was still wearing her bottoms, and she patted the dust from her hands in satisfaction, not realizing that the wall was quite a good one to climb. A few claps pulled Lu Xiao out of her smug mood. On the opposite side stood a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, wearing his school uniform crookedly, with a head of yellow hair and a pigtail at the back, and the injuries on his face didn't affect the other party's handsomeness. Clean moves, skipping class? Pretty wild. Lu Xiao looked over coldly. It's lunch break time. The other party said to herself, middle school. Then he came closer and compared her height. You're short. Lu Xiao ignored the second half of his sentence. Senior year. The other guy wowed. It's totally hard to tell. Lu Xiao didn't pay any more attention to him and walked towards the back of the mountain on her own. Don't go, get acquainted. I see you are quite interesting. I sophomore class 7. Pei Shochi, what's your name? Lu Xiao stopped and turned her head to look at him in surprise. Pei Shochi. Pei Shochi smiled brightly. Yes, you know me? If she remembered correctly, this should be one of the important supporting characters. After the male lead helped him reclaim his family's property, he became the male lead's loyal little brother and took the Pei family's resources to help the male lead do a lot of things. What's the male lead's little brother doing with her if he doesn't go to the male lead to develop the plot? Lu Xiao. Pei Shochi thought for a while. This name is so familiar. Lu Xiao didn't care where he'd heard it before. Right now, she just wanted to take a walk on her own. Unfortunately, no matter how fast she walked, Pei Shochi always followed her. What are you following me for? Pei Shochi innocently spread his hands. This is the only way up the mountain. Lu Xiao gave up and started down the hill, intending to check it out another time. I remember. You're the Lu Xiao who can kick a desk from the head of the classroom to the end of the classroom. The only time she kicked the table was the middle school meeting to help Lu Yu out, and she obviously just kicked it over, although the commotion was a bit louder, but how could it be spread so outrageously? I didn't. Lu Xiao rather gritted her teeth. I didn't realize you were so small. No, she's just young and not fully developed. Okay. Say I'm short again and I'll cut your ankles off and make you as short as me. Ha 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 ha. You're so cute. Lu Xiao went numb and wordlessly flipped back. Seeing this, Pei Shochi also rolled over sharply, still following closely behind her. Lu Xiao was a bit speechless. This guy is stupid. No wonder the back will be the son born by the stepmother and her to take away all the family property, almost reduced to sleeping on the street. Lu Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. Don't follow. The front is all senior classrooms. Pei Shochi smiled brightly. Play together after school? Or let's skip class and go out to play. I'm going home after school to do my homework, and I'm not skipping class. Ha! I'm the one going to college. Pei Shochi persevered. What about the weekend? Lu Xiao shook off the dog's skin and went up the stairs feebly. She would never run around again, and she would never go to the back of the mountain again. Lu Xiao entered the classroom and found that Lu Yu and when Qingqi had returned long ago. When Qingqi greeted her with a smile, "You're back. Where did you go to play?" "Backwoods. Fun." "General." Lu Yu's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds before he continued to look down at his book again. Lu Xiao had just sat down when her deskmate, who had been paralyzed all morning, suddenly woke up and startled her. Presumably her movement had awakened him, and the other man suddenly looked up at her for a few moments. Lu Xiao's first reaction was that this person's eyes were so beautiful. "Got any food?" The other man's voice was a little low. Lu Xiao silently took out a box of small cookies from her bag and handed it over. This was the small refreshment that Auntie Zhang had prepared for her before she left the house in the morning. "Thanks." The other man ate very quietly, and when he was done, he buried himself in sleep. Is this man a thief at night? Chapter 4. Car Accident. Lu Xiao handed over the sketch that she promised when Qingqi the next day, and the other party complimented her for a long time, and if she hadn't been clear about how many pounds she had, she would have almost really believed it. Her tablemate was a little more awake, at least for only half the day. "I ate your cookies yesterday, so I'll give this back to you." The table handed over a box of chocolates. Lu Xiao recognized this brand, expensive and difficult to buy, Lu Kongyun before going abroad to bring her a few times. "Thanks." Lu Xiao wasn't polite either. The other party probably didn't want to owe her a favor. She took another closer look at the other man. He had more than just beautiful eyes. His features stood out as well. Such a look that he didn't look like a passerby in a novel. Lu Xiao had a hint of uneasiness and took out her cell phone to send a message to Wen Qingqi. "Lu Xiao. Qingqi, do you have the list of groups in our class?" Wen Qingqi. "Wait, I took pictures for the file." Winking Kiyoshi. "Picture here." When the homeroom teacher met, there were groups according to as, but she never paid attention to it and touched the fish. Lu Xiao clicked on the picture. The first thing she found was her name, and in the same group she saw a familiar name, and she was so scared that her whole body was dumbfounded, looking at the 3 words over and over again to make sure that she hadn't misread them. She cursed silently. Why did the second man, Bo Yushan, turn out to be her classmate? He shouldn't be out there right now. The male lead is growing up and fleshing out his wings in the early stages, and it's not until the later stages when he and the female lead have a connection that the second male lead, Thin Yushan, arrives late in the game. The heroine also realized that she and Bo Yushan were engaged when they were children, and that the Bo family has been developing abroad all these years, and that the Bo family has returned to China this time because they want to join forces with the one family to gain a firm foothold. Wen's father is a man who loves face and refuses to break the contract. Seeing that the female lead is about to marry someone else, how can the male lead resist? While taking the female lead to his side and putting pressure on the Wen family, he is also fighting with the Bo family. In the end, of course, the Bo family lost the war, and Bo Yushan gave up on Wen Qingqi and left the country without ever hearing from her again. In fact, in the original text, Bo Yushan has real feelings for Wen Qingqi, and the two grew up together as young children, childhood sweethearts, only the back of the Bo family to raise their families abroad, which broke the connection. Before Bo Yushan left, he returned all the things that once Wen Qingqi gave him, and even the 1,000 paper cranes that he folded when he was a young child, and at that time Lu Xiao was poked and prodded hard, and this kind of affectionate male second has always won the hearts of readers. But in the novel, he's just a catalyst for the hero and heroine's relationship and a stepping stone for the hero's career advancement. And right now, the hero and heroine's relationship lines haven't even had a chance to get going, and the hero's business empire, it hasn't even laid its foundation yet. At this time, Bo Yushan appeared. Lu Xiao thought that this one could be discarded and just restarted. Lu Xiao observed for a few days and realized that Bo Yushan didn't pay much attention to Wen Qingqi at all, and the two didn't even say a word in the same classroom. According to the timeline, the Thin family's center of gravity should now still be abroad. If only Thin Yushan a person, she stopped a block should stop. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Lu Xiao had been worried for days, and Lu Yu had long since realized that something was wrong with her. Pulling Lu Xiao back as she intended to go upstairs, she headed for her room. What's wrong with you? Lu Xiao froze. What's wrong? Lu Yu pursed his lips, a little unnatural. He rarely bothered to care about others. You've been very unhappy these past few days. Lu Xiao had a hard time saying. She was always bad to say. My desk mate may be coveting your future wife. Lu Renee would definitely let her check out the brain. I was just thinking that the house doesn't seem to be very peaceful lately. This one is true. I don't know if it's because of the butterfly effect caused by her existence. Jin's family is declining even faster than in the original article, and it looks like Jin's family is already going to die before the male lead goes to add more fuel to the fire. Liu stroked her hair. You're afraid? Fear of Ken's downfall? It's a known ending, nothing to be afraid of. Lu Xiao didn't answer. Liu thought she had acquiesced and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Although they didn't care about the same thing, Lu Xiao was inexplicably comforted. The aura of the male lead is unmatched. After chatting with Lu Yu, Lu Xiao resumed her previous lazy days. Her parents didn't come home. She went to school with Lu Yu every day, ate with Wen Qingqi, and by the way, she observed Bo Yushan's movements again. As it turned out, she realized that Bo Yushan spent a large portion of his time sleeping, and when he wasn't sleeping, he spent most of his time either staring blankly out the window or looking at his cell phone. Totally a two-timer with nothing better to do. She, as a reader, also loved and hated the second male lead. In his position, he didn't do anything wrong. The fault was that he wasn't the male lead. Now her filter on Bo Yushan fell to pieces. When Qingqi wanted to ask her to come out for the weekend to go shopping and watch a movie, she thought for a while and then went to ask Lu Yu. Lu Yu gave her a look. "You guys go shopping, what am I going to do?" "Well, we can watch a movie together." Lu Yu coldly responded, "Not going." Lu Yu won't go from blackened male lead to autistic male lead, right? How does it feel to go from one extreme to the other? But Lu Yu's not going didn't affect her, and when Qingqi going out, the two of them holding hands and buying all over the mall. Luckily, all the clothes in the counter are packed and delivered to the door. Otherwise, Lu Xiao might want to hire someone to carry the bags. Lu Xiao walked and stopped again. When Qingqi, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao looked at the trench coat in the window and pointed. "Qingqi, do you think this suit suits my brother?" When Qingqi sized it up, "It should be good, but I don't think I've ever seen Lu Yu wearing anything other than her school uniform." "That's because Lu Yu doesn't have many outfits at all." Lu Xiao thought for a moment. "Qingqi, later I'll buy a few clothes, you help me swipe my card. I'll call you back with the money." When Qingqi agreed. "But why is it so complicated for you to buy a dress?" Lu Xiao casually slurred over. Lu Xiao shopped around and bought a few sets of regular clothes in Lu Yu's size. "And that trench coat in the window? Get me one in that size too." The store manager checked the inventory and told her with an apology. "I'm sorry. There's only one last one left in this size, and this gentleman is trying it on." Lu Xiao looked back and froze. How can you buy a dress and run into Bo Yushan? And you chose the same dress, and it's the last one left? Bo Yushan seemed to be a bit surprised as well and nodded at them as a greeting. Soon a woman in a smart professional outfit came up and straightened him out. When Qingqi explained, "It's his mom," Lu Xiao nodded. "Want to go say hi?" Mrs. Bo didn't notice them. "We haven't seen each other for many years, and it's awkward to say hello all of a sudden. So hurry up after you buy your clothes. The movie's going to start later." Lu Xiao let the store manager pack and swipe his card. "This dress is still in stock at other stores. We can transfer it over here and it will be here in 3 days." The moment Lu Xiao thought that Lu Yu was going to clash with Bo Yushan, she felt her scalp numb and quickly refused, swiped her card and hurriedly left. When they were far away, both of them breathed a sigh of relief before Lu Xiao asked, "Why did all the people from the Bo family suddenly come back?" "I'm not sure, it seems like there's a cooperative project in the country. But Uncle Bo didn't come over, only Auntie Bo and Bo Yushan came back. My dad even said to take time for the two families to have a meal. It's weirdly awkward." Lu Xiao's heart thumped. Always felt that the plot had changed so much a little bit not good. It wasn't until she came out of the movie and answered a phone call that she realized something was really wrong. "What did you say?" "Hello? Are you the family of the owner of the cell phone? He himself had a car accident and is now being rescued in the first hospital and needs his family to come and sign the payment." Lu Xiao's head was buzzing, and she didn't listen to any of the words that followed. In the end, it was when Qingqi who looked at her like this, took the phone, recorded all the information, and asked her own driver to immediately take the car out and send them to the hospital. "Lu Xiao, don't dawdle. Hurry up and call your dad to come and sign." Lu Xiao instantly sobered up. Her hands trembled and called Lu Kongyun, but the result was that Lu Kongyun's phone could not be reached. So she had to call Lu Kongyun's assistant again. Lu Xiao felt that time passed slowly along the way, and time passed quickly because she felt that a long, long time had passed. But in the blink of an eye, her people were already in the hospital elevator. As people came and went, Wen Qingqi said a lot towards her, but she didn't hear it. She just took out her bank card and asked Wen Qingqi to help her pay the bill as she sat alone in front of the operating room. She seemed to have also seen Lu Kongyun and wondered what the assistant who had caught up with him had said to make him look angry. The light at the door of the operating room went out. The doctor said there was nothing wrong. Lu Xiao felt all the noisy voices rushing into her head. Her legs got a little weak and she slid against the wall. She then said that the male lead didn't hang so easily. Chapter 5 Transfer to a Hospital. After Lu Kongyun knew that Lu Yu was out of danger, he let his assistant hire an escort for him, and gave Lu Xiao a sum of money before he left. Before she left, Lu Xiao also heard her assistant talking about Jin's family, car accidents, and the like. Lu Xiao's head suddenly started spinning and her heart skipped a beat. In the original, Lu Yu also had a car accident, that is, Lu Yu graduated from high school that year, Jin family, because of the wrong information to get a high price to buy a piece of government land intended for development. The results of that around the land are planned into the protected area. The land is equivalent to the waste. Jin family capital chain broke almost bankrupt. And this whole thing is the male lead single-handedly contributed to. Lu Yu that time in the end is still young, leaving traces for the Jin family to find out. Jin Yunxin would have been on the bastard son of the abhorrence. This is even more money to buy through the driver, intends to let him get killed in this car accident. It looks like an accident, but it's murder. The more Lu Xiao thought about it, the more headache she got. If it was really Jin Yunxin who did it, what did Lu Yu do now? What can he do? Why are all these things ahead of schedule? Lu Xiao opened her cell phone and searched for information about Jin family. There was a very eye-catching. A few days ago, Jin family invested in a green industry lack of raw materials. Purchased expensive machines will become scrap, suspected of a broken capital chain. It also put a big question mark on the headline of whether Ken's family would declare bankruptcy. Different points in time, but similar things happen. Lu Xiao pushed open the door. Lu Yu's anesthesia has not been retreated. The whole person is still sleeping. Closing his eyes, Lu Yu only really revealed the appearance of a child. Also right, now the male lead is only 16 years old. From the looks of it, it wasn't too serious. Just a cast on his hand and a bandage on his forehead. Lu Xiao felt a little tired after looking at him for a while. Her spirit tightened and loosened. She was very tired now. She tugged on Lu Yu's other, uninjured hand and flopped down on the edge of the bed and closed her eyes. When she woke up, she could clearly feel Lu Yu's hand moving. Lu Xiao jerked her head up and saw Lu Yu with a speechless expression. My hands are numb. I wasn't paying attention. I accidentally fell asleep. Do you feel sick anywhere? Do you need to have a doctor look at you? It's okay. So are you hungry? I'll have the caretaker get something. Good. As a result, the hospital's food was too difficult to eat. Lu Xiao couldn't eat after 2 mouthfuls, but Lu Yu had the usual face. I'll ask Auntie Zhang to make something to send over. The hospital food is awful. Whatever. Lu Xiao called the Lu family, so he went back for another trip. Lu Yu, since he was hospitalized, he still had to pack some change of clothes. As a result, when Lu Xiao finished packing and brought the nutritious congee and dishes made by Auntie Zhang, before she drove to the hospital, she received a call from Lu Yu. Is there something else I should bring? I'm transferring to the hospital, so have the driver go to the new address I sent you. What's with the sudden transfer? Lu Kanyun made the switch. Question mark. Lu Xiao was full of questions, but let the driver drive toward the new hospital. This hospital is private and a bit far from the city, but it is nice and private. Lu Xiao was brought to Lu Yu's hospital room by a special person. Spacious and bright single room with a companion lounge outside. Lu Xiao put down the thermos box. How did Dad arrange for you to be transferred? Lu Yu said expressionlessly. Jin Yunxin brought people over to make a scene. Lu Xiao's heart thumped. Why would? It's not like she's been looking at me the wrong way for a day or two. Lu Xiao could now be certain that Lu Yu must have done something to make Jin Yunxin, now in a state of anxiety, still make sure to come to trouble him. Have some porridge first. Lu Xiao had been a little hungry on the way here, but now she had lost her appetite and her thoughts were a little disorganized. She wanted to ask if Lu Yu had done something, but she had no reason to ask that, nor was she qualified to do so. It felt like Jin Yunxin and Lu Yu had reached the point of immortality, and it was even more difficult for her to speak when she was caught in the middle. Lu Yu had already eaten before, so he wasn't very hungry. Lu Xiao saw this and put the things away and helped him lie down again. I've taken a vacation from school. I'll come over every day after class. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll get it. And Lu Xiao. Would you hate me if I did something to the Jin and Lu families? Lu Xiao's head hung low, as if she was thinking about something. The ward was quiet for a long time before Lu Xiao raised her hand and gently squeezed Lu Yu's hand. There's always a price to pay for doing something wrong. Lu Yu suddenly smiled. You're right. Lu Yu's smile is also very good looking, is that the color of the lips is a little white, the whole person looks very weak, holding her hand is also a little hard. Lu Xiao didn't sleep much in the hospital and tripped when she entered the classroom. Thanks. It's okay. Lu Xiao wanted to turn around to thank him but froze. It was actually Bo Yushan. Bo Yushan began to read a book. Lu Xiao sat down and watched him for a while, and asked with a bit of curiosity, You actually still read books? It's time for the monthly exam. Question mark. Only then did Lu Xiao glance at the book in his hand. A snow-white, brand new textbook. Lines, very lines. Lu Xiao looked at Lu Yu's empty seat again. It seems that this exam Lu Yu will be absent. Probably because Lu Kongyun explained something. Auntie Zhang prepared dinner in advance every time, and the driver came to pick up Lu Xiao with an insulated lunchbox at night, and then went straight to the hospital. When Qingqi said that she also wanted to go see Lu Yu, so Lu Xiao took her along. For a moment the two men sat in the car very quietly. When Qingqi still opened her mouth after half a day of agonizing and asked, I always feel that you siblings are very strange. Where it's weird. He's where he's at, and all the rumors I've heard are that he's not on good terms with you mother and daughter, and that you're not on good terms. Lu Xiao smiled. And it turns out we're still on good terms? When Qingqi nodded. When you heard that he had a car accident, your reaction was surprising. In fact, there were several times before when I thought, if I'm on his side too, he's only going to have a harder time. When Qingqi was a smart person and figured it out after thinking for a while. So now that you're so blatantly visiting him, your mom's side. Lu Xiao thought about it but told her the truth. Jin's family has a lot of things going on lately. Her focus is on that side. In fact, she didn't tell the whole story. Jin's family is going bankrupt, and according to the plot Jin Yunxin will soon be leaving the Lu family. Lu Yu looked at the time and thought that Lu Xiao should almost be here, but he unexpectedly saw that there was also Wen Qingqi who came together. He frowned and said nothing. Qingqi also came over to see you. She was the one who accompanied me to the hospital yesterday. Lu Yu nodded to her. Thanks a lot. A show of hands. When Qingqi had someone buy a fruit basket and flowers in advance, and Lu Xiao took the flowers and put them on the windowsill. Lu Xiao. Keeping it in a vase should keep it alive for a few more days. When Qingqi. It should work, but is there a vase here? Lu Xiao. I'll look for it later. When Qingqi had read it and was planning to go back, only to be pulled in by Lu Xiao to have dinner together. Lu Xiao put Lu Yu's share of nutritious food and prepared chopsticks and spoons. Fortunately, Lu Yu's injury is the left hand. Eating and writing are not affected. Lu Xiao took out her own lunchbox again and set out 2 pairs of dishes. When Qingqi was startled to see Lu Xiao's portion of the double-decker lunchbox, is this the amount for you alone? Lu Xiao. Lu Yu. Damn, how is this going to be explained? Lu Xiao tough to find a compliment. Auntie may be thinking that brother in case he does not want to eat nutritional food, he can still eat something else, so he prepared 2 people's portions. This is not, you came to eat with me, do not waste. As it turned out, the 2 of them didn't finish this one either. When Qingqi's family's driver had already arrived at the hospital, and Lu Xiao intended to accompany Lu Yu for a while longer. Your brother's car accident. Have the test results come back yet? The driver of the car, who was drunk and drove into my brother's car, was killed instantly and has been characterized as an accident. When Qingqi's expression turned serious, I don't feel like an accident. Lu Xiao glanced at her. Did you find out something? When Qingqi shook her head, I wanted to look into it, but my dad told me not to mind my own business, and that's why I don't think it's that simple. We all know it in our hearts. Don't worry. Both she and Lu Yu knew who did this, they just couldn't say so explicitly. In 2 days it will be the monthly examination. The test papers are so many. Lu Xiao, although she knows that Lu Yu has no need to do it, she still packs up all the test papers and brings them here. Lu Yu was reading a book on the bed, and Lu Xiao was sitting next to her writing a test paper. Lu Xiao's writing hand lurched. This type of question, she couldn't figure it out before. She still learned it in her 3 years of high school, and then forgot it, and it's still the same now. It was probably because she paused for so long that even Lu Yu noticed. Which question won't? Lu Xiao pointed. This one. Lu Yu's thoughts are much clearer, while explaining the process are written on the draft paper. Lu Yu's fingers were slender and long, and the writing was beautiful. Lu Xiao saw her own elementary school font again and sighed without words. Lu Yu's double fingers curled up and tapped on her head. Won't still go off on a tangent. Lu Xiao covered her head and looked at him. I was wrong, but dare next time. Lu Yu had to speak again, and this time Lu Xiao listened very carefully. There is a professional escort in the hospital. Lu Yu did not let her stay for long, and let her go back after doing her homework. Lu Yu lay all day, just right to get out of bed and walk around. He watched the car of the Lu family drive away, which was intended to go back to bed. As a result, the downstairs made a bigger commotion. Lu Yu can only see from afar that the ambulance above pulled down an old man, behind a sliver of luxury cars, have gotten out of the car to accompany up. I don't know which one of the big families had another incident, but none of it had anything to do with him. He closed the curtains and lay back down. He wasn't in a good position to do anything with Lu Xiao around. There were a lot of things on his hands right now waiting for him to wrap up. The Jin family had given him such a great gift. He had to return the favor. Chapter 6. The Qin Family. Lu Xiao felt that she really couldn't be compared to this group of Heaven's Pride, no matter if it was the male or female lead, or the male second. Their brains might not be the same kind of thing. When Qingqi's good grades, she can understand. Bo Yushan is why, didn't he always grow up abroad? Hasn't it only been a few months since he returned? Doesn't he sleep all the time in class? Looking at this grade 1 followed by Bo Yushan's name, she was numb. Surely a strong competitor for the male lead. What a brain, Lu Xiaomu. When Qingqi even came over to compliment her, Xiao Xiao did great. Lu Xiao knew that when Qingqi really thought she was great, and that when Qingqi always treated her like a child and had a honeyed filter. But that Bo Yushan guy is really something, only a few days into the domestic program and he's actually able to test like this. Lu Xiao couldn't help but defend her calf. My brother is also very good. He just got sick and didn't take the exam. Otherwise the first place would definitely be him. When Qingqi's eyes widened as she froze for a few seconds before letting out a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize you were an invisible brother controller. And no, when he arrived at the hospital in the evening, Lu Xiao pretended to say the results of this exam without thinking about it. Lu Yu's gaze moved from the book to her face. You seem to care about Bo Yushan? How? Lu Xiao had the panicked feeling of having her mind pierced. Lu Yu, however, misunderstood the sense of panic. Lu Yu frowned. Lu Xiao. No early love. You think too much. Is she crazy to go after the second man? Doesn't it smell good to live a good little life on your own? Lu Yu, your grades. Lu Xiao froze for a few seconds as she looked at the white hand in front of her. What? Report card. It doesn't seem to matter much. Lu Yu looked at her with an expressionless face, and Lu Xiao was sweating from the look and busily pulled it out of her bag to hand it over. Actually, her grades were pretty good without comparing her to this group of demons, but nay, she was surrounded by people who were not average. As expected, Lu Yu frowned, very dissatisfied with this achievement. Test papers out. Lu Xiao dutifully took it out and handed it back up. Sure enough, Lu Yu frowned even more. Lu Yu pointed to a question in the physics paper. I have taught you the same type of question before. Here it's just changing the direction a bit. Forgot. Lu Xiao abhorred magnetic fields and could not learn at all. Lu Yu knew that she didn't remember when she saw this look on her face. Lu Yu is very smart. All the knowledge will be read once. He does not understand why Lu Xiao just cannot learn. If Lu Xiao had been able to hear his heart, he would have advised him that this kind of thing was innate and he couldn't teach it. This night, Lu Xiao again in the hospital to accompany the night, no other reason because Lu Yu stared at her to redo all the wrong questions, and so on the end of the more than 10 o'clock, the hospital is too far from the city, Lu Xiao simply do not toss directly to the cubicle to sleep. The next morning Lu Yu came to wake her up. Lu Xiao was startled when she opened her eyes and saw Lu Yu. We're going to be late if we don't get up. Got it. Do a night dream are in the exam, the test paper are heavenly books. She cannot read a word. The invigilator is Lu Yu. Staring at her stared the whole night. Just when she was so anxious that she was about to cry out, she opened her eyes and saw that it was still Lu Yu. What a horrible nightmare. Lu Xiao washed up listlessly and accompanied Lu Yu to eat the breakfast provided by the hospital, which was unexpectedly actually not bad. She gives this hospital a 5-star rating. Lu Xiao. Did the doctor say how long you have before you can be discharged? Lu Yu. The hospital is quiet. Lu Xiao thought about it and was right. The Jin family was still watching intently. Lu Yu. Has Jin Yunxin approached you recently? Lu Xiao shook her head. Ever since the Jin family's accident, the other party had never returned to the Lu family, and it had been a little longer than the previous period of not returning home. Lu Yu. If she asks you to do something, just answer it. After the collapse of the Jin family in the original story, Jin Yunxin did take Lu Xiao to the Lu family and the company to make trouble a few times, but the Lu Kongyun at this time do not fall into the well are considered good, let alone have any good attitude. Lu Xiao nodded and said she knew. Lu Xiao walked into the classroom, obviously can feel today's atmosphere is not quite right, as if many people are looking at her. Lu Xiao sat down on Lu Yu's empty seat and asked in a low voice, Qingqi, why do I feel that everyone is weird today? Jin's family has been making too many moves lately, and they're in trouble with the Lu family. We're all in the same circle, so I guess we've all heard about it, so don't pay any attention to it and don't listen to them talking about it. Sure enough, there were soon some ungrateful people who began to make up about her. And by the way, they also mentioned Lu Yu explicitly and implicitly mocking and belittling. Lu Xiao also saw an old acquaintance, a cannon fodder character she had once kicked over a table. It looked like if it wasn't for the fact that her place was inside and there was a Bo Yushan blocking the outside, the other party would have retaliated by kicking her table over as well. Lu Xiao thought about it and started to flip through her phone. Qingqi, I'm sending you a video. Help me upload it to your space. When Qingqi is the propaganda committee member of the class, when the class group is also her pull people, she should be able to see everyone once she sends. What a video! When Qingqi said as she clicked on it, and the more she looked at it, the more surprised she became. This is you. Lu Xiao smiled. Yeah. When Qingqi held the video for a moment to look at the person and then the video, it's completely impossible to tell. What Lu Xiao sent over was a video that her trainer had taken of her when she went to boxing practice last month. The first part was her breaking a sandbag hard, and the second half was her knocking her chaperone to the ground. A small man with great power, Sister Lin's reverse transformation into Lu Zhishan. When the morning passed, it was much quieter and people looked at her differently. She was satisfied that the quiet atmosphere was suitable for studying. Is this you? Her fellow sleeper was up at some point, holding her phone and watching the very same boxing video of her. How come the second man is so nosy too? It's me. Bo Yushan laughed. It's not at all obvious. It seemed like she'd heard the same thing just before. The two were not very familiar and would not communicate much. So Bo Yushan did not say anything else and opened the book to do a few exercises. Lu Renee. Someone's giving you trouble? The male lead, true to form, was able to guess what was happening from miles away. Lu Xiao. It's been solved with my ingenuity. Lu Xiao. Cute smile.jpg. Lu Renee. It was suppressed by force, wasn't it? She's just showing off what she's been learning lately. Lu Xiao realized that the turnaround rate of her going out to eat today was all thieves. Qingqi. Do you have the feeling that a lot of people are looking at me? What did you do again? I've obviously been good today. When Qingqi uncertainly opened her cell phone, looked at the group message, tapped a few more times, and her expression gradually became strange. Your video was put on the school forum and now it's exploding. Lu Xiao took out her cell phone and silently opened the forum. The number of replies at the bottom has been 999 plus. Lu Xiao hit a big question mark. Someone even posted her middle school graduation picture on it. Milky and cute and lovable with no head. People were stunned by the stark contrast and gave her the title of King Kong Barbie. This is going beyond her expectations. When Qingqi subconsciously pinched the flesh on Lu Xiao's arm. Question mark. I feel your strong biceps. It didn't take long for the post to be deleted by the administrators, though, and Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. How could she not realize that the group was so idle that they could build a tall building with a single video? Lu Xiao arrived at the hospital today, unexpectedly did not see Lu Yu in the ward, and saw that the other party's cell phone was also placed on the bed, and her heart thumped. Couldn't be Ken's family coming after him again. She went out in a hurry, and was just about to call Lu Kongyun, when she saw a man in a hospital gown walking in the distance. She jogged up and was relieved to see that it was indeed Lu Yu. Why are you running so fast? I thought someone was coming after you. Lu Yu gently patted her head. I'm fine. You siblings are quite affectionate. Only then did Lu Xiao realize that there was another person standing beside Lu Yu, looking only 17 or 18 years old, with a gentle smile. Lu Yu pulled Lu Xiao behind him and said coldly, You can go back. The other nodded. You can come to me when you've thought it over. Lu Xiao peeked out and watched the other man go up in the elevator. Who is it? Not important. Lu Yu was now recovering well except for his arm, which was still in a cast, and Lu Xiao was even a bit unable to keep up with his steps. Lu Xiao ate her meal while spitting out to Lu Yu how boring that group of people were. A video could build a tall building. The school was pretty quick to delete the post though. I contacted the administrator to delete it. Lu Xiao froze. Huh. Lu Yu raised her eyes to look at her. What's wrong? Lu Xiao gave a thumbs up. Good job. Lu Yu mouthed that unimportant person Lu Xiao saw several times after that. Sometimes it is the two of them in the downstairs walk by chance. Sometimes it is the two people eat dinner, the other knocked on the door to come in. And more as Lu Xiao back from school occasionally see each other to stay in Lu Yu's hospital room. It was strange, the other party's attitude was strange, and Lu Yu's reaction was even stranger. Lu Yu didn't look like she hated him, but she couldn't say she liked him either. That weekend, Lu Xiao came out of the elevator carrying a cake box and saw the man standing across the street waving at her. Is this a standby for her? Good afternoon. Lu Xiao nodded. You were looking for me? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Karen. Lu Xiao thought back and didn't have much of an impression. Either he hadn't appeared or he was just cannon fodder with a small role. Qin Karen saw her confusion and smiled. My grandfather is Qin Jinhai. He lives upstairs now. Ah! Qin Jinhai, she knows, the head of the Qin family. The late male lead is to cooperate with the Qin family to quickly rise. The old man of the Qin family very much like the male lead. Qin Karen saw her face of sudden realization, smiled more kindly. My grandfather quite likes Lu Yu. The situation of the Lu family is also clear to us. We just want to help him when he needs it, but he doesn't seem to be too willing. Lu Xiao wasn't sure there was such a thing. Fong is not convenient to add a WeChat. If there is any trouble encountered, you can find me, on call. Lu Xiao thought about adding it. The other party did not dwell too much, added WeChat and intended to leave. Lu Xiao went back and told Lu Yu about it. Lu Yu didn't have much of a reaction. It's fine. You can add it if you want. They won't do anything. Lu Xiao became even more curious. Elder Qin is taking a liking to you, wanting you to be his granddaughter-in-law? Lu Yu's hand that was holding the snacks lurched, looking at her slightly speechless. What are you thinking about all day long? It's just the normal brainstorming of a fictional person. Chapter 7. Meeting Pei Shochi again. Lu Yu has been waiting until the hand cast is removed, only then to handle the discharge. Lu Xiao saw Qin Karen again when he was discharged from the hospital. Qin Karen smiled and greeted them. I heard that you were discharged from the hospital. Grandpa specially called me to see you off. Lu Yu frowned. I have my own driver. Qin Karen. Grandpa is afraid that your family's driver is not safe. Lu Xiao actually felt that what he said made quite a bit of sense. Qin Karen looked at him fixedly after he finished speaking, waiting for him to answer. Lu Xiao suddenly reacted to the fact that the other party should have something to say. So she very sensibly took the Lu family's car back by herself and let Lu Yu take the Qin family's car. Lu Yu's things have always been very little, and after staying in the hospital for more than a month, he ended up with a backpack of change of clothes. Lu Renee carried it on her own back. The Qin family's car was slightly slower, and Lu Xiao waited another 10 minutes in front of Lu's house before waiting for someone. Qin Ku Ran also followed and got off. Next time you are free, you can ask Lu Yu to bring you to the Qin family as a guest. Lu Xiao responded vaguely, if there's a chance. Before Qin Ku Ran left and patted Lu Yu's shoulder, Lu Yu was reluctant but did not hide. Go! Lu Xiao followed Lu Yu inside and kept thinking about a question. Why did the Qin family want to help Lu Yu? The original doesn't say why, and it didn't look like Lu Yu would tell her. More curious, Lu Yu stopped and turned to look at her, and Lu Xiao, who was still lost in thought, bumped into her unsurprisingly. It hurts. What a daze. Nothing. Lu Xiao casually found a topic. Do you still want to stay in the original room? There are actually several empty rooms upstairs. Lu Yu's original room was a grocery room on the first floor, which was small and unventilated, and not at all suitable for living. Now that Jin Yunxin would soon be divorcing Lu Kongyun, and no one would give Lu Yu a hard time after that, there was no need for him to continue living in the grocery room. Well, get used to living there. But that room is small. It's not like I have anything to put away. Indeed, Lu Yu had only one computer and a few clothes in the whole room, except for more books of various kinds. Lu Xiao still wasn't very happy. Lu Yu rubbed her head. Moving around is tiring. Maybe one day we won't live here anymore. Lu Xiao looked up with glowing eyes and an expectant face. It's a lot safer to move out when you have to worry about a tragic end to your life if you live here. Well, later. Okay. Lu Yu still lives in his small room, as if nothing has changed. But Lu Xiao is clear that the current Lu Yu is no longer the previous Lu Yu. Autumn was already short. Lu Yu hospitalized and discharged from the effort, out directly seamless into winter. Lu Xiao looked at the clothes she bought for Lu Yu and helplessly put them away. They can't even be worn in this season. Lu Xiao ran in front of Lu Yu and asked, Brother, do you want to go buy new clothes? Lu Yu's height grows every year, and last year's clothes definitely don't fit. Lu Yu gave her a look. Just buying clothes? Lu Xiao nodded. I didn't plan to see a movie or go anywhere this time. I had a clear purpose. Buy some winter clothes and leave. Lu Yu closed the book and got up. Let's go then. Lu Xiao quickly followed, a little excited. She thought Lu Yu would not agree. After all, the other guy looked like he didn't like to go out much. Lu Xiao directly took him to the high-luxury shopping district. She felt that Lu Yu was suitable to wear the best and most expensive. Lu Yu tried a few sets of clothes. Lu Xiao felt that each set was very suitable, and she could not wait to empty the row of stores. Lu Yu stopped her in time. Well, buy a few pieces is enough. Next year and new, cannot wear waste. In the end, it was Lu Yu who tapped the board and chose 3 sets. While Lu Yu went to change her clothes, Lu Xiao went to the front desk to pay. I was told that the card had been frozen. Lu Xiao took it back with a confused look. This was the secondary card Jin Yunxin had given her. Lu Xiao changed another card and handed it over, this time successfully swiping it. Lu Xiao looked at the returned card a little out of breath. It seemed that something had happened to the Jin family. She just didn't know how Jin Yunxin was doing now. She took out her cell phone and fumed. She kind of wanted to call and ask, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. In the early days, Jin Yunxin was still good to her, although later on she often didn't come home and the two of them got a little rusty. She still thought about whether she could pull each other up. If she hadn't married Lu Kongyun, she should have been able to be a good mother and wife. The only thing wrong with her was probably transferring her pain onto Lu Yu. By today's situation, her feelings towards Jin Yunxin were complicated to say the least. When Lu Yu changed his clothes and came out, he saw Lu Xiao sitting on the sofa with her head hanging down, looking at her cell phone. What's wrong? Lu Xiao looked back and smiled at him. I just saw a jacket that suits you when I was passing by. Let's go take a look. Lu Xiao wanted to pull the other party out, but reacted as she reached out. Her palms seemed to be sweating, probably from holding the cell phone for too long. Lu Yu bent down slightly to look at her. What's wrong? Lu Xiao had to say, I just swiped my card and it didn't come out. It's a secondary card that my mom gave me and it's frozen. Lu Yu's heart was clear. It seemed Jin Yunxin was in a bad situation. So? Lu Xiao didn't say anything and didn't dare to look up at him. Do you want me to leave her alone? Lu Xiao's eyes widened as she looked at him. Was the other party a mind reader? Obviously, she didn't say a single word. Lu Yu reached out and pressed her hand on Lu Xiao's neck and gently pinched it. If she doesn't come to mess with me anymore, I can let her go. She asked softly, don't you resent her? After all, a large part of his early childhood tragedy stemmed from Jin Yunxin. Lu Yu said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Lu Xiao's emotions come and go quickly, pulling Lu Yu around 2 more stores, and finally being pressed by the other party's head to bring back home. Are you buying this much with the intention of wholesaling? Colder weather also means that winter break is coming, and when winter break is coming, that means finals are coming. Lu Xiao once again felt the fact that there was a wall of intelligence, looking at the protagonist group's effortless learning, and even the state of Bo Yushan who didn't study much at all. Lu Xiao wanted to cry without tears. Lu Yu's focus during this period of time has also been put on tutoring her homework above. Every time Lu Yu with how this you cannot look at her, Lu Xiao think the difference between human beings is sometimes greater than the difference between human beings and pigs. This sentence is the truth. I think this will work. How are you going to get into college with grades like that? Lu Xiao was silent. Is it possible that we ordinary people with grades like that are good enough to get into college? Not everyone is like the main group of characters who are in the top 3 in their grade on any random test. Lu Yu frowned at her, very displeased. Lu Xiao shrunk her neck, still protesting in a small voice. And I took the art exam. The scoreline is lower than all of you? Lu Yu sighed helplessly. All right, then you have to at least finish these 3 sets of papers and make sure your score is above 130. The day the final exams came out, Lu Xiao didn't even dare to talk to Lu Yu. Originally wanted to rub Wen Qingqi's car to go home with her to hide, but ended up meeting Pei Shochi again. The sudden appearance of the other party over the wall really startled her. The other party seemed to be startled as well, and smiled brightly again when he saw it was her. Yo, it's you. Lu Xiao turned around and left. Pei Shochi quickly stopped her. Don't go. Why are you always avoiding me? Not hiding from you. Then how come you don't even go through when I friend you, and you don't come out when I come looking for you? Wait, do they know each other well? What's the hero doing with a little brother like that? As a mascot? Is Pei Shochi the stupid in the original story? You said you wanted to study before, but now the finals are over, right? It's all going to be a vacation and you're not coming out to have some fun. Lu Xiao's heart fluttered, and she asked, feigning casualness. Where are you planning to play? Pei Shochi look at her a good boy look think she is like that cat in the neighbor's house. Even more want to abduct out to play together. How about the arcade? It's not impossible. Lu Xiao followed Pei Shochi to a nearby arcade and exchanged baskets of game coins. Lu Xiao was a little excited. In the past, her family's condition was average, and there was no extra money for her to play these entertainment facilities. Today, she's going to play all the games one by one. 20 minutes later, holding only half a frame of game coins, Lu Xiao, she really doesn't seem to have much talent in this area and plays every game like a noob. Pei Shochi couldn't look away and stuffed a few coins in himself. Which one do you want? Lu Xiao pointed to the bear inside. The brown one. Pei Shochi grabbed it twice and caught it. Awesome. Pei Shochi looked proud. That's right. And that Pikachu, the one on the far side. Lu Xiao quickly spent all the coins and went to change another basket. Hit or miss this double. I'll let you have a third of my blood. Okay. As a result, Lu Xiao died a horrible death. Let go a little more. Okay. Lu Xiao was gradually getting on top of his game and finally won on the fifth hand. Lu Xiao was very satisfied. Okay. Go play the next one. Pei Shochi saw the boxing game console and hurriedly pulled the person over. This your strong point. Lu Xiao in the end is still a girl and young, really fight strength certainly cannot fight. It shows the highest score as 85-67. Pei Shochi tried 72-31 first. Pei Shochi shook it off and tried again, still unable to surpass his previous score. Lu Xiao observed for a while. Depending on the strength and also the skill, the score should be higher if you hit the center of the red. Pei Shochi shrugged it off. Come and try. Lu Xiao readies himself for a moment and punches down. 73-85. It's okay. She was satisfied, just higher than Pei Shochi. I'm not convinced I'm going to do it again. Pei Shochi wanted to put in coins again, but was stopped by Lu Xiao. I was using dexterity, driving my whole body. That's definitely all you can do with just your hands. Play something else. Lu Xiao spun around and pointed to the corner. Shoot the basketball, you sure can. Pei Shochi thought it was okay. At first his score was far higher than Lu Xiao, and then realized that the other side caught up, and there were almost no empty throws. There's something about this kid. Lu Xiao spent a lot of coins in one day and ended up using the points to exchange for a slightly larger white bear. Lu Xiao hugged the white bear, so she didn't have any extra hands to take anything else. And in the end those dolls were all carried by Pei Shochi in a bag. How about it? It's not bad to come out and play with your brother. Pei Shochi looked at her with a smelly face. Lu Xiao, don't yell. Pei Shochi asked again. Eat barbecue or not? Lu Xiao, eat. Pei Shochi took her to a barbecue restaurant. The business was good. Even the front of the store was full of people, or the previous table left so they could have an empty seat. Smells good. That's right. And I don't see who recommended it. Lu Xiao glanced at him. I didn't think you would come to this kind of restaurant to eat. What's wrong with me? Pei Shochi seemed to think of something unhappy and frowned. I'm not like those guys. Lu Xiao thought of his unconscionable stepmother and brother, and it seemed that Pei Shochi's life was not easy either. But Pei Shochi is quite good at taking care of people, taking care of her feelings everywhere in the arcade, and now at the barbecue stand, he also helped her clean the tables, chairs, and chopsticks and helped her pick off all the meat. I know you girls love to look pretty and never eat kebabs straight to the mouth. Lu Xiao snorted and laughed. I'm not that preachy. As a result, Lu Xiao's first bite was burned by the iron stick. Well, Pei Shochi tried to hold back his laughter with a straight face. It's better for me to do it. Damn. Why is it still so hot after sitting for so long? Chapter 8, The Last Meeting. Pei Shochi asked for 2 more beers, and Lu Xiao gave him a disapproving look. How old are you? Pei Shochi reasoned. Of course barbecue should be accompanied by beer. Would you like a bottle? Can't. She was afraid of going back and having her legs broken by Lu Yu. By the way, how many years old are you and why do you look so small? I skipped a grade when I was a kid. Huh. Jumped 2 levels. Huh. So surprised. Pei Shochi scratched his head in embarrassment. It doesn't look much like it. Lu Xiao didn't react at first, then realized that the other party was saying that she didn't look like she was so smart. Cam. That's some dirty cussing. Pei Shochi calculated her age. His heart was shocked, and he put back the beer that was placed in front of her. Little kids are better off drinking Coke. Question mark. Lu Xiao received a fatal message when she ate and drank on her side. Lu Renee. Where and with whom? Lu Xiao. I just had dinner. I'm with my friends and I'm going home right now. Lu Renee. Positioning. Lu Xiao. I can come back on my own. Lu Renee. Positioning. Lu Xiao didn't dare to let him ask a third time and immediately sent the location over. The eyes left the cell phone screen, revealing a vicissitude of facing death. Pei Xiuqi also probed over, "Whose news?" "It's my brother's. He's coming to take me home. So go ahead and go home. I'll wait with you, and I'll leave when you do." A big no-no. But Pei Xiuqi was very insistent, saying he didn't feel comfortable with her being alone outside. Lu Xiao at this time wanted to take out the boxing video that had gone viral the other day and show it to him. After waiting a while, the familiar-looking car pulled up to the street. When she saw Lu Yu wearing a long windbreaker and getting down from the Maybach, Lu Xiao's entire body shivered. Pei Xiuqi still looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? It's cold?" "It's the heart that's cold." Lu Yu didn't say anything, carried her bag over, and took the bag of dolls in Pei Xiuqi's hand. Trouble. Pei Xiuqi always felt that the other party's attitude was strange, but he couldn't tell. "It's okay. It's okay. It's all friends." Lu Xiao followed behind Lu Yu and obediently got into the car. "How do you know?" Lu Xiao looked up at him blankly. "What?" "Pei Xiuqi. He's a year older than us. Met him at school, just went to the arcade, had enough fun and came to the barbecue. I've actually seen him just a few times." Lu Xiao dutifully explained everything. Lu Yu's face was a bit hard to see. "You followed someone after not seeing them a few times?" Although Pei Xiuqi person is a little bit of two, but also not a bad person, Lu Yu how to say people with child trafficking like. "Not next time." Lu Yu was in a somewhat irritable mood from the time he received Lu Xiao's message after school. Lu Xiao didn't have many friends in school, so he had always assumed that when she said she was hanging out with her friends, she meant with Wen Qingqi. He absent-mindedly stayed in his room until after 8 o'clock and couldn't help but send a message to Wen Qingqi, only to learn that Lu Xiao wasn't with her at all. The panic and fear that came over him for a moment was a little strange. Afterward, he contacted Lu Xiao, received the location and came to pick her up, and saw unexpected people again. The eldest son of the Pei family, he had heard of him and wondered how Lu Xiao had gotten mixed up with him. Lu Yu's hand rested on his knee, his fingers coming together to lightly beat it little by little. Lu Xiao's heart trembled when she saw this action. The male lead would only subconsciously do this when he was in a very bad mood. In the original, every time he did this, someone was always out of luck. Lu Xiao felt that the person who was going to be unlucky this time was probably her. She gulped in fear and hugged the bear in her arms tighter. She obviously just didn't do well on the test and wanted to escape for a while. Back in the Lu family, without waiting for Lu Yu to speak, Lu Xiao consciously took out the report card and test papers. As far as Lu Yu sits on the sofa and reads the test papers, those who don't know will think that he is reading the Financial Times. Why does the male lead at this age already have an air of superiority? She didn't understand and was shocked. "Auntie Zhang cooked you a late-night snack. Eat something if you're hungry." "Good." Lu Xiao looked at the roll in front of her a bit dazed. "You're not going to scold me?" Lu Yu looked at her for half a day and sighed. "Forget it." Before the new year, Lu Xiao finally heard the news about Jin Yunxin. I don't know what kind of deal Lu Kongyun made with her to go through with the divorce after the first of the year. It's just that Jin Yunxin has always wanted custody of Lu Xiao, and the two are still at a standstill on that point. The original is because Lu Xiao's life was revealed, Jin's family went bankrupt, plus the male protagonists explicitly and secretly a lot of operation, the Lu family only to the mother and daughter out of the house. Now that Lu Xiao's life is still being hidden from the public, and the Jin family has left a backhanded approach. Neither family wants to make too much of a mess. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised to hear this news. After all, Jin Yunxin hadn't contacted her during this period of time, and she had thought that the other party had already forgotten about her. And on the night she learned this news, she received a call from Jin Yunxin. The other party's voice revealed a wave of exhaustion, but her attitude was still quite gentle. "Has Xiao Xiao gone on vacation yet?" "Vacation. Mommy ordered you some new clothes to try on you tomorrow." Lu Xiao squeezed her cell phone and was silent for a long time before asking, "Are you leaving?" "Mommy will talk to you tomorrow." Lu Xiao hung up the phone and thought for half a minute before heading downstairs to find the strongest foreigner. After listening to her words, Lu Yu said, "She's already preparing to emigrate, and probably won't come back in the future." It was just as she had guessed. Is the other side trying to take her away? Lu Yu added, "Lu Kongyun won't let her take you away, but you can go see her if you want to." At night, Lu Xiao lay in bed with some insomnia, almost keeping her eyes open until dawn. Lu Yu was waiting for her downstairs early the next morning. You probably won't be able to see her for a short while. Liu continued. Someone within the Jin family's company reported Jin Yunshin for embezzling public funds and buying murders, and she was taken away early this morning. Lu Xiao's heart stuttered, not guessing at all that this was where it was going. The others were also stopped on their way out of the country, and now the Jin family is basically under control. What's with the sudden? It's probably because the spoils are not evenly divided, and the top offenders can't sit still knowing they're going to emigrate. Lu Yu rubbed her head. I'll take you to see her when it's okay to visit. Lu Xiao could hardly recognize Jin Yunshin when she saw her again. She used to be exquisitely beautiful and lofty, but when she saw her today, she couldn't hide the dark green under her eyes, and the corners of her eyes had a few more fine lines, and the whole person had aged quite a bit. Both of them didn't speak. After a long time, Lu Xiao spoke first. I've saved a lot of the pocket money you gave me before. I'll have someone buy and send in whatever you're missing. Jin Yunshin suddenly smiled, and Lu Xiao had a hard time describing what this smile meant. I thought your mind was all on that wild child. Lu Xiao's face was unpleasant. Brother is innocent. You shouldn't do this to him. Shouldn't I? Shouldn't I? Jin Yunshin became hysterical and the police immediately looked over. Lu Xiao had to remind her in a whisper. Take it easy. Jin Yunshin calmed down again. Lu Xiao, you can tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do whatever I can. Jin Yunshin said nothing. Lu Xiao thought about it but still asked, what did you want to meet with me that day to say? It was only then that Jin Yunshin remembered that she had called Lu Xiao many days ago, only for something to happen early the next morning. She looked at Lu Xiao, at this daughter she had rarely cared about over the years, with mixed emotions. Wanted to take you away with me. You should also know that Lu Kongyun and I are getting divorced, like Lu Yu's son. He doesn't know how many more he has outside. He hasn't been back home much in the past few years. He'll definitely have to remarry in the future. Your life won't be any better. It won't be bad if you follow me to live abroad. Jin Yunshin finished with a self-deprecating smile. That's what I had originally planned to tell you, in order to take you abroad with me. But now it seems unnecessary. Lu Xiao didn't know what to say, so she had to stay silent. As if she recognized that what she had done was meaningless, she said truthfully, originally I counted this well, I just didn't expect to have so many assholes under my hand. I lost, I admit. I did what I did, I also admit. By now there is no point in arguing about who is right and who is wrong. Lu Xiao, it's not for your sake that I want to take you away. It's just that I'm afraid that all of us won't have a good life if your birth is known by Lu Kongyun. Lu Xiao looked up at her with a shocked face. Jin Yunshin looked at her and in the end only said, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Live well and don't come back later. Chapter 9. The Fairy Wand. Jin Yunshin's matter in the end made Lu Xiao low for a period of time. But since it was going to be New Year's Eve, she was in a good mood again. New Year's Eve used to be her favorite, and every time it came around, it was a lot more lively. The foster parents would also take her with them to the grocery store and buy her anything that would normally be too expensive to part with. After dinner in the evening, the little ones in the yard can set off fireworks together and watch the Spring Festival Gala together in the evening as well, and this time of the year will give her the illusion that they are really a family. Even though things weren't much better in this world, she just felt quite happy. Brother, let's make dumplings tonight. You know how to make dumplings? Sure. This is something she is very proud of. Back when she was in the orphanage, she could make dumplings when she wasn't even as tall as a table. Lu Yu probably thought she had learned it in some clay modeling class or watched some instructional video. Then have someone buy the materials. Brother, you can buy some fireworks on the way. Fireworks are prohibited in the city. Buy some fairy wands then. Brother, we can ask Qingqi to come out and play with us on New Year's Eve. Have you ever asked someone if they're available? Didn't ask. Don't bother people on New Year's Eve. Oh, brother. Lu Xiao. In. Shut up. Lu Xiao was suppressed by force, so she had to find Auntie Zhang to come out and make dumplings together. And she had just poured out the flour when Lu Kongyun walked in. Lu Xiao froze for a few seconds when she saw him, having the illusion of how he came to be over here. Since the fall of the Jin family, Lu Kongyun almost night and day, living in his several mistresses every day, and occasionally come back during the day, Lu Xiao they all went to school. By that reckoning, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Lu Kongyun saw her face covered in flour and found it funny. What is Xiao Xiao doing? Playing with flour dough. Lu Kongyun still thinks she is childish. Okay. Stop playing. Get Renee to pack up and go to your grandparents' house tonight. What's with the sudden trip to Grandpa's house? It's going to be New Year's Eve soon. The old man misses you and calls you over to stay for a few days. The building family grandparents are quite good to her, probably the old people are close to each other, and they are also very good to Lu Yu. Of course, even if Lu Kongyun brought all those illegitimate children of his with him, the two old men of the Lu family probably wouldn't have any problem with it. Lu Xiao felt that all her plans were going down the drain, and with a reluctant face, she went to knock on Lu Yu's room door. Lu Yu thought that he could go to drink lumpy caper soup, but he did not expect to open the door and see a funereal face. Winter clothes are thicker in the end. Lu Yu all brought a suitcase. Lu Xiao, not to mention, the new clothes she bought for New Year's Eve have not even been worn yet. This time I'll have to bring. Lu Yu looked at her two giant suitcases rather helplessly, pushed his own suitcase over, and he pulled the two large suitcases and walked out. Get off the bus to see the two old people. Lu Xiao behaved very well. The two old people are also very happy. Said she lost weight the new year to make up for her. Let her stay until the Lantern Festival. Lu Xiao just felt bad. She hadn't even bought a fairy wand yet, and she wouldn't be able to buy one after the new year. The two old men pulled Lu Yu to look around again and said that he had also lost weight. Lu Xiao resisted the desire to spit. Lu Yu was clearly a lot sturdier than before. The two old men finally let them go and had the servants take them to their rooms. The old mansion of the Lu family was a bit bigger than the house they lived in. Lu Xiao had often come to stay when she was a child, and at that time, Lu Kongyun and Jin Yunxin still maintained the false image of a married couple. Lu Yu's own luggage was quickly packed and came over to help Lu Xiao pack hers together. Lu Yu picked up a skirt, just about to hang it up, and looked slightly speechless. You brought such a thin skirt? You don't understand. This dress with a long boot underneath and a trench coat over it is absolutely beautiful and warm. Lu Yu didn't say any more and helped her hang up all her clothes. When all the luggage was packed, Lu Xiao tiredly spread out on the bed. My dumplings, I'll make your lumpy soup later when I get back. Waiting to go back to Goosebumps soup. Lu Xiao thought about it for half a day before she realized it, and angrily climbed up, because standing on the bed, Lu Xiao was finally taller than him. She lowered her head, pointed at him and said, The dumplings I made are dumplings and the soup is soup. Okay, you come down first. The other party was very perfunctory, but there was nothing Lu Xiao could do. She wanted to hit her face with the truth, but she didn't have that right now. I'll do it when I get back. Okay. Lu Xiao got down from the bed. Lu Yu pinched her face. The feel was good. Couldn't help but pinch it again. Be good. Got it. The two people then stayed in the old mansion of the Lu family, and Lu Yu was still as silent as usual. Lu Xiao had learned to play nice since she was a child, and now she got the hang of it, coaxing the two old men into obedience. Lu Kongyun is presumed to have been taught a lesson by the two old men, and actually came back on time every day. To the day of the New Year's Eve, her cheap aunt also came to the door. Lu Qiaoqiao's family is a pair of dragon and phoenix children, the same age as Lu Yu. She and that pair of dragon and phoenix child have never met a few times, but can't resist the people familiar with themselves. Lu Xiao fake smile to the mouth is stiff. It was about the fact that she had coaxed the two old men into doing well over the past few days, and she got a red packet a little thicker than everyone else. The New Year's Eve dinner opened at 5:30 in the evening. Lu Xiao sat down in her seat. Seeing this large family, always felt in a trance. She turned her head to look at Lu Yu, and only then got some sense of reality. Lu Yu seemed to have sensed her unease and squeezed her palm soothingly. Lu Xiao just thought of herself, her old self. Her adoptive mother had been unable to conceive, which is why she went to the orphanage to adopt her, and when she was adopted, Lu Xiao had already remembered. As a result, when she was 13 years old, her adoptive mother became pregnant, and Lu Xiao, aware of her awkward status, was more well-behaved and understanding. The first year she came back from vacation for New Year's Eve, it was the same way, with people outside and a happy family in the house, and she was the only one who looked like an outsider, a redundant one. She hasn't reached for a penny since she left home to go to school. It's just a shame that before she could do anything for her adoptive parents, something happened to her. They are good at heart, they just don't know how to balance them out after having a biological son. And maybe at some point a little bit of regret for adopting her in the first place. Lu Xiao smiled to herself. Perhaps it was the similar scene that made her a little sad. But the Lu family was never a family with her. Lu Xiao put aside those messy thoughts and came to Lu Yu's side and whispered, Just now I went to the kitchen to see. The food is very good. Eat more later. Lu Yu smiled. Good. After eating, Lu Xiao sat on the sofa idly watching TV, and saw Lu Yu walking over to say something to the two old men, and then walked straight toward her. What's wrong? I told them you'd eaten too much and were going out for a walk to cool off. Question mark. I didn't eat much. If we don't go wait for the twins to come together again. Lu Xiao thought about this reasoning. It is better to go out for a walk than to deal with the Lu family here falsely. As a result, Lu Xiao regretted it after taking 2 steps out. Brother, brother, brother. It's so cold, cold. She wasn't wearing a down jacket, which was a bit of a bear on winter nights. She was the one who thought too highly of herself. Lu Yu was a bit helpless and took off his trench coat and put it on Lu Xiao again. Lu Xiao glanced at the other's thin sweater and touched the other's hand again. Brother, aren't you even cold? It's not cold. Lu Yu gave her a look as if it was only a problem that she still felt cold even though she was wearing so much. Excuse me, the protagonist's brain is different, and the protagonist's physique is different. Supporting characters like them, a cannon fodder, are just ordinary people. There were also a few houses around the old Lu family house, but not many, more greenery, and at this point they hadn't met anyone else along the way. Lu Yu walked to a clearing before stopping, handing over a red envelope. Happy New Year. Thank you, brother, but I didn't prepare it, so I'll go back and make it up to you. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh and rubbed her head. Only the older ones have to give red envelopes? What are you preparing? Lu Xiao also muttered. Then there's no custom of giving red envelopes to peers. Lu Yu touched the pocket of the trench coat she wore again and pulled a flat box out of it. What is it? Lu Xiao took it and looked at it twice. Ah, a fairy wand. Lu Yu nodded. You said you wanted to put this on. Lu Xiao couldn't help but be a little touched. When did you prepare this? Put it in a suitcase and brought it here. Lu Xiao felt like she was about to cry. Thanks. Lu Xiao lowered her head and spoke. Her voice was soft, but Lu Yu heard a slight choking sound. Lu Yu deliberately touched his pocket again. I think I forgot to bring a lighter. Lu Xiao looked up at him in surprise, with tears still in her eyes. Ah, what about that? Lu Yu took the lighter out of his pocket. Fooled you. All of Lu Xiao's touches disappeared, and she was eager to pounce and hit someone. What are you doing? Lu Yu smiled and took out 2 fairy wands and handed them over. Go back if you don't want to play. It's weirdly cold. Lu Xiao angrily took it. Who's not playing? Lu Xiao was still happy to finish the whole box of fairy wands. Happier than she had ever been to see the kind of fireworks that flew into the air in all their splendor. Lu Yu also took a few pictures of her. The warm light reflected on his face, and he moved his hand to set one of the photos of Lu Xiao smiling and drawing hearts with a fairy wand as his cell phone screensaver. Chapter 10 Allergies. On the second day of the new year, Lu Kongyun brought a woman back to the old mansion of the Lu family, saying that he came to pay New Year's greetings to the 2 Lu families. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised. She thought that with Lu Kongyun's fun-loving personality, he wouldn't remarry anytime soon. But neither old man was too happy about the other's unseemly status. Lu Qiuqiao on the side to persuade the old master, about everyone on the Lu Kongyun standards put very low, quickly accepted, the woman also low service to do small, the old lady to coax happy. After all, Jin Yunxin herself was a top proud young lady. Usually her posture could not be put so low. But when the woman named Tang called her Xiao Xiao with a gentle face, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. That woman was not as cordial to Lu Yu as she was to her, but she also seemed very friendly. Lu Yu was as quiet as ever. Only the next day he went to Lu Kongyun alone. Lu Xiao was curious about what they said, but the soundproofing of the old Lu family mansion was really good. She didn't hear a thing, so she had to wait for him in Lu Yu's room. The door to the room moved only when the man was about to fall asleep. Lu Yu was not surprised to see her at all. Just let her not lie in bed. Daytime sleep at night to sleep again. Lu Xiao obediently sat up and rubbed her eyes. You get up so early every day. The old mansion of the Lu family has to eat breakfast at 6 o'clock every day, and no one can miss it, and Lu Xiao goes downstairs sleepily every day. All she wanted now was for them to go back soon. Unsurprisingly, Lu Kongyun is getting remarried in March. So fast. That's why Tang Qing will also move into the Lu family. Lu Xiao wordlessly opened her mouth, but held her tongue. She hadn't even thought of that. The thought of living under the same roof as her stepmother made her feel bad, so she might as well go live in the school dormitory. I mentioned to Lu Kongyun about us moving out. Lu Xiao's rambling thoughts were interrupted, followed by looking up at him. He agreed. Sort of. Lu Xiao's happiness didn't last 3 seconds and asked in confusion, What do you mean sort of? I said that if he remarries you'll definitely be sad. Why don't I let you move out to calm down for a while, just to find a house near the school, so that it's convenient for you to go to school. After all, the second middle school is a bit far away from the Lu's house. I'll move out together. and I can also help you with your homework. That's it. Lu Yu nodded. Say first find a good house and move there, and then move back after a while when you can accept it. I don't think she'll be moving back then. That's great news. Lu Yu smiled. Yeah. With this news, Lu Xiao had an incredibly comfortable year. Without waiting for the Lantern Festival, Lu Kongyun sent them back. Lu Xiao rushed to the tail end of the new year and made dumplings for Lu Yu. Lu Yu was very surprised to see the finished product. Not down with frozen dumplings? I'm really pissed off. Lu Yu ate one. It tastes good. Lu Xiao raised her head a little proudly. That's right. Lu Yu smiled and finished the whole plate. In time for Lu Kongyun to get married, the two will have to move out. So these days of vacation, Lu Yu, in addition to supervising Lu Xiao's homework, the rest of the time is running to the new house. Lu Xiao had wanted to follow, but Lu Yu waved her report card in front of her. Self-consciously, she pulled out her winter vacation homework. Lu Xiao felt that this winter vacation was not happy at all. Half of the time was spent living in the old mansion of the Lu family, and half of the time was used to write homework and brush up on test papers. But with school starting, she felt even more unhappy and might as well be on vacation. Finally, at the end of February, the new house was ready for occupancy. Lu Yu watched Lu Xiao directing people to move things downstairs one box at a time and only felt a headache. It's not like they're going to empty the entire Lu household. They're just taking the belongings she needs with her, so why is there so much more? Lu Yu's luggage is only a few boxes. In addition to books, it is the clothes that Lu Xiao bought for him. There is also a somewhat old gift box which contains the headphones that Lu Xiao gave him. Lu Xiao pulled him to avoid people. We won't even come back later, so of course we should bring everything we need to bring. Lu Xiao counted the days. Even if Lu Yu is not going to take back everything in the Lu family this time, his own career has developed, and in the future there is no reason to come back to be angry. Lu Yu finally acquiesced to this statement. Lu Xiao's happiness was not revealed until she arrived at her new home. The quilt should have been sunned in advance, and it was warm when she puffed on it. The new house was a duplex not far from the school. The upper and lower floors wouldn't seem too big, and there were 3 rooms all upstairs since only the 2 of them lived there, and the other was converted into a guest room. Lu Yu found a housekeeping aunt responsible for taking care of her. The aunt, surnamed Chun, looks kindly. Work is also clean. The quilts in Lu Xiao's room are the ones she dried in advance. Lu Xiao is very satisfied with the status quo. After the start of school, Lu Xiao returned to normal school life. She will be with Wen Qingqi to buy snacks at the school supermarket. When she came back, someone stopped her and asked her to bring a love letter to Lu Yu. She was just about to refuse when the other man shoved the love letter into her arms, bowed, and exclaimed, "Please!" Wen Qingqi also said thoughtfully, "If you don't want to, I'll go deliver it for you. It's just a casual thing anyway." Lu Xiao. Lu Yu's expression when he saw the love letter was also very calm, and he casually threw it into the trash can. Lu Xiao. After that, there were girls who asked her to bring love letters. She didn't answer them, and some of them pestered her so tightly that she pulled her face down and glared at the other person, and they were scared away. Lu Xiao. She wondered to herself, no, really, was it that scary? As a result, I met someone today who couldn't be driven away. He really won't take it. The visitor paused and gave her a strange look. How do you know it won't? Do you know him well? Lu Xiao also froze. You are not going to send? To Lu Yu. The other party interrupted her in time. I'm not giving it to Lu Yu. Question mark. Lu Xiao took the letter and looked at it. There were 2 hearts drawn on it with Bo Yushan's name written in the center. She's the one who got ahead of herself. She took the letter silently and walked back to class with a numb face. Bo Yushan rarely sleeps now, but just wears headphones and looks at the book, and the light hits him as if a filter has been added. True to form, the second male is no less capable of attracting butterflies than the male lead. Except, is she the reincarnation of a carrier pigeon? Either she's delivering a letter to the main guy or the second guy. Lu Xiao handed it over with a bashful face. This is for you. Bo Yushan froze for a few seconds and looked up at her again, and then looked down at the letter. The whole atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lu Xiao felt a burning line of sight staring at her, and she turned around to see that it was Lu Yu. She looked uncertainly at Lu Yu and then at Bo Yushan. Wait, how did this atmosphere get so weird? Bo Yushan asked hesitantly. You write me love letters? Lu Xiao came to a realization. How does this person not even write his name? Lu Xiao raised her voice. I'm just a messenger, and I don't know that person. It was shoved down my throat. Bo Yushan gave a faint hum and threw the letter into the trash. Lu Yu also withdrew his eyes and sent her a message. Lu Renee. Don't pick up other people's letters at random. It's the same for whoever you send them to. After Lu Xiao encountered someone asking her to deliver a letter again, as soon as she saw the other party pull out a small pink horn, she immediately scattered her legs and ran. The physical education member of the class saw it and asked her if she wanted to participate in the sprinting events of the games. It's the main group that's killing her. Lu Xiao soon didn't have the heart to care about anything else as she realized that she was actually allergic to the school's willows. Goddamn, the second middle school planted a large willow tree, the spring willow fly that is a happy ah. When Qingqi saw her sneeze non-stop, gave her to the school hospital to buy a mask, and then turned her head to ask Lu Yu. She used to be like this? Lu Yu's face was ugly. This hasn't happened before. He quickly added, nor have I ever encountered so many patches of willows. Lu Yu pulled Lu Xiao's hand and put it in front of her to look at it, and there was a small red rash that couldn't be seen without looking closely. You go back and get us a vacation, and I'll take her to the hospital. Lu Xiao felt that it was really trivial to have to go to the hospital for such a small matter. I'm really fine. Look at me. Achoo. Lu Xiao saw that the other party's face became even more ugly and didn't even dare to speak again. The two took a cab to the nearest central hospital. She was only mildly allergic, and the doctor prescribed a little medicine and said to take precautions and wear a mask when going out. Lu Yu listened attentively to the doctor talking about the use of several medicines, and Lu Xiao only felt her brain buzzing. Lu Yu thought of the school, that piece of willow, do not want to let Lu Xiao suffer again. The two people simply directly back home. Lu Yu helped her finish applying the external medicine and stared at her swallowing the pills before releasing her to rest. Lu Xiao went back to her room and looked in the mirror. It really is not serious, and I do not know why Lu Yu is so nervous. The next day, Lu Xiao went out in full armor, long sleeves and long pants, mask and hat. Lu Yu, if it's really hard, we'll take a month's vacation from school for a while. Truth be told, she was heartened that this was the perfect season to nestle under the covers and sleep. But Lu Xiao still went to class with tears in her eyes. Don't ask. Ask her as a good student. I do not know if it is the cause of the side effects of the drug. She always felt groggy. Really cannot help but get down to sleep for a while. Asleep, see the person next to her, long Lu Yu's face. Lu Xiao woke up with a start. How could this drug still make people hallucinate? The scariest part was that the other woman reached over and touched her head. Still not feeling well? Lu Xiao turned her head to look, and next to Qingqi sat a familiar cool young man. Brother, why are you sitting here? I saw that you had been uncomfortable, so I switched places with Bo Yushan. Is it that bad? I'm fine, you go back. Lu Yu took in her several changes in mood and his face became ugly. Lu Xiao, what's wrong? You want Bo Yushan back? That's not what she meant. Don't misinterpret her. Chapter 11. Intensive Training. Lu Xiao was tired. Lu Yu was really strict about her early love affair, but she really didn't have the intention. Seeing the allergies getting worse, she went straight to a month's vacation with a sick note. It's just that when you're comfortable at home during the day, you have to face a new nightmare at night. Lu Yu came back every day with a day's worth of homework and had to cross out the highlights of her lessons. Lu Xiao felt as if this was even more tiring than the class. She didn't feel the joy of being at home and resting at all. Lu Xiao had just gotten up and washed up this day, intending to catch up on the previous day's homework, when she saw Qingqi's morning message to her. Qingqi, have you been sick again in the past few days? Is it serious? Lu Xiao, no, it's fine if you don't go out. Qingqi, that Lu Yu how to take a leave of absence for several days did not come to class. I thought he took care of you to go. Lu Xiao was silent as she looked at the roll in front of her. Lu Xiao, what about my homework? Qingqi, I pack your and Lu Yu's test papers together every day, and your family's driver will come over to pick them up at night. Lu Xiao was silent again. This is the same route is too anxious. Lu Yu himself did not go to school. Why is she the only one to make up homework? But in front of Qingqi, she still didn't say anything. Lu Yu didn't tell her that she didn't want her to know. Then she didn't ask. She finally went back to school when the willows stopped flying in the wind. After a month of not being here, nothing had changed at school, except that her table seemed to have become a little more welcoming by a couple of degrees. Bo Yushan, are you well? Lu Xiao, not very sick, Peresi. Bo Yushan, you can ask me if you can't keep up in class later. Lu Xiao, thanks a lot. Lu Xiao knew that the other party was just being polite and courteous, and she didn't really intend to bother the other party. It turned out there was something she didn't understand. Physics is something that you don't necessarily know if you learn it, but you definitely won't if you don't. Lu Xiao had a bit of a headache looking at the book. She flipped open her notebook and wrote a plea for help with a please emoji drawn next to it, then pushed the notebook over. Bo Yushan glanced at her and saw that expression again. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he put down his pen and began to write. Lu Xiao then waited quietly for the other to push the book back, and along with it, the other's physics book. Lu Xiao took it gratefully, handing over her own book in the process, or else the other person wouldn't even have a book for class. Lu Xiao to the other side of the book, looking at the notebook to write a few formulas and then stuck, asking the other side of the example 21 how to write. Bo Yushan asked her to turn over the contents of the last lesson, and Lu Xiao did turn over the formulas that the other party had memorized in her book. In the end, borrowing someone else's book, Lu Xiao was extra serious in class. Otherwise her cheeky question would have been in vain. Bo Yushan saw her frowning at a question and promptly answered. This question is an expansion question. The teacher casually talked about it in class. It's not in the scope of the exam. Bo Yushan's voice was as cold as his person. Very clear, but extraordinarily good. Lu Xiao gave up deadlocking on this topic and moved on to the next one. And with Bo Yushan's help, Lu Xiao finally ate up all these knowledge points. She sighed in relief, seeing the large, sharp handwriting on her notebook and thinking how much she seemed to be bothering the other woman. No, this is for you as a thank you. The other woman's eyes looked over and she hastened to add, I didn't mean anything else. Don't worry. Lu Xiao had seen too many people give things to Bo Yushan, and they all ended up in the trash without exception. Not to mention, with the two great Buddhas, Lu Yu and Bo Yushan, the trash cans in their classrooms filled up faster than other classes. Bo Yushan didn't say anything, just put the compact box in the drawer. Seeing him take the cookie box, Lu Xiao sighed in relief. You have a sweet tooth. What? Lu Xiao froze and responded back. Well, like, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Lu Xiao's spirit has become depressed. Lu Yu can't stand to watch, said the summer vacation to take her to the beach vacation. Lu Xiao jolted up. Really? Lu Yu nodded. As long as you can get into the top 10 in your grade on this final exam. Lu Xiao got down again. Forget it. It's good to stay at home. One has to learn to give up. Lu Yu rarely had a speechless moment. Didn't you do quite well on your last monthly exam? Lu Xiao is embarrassed to say that time was Lu Yu to give her a bet on the questions she got it right. One of the set of English completion blanks she read the original text, coupled with superb play, completely unrepeatable. Brother, in fact, I have enough for the art exam with this score. Lu Yu touched her head and asked, Where do you want to go to college? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. The capital? There are more art schools there. Lu Yu's expression changed, but in the end he didn't say anything. In the original, the main group all went to F University and started college copies. But Lu Xiao counted the progress bar in time. According to this development, the college copy has absolutely no room for development. The male protagonists are ahead of the high school to brush up all the plot. Then she shouldn't have to follow her to the U of F, should she? Unfortunately, in the end, a whole summer vacation did not go to the beach. The first month Lu Yu seems very busy, always out early and return late, and so he was free and stared at her to make up for all the homework. The two people began to pack their bags and tend to go out. The result is that just after the baggage was packed and received a phone call from the building of the Kongyun. Watching Lu Yu hung up the phone after a few humps. His expression was not very good. What's wrong? Your stepmother is pregnant. Question mark. It's been 3 months. In the original, after Lu Yu finished dealing with Jin Yunshin's mother and daughter, she turned around and cleaned up Lu Kongyun not long after. So she, the stepmother, didn't even have a chance to appear. Not to mention the pups in her belly. Lu Yu added, calling us to the old mansion for dinner. Lu Xiao was hit by a storm, deleted the luggage for the beach, and turned his head to the old mansion of the Lu family. This time, Tang Qing could count on raising her eyebrows, and although she still had a kind face towards her and Lu Yu, anyone could see that her nose was going up to the sky. Lu Xiao sympathized with her ignorance, not to mention how many illegitimate children Lu Kongyun has outside. That is, she has not even counted whether this baby is a man or a woman, not to mention that there is a Lu Yu late to mess with the Lu family. Lu Xiao was just a little sad about her beach vacation. Lu Yu squeezed her palm and said softly, Go next year. Well, she gained a sliver of comfort. School started not long after she returned from the old mansion, and Lu Xiao's life became busy as she went for her art exams and often had to go out to classes. This time she was going away for another month of intensive training, so Lu Yu helped her pack her bags. She felt that Lu Yu, her brother, was really not easy, being both a father and a mother. Just bring any old clothes, Painting is going to get your clothes dirty every time. She never wore those fancy clothes to class. It was just a random short sleeve with big pants. The crossover came out as a kitten. Don't you guys have a few more days to tour the area? Ah, right-o. The last 2 days of the intensive training will have a teacher taking them on a walk to local attractions. She sent it to Lu Yu when she got the set schedule, not realizing that the other party remembered it better than she did. Then bring this set. It's small, delicate, and convenient. Lu Yu took a look at this little skirt that was still below the knee and fell silent. I checked the weather and it was pretty cold those 2 days. I see, a different set then. I heard that city was cold as hell. She might as well not have beauty but temperature. Lu Xiao just arrived at the intensive training school is not very adaptable because most of the time is closed management. The only opportunity to get out of the school door is the teacher to take to the outside sketching. All meals eaten were from the school cafeteria. The cafeteria here is not even as bad as the first cafeteria in the 2nd grade. It's awful. The dormitory was damp and cold, and her classmates in the same semester told her that it was like this during the return to the south, and sometimes the walls were so wet that they could drip water. Lu Yu sometimes called to ask how she was doing. At first she was able to tolerate it, but later she complained more and more. It's only been a week. It's so hard. Lu Yu laughed. Low voice came out from the headset. Lu Xiao realized that she seemed to be a little bit homesick, also a little bit Miss Lu Yu. Brother, is it possible to video? The other party was silent for half a day. I just got out of the shower and my hair hasn't been dried yet. Next time. Oh. In fact, Lu Yu was now only wearing a bath towel, and the upper half of his body was naked. Lu Xiao continues to live the life of an ascetic. Everyone's faces were much harder than when they arrived. Physical and psychological torture. Chapter 12. Playing balls. At the end of that morning's assembly, Lu Xiao was just about to go to lunch when her teacher told her that someone was looking for her. Lu Xiao felt strange, at this time of the day, who would come to find her. She didn't know anyone here. She ended up running over excitedly when she saw someone from a distance. What are you doing over here? Lu Yu reached out and placed a hand on top of her head and patted it. Came by to see you. Lu Xiao is now the age of growth, the size of the leap, the person is not as meat as before, set training only a week or so. Lu Yu feel that she has lost a lot of weight. Lu Xiao smelled the scent and saw the bag carried in Lu Yu's hand. Open dish. Bought it when I got this way. It's the only fastest in the neighborhood. Ooh. It's good enough to have this. The two sat on a nearby stone bench and Lu Xiao ate very pleasantly with her gloves on. Lu Yu looked at her this way, lost his smile. The cafeteria is really so difficult to eat? Wow, it's really bad. Yesterday a tofu stir-fry with bok choy. I really don't understand why anyone would stir-fry those two together, and I don't think there's any salt in it. I thought it was just my taste buds going out of whack. Any more food and she could be a monk. Lu Yu felt satisfied when he watched her talk and eat. In fact, not only Lu Xiao wanted him, he wanted Lu Xiao even more. He sometimes woke up from his bed and looked at the empty house, all thinking that he was still living in that tiny grocery room, that it was all a dream he'd had, that nothing had really changed. Only the sight of Lu Xiao made him feel some sense of reality. Brother, when are you leaving? Bought tickets for the day after tomorrow. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. So are you still coming tonight? Lu Yu smiled. What do you want to eat? A bowl of beef noodles. Extra spicy, super spicy. The days that Lu Yu had been here had greatly comforted Lu Xiao and her stomach. The people in the same dormitory joked. You seem to have gone out and come back with your face full of yang energy. There were people who came to inquire after Lu Yu left. Lu Xiao refused to be a carrier pigeon again. The last few days of the set, they were finally released to go around and have some fun. One of the places was the Temple of Fuzi, where a few girls got together and chattered about something. Seeing how excited they were, Lu Xiao asked, This Fuzi temple is very spiritual? Yeah. It's especially good for seeking a marriage. Oh? No, why is the temple so good for marriage? What do you want at the Moonlight Temple? Lu Xiao gave up on probing the issue and followed suit, begging for 2 red lines. The main one comes all the way. Lu Renee was right, the last few days were really especially cold. Lu Xiao couldn't even fight off the chill in her long pants. Luckily, the intensive training was over and she could go home. They came back still on the bus. 2.5 hours of driving. Lu Xiao got off the bus feeling that the whole person is going to be shaken apart. Lu Yu temporary something did not come, directly let the driver over to pick her up. Tossing all the way to the home, Lu Xiao took a shower and lay on the sofa to play with the phone. When to fall asleep, do not know. When she woke up, she saw a blurry figure in the kitchen, and she got up and walked over to it, nearly reaching the kitchen doorway when she stumbled and nearly grabbed the ground with her head. Fortunately, Lu Yu's quick eyes and hands held her up. Lu Yu's tone was a bit sharp. "Don't you even open your eyes to see the road?" Lu Xiao was startled awake, confused with a sleepy face not knowing what to say. Lu Yu sighed helplessly and pinched her face. "Go sit down. The meal will be ready soon." Lu Xiao sat in her chair and fumed until Lu Yu came over with the dishes. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised. "Brother, you can still cook?" "Aha!" Lu Xiao picked up her chopsticks and tasted it. Her eyes lit up. "Delicious. Aunt Chun has taken the past 2 days off, so if you want to eat anything, send the dishes you need to the apartment butler every day, and he'll be responsible for picking them up." Lu Xiao swallowed a mouthful of food and asked, "When did you learn how to do that, brother?" "Looked at the recipe and made it." Yes, the decathlon hero. The next day, Lu Xiao disbelievingly tried it too, and finally threw the dish with the pot into the trash. Lu Yu laughed for a long time. Lu Xiao was a bit angry. "No more laughing." "Okay. No more laughing." Lu Yu poured out a smile that wasn't obvious anymore, but the corners of his mouth were clearly still upturned. Finally, with Lu Xiao's help, dinner was delayed by half an hour. Lu Xiao was so angry that she gave up the skill of cooking. After finishing the intensive training and returning to normal school life, Lu Xiao felt alive. It's mostly the cafeteria at the set school that's so desperate. Lu Xiao pulled Wen Qingqi all the way to spit, and when Qingqi looked at her with a smile, "Is it that bad?" Lu Xiao nodded frantically. "There really is. If you don't believe me, ask my brother. He saw it too." Lu Yu faintly returned, "Aha." When Qingqi pinched her little face, "Yes, oh, we Xiao have lost weight." Lu Xiao looked at her grudgingly. "Qingqi, I'm not a child anymore." When Qingqi, Yes, our Xiao is a 15-year-old adult." Steps. Age is really hard. A group of people walked to the playground in 2s and 3s, waiting for the class bell to ring, and Lu Xiao was still pulling Wen Qingqi to talk. But the result was that I don't know where the ball came from, and it looked like it was going to hit the back of Lu Xiao's head. When Qingqi was so scared that she pulled Lu Xiao, while Lu Yu sidestepped and slapped this ball away, then looked in the direction where the ball flew over. Lu Xiao had her back turned and didn't even know what was happening, glancing at Wen Qingqi and then at Lu Yu. A senior came over sweating and apologized. Lu Xiao only reacted at this time. She knew that the other party was angry when she saw Lu Yu's eyes were gloomy as hell. Lu Xiao tugged on his sleeve. "I'm fine. People don't do it on purpose." Lu Yu looked down at her and she had to wink and blink and continue to play nice. "It's Lu Xiao. I'm really sorry. These guys play ball with their eyes on their heads." Lu Xiao's temples burst into pain when she saw the person running over in front of her. It was going to be fine. Pei Shochi came over again to make a fuss. Sure enough, she saw Lu Yu's face become even more ugly. Although Lu Yu didn't say it explicitly, since the last time the two of them went out alone, she could feel that the other party disliked Pei Shochi. Lu Xiao made a snap decision and said to Pei Shochi, it's fine. You guys go back and play ball, we're gonna class." After saying this, he wrapped his arm around Lu Yu's arm and dragged it towards the inside of the playground. Brother, it's time for class. Hurry up." Lu Yu didn't make any effort, so he went along with Lu Xiao and was pulled away by her. Lu Xiao secretly sighed in relief. She didn't doubt that if that ball did hit her, Lu Yu would have put that person in the hospital. As it turned out, she was still too naive, and after 2 laps of warm-up activities, the teacher announced the dismissal for free time. Lu Xiao was still discussing with Wen Qingqi whether to play badminton or tennis. Lu Yu said coldly from the side, "I'm going to play some basketball with them. You guys go play by yourselves." Lu Yu has never loved to participate in this kind of group activities. Now not only is Lu Xiao shocked, even Wen Qingqi also followed the shock. Lu Xiao pulled the corner of her mouth helplessly. "Then I'll go watch you play." "I'll go too." Wen Qingqi was inexplicably a little excited, feeling that the other party was going to do something. Lu Yu took off his jacket and handed it over. Lu Xiao took it obediently and advised, "Take it easy." "I know," he said and rubbed her head again before walking to the basketball court. When Qingqi asked curiously, "Is your brother good at playing soccer?" "Haven't seen him fight, but he must be good." Question mark. The hero is good at everything. There's nothing he can't do. People have never seen Lu Yu play, at first reluctant, until he broke through 3 people's defense into a 3-pointer alone. The crowd is boiling. Lu Yu pointed across the room at the seniors. "Play a game with them." Everyone is still excited. "Okay." Soon one of the boys went over to intercede, and before long they were called over. and 5 men were chosen on each side, with a referee by the way. It was only at this time that everyone clearly felt Lu Yu's toughness. When Qingqi looked dumbfounded, Lu Yu is so powerful, why don't you usually play with them? This can be in the varsity team, right? He can fight and he wants to fight are two different things. Lu Yu has to go to school like an ordinary high school student and deal with the company's business. Even if he is a master of time management, he doesn't have much free time. There was a crushing rate of scoring by Lu Renee and the game was over quickly. Lu Yu crossed the crowd and walked towards Lu Xiao's side. Lu Xiao pulled a pack of paper towels out of his pocket. Wipe the sweat. Lu Yu took it. Let's go. To play badminton or tennis? They even had half a class left to play because the game ended so quickly. Lu Xiao felt that since a basketball game, everyone's attitude towards Lu Yu has changed. The boys have become more enthusiastic, and they have to invite him to play ball together if there is something wrong. As for girls, Lu Xiao even saw a senior sister come to the door of their class to block Lu Yu. When Lu Xiao saw Lu Yu's expression, she knew that if it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a girl, she really would have been punched out by him. When Qingqi, look, your brother is famous now. Lu Xiao clicked on the link sent by Wen Qingqi, which was a video post, playing the part where Lu Yu played ball. All the chickens are crowing at the bottom. 这是哪个班的？我太渴了. If you can do it upstairs, I can do it too. Seems to be a sophomore year. No way, sophomore in high school. It's been a year since enrollment, and no one has raked it over the coals before. A face like this is buried. Say it quickly. Have you got a girlfriend? It's not exactly being buried. I'm a sophomore too, and I slipped in love letters last year, only to have people ignore me. My God, playing ball when this muscle line. I can vaguely see the pectoral muscles. Sisters have a little restraint. Okay, I remember he also took the first grade, right? It's that Lu Yu, right? It's him. It's him. Many of them are similar replies. The post is still constantly refreshing, has been to the top. In fact, there are many people who have paid attention to Lu Yu before, but it's just that it hasn't spread as widely as this time. Lu Xiao made a forward and sent it directly to Lu Yu. Lu Yu : Lu Xiao. Just look at it. Sure enough, after the lesson Lu Xiao clicked on the post again and found that it was already 404. Lu Xiao was a little more at ease. She didn't want to become a carrier pigeon again. Chapter 13. Fall Tour. Although the thread with the video was deleted, the other discussion threads were still there, and Lu Xiao idly swiped through a few of them. Many are salivating over Lu Yu's face and flesh, but there are also discordant voices that appear and start picking apart his life. Lu Xiao was a little angry when she saw the relevant remarks. Her family of origin is so bad, and it's not like she can choose it herself, and who wouldn't be disturbed to have this scum of a father. Lu Xiao reported those remarks one by one, and asked Lu Yu, with which administrator to contact can delete posts and block ID. Lu Renee. I'll take care of it, don't you worry about it. Lu Renee. The monthly exam is coming up soon. Give me today's error book to check before school. A comment that made Lu Xiao feel a penetrating coldness. She didn't have time to read the forums anymore because the error book she hadn't organized for days. But the afternoon class meeting put her in a better mood. The moment the homeroom teacher walked the classroom, everyone visibly stirred. Knowing that you've all been looking forward to this for a long time and you've all heard a lot of gossip, I'm here to make an official announcement. Everyone laughed, only Lu Xiao looked puzzled. This week after the monthly exams for everyone to relax, next week 5 or 6 fall trip, Friday night to stay in the resort hotel, we and the second class to go to Wanfu Mountain, everyone pay attention to all to listen to the command. The coos and shouts from the class drowned out the homeroom teacher's voice, causing him to smile helplessly and start talking about something else when they were done arguing. How come everyone seems to know? Bo Yushan looked up at her. It was being rumored last month. You weren't around at that time. When the news came out, Lu Xiao happened to be in intensive training, so naturally she knew nothing about it. Lu Xiao was also very excited. The fall tour, Last year she didn't participate in it because she was away in class. This year she finally made it. Not even monthly exams could dilute her joy. Liu felt funny even seeing her like this. That happy. Lu Xiao nodded. It was fun. She took her phone and searched for tips. Brother. Look, you can fly a kite over there. The local specialty kite is a very large one and flies in the air in any way. Lu Yu came over to take a look. Are you sure it's you flying the kite? Not the kite flying you? Lu Xiao consoled herself that it was fine. She was still growing and would grow taller. Lu Xiao's first time to go on an autumn trip, she wanted to bring everything, and Lu Yu saw that she couldn't fit in one bag, and hurriedly pressed her hand. Be good. We'll just stay for the day and get whatever we need. In the end, Lu Xiao only brought a little change of clothes and essential supplies. A backpack is enough. On the day of the fall trip, everyone arrived early and lined up in front of the school to board the bus. When Lu Xiao got into the car, she found that Wenqingqi was already seated, and next to her was a boy with a hairband, and the two of them were talking and laughing. When Wenqingqi saw her wave her hand and pointed to the back, "Xiao Xiao here." Lu Xiao sat in while Lu Yu helped her put her bag on the shelf. Lu Xiao came forward and asked in a low voice, "Who's that sitting next to you?" Wenqingqi was very helpless. "Xiao Xiao, haven't you recognized all the people in our class yet?" Sorry, she's face blind. Moreover, she was on vacation and in intensive training, so she didn't have much chance to communicate with the class. Yan Jiwen, our two families are neighbors, and sometimes we even play tennis together on weekends. Lu Xiao fell silent, not really thinking about this number. But since it's not mentioned in the book, it shouldn't matter. Lu Yu took out the headphones and put them on her head. "I get up early in the morning. If you're sleepy, you can sleep." Lu Xiao nodded. As a result, she had just brewed up a little sleep when she was awakened by a sharp break. Even if it is the morning rush hour, as long as you drive out of the city, it won't be so congested. Lu Yu opened his cell phone and checked, and found that a series of car accidents had occurred in front of him. This kind of driving that is to fast and not fast and cut by cut is the easiest way to get carsick. Lu Xiao couldn't hold back after a while. "Brother, I'm a little dizzy." Lu Yu took off her headphones, gave her a mint, and took out the Windex to rub it on her. Lu Xiao felt better and leaned against Lu Yu's shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. Probably really tired, the groggy Lu Xiao also fell asleep. When she woke up, her entire body was nestled in Lu Yu's arms. "What are they doing?" Lu Xiao's voice was somewhat soft, but Lu Yu still heard it. The squad leader saw that everyone was pretty much rested and was pulling people together in singing. Lu Yu had wanted to help her put on the headphones to let her sleep a little longer, but thinking that she didn't want to sleep at night after a full day's sleep, she still let the sound wake her up. Lu Xiao also sat up and watched them make a scene. Some of them sang pretty well, others were truly miserable. By the car stereo that carried the breathtaking sound to every student's ears. "You're killing me with this singing. The acoustics in the car are too good, too. It doesn't look like it. A whole magic sound to the ears." Lu Xiao also couldn't help but laugh and spit out, "It's really too hard to hear." As a result, Lu Xiao soon couldn't laugh anymore, because in addition to volunteering for their singing, there was also a random shaking of school numbers. "Shake it to her." Wenqingqi was also a bit excited and turned her head to look at her. "Xiao Xiao singing or not? I'll accompany you." Lu Xiao then sang Dimple along with Wenqingqi. Lu Xiao looked at the person soft and sticky and spoke normally, but sang the song with a full attack, obviously sang the female part, but it turned out to be more A than the male part sung by Wenqingqi. Everyone was shocked. "I didn't expect Lu Xiao to sing quite well. It's hard to tell. The voice doesn't match the person at all. Just by listening to the voice, I thought it was a tall and valiant royal lady. Not bad for King Kong Barbie." "Lu Xiao, we can still be classmates without mentioning the title King Kong Barbie." Wenqingqi, "Wow, Xiao Xiao, how you sing like that." Lu Yu smiled at her. "It seems like the first time I've heard you sing as well." It was a first for her, too. The place that should be valiant is not valiant at all. The skill point is added in the wrong place. People didn't pay attention to her for long, and soon a new person came up to sing and waited until the car pulled up to the hotel. The two classes were a little too large, so they chartered a couple of nearby hotel rooms. The homeroom teacher told them to line up. There are standard rooms and single rooms. Those who want to stay in standard rooms are free to form a team and uniformly register on the homeroom leader's side before checking in. The homeroom teacher thought about it but added, "Separate the boys and girls for me." "Ah, don't give me the whole thing." Everyone roared with laughter, and a few of the boys and girls standing together turned red. Lu Xiao thought of the original fall tour when the hero and heroine even went out together to look at the stars. She couldn't help but look back at Lu Yu, and then at Wenqingqi, who was standing at the side. "Forget it. Let's just wash up and stop tossing and turning." Lu Xiao and the others didn't want a crowd with people, so they waited for fewer people to register. It turned out that by the time they finished checking in, there was only one standard room left. Lu Xiao checked the list and asked, "Who else is there?" Lu Yu is still standing at the back and hasn't registered yet. The squad leader also looked over the list. "Well, there's just Lu Yu and Bo Yushan left, just in time, these two in one room." Lu Xiao stiffened her neck and turned back, seeing Lu Yu, who stood at the back of the waves, and Bo Yushan, who stood a little further away. Lu Xiao watched in horror as the two men entered the same room, feeling that the world would never be a better place. Xiao, you hurry up, you're going to dinner soon. Lu Xiao put down her backpack and followed Wen Qingqi out the door. Traffic on the road caused them to arrive at the hotel late. Luckily, lunch was pre-ordered. Lu Xiao was relieved to see the faceless Lu Yu at the entrance of the restaurant. Fortunately, Plot Kuan didn't mess things up. In the afternoon, a climbing session was arranged, saying that if we climbed to the top quickly, we would have time to see the most beautiful sunset. Those who can't climb to the top can also check out the view from halfway up the mountain. Lu Yu turned her head after hearing the arrangement and asked her, "Want to watch the sunset?" "Want. Well, then we'll climb to the top." The class teacher was still handing out flashlights, while still shouting, "Use it or not, bring it with you first, watch the sunset and hurry down the mountain. When it gets dark, the road is not easy to walk." Lu Xiao didn't bring anything in her bag, and the heaviest thing was a bottle of water, so it didn't take much effort. Lu Yu followed behind Lu Xiao, adjusting her pace according to her speed. Lu Xiao was still gossiping about Wen Qingqi and Yan Jiwen's relationship. Wen Qingqi lost her smile and said, "Aya, we are just good brothers. We play together because we play better together." Lu Xiao, "Then you call me along next time." Wen Qingqi, "Fine, you call Lu Yu up, then we can play doubles." Many people climbed halfway up the mountain and could no longer move. There were not many tourists on weekdays, and at a glance, the rest area was full of people in school uniforms. Lu Yu bought water and came over. "Still have strength?" Lu Xiao nodded. They barely rested and became the first group of people to reach the top of the mountain. Lu Yu took out a disposable padded cloth and spread it in the rest area. "Sunsets in half an hour. Take a break." Lu Yu was really more refined than she was as a girl. If it were up to her, she would have sat on her ass anywhere. Probably the stunning sunset poked the hearts of young boys and girls. One after another, a large part of the people have arrived. The rest is probably really cannot climb up. The clouds were thick as cotton candy, layer upon layer, a little tinted orange. So beautiful! Lu Xiao was shocked by the scene in front of her, and only after a long time did she want to get up and take out her cell phone to take a few shots. But unfortunately, no matter how she did it, she didn't get that effect. A little bit of refracted light shone on Lu Xiao's face. Lu Yu looked at her as if she was looking at a piece of cream cake, and couldn't help but rub her somewhat baby-fat cheeks with her fingertips. Lu Xiao turned her head to look at him with a puzzled expression. Lu Yu smiled, with warmth under her eyes. "It's quite delicious." The male lead has a brainwave she can't keep up with. Wen Qingqi, who was on the side with a camera to shoot the sunset, laughed and filmed the two siblings, only to look at the finished movie. The more they looked at it, the more wrong it became. She looked up at Lu Yu and realized that the other woman had resumed her expressionless look and was looking into the distance. She was relieved that it should just be her overthinking it. Chapter 14: The Temple Fair. Because we were afraid that the road would be bad in the dark, we all descended the mountain very quickly. The homeroom teacher let everyone on the bus after roll call. Dinner was set at a local specialty hotel with large round tables for 10 people. Everyone was in a rowdy huddle, and the bold ones even said they wanted to order a drink. Homeroom teacher: "What do you think, young age? The food and drinks are set. No one pays the bill if you fool around." Immediately, someone said whether he could have a drink by paying the bill himself, which was suppressed by force by the class teacher. As a result, the owner listened and served each of their tables a jug of wine brew. The homeroom teacher's face darkened. The boss had a naive face and was still smiling next to him. "This wine is brewed by ourselves, it has no degrees, our children are drinking it, so don't pay for the ones you are given." Everyone started to get up in arms, and the homeroom teacher, seeing that there was only one pot at a table, went along with them. Lu Yu poured a cup and tasted it. It was indeed very light. Lu Xiao eyed him. "Is it good?" Lu Yu sent his own cup over, and Lu Xiao took a sip from his hand. "Well, it still has a bit of sweetness." Lu Yu laughed and poured her a cup as well. "The low degree can only be one cup." "Aha! Just one cup." When Qingqi watched the two siblings interact from the sidelines, her eyelids jumping, and kept reassuring herself that she was overthinking. Their visit was coincidentally timed to coincide with a local temple fair. The homeroom teacher was glad that this time she came out and took B with her, and she began to instruct into the loudspeaker. "Everyone pay attention to personal safety as well as property safety. Don't crowd into crowded places. The assembly will begin at 8:45, and will leave at 9 o'clock on time." Everyone was a little distracted, and when they heard the word dismissed, they scattered at once. "Brother," Qingqi, wear the fox mask or not. This mask only covered the upper half of the face. Lu Xiao bought 3 of them. One was handed to Lu Yu and one to Wen Qingqi. Lu Yu had a helpless face but still took the mask in the other's hand and put it on. Wen Qingqi held it in her hand and looked at it for a while. It's quite pretty. The vendor even chimed in. They are all hand-painted in our home, and each pattern is unique. After wearing it for a while, Lu Xiao felt that it was a bit blocking her vision again, so she pulled it up halfway. She looked at the things sold outside. Everything felt delicious. Everything wanted to buy to taste. But eat 2 mouthfuls and full, Lu Yu had to solve the remaining part for her. When Qingqi also accompanied her and ate a little bit. Seeing that Lu Xiao was still buying, she couldn't help but press her hand. You can't eat anymore. You'll definitely feel propped up if you go back to eating. Lu Yu finally started to curb Lu Xiao's endless buying and buying, making Wen Qingqi sigh in relief. Originally, she had meant to say this to Lu Yu. Lu Xiao couldn't buy food, so she started looking at something else. She was attracted to a gunfighter, a very ordinary balloon wall. But the man shot 100 rounds, and when she saw the owner's face darken, she reluctantly cashed in the prize for him. There were a lot of onlookers around. Lu Xiao was unknowingly surrounded in the innermost part, and when she looked back, there was no longer Lu Yu and Wen Qingqi's figure. This is a disaster. I've lost myself in the fun. Lu Xiao looked around and did not find anyone, took out his cell phone to send a message and found that there are too many people here. The message has been circling around and cannot be sent out. The call did go through, but it was so intermittent that I couldn't hear what the other person was saying. Lu Xiao was about to find a place with fewer people to make a phone call when she saw a familiar fox mask flash by, and she pounced through the crowd. Brother! The person being held stiffened, and Lu Xiao saw that the person stiffened as well. She snapped and let go of her hand. The shopkeeper said that all the patterns of this mask are unique, and I didn't see you person clearly when I looked over from behind, so I saw a mask. Mistakenly recognized, sorry. Bo Yushan didn't expect her to be so naive and couldn't help but chuckle. These are all wholesale merchants. There should be a warehouse of the same pattern. Why did such a social death have to happen to her? You got separated? Lu Xiao nodded. Bo Yushan took out his cell phone and found that the signal was as bad as it could be. Go straight to the rendezvous point. Lu Yu should go back if he can't find anyone. Lu Xiao thought it was right, and after saying thank you, she walked back. Bo Yushan pulled her. Where are you going? Lu Xiao looked at him in disbelief. Go to the rendezvous point. Bo Yushan realized she wasn't joking and said helplessly, You're going the opposite way. This way. Lu Xiao's face reddened at once. I don't know the way very well. Bo Yushan sighed. I'm going back too. Let's go together. Thank you. Lu Xiao went back to the road to see snacks and greedy, called out to Bo Yushan, bought 2 cheese sticks and handed the other one. The other guy looked at the cheese stick for half a second and didn't pick it up. Aren't you going to eat it? This one's kinda tasty. Bo Yushan took it anyway, took a bite and seemed to be burned. Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile. Her eyebrows arched. This is very hot. You eat it slowly and blow on it. Lu Xiao was so satisfied with her meal that she had just thrown the bar in the trash when she heard someone call out to her. Lu Xiao, this way. Lu Xiao looked over towards the front and realized that it was her roommate from intensive training, also from the 2nd middle school. Zhuang Nianwei. You guys came over here for a fall trip too. Zhuang Nianwei. You're silly. I'm in the 2nd class. Lu Xiao. I forgot. For administrative purposes, students are required to wear uniforms and at the very least a jacket on this fall trip. There were 4 other people standing around Zhuang Nianwei, both men and women, and when they saw a boy standing next to her, they immediately scowled at her. What's your situation? Lu Xiao sweated. I got separated from my brother. This is my classmate, also met halfway. I followed him back to the meeting point. Zhuang Nianwei immediately realized that Lu Xiao's Roadrunner attribute was something she had seen in the intensive training school. Zhuang Nianwei. Want to join us? Lu Xiao looked to Bo Yushan. Bo Yushan, feel free. Zhuang Nianwei immediately pulled Lu Xiao to the front of the line and began to tell her the gossip. Just before the girl who fell in love at first sight with your brother? Do you remember? Lu Xiao nodded. When we went back, she even wanted to add my brother's WeChat, but I blocked her back. Guess what? She went back or not dead heart. Borrowed our school's forum ID to search for your brother. Found that people are single, this time the mind is alive again. Got a micro signal is adding people. My brother doesn't add strange accounts. I heard that she also wants to transfer to the 2nd middle school. She has good grades, so maybe she can actually transfer over. Lu Xiao only felt a pain in her brain. Doesn't anyone control her? I didn't see it before, the girl was so persistent. That's not clear. I heard it all from my friends at Manhwa High School. Lu Xiao focused on talking to Zhuang Nianwei and did not pay attention to the crowd coming in front of her. The other side did not pay attention, and all of a sudden she was about to crash, and one of the boys in the second class helped her to block it. Lu Xiao stood firm and thanked him. The other man blushed and waved his hand. It's okay. A show of hands. Lu Xiao also felt that the other party was quite easy to be shy and blushed like this. When the group of people walked to the meeting point, they saw Wen Qingqi standing there waiting for her. You really are. Just a moment without watching you people disappeared. Your brother's face is black. Lu Xiao, where is he? I couldn't hear what you were saying on the phone, and the message wouldn't go out, so I waited for you over here while he went in and went looking for you again. He said that even if you wanted to get back to the rendezvous point, you wouldn't necessarily be able to find your way back. Really knows her. If she hadn't met Bo Yushan, she would have gone the other way at first. Lu Yu quickly came back, saw her obediently standing there, also did not angry, just patted her head. Next time like this can only give you a child safety harness. Lu Xiao has seen it on TV, no different from a pet leash. Waiting until 9 o'clock, people are still not all, and then wait for another 15 minutes, late a few were told off. If not for security considerations, the class teacher is going to let them walk back by themselves. When she returned to the hotel with the intention of washing up, Lu Xiao saw that their room was missing a set of disposable toothbrushes, and she remembered that she seemed to have brought a spare, and after rummaging through it, she couldn't find it. Ah! She snapped, remembering that she couldn't fit in her backpack and had ended up putting it in Lu Yu's bag. Qingyi, I'll get my toothbrush. We're missing a set for our room. When Qingqi, still applying her mask, gave her an okay sign. Lu Xiao was beside her when the shift leader registered the room number earlier, and she found the room and started knocking on the door according to the form at that time. Lu Xiao waited a moment and the door opened. Brother, is the set of toiletries I brought with me. The one who opened the door was Bo Yushan, not Lu Yu. Bo Yushan's hand pauses for a moment when he sees it's her wiping her head. Looking for Lu Yu? He's still in the bathroom. Lu Xiao, that's okay. Then I'll just go ask the front desk for a set. She made her way to the front desk, and just as she reached the hotel lobby, she was pulled by Zhuang Nianwei. A group of them who hadn't had a good time got together with the intention of starting a few games. We don't even have many girls on this side. Come on, you're the group favorite. The bag is all yours to lick. 10 o'clock at the most and I'll be gone. Okay. The first one landed in a box. Her teammates were silent as well. Lu Xiao does not believe in evil. The second hand, running poison did not run out. Deadly silence. Zhuang Nianwei lamented. The point is also really backward. This was the first time she had seen this kind of heavenly punishment circle. Lu Xiao was about to start the third game in disbelief when she heard someone call out to her. Dawn. Lu Yu just finished showering, changed clothes, hair is still half dry. The whole person has a lazy temperament. Zhuang Nianwei suddenly understood why that girl at Ningchuan Middle School was so persistent, which is not confusing for anyone. Bo Yushan said you came to see me. Well, we're missing a set of toiletries in our room. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up and she handed over her own cell phone. Brother, help me play a game. She's gonna find the strongest hangers-on and get a clean slate. Zhuang Nianwei had the eyes to hand over her own cell phone. Great God! Use mine. Liu took it and said thank you, and asked Lu Xiao, is this you? Aha! Dance after me. Here's the bag. Come here. There's a tertiary head. Replace it. 98K or not? I can't aim well. Then you hide, and I'll go find the car. Both teammates have hung up, silently looking at them. It seems like the circle of destiny. Lu Yu's luck is really good, the technology is also really hard. One shot a little friend without ambiguity. Brush several times our fateful circle. With Lu Xiao before the wrath of the circle formed a strong contrast. Surely a favorite of fate. Lu Xiao managed to stay alive until the end to eat chicken. Liu turned her head to look at her. Still playing. Lu Xiao, no more games. Lu Yu returned the phone and got up. Let's go then. Waiting for the two to enter the elevator, Lu Yu asked her, do you know the boy who was on the same team just now? Lu Xiao thought for a moment and asked blankly, who is it? Lu Yu secretly sighed in relief. It's fine. That person's eyes turned towards Lu Xiao's side several times, causing him to be a little concerned. Lu Yu sent her to the door and rubbed her head. Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. Got it. Chapter 15. skipping class and fighting. Probably because she had climbed the mountain in the morning, Lu Xiao slept extraordinarily deeply at night. She reacted for a few seconds when Qingqi called her up from the bed, and only then did she remember that they were still in the hotel. Lu Xiao opened her eyes in confusion. What time is it? Qingqi, 7:30. We still have to pack our bags and meet downstairs later at 8. Breakfast was still provided by the hotel, and after eating everyone packed up and got on the bus. The homeroom teacher counted the number of people and waited for the driver to drive before he took the mic and spoke. We're going to experience the local specialties. You're all on your own for lunch today, and if you fail to make it, you'll have to dabble in someone else's. The students began to protest their dissatisfaction in various ways. The homeroom teacher smiled. There will be a teacher to take you, or failing that, dabble in the food the teacher makes. Lu Xiao didn't realize that the so-called specialties were rice cakes. What I didn't expect was that the rice cakes would have to fight themselves. Watching a few masters make rice cakes, Lu Xiao felt she had learned. Lu Yu looked at her. Want to try? Lu Xiao nodded. Lu Yu then handed her the wooden hammer. Lu Xiao took it and weighed it. It wasn't very heavy. But she hadn't taken into account the stickiness of the rice cakes, and when she went down she was fine, and when she got up she stumbled, and the wooden hammer didn't get up, and she looked like she was going to fall into the rice cake dough as well. Lu Yu's eyes and hands were quick to stop her in her tracks. Qingqi didn't hold back her laughter from the side. Ha 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 ha. Are you planning to wrap yourself in it? I ended up hiring a master teacher as outside help. You can choose to eat the rice cakes fried in soup or wrapped in rice cake dumplings with white sugar or pickled vegetables. In short, everything is wrapped. Lu Xiao stood in front of the table, thinking for half a day, or sweet and savory one. The dumpling maker was very quick and wrapped them in greaseproof paper for her in 2 or 3 tries. The rice cakes were hot and soft, and it was the first time Lu Xiao had eaten freshly beaten rice cakes. But the rice cake thing, the portion is solid and filling. Lu Xiao second bite, cannot eat. Lu Yu looked at her just chewing without swallowing and understood. Full. Lu Xiao nodded. Lu Yu took the rice cake dumplings from her and finished the rest. No other trips were scheduled for the afternoon because we had to rush back that day, and after making sure everyone had eaten enough, the homeroom teacher started counting heads to gather. On the way back the seat is still the same as the original. Lu Yu see her eyes clear? Know that she is probably not sleepy. Want to watch a movie? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. It would be dizzying. Lu Yu handed her a box of motion sickness patches and took off his jacket to help her cover up. Lu Xiao lifted the hem of her dress a little, put an air sickness patch on her stomach, and took a mint. Only after doing this did Lu Xiao take an earphone from Lu Yu's hand and stuff it into her ear, half leaning on Lu Yu and looking at his cell phone screen. Qingqi turned back to look at these two people several times, and had an indescribably weird feeling in her heart. She was an only child, no siblings in the family. Maybe that's how affectionate siblings get along? After the fall trip, the homeroom teacher's first class back was to get everyone wound up for the midterm. Although their class is an international class, the exams that they should take are not missed once, the report cards that should be sent to the parents are not missed once, and not only the exams are not missed, but the classes are not missed either. They have multiple language classes to choose from, all of which are taught in small classes by foreigners, and you have to go to the lab classroom in the next building. Lu Xiao knows how much he weighs, chose English. This will be holding the book to go to class, but saw a figure in front of him, a little familiar. Lu Yu was called by the director of teaching to talk about the matter about the school's publicity film, and Lu Xiao talked to Qingqi and let the other person go over first with his book. Lu Xiao quickly caught up with the figure and realized that he hadn't been mistaken. Pei Xiuqi, what are you doing? Pei Xiuqi's posture to go over the wall got stuck and turned his head to look at her. This look startled Lu Xiao. There were no external injuries on the other party, but they just looked a lot more haggard, the bottom of their eyes were gloomy, and their whole state was not quite right. Pei Xiuqi tugged at the corner of his mouth when he saw that it was her, revealing an unnatural smile. Why did you come over here? Our foreign language class is over here, but it's you. Lu Xiao paused. Are you going to fight? With Pei Xiuqi in this stance, Lu Xiao didn't doubt that he was out to get into trouble and subconsciously wanted to stop him. A hint of hostility flashed across Pei Xiuqi's face. I have something going on at home, not fighting. Lu Xiao felt even more wrong. Something you take leave to go out. Why always over the wall? Pei Xiuqi face away. You don't care. After saying this, he rubbed her head vigorously. I changed all the points in the arcade, and changed a 2-meter doll for you. Remember to go get it after school tonight. Okay, go to class. Lu Xiao watched him go over the wall with a numb face on top of a chicken nest. Why does everyone like to rub her head? Treat her like a child? Lu Xiao straightened her hair and took 2 steps back, but she still couldn't hold back and lowered her head to send a message to Wenqingqi, telling the other party that she had something to do and wasn't going to class. After sending it, he took a deep breath and began to go over the wall. Lu Xiao got up and clapped her hands, shaking at the thought of the scene after Lu Yu knew she skipped class. If she was beaten and broke her leg, she would not let Pei Shouqi off the hook. She raised her eyes to see where there was still Pei Shouqi's figure. No, she's only a few minutes late. People run so fast. She tried messaging and calling and, not surprisingly, was stone cold. Lu Xiao thought about it and walked in the direction of the arcade. If Pei Shouqi wanted to cash in all his points only out of the blue, then he could only do it while he had the chance, or else she'd be out of school a little later. Luckily, she guessed right. She was relieved to see Pei Shouqi walking out of the arcade from afar, and just as she wanted to get closer, she noticed a car suddenly pull up in front of the entrance, and 4 bodyguards came down to hold Pei Shouqi up and shoved him into the car. Pei Shouqi reacted fiercely and immediately wrestled with them, and one of them even took out a wooden stick to try to knock him out when he saw this. Lu Xiao kicked the person off and turned back to punch another person in the jaw. Taking advantage of the moment when a few people were slacking off, Lu Xiao grabbed Pei Shouqi's wrist and frantically ran towards the alley. While still thinking, this is really finished, skipping class and fighting, when Lu Yu know she is dead. The two ran uninterrupted for 10 minutes, making all kinds of detours in small alleys, until they came out of a patch of buildings, looked at the main road in front of them, and breathed a sigh of relief when they made sure the people weren't following them. The 2 men looked at each other and burst out laughing in unison. Pei Shouqi was still breathing. Why are you over here? Lu Xiao wasn't much better than him. She was physically and mentally double tortured. It's not all because of you. I look like you're going to go and fight with whoever. I'm afraid that if I don't stop you, I'll go to the juvenile detention center to fish you out at that time. Lu Xiao paused and stood up to look at him. Wait, are you an adult? Adult? Oh, well, I'll just have to see you at the police station. Pei Shouqi had really fought with those guys just now and was carrying a lot of injuries. What to do? Send you home, or do you want to just go back to school? Lu Xiao thought about it. Forget it. Let's go to the hospital first. Pei Shouqi lowered his head, his voice a little deep. Can't go to the hospital? Question mark. Pei Shouqi didn't say anything. No, what the hell do you want? Who's out to get you? Pei Shouqi looked at the vehicles quickly skimming by the roadside, a little confused. My father's legal partner. Wouldn't that be? Lu Xiao froze. Pei Shouqi seemed to be talking about his stepmother. The vicious stepmother who would take away the Pei family fortune and kick Pei Shouqi out? Lu Xiao seemed to know what was wrong with him. Just now those bodyguards really hit hard. If it wasn't for her, that stick knocked down, at the very least she would have gotten a concussion. If it was just a small fight, Pei Shouqi's father would not have let this happen, unless he was now out of control. Where were you going to go? Pei Shouqi pulled his mouth into a smile that was filled with mockery. Originally, I wanted to go back to Pei's old mansion to take a look around, or go to the hospital to see my dad. He's been in a coma for a week, and the doctor said he probably won't wake up. I just didn't think the woman would just have someone come and kidnap him near the school. Lu Xiao didn't feel comfortable letting him roam around outside anymore, since Pei Shouqi's stepmother dared to ask someone to tie him up without any consequences. She must be capable of doing anything. Lu Xiao's entire brain ached and pulled him along. You're coming home with me first. Pei Shouqi got up to look at her, his eyes wide. While looking for new slippers for Pei Shouqi, Lu Xiao was messaging Lu Yu. There was no news from Lu Yu's side, but Wenqingqi's news was quick. Wenqingqi, does your brother do corporal punishment? Lu Xiao's cold sweat came down. Lu Xiao. It's over, is he angry? Smells of chin. The calm before the storm. Go get some good food. Lu Xiao looked at Pei Shouqi in despair. Remember to turn around and burn that 2-meter doll for me. Oh. Lu Xiao poured a cup of water and handed it over, poured another cup for herself, drank it in one gulp, and immediately poured a second cup. You don't live in the building? Lu Xiao said casually. My father also found me a stepmother and I don't deal with them. Lu Xiao sat down and looked at him. Have you thought about what to do next? Pei Shouqi smiled bitterly. I don't know. Doesn't Master Pei care about you? Pei Shouqi's face didn't look too good. We don't kiss, and that woman took out a paternity report that the child she brought is my father's. Both people are silent. Lu Xiao is aware of the original plot. Pei Shouqi, although with the stepmother, has not been close, but to this brother is good. After all, that child when he first arrived at Pei's home is still young, has always been after his ass-shouting brother. But when something happened to Pei's father, This woman publicized her son's life. Pei Shochi only realized at this time that this child is Pei father's, the illegitimate child he left behind when he cheated on his wife, and now he is living in the identity of his stepson in a dignified manner, and all along only he has been kept in the dark and only he is an outsider. Chapter 16 Deep Revolutionary Friendship. Lu Xiao was talking to Pei Shochi and waited until the door was pushed open before Lu Xiao reacted. She turned stiffly. "Brother, you're back." Lu Yu gave her an expressionless look, then rested her gaze on Pei Shochi. Pei Shochi was a bit overwhelmed as he got up. He could sense from the first time he met Lu Yu that the other party didn't like him and even hated his presence a bit. "Brother." Lu Xiao softened her voice and began to sell her good behavior, only hoping that Lu Yu would be lenient with her for what she did today. "Come to the study." Lu Xiao followed Lu Yu up the stairs, and when she passed Pei Shochi, she also instructed him that there were fruits and snacks in the refrigerator if he was hungry. Lu Yu sat on the chair to look at her. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and began to make a review. "In fact, I didn't do it on purpose today. That is, what's up with him?" "Eh?" Lu Xiao then said everything about Pei Shochi. Lu Yu got up from his chair after hearing this. "I know, you don't care about this matter. I'll ask someone to send him back." Lu Xiao pulled at his cuffs. "Brother!" Lu Yu looked at her, his face calm, as if he didn't care about this matter. Lu Xiao pursed her lips, half thinking or looking up at him. "You can help him, right? Will you help him?" Lu Yu looked at her as well. "You want me to help him?" Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "Why?" "Because we're friends and I wanted to help him out. And he was kinda nice to me." "Just a casual friend?" Lu Xiao didn't know what he was trying to ask, so she had to say, "It's a good friend." Lu Xiao knew that in the original story, Liu probably chose to help Pei Shochi for the sake of the Pei family's power, but why did the current Lu Yu appear to be not very willing? "It's all Pei family, it's all Pei Shochi, what's the difference?" Lu Yu pinched her face. "Anything else you want to say?" "Nope. Next time, no random truancy fights." Lu Xiao was shocked. "How did you know I got into a fight?" Lu Yu raised his eyes to look at her. "You still want to hide such a big thing from me?" Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little weak. Those guys hit pretty hard, and if I hadn't gone over to help, he'd be the one lying there today. "Dawn." Lu Xiao looked up at him. The two of them locked eyes. She couldn't help but be stunned. Lu Yu's eyes had a lot of emotions that she couldn't understand. "Next time you need to talk to me about something, your own safety is the most important thing." "I'm sorry, never again." Lu Yu's taut nerves relaxed. "I'll solve his matter. Don't worry." Lu Xiao was relieved and said with a smile, "Then leave him for dinner. We haven't even eaten after running all the way." Lu Yu just didn't say anything even if he was reluctant. Pei Shochi ate this meal very difficult. Lu Yu is close to put, when to finish eating hurry to get out. These words written on the face. Lu Xiao didn't know how Lu Yu was going to help Pei Shochi, but since Lu Yu had said it, then he would definitely be able to do it. After that, Pei Shochi disappeared for a month, and when he came back again, he sent a message asking her to wait for him at the arcade. Before the Lu Xiao people could walk to the arcade, they saw a large snow-white bear standing on the ground, and they could vaguely see the silhouette behind it. Lu Xiao was very speechless. "You called me here just to get this bear?" Pei Shochi was not as gloomy and negative as before. The whole person had matured quite a bit, and his yellow hair had been dyed black, smiling towards her. "It was put here for a long time and had not been taken away." Lu Xiao gritted her teeth and looked at him. "Then why don't you tell me earlier? I'll ask the driver to bring the car over directly." Pei Shochi froze. "I didn't think about it that much." Was she wrong? Where was this maturity? Or was it the same stupid middle-aged teenager? The driver ended up pulling up, and it took the combined efforts of two people to get the bear into the car. "You take bear and go home first, and tell my brother that I won't be back for dinner, and will be home early." After greeting the driver, Lu Xiao took him to a nearby tea house. Pei Shochi watched her ordering food and drinking tea without the intention of opening his mouth. In the end, he didn't hold back himself. "Don't you want to ask what I'm going to do these days?" Lu Xiao was calm. "It's not like my brother will harm you." And she already knew where the plot was going. There was nothing to ask. "You siblings are so affectionate." Lu Xiao thought of how when Qingqi seemed to have said the same thing. "Are you still going back to school?" Pei Shochi smiled. "Depends on the situation. My grades aren't good either. One step at a time." Pei Shochi is 100% scum, without any additions. Before is with the Pei family as a backer. How it does not matter, now can only rely on their own. Lu Xiao joked. "It's okay. Really can't. I'll steal my brother's bank card to support you. Pei Shochi's scalp immediately went numb. Then Lu Yu will definitely not let me go. On the age of Lu Yu is still a year younger than him, but when it comes to the means of the city, he really can't catch up with 8 horses. The two walked out of the tea house, and Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud at the familiar scene. Pei Shochi was a bit puzzled. What's so funny? Lu Xiao pointed to the entrance of the alley across the street. We leapt out from here when we escaped, and at that time I saw this tea house at a glance. The signboard was particularly conspicuous, and I thought that I would like to come and eat when I had the chance. Pei Shochi didn't think she had the time to think about this when she escaped. But I'm a roadie and I was jaywalking. So I had to draw the sign from memory and have the driver go around the neighborhood for a long time before I found it. Pei Shochi was very speechless, really persistent. After a while he smiled back. Thank you. Lu Xiao was silent for a moment before turning her head to look at him. I just moved my lips. Didn't take much effort. Pei Shochi, you're not a child. My brother didn't help you for nothing. Pei Shochi shrugged indifferently. I know. Lu Yu is already a good partner. Besides, I'm not talking about this. He smiled brightly. It's all been fun since I met you, so thanks. Pei Shochi is still the same energetic teenager. Lu Xiao also smiled. Also thank you, the first time to go to the arcade, the first time to skip class, the first time to fight. So counting our revolutionary friendship is kind of very deep. Pei Shochi sent her to the entrance of the neighborhood. My mission is complete. Let's go. Lu Xiao thought about it but said, don't push yourself too hard. Pei Shochi had already walked out a ways and waved at her when he heard what she said and disappeared into the night. Lu Xiao sighed. Being forced to grow up should not be pleasant. But she could only help so far. Lu Xiao is different from the copy they swiped. They are business espionage mansion family property scramble copy. She is an ordinary high school student final copy. Lu Xiao stared at the test paper with a bitter hatred, and Lu Yu helped her correct the test paper on the side. Brother, why are you wearing glasses? A little myopic, not deep. Lu Yu is wearing gold-framed glasses, wearing a housecoat, very svelte and defeatist. This question is wrong. Left and right hands got it backwards. Here, circuits are drawn wrong. Lu Xiao tearfully corrected the wrong questions. Oh, clearly a human face. Under Lu Yu's duck-filling education, Lu Xiao really overachieved. When Qingqi complimented from the side, you did well on the exam this time. Lu Xiao nodded fiercely. This score, even if you don't take the art exam, it's enough to reach the threshold of a class of universities. Lu Yu glanced at her after reading the report card. It seems like you're still better suited for this type of teaching. Help! Someone save her winter vacation. Never in a million years did she realize that the person who ended up saving her winter vacation was her stepmother. In time, a few days before the spring festival, Tang Qing gave birth to a boy, making the 2 elderly members of the Lu family overjoyed. It was only at this time that she remembered the line of the Lu family that she had forgotten. Just in time to take advantage of this endeavor, Lu Kongyun called them to the old mansion to see their brother. Lu Xiao heart a bunch of harmonious vocabulary and held back. This disgusting people can really have a set. Lu Yu asked, wanna go? Lu Xiao looked up at him. Since the other party hadn't made a move against the Lu family yet, that meant that it wasn't time to tear the skin off. Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Go ahead. She ended up seeing a happy family as soon as she walked in the door. Aunt Cheap saw her come in and hurriedly called out to her. Xiao Xiao is here. Come over and see your brother. Lu Xiao looked at it from a distance. This child is also pitiful, reincarnated into the Lu family at this time. I don't know how many more days can be comfortable. Lu Xiao faked a smile. Let's go up and pack our bags first. This time they weren't going to stay long, so they brought 2 changes of clothes, which was a light load compared to last time. Without cleaning up much, Lu Xiao slipped into Lu Yu's room, where the other was still hanging up his coat. Unhappy? Well, don't want to spend New Year's with them. Not next year. Lu Xiao violently bounced up from the bed. Really? Aha! Since Lu Yu had said so, she was relieved. It's just that she let this heart go too soon. During the evening meal, Lu Kongyun said that the 2 of them should move back. The ribs still in Lu Xiao's mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Lu Yu was very calm. Xiao Xiao's grades are not good. Often have to find teachers to make up lessons. In and out will affect the brother's rest. And the house over there is close to the school, and you can sleep a little more in the morning. Lu Xiao was very surprised at how the other party managed to say brother so naturally. Lu Kongyun frowned and wanted to say something else, but old Mrs. Lu shouted at him to eat first and talk about other things later. In fact, Lu Kongyun did not miss the pair of children, and in the past it was also less than a few times a year to see. Before it was afraid that Lu Xiao had thoughts about Tang Qing, so it was given a period of time to overdo it. Now Tang Qing married into the Lu family for more than a year, the child was born, and then let the child born from his ex-wife live outside, and his current wife and child live in the house. It's more or less a bit inappropriate. As for Lu Yu, it was completely incidental, and it felt like Lu Xiao was listening to the other party. Old Mrs. Lu gave the word, so everyone could only eat first. Where could Lu Xiao eat? Lu Yu squeezed her palm under the table and gave her a reassuring look. As a result, Lu Kongyun dinner to eat half was called away by a phone call. Before leaving, the expression is not very good to see. That night did not come back. Lu Xiao suppressed her curiosity and waited for the large family to disperse before sneaking into Lu Yu's room. Brother, did you do something? Lu Yu smiled. Moved a little, so that he didn't have the heart to care about other things. Not bad for a male lead that rivals the villain in screwing things up. Lu Yu's big hand pressed against her stomach and asked, "Hungry?" Only then did Lu Xiao realize that her stomach was a little too empty to eat. And after Lu Kongyun said so many words, it made her lose her appetite for food. Kind of. Wait a minute. Lu Xiao waited for 10 minutes before Lu Yu brought up a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Whoa! Do this the fastest, going to bed. Don't eat too much. I digest quickly. A bowl of tomato and egg noodles, Lu Yu also made colorful and fragrant. When she was full, Lu Xiao started to get sleepy. Lu Yu came back up after delivering the dishes and saw that she was already lying fast asleep. Eat and sleep right away. You'll turn into a piglet. Lu Xiao muttered twice. A piggy is a piggy. Lu Yu laughed and picked her up horizontally and put her on the couch. Piggy. The magnetic field was drawn wrong again. Lu Xiao jolted awake. What? Not this time. No drawing mistake. When she saw the other party's smiling eyes, Lu Xiao knew that she had been tricked again. When I wake up, I'll do some test papers. Lu Yu glanced at the time. I can just finish a set before I go to bed, right as a digestive. Lu Xiao was silent. Why did she come here? Lu Yu still brought her homework. She didn't even bring it herself. Isn't Lu Yu busy? What's the point of staring at her homework every day when he's not chasing after the heroine or working on his career? Lu Xiao tearfully wrote the test paper. Halfway through writing, sleepy to death. Mainly because of the test paper buff edition. Sleepy faster. I'll write the rest tomorrow, go to bed. Watching the other party fleeing for his life and running out of the room, Lu Yu laughed and shook his head, and quickly put away his smile again and lowered his hair to send a message. Originally, he hadn't planned to move the Lu family at this time, but the Lu family was too annoying, and it was always necessary to find something for Lu Kongyun to do, so that he didn't have the time to come back to trouble them again. Chapter 17, Older Bears. This time they only stayed in the old mansion of the Lu family for 2 nights, and then they were ready to go back. In these few days, Lu Kongyun was so busy every day that he didn't see anyone. This Lu Xiao was relieved. Really want to live with Tang Qing and Lu Kongyun, it wasn't enough to be disturbed. The first thing Lu Xiao did when she arrived home was to jump on the couch. It's still comfortable to be back. Lu Yu smiled and helped her carry her suitcase up the stairs. Aunt Chen thought they were all in the old Lu family house for New Year's Eve, so she didn't prepare what they were going to eat. And once Lu Xiao opened the refrigerator, it was empty. Brother, let's go to the supermarket. There's nothing to eat at home. Good. The nearest supermarket is a 5-minute walk this way. Feathers on. It's not cold today. It'll be cold when we get back later, so listen. Lu Yu helped her zipper up her duffel coat and straighten her hat. Go. Lu Xiao has grown quite a bit in size over the past 2 years, but standing next to Lu Yu is still a head short, and now wearing a little thicker clothes, living like a little penguin. The first day of the year, the supermarket is also quite a lot of people. Lu Xiao left and right to look at everything you want. What are we buying? What do you want to eat? I'm craving veal, shrimp with scallions, white corn mushrooms with eggplant sauce, corn flapjack, lemon chicken wings, braised pork ribs. Lu Yu stopped her just in time. You're memorizing the names of the dishes? But Lu Yu still bought all the dishes she ordered to, and Lu Xiao looked at the cart that was already half full before she realized she had gone a bit overboard. We can't get enough of it. Lu Yu picked 2 boxes of beef and put them in. It's fine, you're still growing, eat more. She's growing a body, not a black hole stomach. Since there was nothing in the house, the 2 also bought milk and fruit, which eventually led to a checkout full of 5 large bags. Lu Yu gave him a small bag with vegetables in it, and he himself had 2 large bags in one hand. I can still take one. It's okay. It's not heavy, let's go. Lu Yu, even carrying 4 shopping bags, also did not appear to be strained. walked to the home without taking a breath on a breath. Lu Yu left some of the dishes outside and put the rest in the refrigerator. Lu Xiao looked away. I thought you were really going to cook all of these. Lu Yu gave her a look. Buy tomorrow's groceries as well. Lu Xiao felt sure that the other party was calling her a pig in her mind again. Lu Xiao only has a full level of dumpling wrapping and is a novice in other cooking skills, so she had to help wash the dishes. Even cutting a dish Lu Yu did not let her cut. This is a fast knife. We'll still have to go to the hospital if you cut your hand later. Oh! Lu Xiao had to wash all the dishes carefully. If you're really bored, go make dumplings. Lu Xiao was silent. How did Lu Yu talk about making dumplings as if she was playing with mud? Lu Yu's speed is very fast. Lu Xiao's side hasn't even started wrapping the dumplings. Lu Yu has already served up all 4 dishes and 1 soup. Lu Xiao clamped a piece of ribs and tasted it. Yummy! Lu Yu helped her with a bowl of soup. Be careful of the heat. Lu Xiao finished eating to help pack the dishes into the kitchen and began to paralyze. She touched her stomach. No wonder Lu Yu said she was a pig every day, as if the food was a little too much. Lu Yu cleaned up and came out. Seeing her in this lazy look, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. Wanna go watch the fireworks? Fireworks? I thought they didn't allow fireworks downtown. There's a fireworks show at Lakewood Park in front of it, until the 3rd of the year. Go! Lu Xiao immediately got up from the sofa and started to put on the duvet. Lu Yu also helped her with a scarf. It's colder at night. Line. More penguin-like than before. The little penguin hopped out the door. There are a lot of residential buildings around Lakewood Park, and by the time they arrived, the good spots on the bridge were already taken. Lu Yu pulled her to the edge of the lake. This side has a good view. The lake was much less crowded than the bridge, but the visuals were excellent. What time does it start? Lu Yu helped her lift her scarf. 8:15. Lu Xiao looked at the time. 15 minutes to go. After saying that, Lu Xiao smelled the smell of baked sweet potatoes and subconsciously looked up at Lu Yu. Want some? Lu Xiao held back, but didn't. I want to eat. Lu Yu pulled her 2 steps inside, away from the lake. I'll get it. Just stay here and don't move. Good. Lu Xiao grunted and sang and shook her head, glancing back every now and then until she saw a familiar-looking figure, which caused her to wave hard. Knowing that Lu Xiao is afraid of heat, Lu Yu wrapped several circles of paper towels before handing over half of the sweet potatoes that were separated from the bag. It smells so good. Or sweet potatoes like this. Lu Xiao ate happily, looking up at Lu Yu from time to time with a bright light in her eyes. Lu Yu did not understand why she was so happy to eat a sweet potato. So delicious? It's delicious. Lu Xiao smiled at him, her eyes curved. It's not that the sweet potatoes are that good. It's just that baked sweet potatoes at a time like this have a different flavor. Lu Yu helped her untie the scarf a bit to prevent her from rubbing against it. Lu Xiao's sweet potatoes half-eaten. The fireworks show began. This fireworks show is very grand. Brilliant fireworks reflected in the lake, resulting in a double visual effect. Lu Xiao tugged at the corner of Lu Yu's coat with an excited face. Lu Yu looked at her just as a firework rose and bloomed, reflecting the light in Lu Xiao's eyes. Happy New Year. Lu Xiao smiled back. Happy New Year, brother. The next day, Lu Xiao took a rare nap. When she went downstairs, Lu Yu was sitting on the sofa reading her notebook. Seeing her get up, only then did she close the notebook. The dishes are all cooked. Only the soup is still cooking. Lu Xiao had just woken up and wasn't very hungry yet. But the dishes cooked by Lu Yu were so flavorful that she still ate a bowl full of rice. After eating, Lu Xiao cleaned up the dishes while asking, Brother, do you want to go play tennis? Where do you want to fight? Go get Kiyoshi to join us. She said earlier she'd take me to play tennis with her. Are you sure she's available? I'll ask. Lu Xiao said to do it. Immediately pulled out his cell phone. The other party returned quickly. Free. Call us over. Lu Yu had also cleaned up the kitchen properly. He wiped his hands. Let's go then. Lu Xiao went upstairs to change into his workout clothes. She came down and saw the down jacket hitching in Lu Yu's hand. A little reluctant. It's not cold today, so let's not wear it. Lu Yu's attitude was hard. The road is cold. Lu Xiao gave in. When they arrived at the tennis center, Lu Xiao saw Wen Qingqi standing next to Yan Jiwen from a long distance away. She pulled Wen Qingqi over and asked in a low voice, Why is he there too? Didn't we agree to play doubles together last time? He happened to be free today, so I called him up. Lu Xiao had almost forgotten about this matter. She thought Wen Qingqi had just said it casually. but she didn't expect the other party to remember it. Lu Xiao, I'll go warm up first then. The first game Lu Xiao against Wenqingqi Yan Jiwen. Yan Jiwen did not because the opposite side of the girl on the water, but a number of balls are picking her weaknesses, the direction of the odd tricky, the ball wrapped in a not small force to fly over, Lu Xiao to catch a few, the hands are shock numb. Lu Yu's side is also a non-discriminatory attack, a tennis warm-up match, playing the feeling of the Olympic Games. Lu Xiao wanted to yell at all of you to stop being so desperate. Take a 10-minute break at the end of a match and switch partners to continue. The serve fell to Lu Yu, who subconsciously withdrew his force when he saw Lu Xiao on the opposite side. When Lu Xiao received the ball, he didn't even expect the ball to be played back so easily. Yan Jiwen wasn't as desperate as he was just now, and Lu Xiao sighed in relief. This was the kind of tennis they should be playing as ordinary people. At the end of the 2 games, Lu Xiao was almost exhausted by this group of roll kings. Lu Yu unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and handed it over, and picked up a towel to wipe her sweat. Why don't you let go of the water too? I let go. I say first inning. Lu Yu frowned, very puzzled. Why did you let water out in the first game? Brother, my dear brother, it's easy to not have a girlfriend when you're straight to this extent. Over here, Yan Jiwen bought 2 bottles of water and handed one over. When Qingqi took it, thanks. Yan Jiwen looked in the direction of the Lu family's siblings and asked, they are siblings? When Qingqi's movement of drinking water was stuck for a moment. It's not born from the same mom. Why are you suddenly asking this? The matter of Lu Yu being the illegitimate son of Lu Kongyun is not a secret in the circle. It always seemed kind of weird the way they got along. When Qingqi's heart thumped, and the weird speculations she had had before began to bubble up again. After a few breaks, a few more games of singles were fired up before the day's workout was over. When Qingqi knew they were coming over, had ordered a meal in advance at a private kitchen and ended up going over just in time. Lu Yu handed the tablet over after ordering, what else do you want to eat? Lu Xiao took it and looked at it, and found that the dishes she loved to eat Lu Yu had already ordered. When Qingqi recommended from the side, their sake and plum wine are both very good, and the degrees are not too high, so you can try them. Lu Xiao raised her eyes to Lu Yu, with eagerness written all over her eyes. Lu Yu acted as if she didn't see it and ordered her a soda. You can't drink it. Turns out the last 3 bottles of wine that came up were 3 bottles of wine and 1 bottle of soda. Lu Xiao was indignant. Why was she the only one who couldn't drink? The 2 groups went home in different directions and dispersed after dinner. As it turned out, the driver hadn't arrived when they got out, saying he was stuck in traffic, so the 2 had to walk along the street. Lu Xiao sighed. We don't even get snow here. S-City is the south, a few years do not come once the snow, and once in a while it also quickly melted. Lu Yu turned her head to look at her. Half of her small face was buried in the down jacket. The remaining half was fleshy. Next year it's up north for New Year's. Really? Aha! Lu Xiao was happy again. As a result, to her surprise, on the 7th day of the new year, it snowed in S-City. At this time she was drumming her brushes in the studio when Lu Yu knocked on the door and came in. It's snowing outside. Lu Xiao was so shocked that she dropped her pen. S-City rare goose feather snow, the circle of friends are snow photos and videos. Lu Xiao peeled herself away from the window and watched the snow for a long time, occasionally reaching out to catch a flake. It snowed all night this time and a thick layer had accumulated by morning. She was up early on a rare occasion, and it was written all over her body that she was going to go out and have fun. Her intentions were too obvious. Lu Yu directly said, go after dinner. Lu Yu gave Aunt Chan a vacation, so that she didn't have to come over during this period of winter vacation. So every day's 3 meals were prepared by Lu Yu. Today, Lu Yu cooked fresh meat small wontons, thin skin and large filling with a bit of scallion sprinkled on top. But Lu Xiao's mind has long been out of the meal above, eating a little anxious. Lu Yu had to bring her another small bowl to dry. Be careful of the heat. Lu Xiao could not easily finish eating. Lu Yu again pulled her to give her body layer after layer of sets. This is also overdressed. You won't feel that way when you're sick. Lu Yu also prepared gloves for her. It's easy to get frostbite without them. Lu Xiao also thought that when she went downstairs, she would take off a jacket. But in the end, when she changed her shoes and went out, she saw that Lu Yu had also put on a jacket and followed her. Lu Xiao has never seen such a large area of snow in her 2 lifetimes combined, and quickly went crazy, having a snowball fight with the bears in the neighborhood. She was playing crazier than the bears and was covered in a lot of snow foam. Seeing the right moment, Lu Yu interrupted their fight and pulled Lu Xiao aside to give her a chance to pat off all the snow that had gotten on her clothes. The snow melts fast and it's easy to catch a cold when it seeps into your clothes. It was fine if Lu Yu didn't say it, but when she said it like this, Lu Xiao did feel a little cold. The sweat on her body was blown by the wind, provoking a shiver. Lu Yu frowned. Go up first. Oh. After lunch, Lu Xiao reconciled with the bears and adopted a more peaceful approach to fighting, such as building snowmen. Lu Xiao built the most ordinary two-ball snowman round and round. Turning their heads, the group of bear children have piled castles, robots, and piled a cat. There was a cat with a king written on top of its head, or it could have been a tiger. Lu Xiao was silent, as if she had lost. She was crouching down and pondering what to get up to defeat the bears, when Lu Yu came downstairs with a red hat and carrots in her hand. What's wrong? Lu Xiao pointed at the group of bear children's masterpiece. I'm thinking about whether it's okay to make a Thunder Peak tower. Lu Yu quipped, a regular snowman is not bad. He surveyed the snowman's stature. At least it's round. Lu Xiao rolled 2 square circles. Lu Yu put the hat on the snowman and stuck the carrot in the snowman's face. It's quite nice. Lu Xiao looked twice. It did look much better than just now, at least festive. She got up and clapped her hands together. Forget it. No more competing with bears. Lu Yu laughed and rubbed her head, taking this bear child home. Chapter 18: The Problem of Early Love. In the blink of an eye after the new year is about to start school, Lu Xiao is still immersed in a beautiful dream and refuses to wake up, then was forced to drag up from the bed by Lu Yu. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao opened her eyes with a jolt. Every time Lu Yu called her with her name in a row, it meant that the other party's patience value had gone through the roof. She immediately got up from the bed and rushed into the bathroom. The first day of school was a test. No one felt happy. The whole classroom was filled with mourning. In fact, Lu Xiao's grades are already considered good, but probably in Lu Yu's eyes, there is no difference between taking a 500-point test and taking a 300-point test, and he didn't give up on giving her remedial lessons for a winter vacation, resulting in a sudden improvement when everyone's opening exams were a mess. Lu Xiao wanted to cry. Where on earth did Lu Yu have the time to squeeze out time to stare at her reading every day? She slumped over the table, speechless, when she heard 2 knocks on the window next to her. Lu Xiao, wake up. Lu Xiao opened her eyes and saw that it was Zhuang Nianwei. What brings you here? It's my birthday this week. Dinner and singing over at Hang Lung Plaza on the weekend. No need to bring gifts. Just come. Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Okay. You send me the specific time and positioning on WeChat. Zhuang Nianwei. Okay. During the intensive training, Zhuang Nianwei took care of her quite well, and Lu Xiao still went to the mall to buy a set of lipsticks and brought them together on the weekend. Zhuang Nianwei chose a barbecue restaurant. Shouting people also have their class, but Lu Xiao are not familiar with it, so they casually find a seat. Zhuang Nianwei was shocked to see what she brought. This set of lipsticks is very expensive. I've told you not to bring gifts. It's not expensive, it suits you. For her current condition, a set of lipsticks really isn't expensive. Lu Xiao was afraid that she wouldn't take it and added, I can get a discount for VIP. It's not much. Zhuang Nianwei still accepted it. Then I can only ask the boss to serve the most expensive beef. Lu Xiao laughed out loud. Good. Zhuang Nianwei invited 20 to 30 people and wrapped up a whole area, and Lu Xiao sat in the corner and roasted the meat at ease. She was staring at a piece of roast when one of the boys next to her put the roast into her bowl with a clip. These are ready to eat. Lu Xiao froze for a moment and turned her head to look at him. Thank you. I can do it myself. The other man's face reddened a bit. I'll help everyone bake some when I'm done eating. Lu Xiao glanced at it. The boy had really baked a bunch of them. Everyone could eat them, so she moved her chopsticks without much burden. Eat enough and change the venue. Zhuang Nianwei selected KTV is not far away, right next to the shopping mall. A group of people walked over in 2s and 3s. I don't know if it was just her illusion, but she always felt that the boy who had just helped her grill the meat was walking very close to her all the time. But it was such a short stretch of road and everyone was going in the same direction, so maybe she was overthinking it. When we got to the KTV, everyone came alive. There were singers, card drawers, and dice players, and I don't know who ordered a case of beer. Zhuang Nianwei also ordered a box of juice. Lu Xiao is not familiar with them all, so she took a bottle of juice and sat in the corner. Zhuang Nianwei cast aside the people who shouted at her to play cards and came over. Why don't you go sing? Lu Xiao was silent. Ever since she knew what it was like to sing, she was all for keeping her mouth shut when she could. Go later. Everyone's singing up a storm. Go play cards and leave me alone. Zhuang Nianwei pointed to the boy who was 2 lengths away from them. That one, remember? Lu Xiao looked over. It was the boy who had helped her grill the meat. Zhuang Nianwei added. He was there on that fall trip, someone was going to hit you, or he helped you block it. Lu Xiao realized. It's him. He's quite nice, and he helped us grill the meat just now. Zhuang Nianwei gave her a hateful look. Can't you see that he's interested in you? Ha! Xiang listened to quite handsome. Just our class, there are many girls like him. Character is also good. All aspects are not picky. Lu Xiao a whole big speechless. Why are you still acting as a bride? I'm just keeping an eye out for you. Lu Xiao skimmed her mouth. Come on. If I fall in love early and my brother finds out, my legs will be broken. Zhuang Nianwei has seen Lu Yu a few times. Nothing big. Tube so strict but she was just mentioning it in passing, and across the board it wasn't her that people liked. Originally Zhuang Nianwei did not say she did not care Zhuang Nianwei a pick. She found that item listening to the wrong. Xiang Listen's eyes flicked her way several times, but then quickly retracted. Thinking back so much, several times Lu Xiao had seen the other person blushing, and she thought that they themselves had a body that blushed easily. Lu Xiao felt that this place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Just as Lu Yu sent her a message to ask if she wanted to come over to pick her up, she immediately sent the address over. Nimwei, I'll be back later, you guys have fun. Zhuang Nianwei hurriedly pulled her back. Why are you leaving so soon? So sing a song. I didn't even let you sing one. It's okay. Lu Xiao took the microphone for the next song she happened to be singing. I just didn't expect them to order the male-female duet version. And a group of people got up and pushed Xiang Listen up. Lu Xiao still finished the song with a hard-on. Zhuang Nianwei was shocked. Xiao Xiao, this song of yours? Well, it's very domineering. Lu Xiao faked a couple of smiles. It wasn't the first time she had heard similar comments. I'll go first, then. Let me get you out of here before you can't find your way again. Lu Xiao drove Zhuang Nianwei back when she saw the receptionist. Don't worry. I'll send you a message when I arrive. Then you be safe. Lu Yu was already on her way, so Lu Xiao stood in front of the crane machine and played it a few times in boredom. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao turned her head to see that it was Xiang Listen and was a little embarrassed. Xiang Listen's red face didn't dare to look directly at her. Do you want me to give you a ride? I happen to be leaving as well. No, my family will pick me up. Then I'll wait with you. Lu Xiao only felt a headache. She would like to refuse. But this land is not her family's. Can she still not let people stand? She said politely, I think our focus should still be on our studies right now, and I have no plans to fall in love early. Even if she had the heart, she didn't have the guts. Xiang Listen's tone was a bit anxious. I can wait. Junior, this can be your fault. Do you need her to make it any clearer? Dawn. As the magic voice entered her ears, Lu Xiao stiffened and turned around to see Lu Yu, who had been standing behind her for an unknown period of time. Going home. Lu Xiao glanced at Xiang Listen, somewhat helpless. I made it very clear. Don't hang yourself on a tree. Lu Xiao trotted to Lu Yu. Brother, let's go. Lu Yu helped her pick up the coat that was hanging on her arm for her to put on, and helped her button it up, and after glancing at Xiang Listen, he took Lu Xiao's shoulder and left. Xiang Listen always felt that that look just now carried a warning, and went back with a frustrated face. Lu Xiao sat in the car, looked at the expressionless Lu Yu and swallowed, praying to the heavens before she opened her mouth and asked, Brother, how long have you been here? For a while. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. How long is a while? Lu Yu coldly spoke, starting with your discussion on early love. Cam, obviously there is nothing from Lu Yu's mouth, make it seem like they have something. Lu Xiao had a serious face. I have no such thoughts at all. Lu Yu glanced at her, her tone flat. Oh yeah, aha. Less of these parties in the future. Lu Xiao was also innocent. Zhuang Nianwei took care of me quite a bit before, and I can't refuse her birthday party. Although Lu Yu has a lot of control, he has never stopped her from making friends, no matter whether it was the previously mixed-up Pei Shouqi or the somewhat jumpy Zhuang Nianwei. But this sudden appearance of Xiang Listen was unexpected to him. Lu Yu's tone loosened a bit. Pay attention next time. Lu Xiao smiled. Got it. After escaping from Lu Yu, Lu Xiao began her salty time again. Her overall grades are good, she's just a little biased, and she starts poking at her sketchbook when the class covers points she already knows. Lu Xiao looked around looking for something to draw when she saw Bo Yushan's hand that was writing. I have to say, Bo Yushan's hands are comparable to Lu Yu's, Both are beautiful, very strong, very suitable for modeling. Lu Xiao then did a quick sketch of Bo Yushan's hand. She finished her drawing and looked at the time. It was still early before the end of the class, so she simply drew in half of Bo Yushan's body. Bo Yushan's features were outstanding, and even in profile, he couldn't pick out a single flaw. Lu Xiao was so engrossed in her drawing that she completely didn't realize that her behavior of secretly drawing people had been discovered. Bo Yushan found it interesting and did not break it down, but it was the sports committee that came over and scared Lu Xiao. She subconsciously glanced at her sketchbook and immediately turned the page, a little panicked as a thief. The sports committee handed over the registration form. Lu Xiao, see what events you can sign up for at the games. There weren't many physically fit girls in their class, and Lu Xiao knew she couldn't escape. Smell what Qingqi reported. 15 and 200 meters. Then I'm just like her. The sports commissioner handed the registration form to Bo Yushan in passing, and Bo Yushan looked around and ticked it off and handed it over as well. The sports commissioner took one look at it and was happy. 15,000 is a full report this year. Lu Xiao asked, who else is there? The girls are just you and Wen Qingqi, and the boys Lu Yu and Bo Yushan. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Why did she get into this mess? Is it too late for me to change it? She made a show of trying to get her enrollment form back. The sports commissioner took a step back. Buy it and leave it. We're going to have a field day with Ningchuan Middle Schools this time. Didn't they go to the city gym in years past? City gymnasium in the renovation. Come to our school, a piece of office. Anyway, our school playground is big. The two schools are usually not always battle well. Lu Xiao was a little surprised as she listened to the others discussing it. Ningchuan Middle School's going to come over. Bo Yushan calmly helped her from the side. There was a lecture in the afternoon class session, when you were still drawing the moving castle. She remembered when Bo Yushan said that. She was so absorbed in each painting that she didn't pay attention to what the outside world was saying. Wait a minute, after painting moving castle in the afternoon, she started painting thin jade mountain. Since the other party can see her painting moving castle, it shouldn't be. Lu Xiao made a big blush and wanted to bury her head in her desk. Social death scene. Chapter 19. The little couple. By the time the day of the games rolled around, the sky was clear, the sun was soft, and standing in the playground listening to the principal's bull, everyone was getting ready for the games. Lu Xiao didn't have a race in the morning, so she asked the sports committee for a volunteer sign to watch Lu use 800 meters. Lu Yu would already be doing warm-up exercises by now. He handed his jacket to Lu Xiao. It's about to start. Go back and wait. The track was going to be cleared of people, so Lu Xiao had to go stand in the open space on the outside ring. Standing around a circle of people watching, girls mostly, many are wearing the uniform of Ningchuan Middle School. Lu Xiao this will remember Ningchuan Middle School. She also has an acquaintance, together with the training Sun Yating, that is, try to want a Lu Yu contact information of the one. But she searched around and couldn't find Sun Yuting. Lu Yu's physical strength is good, the speed is also very fast, not surprisingly got the first, ran out of just a thin layer of sweat, refused to give him to send water to the people precise to find Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao handed over the water. Brother, here. Lu Yu took the bottle of water and took a few sips. Want to go back and rest or go for a walk? Go back. The two returned to the steps and Lu Xiao peeled an orange and handed it over. Sweet. Lu Yu ate half of it and frowned. It's a bit sour. Lu Xiao took the remaining half and took a bite. Damn, is this a little sour? Her five senses were about to burst. It was a hybrid with lemon, wasn't it? Lu Xiao's program is in the afternoon, and Lu Yu's morning run is over for the day. Not having a match all over the place, Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered to start snacking. One mouth never stopped. All kinds of little snacks were constantly available, while watching people compete and cheering them on. Lu Yu glanced at the trash bag next to her and confiscated the chips from her hand. Lu Xiao froze. I haven't finished eating. You'll be screaming about your stomach again if you eat any more. Lu Xiao often eats without realizing that he is dead. Not being able to eat snacks was a bit boring. So luckily when Qingqi came back from the radio station, and Lu Xiao tried to drag her into a game of cards. Play what? Lu Xiao glanced at Lu Yu. Fight the landlord. Lu Yu became a landlord for two and killed them all. She shouldn't think she'd be able to beat the male lead in the fun department after all. It takes brains to play poker. Lu Xiao didn't believe it and wanted to play another game, only to be taken away by the passing homeroom teacher, who said that playing cards was not allowed in the school. Lu Yu gave her a look. Boring? A little. Lu Yu took out a knife of test papers from her bag. You can do your homework this weekend in advance. When Qingqi didn't hold back her laughter from the side, and after receiving Lu Xiao's grudging look, she immediately moved to the side, avoiding the silent war between the two siblings. Lu Xiao was very reluctant. It's not too late to write on the weekend. Sports will be held on Thursday and Friday, and will be dismissed directly after they are done. Lu Yu took out her pad and pen. You're going sketching on the weekend. Lu Xiao then remembered that she was going to be out of school for 3 days in a row, and she would have to take all of Monday off. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. I don't even come to class on Mondays. The implication is that across the board she doesn't turn in her homework, so why write it? I'll grade it for you when you're done. Lu Xiao wanted to ask if the sports committee was still short of helpers. She could help run logistics. It was not until Lu Xiao finished a set of papers that he was released. When it was almost noon, the sun was a bit sunny, so Lu Yu took off his jacket and covered Lu Xiao's head. Lu Yu got up. I'm going to the classroom to get an umbrella. Earlier, Lu Xiao suspected that the umbrella was too heavy and there was little sun to look at outside, so she put the umbrella in the classroom drawer. Lu Xiao pulled him back. Forget it. It'll be over in half an hour. It's about the same once it's over. The sunlight hit Lu Yu's face as if it had gilded him with a layer of light, making his features look even more exquisite. Lu Xiao sked in his heart and marveled. People sunbathing with a lousy face, he sunbathing, is beauty plus buff. Cover up together. Lu Xiao took her jacket and put half of it over Lu Yu's head. She was afraid of tanning Lu Yu's cold white skin. Surrounded by a sea of sun umbrellas, the two siblings covered with coats stood out. So when the head instructor came over to patrol, he saw them at once. You guys, just two of you covered with a jacket. What class are you in? People come to the games and you come to have early sex. Where's your homeroom teacher? Lu Xiao was a little sleepy, leaning against Lu Yu's shoulder, and was about to fall asleep, when she was instantly awakened by the director of instruction's loud voice. She opened her eyes in a daze. Is it time to go to dinner? Lu Yu, the homeroom teacher, had just come back from the playground, intending to call for everyone to be dismissed, when he saw the director of instruction standing in front of their class with an angry face. What's going on with Mr. Li? The students in the know explained to their homeroom teacher while holding back their laughter. The homeroom teacher came to a realization and gave Mr. Li a half-hearted explanation and showed him the class roster. Finally, Mr. Li snapped and left. The group let out a burst of laughter. This Mr. Li likes to catch early love, usually ambush in various hidden places to catch people. Probably the first time to see such an arrogant young couple. Lu Xiao turned her head uncertainly and looked at him with a pair of big watery eyes. Lu Yu's heart fluttered as he collected his clothes. It's fine. Go eat. The first race of the afternoon was the 200-meter sprint, and Lu Xiao and Wen Qingqi went to do the check-in and warm up together. As she passed by the playground, Lu Xiao caught a glimpse of Sun Yuting and her footsteps paused. Wen Qingqi followed her line of sight. What's wrong? Lu Xiao pointed in a direction. From Ningchuan Middle School, my brother's suitor. Wen Qingqi was also a bit surprised. Lu Yu even has a suitor from the next school. She's one of the students I train with, and she saw me the last time my brother came to visit. Ooh, it was still love at first sight. Looking at Wen Qingqi with this gossipy expression, Lu Xiao felt that this original plot was not reliable at all, and this sister-in-law was considered hopeless. Never mind. It's about to start. Let's go over there. Wen Qingqi's physical strength and explosiveness were both first class, and unsurprisingly took first place. Lu Xiao took second right behind her. The two ran to collect their awards, and by the way, they took the gold medal that Lu Yu didn't take in the morning. The second high school will wholesale sacks of medals for every sports meeting, and gold, silver, and bronze medals are handed out all the time. Lu Xiao went over to the vending machine and bought a bottle of ice soda, drinking half of it in one gulp. It's so comfortable. Wen Qingqi only bought a soda. Don't drink so fast. Lu Xiao smiled. Got it. After saying that, she bought another bottle of soda. Let's go back to... She swallowed back her words in mid-sentence. That, I have to go to the restroom so you can go back first. Wen Qingqi. Then I'll leave first? Aha. Lu Xiao watched her walk away before she walked a little way in the direction of the grove and spotted the figures of Lu Yu and Qin Kuran. She wasn't mistaken. Lu Xiao suddenly remembered that she had searched the Qin family's information, and Qin Karen seemed to be from Ningchuan Middle School, so it was no wonder he was here. But how come Qin Karen is always looking for Lu Yu? Lu Xiao hid behind a tree and couldn't hear what they were saying, and it didn't take long for her thoughts to start drifting away until her shoulder was tapped. Lu Xiao turned around and her whole body froze. Brother! Well, what's it doing here? Lu Xiao stammered. See Qin Karen? Looking at Lu Yu's eyes that seemed to know everything, she had to nod her head. He came to find you again. Qin Karen's passion for Lu Yu all along must have the authorization of the Qin family, and the old man Qin likes Lu Yu so much just based on one side of the story, it's a little out of the ordinary. There wasn't much description of the Qin family in the original, and she had inquired about it before and didn't find anything wrong with it. But it's the lack of a problem that's the biggest problem. The wind blew Lu Xiao's hair a little messy, and Lu Yu smoothed it out for her. I'll tell you later. There's no rush now. Lu Xiao raised her eyes at him. You always treat me like a child. Lu Yu laughed. Isn't it? Every morning you have to stay in bed. In the end, this is Lu Yu's own business. He is not willing to say. Lu Xiao also did not pursue the question. She handed over the soda in her hand. I got you a soda, still cold. Lu Yu took it. Let's go. Lu Xiao only had one program in the afternoon, but for fear that Lu Yu would press her to do the questions again, she went to ask the sports committee for a volunteer sign and spread out all over the playground. As a result, he saw Zhuang Nianwei, who was also letting off steam outside, and the topic of the two gradually came to the top of Ningchuan Middle School. Sun Yat-san hasn't gone to my brother at all? Do you think she's given up? I asked. She's a presenter at Ninawa High School, and she's busy as hell with another competition today. Then, tomorrow. The host will change tomorrow. Why don't you have your brother talk to her and just let her die? The point is that she didn't even say anything. So what does that make my brother say? Fair enough. Zhuang Nianwei suddenly sighed. You say, we two single dogs. Why do we still have to worry about other people's feelings? Lu Xiao tilted her head and looked at the sky. Don't say. My brother doesn't let me fall in love early. Chapter 20. The Likes. The morning of the second day of the games was the women's 1,500, which was run and immediately picked up with the men's 1,500. Originally, this race was nothing to Lu Xiao, but when she was about to reach the finish line, the body of the person behind her lurched and bumped into her, and she stumbled 2 steps and almost fell. Although he finally finished the run, he was more or less uncomfortable, sweating a lot, and his whole face was flushed. It's hot. Does brother have water? Lu Yu was waiting for her at the end of the line, handing over the water he had prepared long ago, his expression not too good. Is there any injury? After saying that, he squatted down and pinched her knees and ankles. I'm fine. When Qingqi also came over after drinking her water, what's wrong? Just now the guy behind me was chasing too fast and accidentally ran into me. Lu Yu's expression still didn't look too good. Lu Xiao had to bounce in place twice more to show that she was really fine. As soon as the women's group finished, they began to call out to the men's group to check in. And as soon as Lu Xiao heard the horn, she began to rush Lu Yu over. Because she had to wait for Lu Yu to finish running, Lu Xiao simply didn't go back to the stands, went to wash her face with Wen Qingqi, and returned to the finish line to wait. There were quite a few people waiting in both the outer and inner circles of the playground, mostly girls with water in their hands and towels, all excited. When Qingqi sked twice, drunkenness is not in the air. Lu Xiao also saw that there were quite a few students from Ningchuan Middle School in there, but this was a match for the second middle school. Lu Yu and Bo Yushan are both in this group. The gods are fighting. Lu Xiao then remembered that Bo Yushan was also there, and could better understand why this group of girls were so crazy. She scanned the area again, and sure enough, she saw Sun Yaten's figure, red-faced and looking all the way down the runway. It goes without saying that the main group's physical strength is good. On this big playground in the second middle school, 2 people can pull off a big half-circle with others and finally cross the line side by side. When everyone had finished running, the teacher who was timing the race said excitedly that Lu Yu and Bo Yushan had broken the school record. Lu Yu crossed the crowd that was going to bring him water and walked straight over. Lu Xiao handed over the already opened water bottle and asked, "Juxtaposition?" Lu Yu nodded. The other party almost hit the line with him. In the end, who is so fast cannot tell. Lu Xiao realized something more important. Then won't your names be written together on the bulletin board? Every time there is a record-breaking event at a sporting event, the results are written up along with the participants. Lu Yu's face became ugly. Lu Xiao wanted to ask Lu Yu why she was so unattractive to Bo Yushan, and then thought about it, probably because of the natural sense of destiny. After confirming that there were no problems on this side, a few of them were planning to leave. Lu Xiao, long time no see. Lu Xiao turned her head and saw that it was Sun Yating, thinking that she had really come after all, and said with her mouth, "Long time no see." Sun Yiting smiled sweetly and glanced at Lu Yu. Hello, I'm Sun Yiting, Lu Zhao's classmate during the intensive training. We've seen each other in the intensive training school. Do you still remember me? This energy water is for you. Sun Yiting handed over the water in her hand with a red face. Lu Yu was indifferent. No need. The atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Sun Yiting gathered her courage and looked up at Lu Yu with a serious face. I have something I want to say to you. Lu Yu frowned and looked at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was also helpless and was just about to speak when her hand was pulled by Wen Qingqi. Wen Qingqi smiled and said, Lu Xiao and I will go to the vending machine next door to buy a bottle of soda. She finished and then turned her head to look at Sun Yiting. Is 10 minutes enough? Sun Yiting froze a little. Enough. Enough. The vending machine was not far away, one of those distances where you can just see each other and not hear what the other is saying. When Qingqi helped Lu Xiao buy a bottle of ice soda, Lu Yu's peach blossoms, you let him work it out himself. You can't say 10 sentences that are worth 1 sentence from him to make people die. Lu Xiao thought about it. Makes some sense. And your brother only sees 2 kinds of people, you and everyone else. In the time it took them to say a few words, Lu Yu came over. Lu Xiao looked at the time. It hadn't even been 3 minutes. She looked at Sun Yiting again, and the other woman, tears pooling in her eyes, bit her lower lip and looked at them before turning away, her shoulders still shaking. When Qingqi spread her hands, see, I told you 10 minutes wasn't even necessary. Lu Xiao was very curious. What did you tell her? Nothing. Lu Yu still had a bland face, not caring at all about what had just happened. But Lu Xiao was a little curious and asked again on the way home. Lu Yu returned. She asked me if I could add a friend to play together in the future, and asked me if I had a girlfriend. And then what? Let's just say I already have a favorite and don't friend strangers. Lu Xiao's eyes widened. That's it. Aha. Lu Xiao was silent. It was true that what Wen Qingqi said was right. She could not say more than Lu Yu himself. Lu Xiao looked like he wasn't interested in anyone and asked again, Brother, so do you have a favorite? Lu Yu raised her eyes to look at her. Why do you suddenly ask that? Curious. No dinner. Oh. Lu Xiao because it is an art student, so there is not much time for serious classes in the classroom, and occasionally fall behind in classes to let Lu Yu make up for it. Lu Yu is also more and more busy, but he never told Lu Xiao exactly what he was busy with, but to Lu Xiao playing more and more pocket money. Lu Xiao was shocked to see the balance of the banking software. Brother, I can't spend so much money. Lu Yu was wearing glasses and reading the information, and said casually, buy clothes and buy bags. Lu Xiao's room was remodeled and had a large check room that was now filling up with clothes. Lu Yu looked up at her. Or go buy some bathing suits and surfboards. Are we going to the beach? Seeing that Lu Xiao was so excited, he returned. I promised to take you there last year, but I've been delayed by something. I'm on my way to do the rundown. Lu Xiao wandered through several platforms, listing a row of items she wanted to try and was excited. He also called to ask if Wen Qingqi had made any arrangements and if she wanted to go with them. It wouldn't be right for me to go, would it? That's okay. There are plenty of empty rooms over there. You can share a room with me too. Lu Yu showed her the environment over there. He rented a seaside villa that could house quite a few people. I might be going out of the country to see my grandmother for the summer, so if I don't have a time conflict then, I could come over. By the end of the week Lu Xiao asked Wen Qingqi to go swimsuit shopping with her. Lu Xiao has grown up very quickly in the past 2 years, and all the places that should develop have developed, fading away a few tenderness. Wen Qingqi chose a light green swimsuit for her, and when she came out of the fitting room, she immediately clapped. This one looks good. Let's buy this one. The bathing suit was tightly closed, the halter-style top revealing a large area of delicate skin on her chest, only a few strips of fabric at the small of her back, showing off her waistline well, a few straps tied at the back, and the lower part of her body was a skirt and pants, revealing her legs, which were straight and slender. Lu Xiao was a bit uncomfortable. Is it really okay? When Qingqi put her coat on again, and the jacket. Putting on her jacket, Lu Xiao felt better. Pick another one-piece set besides this one, and you can watch it when you wear it. The two of them shopped all afternoon and bought some other things before going home satisfied. Ever since she learned that she was going to the beach for summer vacation, Lu Xiao's mind was wild, and she looked forward to the days every day waiting for her vacation. Lu Yu watched her brush her test papers and tapped her on the head with a pen. Come back to your senses. If you don't do well in the final exam, you won't go. Lu Xiao looked down at her problems and muttered, You won't keep me from going. Lu Yu was now kind of regretting that he shouldn't have told her so early. However, Lu Xiao's score on this final exam was still a bit higher than before, but of course it still can't be compared to someone like Lu Yu who starts at 700 every time. Their plan was to leave as soon as they were on vacation, stay for half a month and then come back. When Qingqi was going abroad at the beginning of the month, and the time just happened to collide, so they had to wait until they came back. Lu Yu didn't have much of an opinion. Whoever Lu Xiao wanted to invite was the same to him. Lu Xiao was inexplicably a little excited to be on an airplane for the first time. How long does it take to fly? 2.5 hours. That was pretty quick. Lu Yu bought two together in first class, and Lu Xiao sat in the window seat, curious about everything. Is it true that you can't use your cell phone later? Lu Yu helped her connect to the internet and turned on flight mode. You can use it when the plane is smooth. Only when it was about to take off did Lu Xiao lean back in her chair and look out the window at the ground speeding past. It's so fast. But soon she wasn't in the mood to look out the window. The sudden feeling of being overweight as well as the ringing in her ears made her panic. Lu Yu held her hand and said soothingly, "It will be fine in a while." Only when the plane had smoothed out did Lu Yu stuff a piece of gum into her mouth. Chew twice. Lu Xiao obediently chewed twice. The tinnitus was quite a bit better, but still a little panicked, did not let go of his hand. Lu Xiao was not very lucky. The first time she took an airplane, she encountered strong air currents, and the plane bumped several times. What's wrong? It's hard? Lu Xiao shook his head. In the end, how hard it is, that's not so bad. Just a little bit of panic. Lu Yu covered her with a blanket. Sleep, open your eyes and you'll be there. Lu Xiao slept poorly and wilted when she got off the plane. Lu Yu has long arranged for someone to come and pick up. The airport to the beach also drove a full 2 hours. Lu Xiao was even more dizzy and her face went white. Lu Yu had fed her motion sickness pills at the beginning, but they didn't seem to have much effect. Get some rest first, don't be a hero. Lu Xiao nodded and followed Lu Yu upstairs. The house was cleaned up and things were prepared. Lu Xiao washed up and lay down to fall asleep. Chapter 21. The Seaside. When I woke up, it was dark. Lu Xiao changed her clothes and went downstairs, and found that Lu Yu was not there, and only an aunt was cooking. Lu Xiao greeted her, and the other said that Lu Yu had just gone out for a short while. The summer and summer vacation, and even at night, the beach is all lit up and there are a lot of people coming and going. Lu Xiao was stupid enough to tell her aunt and go out. Evening sea breeze is very cool. Lu Xiao walked along the beach a few steps, gave up to continue to look for Lu Yu. Although the lights are on, in the end it is not as good as during the day. Looking at the human face is blurred. There were people singing with their devices and playing games around the campfire, and Lu Xiao, having slept all afternoon, had long since left her fatigue and discomfort behind, leaping back and forth. Once the playfulness was over, Lu Xiao noticed a little bit of hunger and suddenly fell silent when she turned her head to go back. This seaside are all resort hotels and villas. Lu Xiao just arrived over here. Even the villa that Lu Yu ordered, what it looks like, has not yet been memorized. Out of the route is also arbitrary, no rules. Lu Xiao touched her empty pockets. She didn't plan to go out when she came downstairs, so she didn't even bring her cell phone with her. These houses all look very different. Lu Xiao looked at one by one, did not see any difference. When she saw the suitcase placed in the yard, her eyes lit up. This is very similar to Lu Yu's suitcase. Just want to go forward to take a closer look. Then collided with the incoming person. The other party held her up, and Lu Xiao hurriedly apologized that it was because she was walking too fast that she bumped into the person. The other man smiled and let go of his hand. Lu Xiao then steadied herself and looked up. The other side of a group of 5 or 6 people, the temperament are extraordinary. She bumped into the person, handsome appearance, a pair of phoenix eyes, look at people, extraordinarily deep love. How can I help this young lady? Do you guys live here? The other nodded. Lu Xiao knew that she was mistaken, but looking from room to room like this was completely by chance. Can I borrow your cell phone to make a call to my family? I just got lost over here and forgot to bring my cell phone when I went out. Lu Xiao was a little bit not too nice, so she kept blushing. But the act fell on others in a different way. A few people in the back of the room turned strange, even to the point of looking at her with a smile or not. Lu Xiao thought the other party was unwilling, so he had to continue. If it's inconvenient, it's okay. I can find it even if I look for a little while longer. I just don't know when Lu Yu will realize she's missing. Instead, the other party handed over the unlocked cell phone, and Lu Xiao froze for a moment and immediately took it. Thanks. Because she was holding someone else's cell phone, Lu Xiao couldn't walk far away, and she called Lu Yu when she stood still. The phone only rang 3 times before it was picked up. Hello. Lu Yu's voice was cold, as if there was no emotion, but Lu Xiao heard it. He was angry. Brother. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yu recoiled and calmed down, knowing that now was not the time to lecture. Where? Lu Xiao looked up and around, and wondered what markers there were. The person who lent her the cell phone spoke up instead. Villa 23. Lu Xiao said it as it was. When the call hung up, Lu Xiao returned the phone, saying thank you several times. The other smiled and said, Do you need me to wait here with you? Lu Xiao quickly waved her hand. No, he'll be over soon, thank you. The other man looked at her with a raised eyebrow, as if probing if she was telling the truth. He stayed though everyone else had already gone in. It took 5 minutes for Lu Yu to come over, and he was relieved to see Lu Xiao. Then he looked at the man standing beside her, and the two of them looked at each other and froze. Only Lu Xiao stood in the center not knowing what was happening. Brother. Lu Yu returned to her senses and pulled Lu Xiao over, nodding at the other party as a greeting. Lu Xiao had to thank her again before she followed Lu Yu and left, recognizing her mistakes all the way. Gunyan didn't know what the other party was thinking and entered the house with a playful face. A few of his close friends even teased him. Yo, this is not stopping even after coming back. There are still beautiful women hitting on him when he reaches the door. Not hitchhiking. Gunyan also thought at first that the other party was using this excuse to ask for his cell phone number. But seeing the others stain scarlet cheeks, he ghosted the phone anyway. Until he saw Lu Yu, he was still waiting to see what the other side had in store for him. Turned out to be really lost. Gunyan smiled. It's Lu Yu's sister. A room full of people were so clouded that they had never even heard of the name. Only the red-headed man who had been half lying on the couch sat up. Jiang Yingxue frowned. That brat. Gunyan acquiesced. The youngest of their group is also in his early 20s, and it is also true to say that Lu Yu is small. But let Jiang Yingxue so surprised because of a material company, the other party is obviously just the emergence of the company, but in all parties under the squeeze of the savage growth, which is comparable to the technology of a few top foreign companies. A few moves can also appear to show that the person behind it has a good hand and is a bit crazy. When Gunyan had worked with this company before, the other party had always let their company manager hand over. But regarding the price, Gunyan pressed again and again. The manager couldn't make a decision, and finally let the president's assistant come over to negotiate. Seeing that the other party was wearing a headset, Gunyan knew that the boss behind this would not show his face easily. An accident, Gunyan also met Lu Yu. Gunyan guessed the identity of the other party but did not poke his nose in it, and Lu Yu treated it as if nothing had happened. Let Jiang Yingxue help find out his identity when he gets back. What made Jiang Yingxue feel surprised wasn't the other party's identity, but the fact that there was quite a bit of Qin's handiwork in this. The keychain did so much, the money went into Lu Yu's pocket. This is the most surprising. It looks like Lu Yu is cooperating with Qin, but in reality it is Qin who is sparing no effort to send money to Lu Yu. Jiang Yingxue had a bit of a personal relationship with the Qin family's eldest son, but the other party kept his mouth shut about the matter and advised him not to look into it. What did Lu Yu do to make the Qin family help him like this? Gunyan also sensed something was wrong and told Jiang Yingxue to stop. The cross is just someone else's family business, a partner. I just didn't expect to see Lu Yu today. The uninformed person was still snickering. But it looks pretty cute to me. Gunyan, I don't think you've ever tasted this one. If you don't like it, I'll try it. Jiang Yingxue frowned. He had checked Lu Yu and knew that the other party was a bit crazy. Gunyan coughed. It's Lu Kongyun's daughter. Lu Kongyun has only one daughter on the surface. Just now that person just said something, and was pulled by a bystander. People are only in high school. When everyone had gone upstairs, Jiang Yingxue came over and asked, What do you think? Gunyan rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. It's kinda cute. If it wasn't an intentional hitch, then the whole thing got interesting. Jiang Yingxue? ? Lu Xiao got up early in the morning, changed into cooler clothes, and chose a hat in the same style. The villa's aunts only came over when they made 3 meals a day, so it was just the two of them most of the time. When Lu Xiao went downstairs, Lu Yu happened to be serving kanji. Morning, brother. Come over for breakfast. There was seafood porridge for breakfast, which was so flavorful that Lu Xiao couldn't help but drink 2 bowls. After eating, Lu Yu gave her a bottle of sunscreen. Apply it before you go out. Lu Xiao also knew that the sun was poisonous on the beach and coated all the exposed skin. The beach in the morning was very different from last night, not to mention much less crowded. Sure enough, everyone is a night owl. The morning sea breeze still carries a hint of warmth, Lu Xiao walks barefoot on the beach. When can I play in the water? Wait until the sea is a little warmer in the afternoon. Lu Xiao then strolled along the seashore, and when she saw the small crabs crawling by, her eyes lit up and looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu was a bit helpless. You can't catch it. Lu Xiao didn't try it. She was a bit afraid of crab pincers. But passing a store that sold buckets and shovels, she looked at Lu Renee again. Lu Yu bought it for her, and when he looked at Lu Xiao running around with a group of children with gusto, he remembered the scene when Lu Xiao had a snowball fight with a group of small children. Only when it was almost lunchtime did Lu Yu take Lu Xiao back. Lu Xiao couldn't get enough of it, and the bucket held a number of strange seaside creatures. Lu Yu frowned and asked, "Where are you going to keep it?" Lu Xiao thought about it. "Let it go in the afternoon. The sea is not good for keeping things." She just grabbed it on a whim and played with it. In the afternoon, Lu Xiao changed into that black one-piece bathing suit, put on a towel and went downstairs. Lu Yu saw her come down and asked, "Want to swim laps?" Lu Xiao's entire face turned red. "No way." Lu Yu smiled. "Let's go." Lu Xiao is still very excited at first, but after 2 swims she wilted, no other reason, mainly because of the seawater also too salty. Lu Yu bought her juice, and Lu Xiao slammed down half a glass to keep the taste of seawater down. "Want to take a speedboat?" "Want." Lu Yu was trying to take her by himself, but because he was not 18 years old and did not have a speedboat license, people did not allow him to drive by himself, nor did they allow him to take anyone. Lu Yu frowned and was just about to call someone to take care of it when he was greeted by someone he didn't really want to see. Lu Xiao looked at the person who stood fixed in front of them for a long time. "Ah, it's the guy who borrowed my cell phone yesterday." Gu Nian was a little surprised, not realizing that the other party had been staring at him because he hadn't remembered who he was. This can't be blamed on Lu Xiao. She herself is a bit face-blind, plus she couldn't really see it at night yesterday. "Gu Nian, you're taking a speedboat?" Lu Yu didn't say anything, so Lu Xiao explained, "We're too young to drive ourselves. In the end, I don't know what Gu Nian did to help get the speedboat for them." Lu Yu then looked at the other party fixedly, with little expression on his face. Gu Nian also smiled and looked back at him. "Thanks, Mr. Gu." A show of hands. Lu Xiao's mind had been on the speedboat, but she still heard their conversation. Only when the two walked to the edge of the speedboat did Lu Xiao ask in a low voice, "Brother, you know each other?" Lu Yu said casually, "Well, there is cooperation." Lu Xiao didn't ask any more questions, letting Lu Yu take her for several laps before getting off the speedboat. Lu Xiao floated a bit as she came down. "This is too exciting." Lu Yu laughed and pinched her face. Lu Xiao was just about to speak when he saw a wave-making boat with a man flashing by at speed. Lu Xiao stared unblinkingly, pointing in that direction and turning her head to look at Lu Yu. "I want to play that one." The 2 men followed the instructor onto the wavemaker again. Lu Xiao fell off her board the first 2 times and drank a lot of water. Lu Yu pulled her up and wiped her eyes. "Still want to play?" Lu Xiao insisted. "Yes." For the 3rd time, Lu Xiao finally stood up. She was physically fit and now on a roll, and when she learned, she didn't want to come down. It was slow to darken in the summer, but she'd been in the ocean for almost a day. "Dawn, we're going back." Lu Xiao looked at Lu Yu's expression and nodded. When she landed on the ground, Lu Xiao realized that her legs were a bit soft, and if it wasn't for Lu Yu pulling her back in time, she would have flopped on the beach. Lu Yu helped her stand up straight. "Are you planning to play for a day and then lie down for 2 weeks? Seems like a bit of a play off. I'll keep an eye out for it tomorrow." Lu Xiao heard him sneer twice. Chapter 22: The Vortex of Dreams. After playing too hard the day before and becoming a salted fish the next day, Lu Xiao now just wanted to bask in the sun and blow off some steam. She looked at yesterday's bathing suit with a bit of a frown. "I don't know if it's the fabric in this bathing suit or if my aunt didn't pay attention when she washed it, but now it's hard when it dries." Lu Xiao's eyes shifted to another set of swimsuits. Luckily, she had bought 2 sets at that time. Lu Yu watched her change into her bathing suit and go downstairs and asked, "Still want to go out?" "Aha." Lu Yu took her to the hotel's seaside pool today. Passing the dessert table of the hotel, Lu Xiao could not walk. Let Lu Yu go first. He stood in front of the table and chose half a day. It was only when he got to the pool that he realized that there was a long-haired girl in a sexy bathing suit standing next to Lu Yu, talking to him with a smile on her face. Lu Yu still had that faint look, but Lu Xiao could still tell that he was a little impatient. Lu Yu quickly saw her. "Xiao Xiao, come here." Although Lu Xiao felt that it would be awkward to appear at this time, Lu Yu had seen her, so she couldn't pretend to be blind. The long-haired girl was a little surprised to see her and looked her up and down before smiling and leaving. The hotel's pool is semi-open with a glass top and the sun shines down unchecked. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded and said toward Lu Yu, "I'll play a little first." Aha! A lot of people are wearing bikinis, and Lu Xiao felt that her swimsuit was nothing special, and immediately took off her jacket and began to go into the water. Lu Xiao was wearing a jacket before. Lu Yu did not feel anything, now took off his jacket and turned his back to him. The white, delicate skin of his back white shook and stimulated his eyeballs. When Lu Xiao turned around and went down the ladder, Lu Yu subconsciously turned her head. Even if she only swept a glance, she felt very wrong. Lu Xiao didn't know what he was thinking, and only found the water in the pool warm and very pleasant. Lu Xiao didn't have long to play because she saw the hotel guy coming over propped up on a tray with her cake and juice on it. Wow! This juice is pretty too. Lu Yu didn't look at her, just threw her jacket to her. Put it on. Be careful of catching a cold. Lu Xiao took it dutifully. Oh! Lu Xiao ate very happily and didn't even notice that Lu Yu was out of place. Lu Yu woke up from sleep, a gloomy face, just a little bit of bright light outside, covered by the curtains. He lifted the covers and blushed even harder, going straight to the bathroom for a cold shower. He'd had many nightmares since he was a kid, and many times he'd woken up from his bed in a cold sweat, and he'd been able to calmly change into a different set of clothes and go back to sleep. This time the dream wasn't horrible. There was no cramped room, no oppressive feeling that took your breath away, and there wasn't that nasty group of people. Only Lu Xiao, smiling Lu Xiao in a bathing suit. Lu Xiao who took his hand. And Lu Xiao who was crying on the bed. In her dream, Lu Xiao was crying so hard she couldn't breathe. But Lu Yu only wanted to make her cry harder. For the first time, he thought Lu Xiao looked good even when she cried. He looked at himself in the mirror with a grim frown and a lust that had not yet faded. Now as soon as he closed his eyes, he could recall the scene of Lu Xiao lying underneath him, frantically rattling his heartstrings. Many people outside said that he was crazy and acted horribly, which was chilling. He felt the same way himself, and if it weren't for Lu Xiao, he probably would have been even crazier. Lu Xiao was the shackle that imprisoned him, and he wanted now to rip the shackles off. He laughed, his smile flushed with bitterness. He's probably going to turn into a real nutcase. After playing for 2 days, Lu Xiao's freshness is considered to be over. She slowly and leisurely went downstairs, but she did not see Lu Yu, and no one touched the breakfast made by her aunt. "Auntie, where's my brother out and about?" Auntie was washing pots. "I haven't seen him since I came in this morning, eh?" Lu Xiao glanced toward the door. The several pairs of shoes that Lu Yu had brought were there. No way, Lu Yu woke up later than her? Lu Xiao rushed upstairs and knocked on the door, letting her catch Lu Yu sleeping once in a while. "Brother, are you up?" Lu Xiao looked at half a day no one should open the door to go in. Found that the house is dark, did not pull the curtains and did not turn on the lights. Only the bathroom has a light vaguely throughout. Lu Xiao knocked on the bathroom door. "Brother, I'm in." Lu Yu's voice was a little hoarse, and Lu Xiao thought he had just gotten up. "Breakfast is cooked. Come out and eat when you're ready." Aha! Lu Xiao didn't care too much and went downstairs to drink congee. When the bowl of porridge was all finished, Lu Yu came downstairs, his face not very nice. "Brother, didn't you rest well? Why don't you look very comfortable?" "A little tired." Lu Xiao, this is the first time to hear Lu Yu say tired. "Then we won't go out today." Lu Yu's hand holding the spoon froze, but quickly returned to normal. "You can go if you want." Lu Xiao shook her head. "Just sunbathing in the yard today." She also ordered delivery from the hotel, and left their phone number specifically because she had seen several cakes she wanted yesterday. Sitting in the yard with the wind blowing, eating cake, and fixing the photos I've taken over the past 2 days to send to my friends. So cozy. When Qingqi quickly gave her a like and sent her another message. "One Qingqi. I'm flying tomorrow, directly to your side." Lu Xiao. "So soon? I thought you wouldn't be back until next week." One Qingqi. "My grandmother and her little sister signed up for a group. Tomorrow we'll leave. My mother said that there is no point in staying, so I came back early. I landed directly to your side, to save the re-exchange of planes." Lu Xiao. "I'll pick you up then." One Qingqi. "No, just send me the address." One Qingqi. "By the way, Yan Jiwen heard that I'm coming to the beach to join in the fun. He came with me, but I let him stay at the hotel by himself." Lu Xiao. "How did he know?" One Qingqi. "I think it was my mom who said that. My mom and his mom are BFFs. Halfway through her conversation with Wen Qingqi, Lu Xiao subconsciously glanced towards the house and realized that Lu Yu had gone upstairs again. Her heart stuttered. She couldn't really be sick. Could she? Lu Xiao 3 steps and 2 steps in a hurry to run up to knock on the door. Half a day no one answered. The door cannot be opened. Brother? Are you okay? Lu Yu. Some movement finally came from inside, and Lu Yu walked over and opened the door. Lu Yu was still the same as in the morning. Her face was not very good. Is it a fever? Have you taken your medicine yet? Should we go to the hospital? Lu Yu's expression was light. I'm fine. Lu Xiao touched his forehead. Her whole body was warm after half a day in the sun, and the temperature of her palms was even higher than Lu Yu's. I'll look for the temperature gun. Lu Yu pulled her back. I'm really fine. I don't have a fever. I'm not sick. But you're weird today. Lu Yu hung his head and let go of her hand. I'm just tired. I'll be fine after a nap. Sleep on it and get up as if nothing had happened and it was just like old times. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment. Then you have a good rest. I'll have Annie come over later. Aha! Lu Yu all day is not much spirit. Lu Xiao also do not dare to make trouble with him. Just prepare a good dinner for him to send up. The next day she got up. Lu Yu's face looked much better than yesterday, and even helped her call a car to pick up Wen Qingqi and the others. Lu Xiao sighed in relief. It's the people who never get sick that are the ones who get sick. The airport was some distance from the beach, and it was only when Lu Xiao had finished her lunch that she saw the car drive by from a distance. When she saw Wen Qingqi and Yan Jiwen's suspected couple's outfits, Lu Xiao was shocked, thinking that her best sister had taken off for the summer vacation. Yan Jiwen was still getting his luggage when Lu Xiao pulled Wen Qingqi aside. What's going on with you guys? Wen Qingqi was unsure. What? Lu Xiao pointed to the back and tugged on her shirt again. I think what's the matter, my mom bought it while shopping abroad, don't worry. Yan Jiwen and their whole family have it. My mom is like a wholesale. I've brought it for you too. If you want it, you can change it later. Auntie is too kind. Lu Xiao also did not let Yan Jiwen stay in the hotel. Come all the way. It is not like there is no empty room. One more person or 2 more people doesn't make a difference. Just Lu Yu has been sick after the essence has not been very good. Also do not like to go out. Every time out is also a long way from the beach to see her. Even when Qingqi could see that something was wrong. What happened to your brother? Just sick enough. When Qingqi frowned, it doesn't look like I'm sick. Lu Xiao couldn't tell. The day before they were to go back, there happened to be a beach party at the hotel. Lu Xiao mentioned it to Lu Yu, and the other party didn't have much of a reaction, but just instructed her not to drink anything given by strangers, and to stay close to Wen Qingqi and not to run around. Aren't you going, brother? Lu Yu was reading the email sent by his assistant, and said with a faint expression, I won't go. You pay attention to yourself. Oh. Lu Xiao hung her head and left. Waiting for Lu Xiao to turn around, Lu Yu dared to look at her, and there was a dark surge in the bottom of her eyes, which quickly returned to calm. Lu Yu finished handling everything, pinched his brow, and got up to go downstairs. The window was overcast. The dinner that Auntie put on the table was already cold. Lu Yu casually ate a few bites and put down her chopsticks. When it was 10 o'clock at night, Lu Xiao people did not come back. Instead, Wen Qingqi's call came first. Because of Lu Xiao, he had saved Wen Qingqi's number, and when her name appeared on the cell phone screen, Lu Yu frowned. It was something that Wen Qingqi would call him. Hello. The voices from the opposite side were a bit noisy, and it took half a day to hear Wen Qingqi's voice. Are you home now? Come and pick up Lu Xiao. It's not really a big deal. She just drank some fruit wine and might be a little on the nose. She's picking at the counter now and refusing to come back. Lu Yu exhaled. Which location? I'm coming over now. When Lu Yu arrived, Wen Qingqi was still persuading Lu Xiao nicely, pulling her hand to leave, but her other hand was pulling on the edge of the table with a death grip. Yan Jiwen is not good at getting on top, so he can only stand far away. Both were relieved when they saw him approaching. When Qingqi let go of her hand, do it yourself. The child's strength is quite strong. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao heard this voice. The whole person trembled, subconsciously stood up straight, looked up and saw Lu Yu. Her ignorant eyes instantly cleared and pounced on her. Brother. I was obedient and didn't wander off. Lu Yu.
Wen Qingyi.
Speech quarterman. Is not running around, feet and nailed like a nail, pull cannot pull away. When Qingqi helplessly held her forehead. The fruit wine she ordered for her didn't have much of an alcoholic flavor, and by the time she realized something was wrong, she had already downed 2 glasses. She paused again. It could also be that she gets drunk easily. I asked the bartender, it doesn't have a few degrees. Lu Xiao hugged Lu Yu and smiled foolishly. Lu Xiao's face was a little red and her eyes were misty, adding a few magnificent colors to her originally lovely face. Lu Yu averted her face. I'll take her back first. Since Lu Yu came, Lu Xiao was very good, obediently lying on Lu Yu's back and rubbing his neck. Brother. Aha. Lu Xiao was silent, not sure if she was asleep. Lu Xiao was light and hot, and Lu Yu felt like she was about to burn. A sea breeze blew in, finally blowing away Lu Yu's restless heat. Chapter 23. The Cold War. Within a few days of the start of school, when Qingqi realized that the two siblings of the Lu family, who were usually very affectionate, seemed to be having a falling out, and even when they ate lunch there was zero communication, and it was obvious that they were still eating at the same table, but it was awfully quiet. Just in time for the weekend, Lu Xiao said she wanted to go to Qingqi's house for a few days. When Qingqi looked at Lu Yu, who was following far behind, and lowered her voice. Does Lu Yu know about this? Lu Xiao didn't have the heart to say, told you so. You had a fight? Lu Xiao kicked a stone on the side of the road, her voice muffled. Who knows? What did you do on your summer vacation? I didn't do anything, obviously he did. Never mind. I'll talk to you later. Lu Xiao let Aunt Chun send all her luggage over that day. Fortunately, Wen's parents were out of town, which spared her from having to deal with the elders. There were several chefs in the Wen family, and when Qingqi knew that she liked Cantonese food, so she had someone prepare a table of Cantonese food. Lu Xiao ate cheerfully, and the result was that it was obvious that she had eaten again and was lying on the sofa without moving. When Qingqi hugged a pillow and sat on the sofa to look at her, now you can say it. Lu Xiao was innocent. I don't know what's going on. I've been like this since I came back from the beach. He says he's busy, he's out early and late every day, he doesn't come home for dinner, and he's hired a couple of in-home tutors for me, and he's always avoiding me. When Qingqi, maybe he's really busy? Lu Xiao hung her head and tugged at the pillow. That's what I thought at first. She really thought that something had happened in the company and that was why Lu Yu was so busy. But Lu Xiao is not stupid. Over time she sensed that something was wrong. Lu Yu is more like deliberately avoiding her. She thought of this and went to ask Pei Shochi, although Pei Shochi is abroad, but whether it is the original little brother or the current partner, he is the person who knows the situation of Lu Yu's company the most. As a result, what Pei Shochi told her was that there was no abnormality. That's when Lu Xiao's temper got the better of him. What was originally just Lu Yu's unilateral detachment has now turned into a cold war between the two. The two didn't talk about it either, so they screwed up this twisted energy. When Qingqi's brain ached from listening to him, completely at a loss. Actually, if you say Lu Yu is avoiding you, don't you think it's quite strange for him to be at that meeting at the beach? Lu Xiao thought back. Seems like a bit. At that time Lu Yu was sick, Lu Xiao all as he was not well and did not get well. Lu Xiao. But I didn't do anything Lu Yu got up from a nap and got sick, and after that, she became this way and she couldn't find the cause at all. When Qingqi touched her head, her hair was soft and felt good. No wonder Lu Yu often rubbed her head. Don't even think about it. My cousin gave me a video game set the last time he came over. Want to play together? What's there? Quite a lot. I'll take it out and show you. Lu Xiao did not sleep very peacefully this night. Probably not his familiar environment. And his heart is loaded with things. She dreamed of her original self, when she had just started high school. And when she came back from school she heard her nominal brother crying. And her adoptive mother was putting the baby to sleep, and it was hard to put him to sleep, when Auntie Wang of the next family's voice came out from the yard. Aya, if I say that the girl in your family don't go to school, originally is not biological, you must not save money to support the son, go to the city to work can also subsidize the family mile. Lu Xiao's advancing steps stopped. How could he not dare to take another step forward? Xiao Zhao's grades are quite good. Besides, studying doesn't cost much money. And when I brought her out, I couldn't even let her read. You guys, you're just lousy. And the kid will have a lot of money to spend later. It was a cold winter's day, but Lu Xiao hung out for a long time before she dared to go back. And she often studied in the school library, which her adoptive parents were not surprised to see. The next second Lu Xiao stood in the living room of the Lu family's old mansion again. Seeing the Lu family hypocritically celebrating the new year, with false masks on everyone's face, it was as if she was looking at an oil painting, with all the people inside the painting while she stood outside it. She was alone in the small, dark hallway. Dawn. She turned her head to see Lu Yu smiling and taking her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Xiao woke up from her dream, opening her eyes and gasping for air. She touched her face, which had a warm wetness to it. It was probably her experiences from childhood that made it difficult for her to feel like she belonged wherever she went, and she didn't give in to her feelings easily. Originally, she just wanted the male lead to raise her hand and spare her little life, and she now had to admit that she cared about Lu Yu. Lu Xiao sat all night hugging her knees, and when she got up in the morning, her eyes were bloodshot. When Qingqi couldn't look at it either, how it was worse than before she came. Lu Xiao's face looked a little better after breakfast. It's just a little bit of bed recognition. When Qingqi didn't believe this nonsense of hers, when she went to Wanfu Mountain, Lu Xiao slept in the same room with her and fell asleep, but when Qingqi still went along with her and didn't reveal it. Mrs. Wen loved flowers and had a special glass flower room built. When Qingqi took Lu Xiao inside and turned around, and Lu Xiao marveled all the way. Your mom is amazing and these flowers are so beautiful. Actually, it's the florist who gets more credit. Where my mom has time to be here every day. The temperature of the flower room was much higher than outside, and Lu Xiao's forehead began to sweat after walking around. If you have a favorite, just take it home. Lu Xiao was startled. Auntie doesn't have a problem with it? I've asked my mom, and it's whatever you like, except for that piece on the shelf that you can't touch. Lu Xiao smiled and leaned down to look at the flower bones. But I don't know how to grow flowers. They'll die on me, so I'd better forget it. When Qingqi lowered her head and typed, I'll ask to see which kind of flower has the most tenacious vitality. In the evening, when Qingqi asked the kitchen to serve hot pot directly. There's no unhappiness that fondue can't solve, one meal or two. Lu Xiao laughed out loud. What the? Before the meal started, Yan Jiwen skillfully opened the door and came in, and froze for a moment when he saw Lu Xiao instead. Why is she also here? Lu Xiao immediately turned her head to look at Wen Qingqi. What is he doing here? The two voiced almost simultaneously, and when Qingqi looked back and forth between the two sides, not understanding why the atmosphere had become so subtle. When Qingqi answered Lu Xiao first, his parents aren't here, came over to dine. She also turned her head to look at Yan Jiwen. Come over for dinner and still care so much. Why don't you go to the kitchen and help serve the food? Yan Jiwen spread his hands and turned to walk into the kitchen. They were all guests and Lu Xiao got up to help in the kitchen. When Qingqi felt that the harmonious atmosphere was even stranger. Lu Xiao was really in a better mood after this hot pot meal. After sending off Yan Jiwen, when Qingqi accompanied her in the courtyard to blow off steam, Lu Xiao sat on the swing for a moment, with a can of soda in her hand, because she had seen how drunk Lu Xiao was. When Qingqi didn't even dare to let her drink fruit wine. When Qingqi also drank soda with her. We're going back tomorrow, what do you think? Lu Xiao closed her eyes, very cozy. What can one think? In itself, it was Lu Yu who was avoiding her. What could she do? As soon as when Qingqi heard this, she knew that these two were going to have a stalemate. When Qingqi sighed, forget it. In his heart, he was thinking that he would find an opportunity to talk to Lu Yu. When Lu Xiao left the next day, when Qingqi gave her a pot of flowers, pink and yellow flower bones all clustered together. Sunflowers, best kept. I'll tweet you the care. The car was already waiting at the door, so Lu Xiao hugged the flowers and said goodbye to Wen Qingqi. When I got home, it was rare to see Lu Yu at home without going out. Lu Xiao also did not say anything, put down the flower pot to change shoes, just intended to pick up the flower pot. Lu Yu lifted it up first. From Wen Qingqi? Lu Xiao paused and nodded. Lu Yu put the flowers on the small balcony. They don't have a lot of flowers and plants in the house. They usually get someone to maintain them regularly. Did you do your homework? Lu Xiao looked at him in surprise, and after a moment shook her head arduously. She was betting on her own, her soul flying out of her body all day long. So where was she to think about homework? Lu Yu was a bit helpless. You go back to your room first. I'll check it at night. Yes. For the first time, Lu Xiao felt quite happy to be checked on her homework. Lu Xiao thought that night was a precursor to breaking the ice between them, but she didn't realize that it was just a flashback. Lu Yu was still avoiding her. Mudmen still have 3 tempers, not to mention that Lu Xiao usually isn't much of a mild-tempered person. When Qingqi saw that Lu Xiao's air pressure was getting lower and lower, and let Lu Xiao go back to the classroom first after the gym class, and she went to block the person for questioning. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Lu Yu's face was expressionless. Nothing. When Qingqi had a bit of a headache. Her little face is so gloomy that it could drip water. Lu Yu was silent for a moment and said, She's not a child anymore. She shouldn't stick to me every day. When Qingqi persuaded, This is not your family's special situation. She wants to stick to her parents. Okay? When Qingqi could also see that the problem was on Lu Yu's side, but he himself was unwilling to talk about it, and no one else could help. Forget it. I've been a peacemaker, you guys can do the rest on your own. It's just that one day when it pisses her off so hard that she cries and sniffles. It's you who's going to be the most heartbroken. Lu Yu knew that the other party said every word, but his problem, no solution. Chapter 24. Breaking the ice. Lu Yu thought that pulling away the distance between them and going cold turkey would be the best solution, good for Lu Xiao and good for him. I just didn't expect a phone call to break his composure. Where are you now? Come to the school infirmary. Lu Xiao fell down the stairs and sprained her foot and wouldn't let me tell you. Lu Yu's face instantly lost its blood color. Lu Xiao's voice came from across the microphone, not really audible through the phone. I guess I knew I was calling you and got so pissed off that the school nurse said to take her to the hospital. I'm coming over now. When Lu Yu arrived, there were 3 other people surrounding Lu Xiao. She was lying on the narrow bed in the infirmary, with some gray stains on her clothes and red eyes, wondering if she had already cried. The first time he came in, Lu Xiao saw him and instantly her little face pulled down. When Qingqi was relieved to see him, first put a cold compress on it, and then go directly to the hospital later. The bone should be fine, it's just twisted too much. Lu Yu looked over towards Lu Xiao's ankle, which was swollen. For a moment he felt a dense stabbing pain in his heart. When Qingqi said towards Zhuang Nianwei and Xiang, listen. All right, Lu Yu is coming over, you guys quickly go to class. Lu Xiao also looked up and smiled. Only this smile was a bit forced. Go back. I'm fine. Zhuang Nianwei gave her a heartbreaking look. Still need to go take a picture. Remember to send me a message after you're done. Lu Xiao nodded and urged them back. As if Xiang Listen's feet were rooted, he didn't move for half a day, and Lu Xiao repeated, it's really fine. Zhuang Nianwei tugged several times before pulling Xiang out of the infirmary. Lu Yu stood by Lu Xiao's bed and reached out to wipe the ash off her face, but Lu Xiao twisted her head to avoid him. Lu Yu's hand froze in place. When Qingqi saw them like this with 1 head and 2 heads. When we came downstairs, the second class happened to be coming back from class, and I don't know whose water was poured on the stairs, and there were so many people that they didn't pay attention to it, and she stepped on it, several steps, and fell straight down. Zhuang Nianwei happened to see it and shouted for Xiang Listen to carry Xiao Xiao over. After when Qingqi explained the cause and effect clearly, she went to find the school nurse, leaving space for the 2 of them. Lu Yu sat on the edge of the bed and drew a tissue to try to wipe the ash off Lu Xiao's face. Lu Xiao still wanted to struggle, but was cupped by one of Lu Yu's hands on her chin. It's stained with a bit of dust. Does it hurt? Lu Yu's voice was soft, looking at her fixedly. Lu Xiao just felt pain have endured, did not cry. Now on the contrary cannot help it. Eyes immediately wet with a sobbing voice. To you tube. Sorry. Lu Xiao looked up at him, and Lu Yu was close to writing self-blame on his face. Not in the future. Lu Xiao didn't know if he meant that he wouldn't let her get hurt anymore, or that he wouldn't avoid her anymore. Seeing that Lu Xiao didn't say anything, Lu Yu also just assumed that she was still angry, and whispered curtly, let's go to the hospital first. Okay? Lu Yu helped her put her shoes away and helped her up, relieved to see that she didn't resist him anymore. When Qingqi came in almost at a pinch, is it ready? I called a car and it's already parked at the door. Lu Yu half crouched down and shouted, Xiao Xiao. Lu Xiao still came up obediently. When Qingqi was also relieved, she even borrowed a wheelchair from the school nurse. If she couldn't, she could only send Lu Xiao to the hospital herself. On the way to the hospital, Lu Xiao also did not say a word and did not look at Lu Yu. The whole process of filming, dispensing and bandaging was very quiet. Lu Xiao's own foot was swollen like a pig's hoof, and now it was even more like a pig's hoof after the bandage. The doctor gave a half-month's leave. Lu Xiao looked at the leave some numbness. She paid the tuition fee for the second middle school is really a waste of money. Her leave in the classroom teacher's side of the fear that there is a box. After making sure there was nothing wrong with Lu Xiao, when Qingqi left first, Lu Yu sent a message to the family's driver early in the morning, and the car was already waiting outside. Lu Xiao did not want to let Lu Yu back. Lu Yu had to help her limp on the car. By the time he got home, Lu Xiao didn't even want to let Lu Yu help him. Lu Yu had a bit of a headache and didn't know how to deal with the current situation, so he had to pick her up horizontally and place her on the couch. Because it was so sudden, Lu Xiao let out a gasp of surprise and subconsciously wrapped her arms around him. Only when Lu Xiao sat down did Lu Yu half squat and look up at her, still angry. It would have been fine not to mention it, but once it was mentioned, Lu Xiao became even more angry. It's clearly your fault. Yes, 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 it's all my fault. Why ah? Lu Xiao couldn't help her eyes from reddening as she looked at him doggedly. Lu Yu couldn't say anything. He could only pinch the back of her neck soothingly. Never again. Does it still hurt? I didn't even react at first, now it hurts. When she first fell to the ground, she was still a bit confused, and when Qingqi came over to help her, she realized that she couldn't get up, and now that she had tossed and turned, there was a burst of pain coming from her ankle. Lu Yu looked at her like this and became even more distressed, holding her in his arms and patting her gently. It won't hurt after a while when the medicine kicks in. Lu Xiao hugged Lu Yu to death and wouldn't let go. After a while, Lu Yu realized that the person in his arms was asleep. He smiled helplessly and laid the person gently on the sofa and covered the blanket again. Lu Xiao woke up to the smell of her meal, and when she looked at the time, she realized that she had slept through her lunch. Lu Yu didn't inform Aunt Chun, so he did all the cooking. He set up the dishes and came over to help Lu Xiao up. Does it still hurt now? Lu Xiao shook her head. After applying the medicine, it was much better than at first. After eating, Lu Yu didn't rush to clean up the dishes, but looked at her and asked, "Want to carry or hold?" "Huh." Lu Yu looked at her helplessly. Lu Xiao half a day before responding. "Back it." Lu Yu carried her upstairs and helped her to the bed. Later, when Aunt Chun came to help you take a bath. 3 days later, the doctor will come to the door to change the medicine. These 3 days, the place wrapped with gauze can't touch water. Lu Xiao nodded curtly. Lu Yu turned to take a step when the corner of his coat was tugged. He secretly sighed smoothly and sat on the edge of the bed, asking, "What's wrong? Can't we talk about it?" Lu Xiao spoke in a cloudy way, but Lu Yu understood. "Can't we talk about the reason for her sudden estrangement?" Lu Yu was silent. In those few minutes of silence, Lu Xiao also understood. "I won't ask then." With that, he let go of his hand. Lu Yu touched her head and couldn't help but touch her face again, fleshy and seemingly puffed up. "It won't happen again, I promise." He will firmly trap the evil in his heart and not allow it to come out and cause trouble. "Won't leave you alone again, I promise." He didn't want to go through something like today a second time. Lu Xiao's voice was soft. "Speaking of which," Lu Yu smiled. "Aha." Aunt Chun came early and helped Lu Xiao carefully take a shower and found her some looser nightgowns out. Lu Xiao's home clothes are mostly pants and rarely skirts, but now pants are impossible to fit into, and she can't bend her feet. Lu Yu went upstairs and saw her frozen in a halter nightgown. Half a day. Lu Xiao looked at him with great confusion. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu skimmed her head. "It's nothing." There was also a small living room on the second floor, and in order for Lu Xiao to walk less, meals were moved upstairs to eat. Lu Yu had planned to hire another caregiver, but Lu Xiao felt that she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself, hopping around on one foot every day. Lu Yu endured for 2 days, and on the third day he couldn't help himself. "Dawn, do you have any other pajamas?" "There is." "Change the set." Lu Xiao was very puzzled. "What's wrong with this set? It's easy to change." Lu Yu had a ghost in her own heart, but she couldn't say anything about it. "It's too cold to catch a cold." "Lu Xiao, this nightgown is short. The hemline can barely cover the knees. Watching her jump around every day, Lu Yu is really hard to be quiet." "It's okay, and it's all air-conditioned." The central air conditioning was on all the time and kept at a very pleasant temperature. In the end, under Lu Yu's insistence, Lu Xiao still changed into a nightgown and added a jacket on the outside. Originally, half a month of sick leave had already arrived, but Lu Yu was uneasy and renewed her for another half month. "Don't move for 100 days when you're hurt," Lu Xiao said helplessly. "A proper amount of exercise can speed up recovery." Lu Yu gave her a look. "Okay." Then Lu Xiao's daily exercise consisted of walking from upstairs to downstairs. Lu Yu sacked all the tutors and began to take on the job herself again, and Lu Xiao suddenly felt that the previous teachers were not unacceptable. Lu Yu didn't know what she was thinking and felt it was better to watch herself. One-on-one instruction, never touching a fish. "I'm going out of town tomorrow, so I'll bring you the rolls at night from Qingqi." Lu Xiao looked up at him. "How long is it going to take?" "I'll be back in 3 days if I'm quick." Lu Yu touched her head. "I'll call you. Don't worry." "Oh." Lu Yu added instructions. "Don't run around. Stay well. I'll make a surprise inspection." Lu Xiao muttered. "I'm not going to. I'm not a kid anymore." Lu Yu smiled, looking at her with complex emotions in her eyes. But unfortunately, Lu Xiao lowered her head to write questions and did not see it. Early the next morning, Lu Yu went out, Lu Xiao ate breakfast and went upstairs to write questions, and then followed Aunt Chun in the afternoon to take care of the flowers and plants on the small balcony. Aunt Chun asked her as she cleaned up, "I'll make a lasagna later. What flavor does that friend of yours like?" Lu Xiao thought for a moment. "Mango, strawberry, or Oreo will do." Aunt Chun smiled at her. "This is what you love to eat, isn't it?" Lu Xiao blushed a little. She loves it too. When Qingqi didn't have any particular flavor preference for cakes, and tended to follow her tastes. "I'll make more then. What else do you want to eat?" "Want some cold watermelon juice." "Okay. I'll get another watermelon." Lu Xiao had nothing to do as she looked at the book and waited for Wen Qingqi to get out of school. Aunt Chun was busy in the kitchen, so Lu Xiao helped with the cream. Sure enough, writing homework is fun for everything but the work itself. Lu Xiao's cream had just been whipped when her cell phone beeped. Wen Qingqi, Xiao Xiao, Zhuang Nianwei and Xiang Listen also want to come and see you. Is it convenient for you? I haven't told them I'm coming over. Lu Xiao. I'm totally fine with Fat Tiger.jpg. Almost as soon as Lu Xiao finished replying to Wen Qingqi's message, Zhuang Nianwei's dialogue box popped up as well. Zhuang Nianwei. Lu Xiao, how are you doing? It's Friday. I'm coming to play with you. Zhuang Nianwei. Starry-eyed.jpg. Lu Xiao. You can rub Wen Qingqi's car and come along. She happens to be bringing me homework. Zhuang Nianwei. Yeah.gif. Zhuang Nianwei. That actually Xiang Listen also want to come, but if you feel embarrassed I will not tell him, I quietly come. Lu Xiao. Take him with you, and I'd like to thank him for driving me to the infirmary in the first place. Lu Xiao put down her cell phone and shouted towards the kitchen. Aunt Chen, we're going to add more food tonight. 2 more people. Auntie Chun came out to get her cream. Luckily, I bought a lot of vegetables. Lu Xiao still took care of her image and limped upstairs to change into a set of clothes that could be seen. Chapter 25 Restraint. Waiting until after 6, the doorbell rang and Lu Xiao walked over to open the door. You guys are so slow. Zhuang Nianwei had a bitter look on her face. Blame our homeroom teacher for dragging the class on Friday. School was supposed to end at 5:30 on Fridays, and it didn't even take 5 minutes to drive from the school to Lu Xiao's house. Come on in. The slippers are over here. When Qingqi changed her shoes and pulled her for 2 steps, recovered well. The swelling in Lu Xiao's foot had long since gone down, but it was still wrapped in gauze. Xiang Listen, go and sit down. Lu Xiao. It's okay for so little while. But she couldn't laugh when Qingqi and Zhuang Nianwei helped her sit down one by one. As far as that goes? Wen Qingqi. If we make a trip, you're still serious instead. And when Lu Yu comes back, we'll definitely be silenced. Zhuang Nianwei probed in disbelief. Her brother isn't that fierce. The few times I've seen him were okay. Wen Qingqi said vaguely, depends on the person. There were only 2 kinds of people in Lu Yu's eyes, Lu Xiao and others. Knowing that there are a lot of people today, Aunt Chun specially made a large table of dishes and waited for all the people before serving the last soup. Aunt Chun smiled and said, I've been stewing this soup for 2 hours, so be careful of the heat when you drink it. Wen Qingqi didn't let Lu Xiao do anything and helped her serve a bowl of soup to cool. Originally after dinner Lu Xiao was ready to play the game was selected, but she chose all the 2-player games. Now it would not be very appropriate. Lu Xiao, why don't we watch a movie? Zhuang Nianwei ate the lasagna she had just taken out of the refrigerator and said vaguely, Yeah. Xiang Listen, I can do both. When Qingqi took the remote control and tuned out the movie channel, what do you want to watch? Lu Xiao, Reunion 4, I haven't seen it yet. The 3 men turned their heads to look at her in unison, their expressions averted. Lu Xiao's hand as she unwrapped the chips gave a lurch and asked uncertainly, Is there a problem? Wen Qingqi, it's not too late to advise you to change your mind. Lu Xiao. She thought for a moment. So we'll watch SpongeBob? In the end, when Qingqi tuned out SpongeBob SquarePants, and across the board, they weren't really here to see the movie. Lu Xiao finished her chips and started eating the lasagna again. She picked a mango-flavored one that was silky cool after icing it. The movie was an hour and a half full, and it was only 9 o'clock when I finished. When Qingqi had already brought a change of clothes with the intention of staying overnight, Lu Xiao simply turned her head towards the other 2 and said, Why don't you all stay the night? There are guest rooms at home. Xiang Listen's face burned and he got up a bit overwhelmed. I'd better go home. Zhuang Nianwei cheerfully said, Let him go back. I'll stay. Lu Xiao called the driver to send Xiang Listen home. When Xiang Listen left, When Qingqi began to collect the cake plate she was holding, Lu Yu just sent me a message. No eating is prohibited from now on. Confiscated through and through. Lu Yu left, but it seemed like he didn't. Zhuang Nianwei palpitated and finished the rest of the cake in 3 or 2 bites, puckering her mouth and looking at Lu Xiao. Only after she swallowed it did Zhuang Nianwei innocently say, "To save you from seeing my uneaten cake craving, see how much I take care of you. I can't thank you enough." The words came out of Lu Xiao's mouth through clenched back teeth. Zhuang Nianwei wrapped an arm around Lu Xiao's neck. "What's the situation between you and Xiang Listen?" Lu Xiao gave her a blank look. "It's all your fault. I wouldn't have come to your birthday party if I had known. Come on, come on. I told him that I don't fall in love early, and he said he would wait for me." Lu Xiao thought for a moment and added, "But at his age, he shouldn't last more than a few days." Zhuang Nianwei sked twice. "That's not necessarily true. Xiang Listen doesn't look like someone who would give up so easily." When Qingqi frowned, she hadn't seen Xiang Listen a few times, but she could tell that he wasn't ordinary to Lu Xiao. Just by looking at the two of them talking so much, it looked like they had known about this matter for a long time. "Does Lu Yu know?" Lu Xiao nodded. "That time my brother came to pick me up and listened to my conversation with Xiang Listen word for word." Several people were silent. Zhuang Nianwei was a little embarrassed. This way. After all, she was the one who urged her to do it in the first place. And she couldn't help but feel a chill on the back of her neck when she was caught red-handed by the other party's parents, in the first place for suspected early love. When Qingqi thought more, "Didn't he say anything else?" Lu Xiao thought for a moment. "He told me to party less." Nian Wei Chuang, who organized the party. This topic was skipped. Lu Xiao is now able to walk, and she doesn't need Aunt Chen's help to take a bath at night. So she let Aunt Chen go back early. Lu Xiao's bed was large enough to sleep 2 people with no problem at all. But the problem now was that there were 3 of them. Zhuang Nianwei immediately raised her hand. "I don't sleep well. I'll go sleep in the guest room." Luckily, the guest room is usually cleaned, and Lu Xiao rummaged through the closet for pajamas. "Let's see which one you want to wear." Zhuang Nianwei saw the black velvet halter nightgown at a glance, picked it up and compared it twice towards Lu Xiao. "This is your pajamas?" Unsure, Lu Xiao asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuang Nianwei stifled a laugh. "It's nothing in my perception. You're still one of those kids in cartoon underwear." Though after knowing Xiang Listen's heart towards Lu Xiao, this notion had changed a lot. Lu Xiao couldn't wait to throw her high school student ID in her face. "I didn't buy it myself. I don't know which brand gave it to me. If you like it, take it and wear it. I'm not even wearing it now." It was probably a new model from one of the stores that had been sent with the dress she had ordered. When Qingqi heard the implication, "Worn before?" Lu Xiao nodded. "For the first 2 days after I first sprained it, I couldn't wear any pants, so I found a few pairs of nightgowns to wear out. Then my brother said it was easy to catch a cold wearing so little. So I changed to a longer skirt, and this one is actually quite comfortable to wear." When Qingqi looked at her with a complicated face. The next day neither one was in a hurry to leave, and after homework and afternoon tea. Aunt Chun made a fruit loaf today, and since the weather was not so hot it was not chilled, so Lu Xiao thought about adding some ice. Zhuang Nianwei also added a few pieces to her bowl. She swallowed a piece of yellow peach, sour and sweet. "Lu Xiao, are you going to go to this acidity intensive training?" Lu Xiao was still chasing the mango in her bowl and didn't raise her head. "I'm definitely going." "So this foot of yours?" "Gee, it's okay. I can actually walk now. I'm sure I'll be better by the time we leave." When Qingqi heard what they were saying, "Xiao Xiao is planning to take the A City School? Right?" Zhuang Nianwei sighed. "I also want to study in the capital, but the score line is too high." Lu Xiao, "It's enough for you to raise your art exam score again." When Qingqi, "Lu Yu also go to a city?" Lu Xiao, "He's definitely going to the U of F. Not to mention the original Lu Yu went to the F University, is now his company is also in S City, cannot run every day in 2 places." When Qingqi pondered for a long time, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Lu Yu sat in his car in a suit and pinched his brow tiredly. The assistant was organizing the information on the side, and his typing hand stopped when he saw it. "Mr. Lu, do you want to go back to the hotel to take a rest?" Lu Yu shook his head and looked out the window. "Go directly back to S City." "Okay." He left Friday morning to come to H, compressing a few days of travel into 2 days to get it done. After the end, and then let the driver drive back to S City overnight. The assistant handed over a new piece of information. This is the project that the Lu family wants to bid on this time. Lu Yu took it and looked at it for a few moments, revealing a mocking smile. They're still not dead? Still schmoozing? Lu Kongyun thought it was because the money wasn't there. So, Lu Yu has long wanted to take action against the Lu family. But before too many things happened, he has not been able to take the time to come. What's more, the Lu family is also a family with heritage in the end, not something that can be brought down easily. Mr. Qin means he'll handle this matter and told us to stay out of it. The Qin master in the assistant's mouth was Elder Qin's son, now the head of the Qin family. Lu Yu's face didn't look too good. He didn't want to keep using the Qin family's power. He took out his cell phone and speed dialed. Mr. Qin, it's me. It was already early in the morning when Lu Yu arrived home, and Lu Xiao had always slept early and heavily since her injury. The thermostat system had been working and the room was at the right temperature, but Lu Yu felt a little hot. Maybe it was the alcohol. He took off his suit jacket and tossed it casually on the couch, loosening his tie again and putting a light touch to his movements. Pushing open the door to see Lu Xiao's sleeping face. His emotions that had been annoyed all the way through gradually calmed down. Lu Xiao was lying on her side, hugging half of the quilt, her baby fat little face half pressed down. Lu Yu reached out and poked. Lu Xiao was unconscious and sleeping soundly. Lu Yu was afraid of waking her up, didn't stay much, just helped her recover the quilt that wasn't pressed. And his hand accidentally touched Lu Xiao's warm collarbone. His entire body froze in place, his complexion obscure. Since he was a child, he had carried Lu Xiao on his back, and even sometimes when Lu Xiao refused to get up, Lu Yu would directly drag her up from the bed. But there had never been a moment like now, when just the slightest touch of a point made the heart beat so hard that it was about to explode. Lu Yu retracted his hand. The faint touch still lingered on his fingertips for a long time. He clenched his fists and finally leaned down and gently kissed Lu Xiao on her forehead. Slapdash, so fast that Lu Yu walked out of the room, could not tell whether he had touched each other or not. Lu Xiao had a good night's sleep and came downstairs after washing up to see Lu Yu coming out of the kitchen. She was a little surprised. When did you get back? Lu Yu drizzled the omelette with soy sauce before handing it to her. Last night. Lu Xiao's happiness was written all over her face as she happily sat down and started eating breakfast. Is H City fun? Not bad. I'd like to go when we're on vacation. H isn't far, so you can go for the weekend when you're better. By the way, we're going to a city for intensive training next month. Lu Xiao added, fearing that he wouldn't agree. I'm sure I'll be all better by that time. Lu Yu lowered his head without much expression. Have you thought about which school you want to take? It has not been decided yet. This intensive training teacher will take to understand. Originally set the location in the capital is this intention. After all, the capital has more schools. Aha! Lu Xiao thought of something again and looked up at him. You are so busy and the capital is so far away, so don't come to see me. The conditions of the school this time are much better than the previous intensive training school, and without accident I'll still be in a dormitory with Zhuang Yanwei. Good. Chapter 26. Sickness. Lu Xiao's side of the injury is almost recuperated, and handed in a leave to go to training. Lu Yu stood in the doorway and looked at her. The capital city has low temperatures. You bring more thick clothes. Lu Xiao buried herself in the cupboard, pawing through the clothes, her mouth responding twice. Seeing that she had heard, Lu Yu turned away to go to the study. Lu Xiao cleaned up very slowly alone. Suddenly stood up. The doorway has long disappeared. It was only then that she noticed something odd. When Qingqi always joked about Lu Yu being a father and a mother all by herself, bringing up Lu Xiao and taking care of everything. In the past, every time she packed her luggage, Lu Yu always knew what she was going to bring better than she did herself, and I don't know from when on, Lu Yu rarely entered her room again, even in the days when she sprained her foot. Come to think of it, it seems like it started when they came back from the beach and they had a Cold War. What Lu Yu was thinking, she could never figure out. What she couldn't think about, she didn't think about, and packed for the rest of the night before closing her suitcase. The next day she was awakened by her alarm clock before dawn and rose from her bed with a weary look on her face. Collective Training School unified to buy tickets, the earliest flight in the morning. Originally she would like to buy a later ticket. Zhuang Yanwei persuaded her, mainly for fear that she went to the capital is not familiar with the place, to lose themselves. Lu Yu had already packed all her breakfast and was waiting for her at the door, pushing her luggage. Lu Xiao felt like she was floating when she came downstairs. Brother, why are you up? I'll take you to the airport, knowing that you can't eat right now, and breakfast won't be ready until the airport. Lu Xiao backed up her own small satchel, followed behind Lu Yu, eyes to close or not. If not for Lu Yu's quick eyes and hands pulling her, she would have hit the elevator door head-on. Lu Yu had no choice but to hold her with one hand and push the suitcase with the other, all the way downstairs to stuff her into the car. 4 or 5 o'clock is the most sleepy time, and as soon as Lu Xiao touched the back of the chair, her consciousness began to blur. By the time she was woken up by Lu Yu, the car was already parked in front of the airport. Arrived. Oh! Lu Yu did not immediately leave, but pulled Lu Xiao to pick up the ticket consignment, complete the formalities, and put the ID card and the ticket into her small bag, and only then pulled Lu Xiao to sit down on the chair. Eat your breakfast first. Lu Yu brought sweetened soybean milk and Xiao Long Bao. Lu Xiao took one bite at a time, chewing slowly because she wasn't quite awake yet. Occasionally, he came over to take a sip of the soybean milk in Lu Yu's hand. Only halfway through the meal, Lu Xiao couldn't eat anymore. Lu Yu handed over the soy milk for her to take and drink herself as he began to pack up the rest of his things. When the soy milk was at the bottom, Lu Xiao sobered up a bit and turned her head to look at Lu Yu. Isn't today Monday? I took a vacation. Lu Yu handed over the bag in his hand. It will be cold after getting off the airplane. Inside is a jacket. Don't catch a cold. Got it. Lu Xiao took the bag and headed for the security checkpoint. Lu Xiao went through the security check to get her things. Looking out, she could still see Lu Yu's upright body standing not far away. She waved her hand and lowered her head to send him a message. Lu Xiao, you go back. I'm boarding. Lu Renee, take care of yourself. Don't eat indiscriminately, and pay attention to keeping warm. Lu Xiao. Both little ears heard. JPG. Lu Xiao found Zhuang Nianwei at the boarding gate, and the other party also looked disheveled. This time of year is too aggravating too. Lu Xiao wasn't much better. Who says it isn't? The two weren't seated together, but most of the plane was filled with their classmates who had gone to the set together, and it was easy to switch seats. Lu Xiao rummaged through her small bag. In addition to her belongings, it also contained anti-dizziness patches, anti-dizziness pills, mints, and gum. Zhuang Nianwei glanced over. Wow, you're well equipped. Lu Xiao looked a little out of breath at these. My brother put them all there. Lu Yu seemed to have mentioned it to her once, but she was really too sleepy for anything to cross her mind. You don't still get airsick. Lu Xiao was a little less than kind. Last time we encountered a strong air current. She emphasized again. It's mainly to prepare for motion sickness. But Lu Xiao slept through the entire trip this time, and I don't know if there were any air currents or bumps. Everyone grabbed their luggage and left the airport, and Lu Xiao realized why Lu Yu had prepared a jacket for her. A city is quite a bit colder than S City, not very noticeable in temperature, but this wind is very harsh. Lu Xiao shivered as she took out her jacket and put it on. Zhuang Nianwei opened her suitcase and struggled to find clothes from it. You're really prescient. The group waited in the cold for the bus to arrive. The thick coat gave Lu Xiao a lot of warmth, and she sent an emoji to Lu Yu to report her safety. But I don't know what Lu Yu went to do and didn't reply to her. Lu Yu in S City from the airport went directly to the company, dealt with a few urgent matters and took the assistant non-stop to H City. Originally, he should have gone 2 days ago, but just thought that Lu Xiao would go to a city today, so he has been delayed until now. The assistant said somewhat apprehensively, last night, Mr. Qin had already arrived in H City. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell from his side, Lu Yu's face became ugly. Why am I just being informed now? Got the news this morning, too. The assistant does not show on the face, but in fact, in the heart of the crazy spit, even if you knew last night, you cannot afford to go there overnight. Lu Kongyun has been in H City without leaving, a lot of small actions. Mr. Qin is afraid that it is also. Feijia, whose assistant are you? Lu Yu's voice was permeated with a chill. Feijia immediately squared his shoulders and said, it won't happen again. Lu Yu leaned on the back of the chair with some fatigue. Let him be. Since Lu Kongyun is in H City, it's inconvenient for me to show up. The meeting you go for me. Okay, Mr. Lu. Lu Xiao is still alone in a city. Even if he wants to tear his face off with Lu Kongyun, it is not now. Lu Xiao's plane arrived half an hour earlier than expected. So when Lu Yu was busy counting the time to call over, Lu Xiao was already in the dormitory. We're still packing and arrived earlier than expected. Lu Yu clicked on WeChat this time to see the message sent by Lu Xiao. Is the road still hard? I slept through the plane, the bus drove steady, and I took motion sickness pills ahead of time. Lu Yu instructed a few more words before hanging up the phone. Lu Xiao put down his cell phone and began to work again. The dormitory is a 4-person dormitory, and the conditions are not bad. Lu Yu sent over 2 thick quilts in advance, and Lu Xiao gave the other one to Zhuang Nianwei. It was only when the night came that Lu Xiao realized that this thick quilt was a life-saving presence. Building family activities for a long time, a project bidding failure, this side of the company's financial problems, and finally found out is the building family insiders took the money to run away. The building Kong Yun in the company a big fire, the financial department up and down the check again. This is not only the company's people, even the Lu family began to make a fuss. And every day the chickens fly. Lu Kong Yun every day slate face, also seldom home, Tang Qing, which has only been a rich wife for a short time, holding the son still breastfeeding straight worried. The project that invested money in her mother's brother was also involved in the project, which saw even the capital cannot get back but not anxious about it. Lu Kong Yun is what she knows in her heart. She still expects her son to share some of the family property. But she didn't dare to say anything on the head of Lu Kong Luck, so she had to hold her son and go to the old mansion of the Lu family, blowing an earful to the two old men. The culprit who caused this situation in the Lu family is waiting for Lu Xiao at the exit. This half-month he was so busy that his feet did not touch the ground. Lu Xiao said that he did not need to go to see her. I did not expect that in the end he was really too busy to go, and even the time to call was squeezed out. When I received a call from Lu Xiao yesterday, Lu Yu was still in H City. Probably the intensive training life is not too smooth. Even through the phone, Lu Yu can hear the opposite side of the person a little wilted. He waited for a long time, watching the people on the same flight come out, before Lu Xiao pushed his suitcase out. She was wearing a hat and mask, still wearing the thick coat she only needed to wear in a city, and her steps were a little wobbly. Lu Yu frowned and took the suitcase. What's wrong? Zhuang Nianwei pulled her out, saw Lu Yu which only loosened his hand. The water and soil are not suited to the cold. Taking medicine is not good. Lu Yu helped her gather her clothes, his expression not too good. Why didn't you tell me? Lu Xiao's voice is still a little hoarse. Nothing serious, carry on, said to make you worry. S City and the capital is so far away, the plane to fly a trip have to be more than 2 hours. Not like when she went to the N City training, driving a car that day are enough for 2 round trip. She was just afraid that Lu Yu would hear it, so she didn't even dare to call before. Lu Xiao said towards Zhuang Nianwei. Let's go together. Send you home first. Don't let your dad pick you up again. Zhuang Nianwei thanked them and followed them out of the airport. Lu Yu pushed the suitcase with one hand and swept Lu Xiao forward. Zhuang Nianwei's home was also near the school, so it didn't take long. But instead of taking her home, Lu Yu went straight to the hospital. Lu Xiao was still a little confused when she got out of the car. Why did you come to the hospital? Lu Yu pursed her lips. Her tone was still put very softly. Be good. We'll go do a checkup first. Aunt Chan cooked the round seed soup. We can eat it when we get home. What's with this whole coaxing a child to the hospital fait accompli? Does she seem like the kind of person who would shy away from a doctor's appointment? But by the time the doctor asked her when she'd been sick since, and Lu Yu's eyes moved from the doctor to her, she wasn't so calm that she might as well run. It's been about 10 days. The look in Lu Yu's eyes nearly bent her spine. She could almost guess how furious Lu Yu would have to be if she wasn't still in the hospital, if the doctors weren't still there. For a total of half a month of intensive training period, most of the time she spent in sickness, and Lu Yu knew nothing about this. The test results were similar to the ones she had checked in City A. The medicine prescribed was also similar, and all that was left was for her to rest and recuperate. When they got into the car and the bulkhead went up, the air in the entire back seat became so thin that Lu Xiao thought she should have just asked the hospital to borrow an oxygen machine. If you hadn't been too sick to hide it, would you have come back and not intended to tell? Lu Xiao scowled. Hiding it means it's not serious. Lu Yu gasped and laughed, sitting on the sidelines without saying anything. Chapter 27. Lu Xiao was so scared this way that she felt like everything she said was wrong. So she just shut up. Getting out of the car, Lu Yu pushed the suitcase in his left hand and held Lu Xiao's bag and a large bag of medicine dispensed from the hospital in his right hand. Lu Xiao followed Lu Yu into the elevator, and only then did Lu Yu coldly press the floor. She was relieved that she hadn't gotten so angry that she turned around and walked away, which wasn't so bad. When she got home, Lu Xiao couldn't wear those clothes anymore and started taking off her heavy coat. Lu Yu chose a thin jacket and handed it over. Put it on. Lu Xiao didn't dare to refute him at this time and obediently put it on. When it was time to eat, Lu Xiao had to raise her head to look at him when she took 2 bites. Half a bowl of rice down. Lu Yu first couldn't help it. You went to a city, also got to look at people under the rice problem? Lu Xiao poked at her bowl of rice, a little aggravated. Sore throat. Lu Yu froze, half a day before he sighed and his tone softened. You eat some sweet soup first. I've already had Annie Chun making congee on my way back. Kanji cooks slowly. Lu Yu is afraid that she is hungry and wants her to eat some padding first. Lu Xiao put down the dishes and drank half a cup of hot water. I'm not going to a city to study. Lu Yu looked up at her, a little surprised. Why are you suddenly not going? Lu Xiao has been looking at schools in a city for the past few years. Lu Yu did not stop her, and also asked someone to inquire about the situation of various beauty schools. Lu Xiao suddenly deflated. Her small face was bitter. The weather in a city is too bad. The air is so dry and cold. The haze is so serious, and the most important thing is, the food is really hard to eat. She knew that the difference between the north and the south was big, but she didn't expect the difference to be so big, and she felt new for the first 2 days, and then she started to feel sick and depressed, and the meals were not to her liking. Not being able to eat makes you sicker, and when you're sicker you find meals harder to eat. It's simply a vicious circle. She wondered on the way back why on earth she was going to a city. It's not like there aren't any good schools in S city, so why mess with yourself? She was suddenly reconciled to herself and was much better. The beauty school at U of F is not bad, and I was able to get my marks. Even if you don't go to F University, you can go to a few universities in the neighboring cities. At least the living environment is similar. Lu Yu's heart was complicated, and he didn't say a word in half a day. After learning what kind of thoughts he held for Lu Xiao, he chose to escape, but the result was very tragic. He controlled his possessiveness and didn't let himself meddle in Lu Xiao's future. So perhaps with the two of them traveling south and south of the world and reducing their chances of meeting, the relationship would slowly fade away. One day in the future, he would be able to act like a normal brother and watch Lu Xiao get married and have children and have a happy future. But it had to be said that when Lu Xiao said she wanted to stay in S City, his heart was glad, even nastily thinking that this was not the result of his intervention. Brother, what's wrong? Lu Xiao tilted her head to look at him, with a hint of pallor on her face from her sickness. Lu Yu smiled. F University is not bad, close to home. Sure enough, he still can't be a normal person. All the other set students went back to class the next day, only Lu Xiao called in sick again. She sighed and opened her phone app to look at the time off she'd taken this year. This school is really sparse. After so many years of learning sparring and boxing, how come my physique is still so poor? Lu Xiao drank today's portion of medicine and lay down on the bed in a lifeless state. She lay at home for 3 days, and her health was almost better before she canceled her leave and went back to school. When Qingqi sighed when she saw her, Xiao, I almost forgot you were still studying. A Chinese doctor my mom took me to earlier was pretty good. Why don't you go see him? When Qingqi remembered again that she had also fallen earlier, take you to worship the Buddha again. It's not that serious. That day after school, Lu Yu took Lu Xiao to see the new house, half an hour's drive from the second middle school. Jingyuan Huashan, a famous villa area, Lu Xiao remembers that it takes 6 figures a flat. The scenery and views along the way are so beautiful that it's almost as if a park has been built into the neighborhood. Why are we suddenly moving? That house belongs to Lu Kongyun. Lu Kongyun is not a little cute. Sooner or later he will find out that he has moved a lot in it, and it will be too late to move when he comes looking for trouble. Lu Xiao also knew that they wouldn't live there for long. She just didn't expect to move here. The rent here should be expensive. Lu Yu did not expect her to ask this question. Thought for a moment and said, okay. Since Lu Yu had said so, there shouldn't be any problem. Lu Yu selected this location is not far from the artificial lake. Fenced off a large piece, the yard is also planted with a variety of flowers. The 2 homes are separated by quite a distance and are well hidden. The 4-story villa plus 2 basement levels, with a gym, home theater and karaoke room, looks very spacious and comfortable. Her room was on the 2nd floor and opened into a suite with a small kitchenette in addition to a study, check room, bathroom and living room. Lu Yu's room was on the 3rd floor, and the layout was basically similar to hers. Lu Yu handed her a flat plate. This is the furniture reference given by the designer. None of your rooms have been furnished yet. You can go buy what you like. The website has renderings and opinion references next to corresponding furniture colors, sizes, and price points. Lu Xiao counted that price point over and over again, and if it wasn't labeled with a money symbol next to it, such a long string, she would have thought it was a code. She flipped back and there were no cheap ones. Step with the right foot. There's money to be had. Having studied art herself, she could see that the designer had given her the most sensible combinations, and she had just changed a few styles and colors on top of that, leaning more towards warmer tones. Liu took the tablet and operated it a few times before putting it away. It's too late to go back. Dinner will be eaten outside. What do you want to eat? Fondue. Could be. Lu Xiao looked at the clear soup and tomato soup base that the waiter brought up and was filled with questions. Lu Yu helped her pour a glass of sour plum juice. It's in the doctor's orders to avoid fishy spices. And you're still sick. Such fondue is soulless. In the end, Lu Xiao was still ruthlessly suppressed and tearfully ate a hot pot with no spicy flavor at all. Ever since Lu Xiao gave up on taking the exam for the school in a city, she's been a lot more relaxed. When she came out of the exam room, she also saw Zhuang Nianwei, the two of them walking out with big bags, stained with a lot of paint. Which schools do you go to for your school exams? Lu Xiao gave the names of a few schools, all of which were a few nearby universities. Zhuang Nianwei sighed. Other than that, I'm sure I won't be able to get into F University. I've also applied to a few A city ones. My parents still want me to go to a city. I've given up on a city. Go for it. Zhuang Nianwei's father came to pick them up and saw them from a distance. Zhuang Nianwei said hello to her and left. Lu Xiao turned around and finally found Lu Yu surrounded by a group of parents. Lu Yu trudged through the crowd and pulled Lu Xiao away, taking bigger steps than usual. Lu Yu had a big headache. A student's parent recognized me. Lu Yu perennially dominated the top of the grade in every subject, and the school's bulletin boards would not only hold report cards, but also pictures of the students. There were quite a few students from the second high school who came to take the art exam, and it wasn't a surprise that some people recognized him. Lu Xiao smiled with curved eyes, probably wanting to dip into your exam luck. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. Take you somewhere. Lu Yu brought her to the painting exhibition. In fact, the exhibition has been open for several days, but she has been busy with the art exam, so she delayed until now. When they arrived at the entrance of the exhibition, a staff member handed them brochures and took them in. Only after pulling some distance from the staff did Lu Xiao point to her jacket with some blush. It's not good for me to be like this, is it? Lu Yu lost his smile when he saw the paint rubbing off on her. It's okay. Lu Yu handed her the brochures. Buy the ones you fancy. It just so happens that the living room corridor needs to hang a few. Lu Xiao personally preferred the bright and colorful painting style, but it obviously didn't fit well with the decorating style over there. She wandered through the entire circle, thinking back to the overall design, and chose 2 paintings. Lu Yu followed suit and chose one. After participating in the unified examination, Lu Xiao did not rest, began to participate in the school examination. Zhuang Nianwei, not many schools overlap with her, most places are her own. Lu Yu was uneasy at first and wanted to accompany him, but then Lu Xiao didn't let him follow. Lu Yu itself is busy enough, one to and fro must be tossed for 2 days. Lu Xiao repeatedly assured that he did not go anywhere after the exam, and obediently went to the hotel to report to him, and Lu Yu then agreed. The school exams are staggered, so this month Lu Xiao was either preparing for the exam or on her way to the exam. Although she was confident in her grades, it was better to go to a few more schools to be on the safe side. Waiting for the end of the examination, Lu Yu only told her that the side of Jingyuan Huashan was almost packed, so she could prepare to move. Lu Zhao's high school was basically spent here, a lot more things than when she moved out from the Lu family. The whole living room was piled with boxes. Lu Xiao was in the room with one head and too big. Not to mention the fact that it's hard enough to move out a check room's worth of stuff. Lu Yu had guessed this situation and invited a professional to come over. Take out any important ones yourself and leave the rest to them. Lu Xiao ended up holding only 2 boxes out. Lu Yu called more than 2 dozen movers. There are many professional organizers. Eat a cake work, people are packed, immediately boxed to go. When we got to King's Court Hills again, we started moving things out as they requested. Lu Yu do things in a thunderous manner. An afternoon has been all arranged. Lu Xiao opened the check room, which was several times larger than before, and realized that her clothes were all arranged in the same order as before. Lu Yu leaned sideways against the doorway and looked at her. There is also a storage room on the 2nd floor that can be converted into a check room. Lu Xiao quickly waved her hand. Enough is enough, totally enough. She's not such a loser. She can't even fill this check room. Lu Yu smiled, a little wobbly. For the first time, Lu Xiao realized that the other party's smiling features were so aggressive. Chapter 28. Quick freeze. Lu Yu came downstairs after the shower and saw Lu Zhao's hair hanging half dry on her shoulders, wearing yellow cartoon pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the floor reading the manual. Why are you sitting here? Lu Xiao looked up to see him coming and rose with gusto, pulling him to sit on the couch with her. Brother, how do you play this dancing carpet you bought? Lu Xiao handed over the manual and leaned over herself, almost half of her body leaning into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu smelled the faint scent of shower gel coming from her, and his entire body froze. his breathing pausing for a moment. It's obviously the same body wash. How come? Lu Yu stabilized her mind. Why didn't you dry your hair? Lu Xiao was a little wary. The top half is dry, and the house is underfloor heated, so it's not cold. Lu Yu looked at her without saying anything. Lu Xiao had to go upstairs and blow dry her hair, and when she came down again, Lu Yu had already turned on the dance carpet. Lu Xiao was just a little curious, and after playing for a couple of times, she stopped playing and turned her head to Lu Yu again. I want to watch a movie. Lu Yu looked at the time and agreed. The villa was equipped with an elevator, but the theater was on the negative floor, and the two chose to walk straight down. Lu Xiao entered only to realize that there were more snack shelves and drink cabinets in the doorway. I don't think these were their last time. New. Lu Xiao picked out a bag of chips and a bottle of sparkling water and sat on the couch. The two of them chose the double sofa in the center, which could be adjusted to a recliner style, but Lu Xiao didn't adjust it for fear of getting chips on her. She picked a funny movie that wasn't very long and fell over laughing at Lu Yu several times. Lu Yu was a little helpless, afraid that she would choke, so he had to put away her chips. When the movie was over, it was only 10 o'clock, and Lu Yu told her to go back to her room and rest early. Lu Xiao, lying on the bed, still do not feel sleepy. Intends to play a few more games. The Sai Zhuang Yanwei just called her into the team when Qingqi's message sent over. When Qingqi, Xiao Xiao, have you heard about the Lu family? Lu Xiao's heart thumped. The Lu family had been quiet for too long, and she was busy with her exams, so she hadn't paid attention for a long time. Lu Xiao, what's wrong? When Qingqi. It's hard to say, you'd better ask Lu Yu. She wasn't in the mood to play the game anymore, so she spoke to Zhuang Yanwei and went to knock on Lu Yu's door. Lu Yu had already changed into a set of home clothes with glasses, probably dealing with company affairs. Seeing her come over to him at this hour was a bit of a surprise. What's wrong? Lu Xiao sat beside him and hesitated for a moment or said, Qingqi told me that the Lu family seems to be in trouble. Lu Yu's face was bashful, not at all surprised that she would know. It's a bit of a mess. Don't you care? Go home immediately after school. If Lu Kongyun or any other member of the Lu family contacts you, let them come directly to me. Lu Xiao's head is messed up into a pot of porridge. Lu Yu against the Lu family is clearly a college copy of the matter. How to advance again. The Lu family is not like the Jin family, and Lu Kongyun is not a good character to deal with. Otherwise, the original hero wouldn't have waited for the Jin family to fall and then held back for a few more years before taking on the Lu family. But how long has it been now? She suddenly thought of another thing. Liu has long had the idea of moving out. This house looks like it took a long time to prepare, decoration and furniture, and so expensive. Many images flashed through her mind and she asked abruptly, Brother, is this house really rented? Lu Yu also did not expect her to suddenly ask this, or truthfully said, Bye. Lu Xiao floated all the way back, and the first thing she did when she returned to her room was to open her cell phone and search the price of the house. Almost didn't take a breath. What has Lu Yu been doing all these years? Is it true that what he did isn't written in the penal code? After 2 days of calm and quiet, she did receive a call from Lu Kongyun, the other party, with a little anger and tired, but did not say anything heavy to her, just asked when she was on vacation, let her come home to stay, and also asked Lu Yu to give him a call back. Lu Xiao was shocked to hear this and rushed to find Lu Yu. Lu Yu listened with a calm face, and also very cozy, pouring her a cup of juice. Just listen to what he says. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get in touch with himself, Lu Kongyun probably wouldn't have even remembered that he had a daughter. Seeing this attitude of Lu Yu, Lu Xiao also understood something. Lu Kongyun's side didn't come looking for Lu Xiao anymore, but her legendary stepmother approached her. She was half confused when she got on the phone and heard the introductions on the other end, not understanding what this stepmother of hers was calling her for. Just as she hung up, the WeChat message rang again, and it was the housekeeper from the previous house coming to her, saying that her mother had come over to them with her brother in her arms, and asking if she needed to give the other party a new address. She immediately reacted to the fact that it was Tang Qing who had come. All she wanted to do was ask if this stepmother of hers was a little sick in the head. Lu Yu heard the face also became not so good, took Lu Xiao's cell phone to read a few messages. I'll get you a new card, and this number should no longer be used. Lu Xiao was a bit confused. What did Tang Qing come to see me for? Lu Yu coldly laughed. Building family that project Tang family also invested a lot. See all to lose all. Do not know from the building Kongyun side to get what news, want to come over to sell miserable just. Lu Xiao then reacted. No wonder she even carried out her son who was still breastfeeding. Good guys are using her as a breakthrough. Is it because she's young and easy to trick, or is she soft and easy to bully? Lu Yu looked at her angry into a puffer fish, felt a little cute, couldn't help but laugh. Don't pay attention to them. Soon to be on vacation? Want to go where to spend the new year? Lu Xiao's attention immediately shifted, opening her mouth and quickly closing it again. Lu Yu was unsure and asked, "What's wrong?" "I actually want to go up north to see the snow." Although Lu Yu had promised her before, she wasn't sure if Lu Yu would still take her there after she came back from a city with an illness. Lu Yu didn't have much of a reaction. "Then go," Lu Xiao said in surprise. "Really?" Lu Yu nodded. "If you get sick again, buy a ticket and fly back that day." There is no need to be so decisive in this matter. As the end of the semester approached, the atmosphere of learning was very strong throughout the senior year, except for their international class, of course. The second generation in the class, except for those who have been preparing to go abroad for a long time, the rest who plan to take the domestic college entrance exams are either as powerful as the protagonist group or their families are already prepared to donate buildings and libraries. There was little pressure on everyone, and the contrast with a couple of parallel classes next door was strong. Although the arts test scores are not yet out, but Lu Xiao own heart, culture class is also a little slack. Back to the class only a week, sketchbook have changed 2 books. Lu Xiao finished drawing a picture of a bird on a tree outside the window and retracted her eyes just in time to see her tablemate who was in a daze. Suddenly it occurred to me that Bo Yushan came out so much earlier than the original article, and I wondered if he would choose to go back abroad or stay at home. Lu Xiao tapped twice on his desk, drawing the other man's attention to him. Lu Xiao asked, "You have such good grades? Are you trying to get into a domestic school?" Bo Yushan looked over at her and then at her sketchbook. Curious, Lu Xiao nodded. "Send me a picture and I'll tell you." Lu Xiao held up her sketchbook with some surprise. "This? Aha!" Lu Xiao directly handed over the entire book. "Take your pick." Bo Yushan took it, flipping from the beginning to the end, and finally took the first one, the little fat chirp she had just drawn. Not sure what the point of him flipping this is. "Stay in the country," Lu Xiao asked softly. "That intention school?" Bo Yushan thought for a moment. "F University." What a completely different trajectory from the original. S City suddenly cooled down. The day before, Lu Xiao was still wearing a thin jacket and single pants. The next day cursed and began to look for a down coat to wear. Who taught it to cool down like that? Just trying to freeze whoever it is. In the morning when they left the house, the two were dressed in the same way. Lu Xiao was already wrapped up in a ball, a long white down coat hanging straight down to her calves. Lu Yu, on the other hand, just added a long trench coat outside the school uniform, walking with the wind, full of aura. People were more angry than people. She looked like a ball every time she stood next to Lu Yu. Lu Xiao endured all the way, got off the car and finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother, not cold?" Lu Yu held her hand, letting her feel his warmth. There has to be a 20-degree temperature difference between the two. Before Lu Xiao had time to speak, Lu Yu spoke first. "Why are your hands so cold? How many clothes are you wearing inside?" He also gave Lu Xiao a scarf to put on as well when he set off, not realizing that her hands were still as cold as slush. Lu Xiao struggled hard in Lu Yu's hands. "I've already worn a lot. This is a matter of personal constitution. She grew up with a weak body. These years insist on exercise than the original text of the Sister Lin has been too good." Luckily, the classroom was air-conditioned, allowing Lu Xiao's hands and feet to start warming up. Eating lunch was even tougher, as Lu Xiao started shivering right out of the classroom and chilled all the way to the cafeteria. After 2 days like this, Lu Yu will not let her go to the cafeteria, are gonna pack and bring back to her. This year, I don't know if it's the weather or the fact that she's been sick several times in a row, but she's even more afraid of the cold, and her hands aren't warm for long from morning to night, and she seems stiff when she writes. The hand is slow, the drawing is also slow. To the end of the vacation, Lu Xiao hand that sketchbook is still missing pages of the book. Lu Yu watched as Lu Xiao rolled from the car into the house with a swoosh like a small white steel cannon and smiled helplessly. Lu Xiao returned home to warm up for a while, then took off the jacket and scarf, and the school bag was all carried in by Lu Yu. "And you want to go up north for New Year's Eve like this?" Lu Xiao was decisive. "Go. The cold in the north is not the same as our cold in the south. I can carry it." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Carry on being sick for a month?" Remembering her harrowing experience of going to a city, she dared not squeak. Senior students only have 10 days of winter vacation. Lu Yu intends to take Lu Xiao over as soon as the vacation is over, and then come back when the first 7 days are over. provided Lu Xiao doesn't get sick. Lu Xiao began to prepare the luggage after the exam. A half-person high black suitcase filled to the brim, but the bed is still piled up a pile of unpacked things. When Lu Yu came in, he saw Lu Xiao standing by the bed thinking hard. He pressed his temples, finally picking up a job he hadn't done in a long time. "I'll do it." Lu Xiao finally relieved herself and stood aside to listen to the command. She suddenly remembered the previous 2 years of New Year's Eve and spoke with some concern. The Lu family won't suddenly come looking for the door again, right? No, they're probably not in the mood for New Year's Eve. The Lu family is now in a mess, and I am afraid that I can't even sleep well. So how can I still spend the New Year peacefully in the Lu family's old house? He had let Lu Xiao change his contact information before. Not many people knew about it, and with his instructions, Lu Xiao went home as soon as school was over. Jingyuan Huashan security is very good. Even if the building family inquired about their residence, they could not come in at will. When this year was over, it was time to put an end to his relationship with the Lu family. Lu Yu's eyes changed and quickly returned to normal. His hands didn't stop moving and helped Lu Xiao pack all the luggage. What Lu Xiao brought this time was basically warm-oriented clothes, which took up a lot of space even if she brought less. Lu Yu had to get her another box, ready to send it directly. Lu Yu helped her finish packing and sighed in relief, stopping her from still wanting to go to the check room. Not enough to get there and then buy. Lu Xiao looked innocent. Then you have to bring it back when you come back. Lu Yu did not think of this problem and had a bit of a headache. In the end, it was he who compromised and another box was added to the house. Chapter 29, 3 years old. The airport was crowded for New Year's Eve, and the two had just finished checking in when they received word that their flight was delayed. City side there is a strong snowfall, said the plane cannot land. The airport speaker shouted several times. Lu Yu, afraid of Lu Xiao sitting bored, simply took her to stroll in the airport. There was an ice cream parlor in the airport, and Lu Xiao couldn't move from the doorway, her eyes fixed on someone's ice cream ball without blinking. Lu Yu helplessly pulled her in. "You can only eat one." Lu Xiao, "Good." As a result, after looking at the ice cream in the display case, she looked up at Lu Yu again with a resigned and tangled expression. After only 10 seconds of watching, Lu Yu was defeated. "2, you can't eat any more than that." Lu Xiao chose the 2 flavors she wanted the most, and if she didn't still have to face it, she even wanted to ask the sales clerk if the extra money would make the ball roll a little bigger. Lu Yu wasn't interested in ice cream, so he ordered a cup of coffee and sat with Lu Xiao. "This ice cream is expensive, but its flavor fully deserves its price." Lu Xiao also looked at the display case with interest after eating it and memorized the brand. When the next time Lu Yu was not there, she must come and eat all of them. Lu Xiao's favorite thing to do is to turn on the cold air conditioner and cover up in the summer, and turn on the heater and eat cold drinks in the winter. But since she came back from a city with a disease, Lu Yu on her diet more attentive, her several unreasonable hobbies are deprived of, the weather is cold, from the refrigerator simply cannot turn over a box of ice cream too. The plane was delayed for 3 hours and both of them settled for lunch at the airport. When she landed on the ground, Lu Xiao saw that it was white outside. If it wasn't for Lu Yu's quick eyes and hands pulling her back, she would have rolled in the snow by now. Lu Yu called the car has long been waiting at the entrance of the airport, and after another hour's ride to the book department, Lu Xiao only felt tired. After packing, it was dark. Lu Yu took her to find a restaurant nearby, a small restaurant near the residential building, clean and atmospheric. People come and go. Most of the diners are locals. Lu Xiao ordered 3 favorites, and Lu Yu took it and added another dish and a soup. The waiter looked at the menu with a very odd expression and asked, "Is there a guest who hasn't arrived yet?" Lu Xiao responded, "Just the 2 of us." The waiter understood. "We have a rather large menu at our restaurant, so 2 people might not be able to finish a 5-course meal." Lu Xiao, "It's okay. I'm a big eater." By the time the first course came up, both men's expressions froze. The bowl was bigger than Lu Xiao's head. Lu Xiao, "This portion is really quite a lot." Lu Yu didn't say anything, but it looked like he hadn't seen this scene before either. For dishes and a soup set full, Lu Xiao ate a few mouthfuls and found that the taste is not bad. She thought that at this price, this amount of food, the taste will not be good to wear. Only when the 2 had eaten their fill and put down their chopsticks did the table move the tip of the iceberg. Lu Yu came back after buying the bill and found that Lu Xiao had already wrapped her scarf and put on her gloves and stood in the doorway, her eyes glowing as she looked at him. He only thought it was funny. Just now when the 2 of them went downstairs, Lu Xiao couldn't help but run towards the park where there was a lot of snow. If it wasn't for his tight grip, she was afraid that she wouldn't even want to eat. "Go!" Snow in the north is different from that in the south. Not only is it thick, but it doesn't melt easily, it's dry and falls off when you pat it. Lu Xiao specially chose a clean snowy place to lie on. In fact, she wanted to pounce on it, but she didn't know how thick the snow was, and she was afraid that she would directly pounce on the ground and fall with a concussion. Lu Xiao remembered the Thunder Peak Tower that he didn't have time to pile up last time and started to do it. Lu Yu looked at it for a while and asked, "What's in the pile?" Lu Xiao shaped it as she piled up the height. Thunder Peak Tower. Lu Yu also remembered the scene when Lu Xiao was playing happily with the bear children in the neighborhood and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiao tilted her head at him, disgruntled. "Is that funny?" Lu Yu shook her head and helped her pile them together. Lu Xiao pinched a less than successful Thunderbolt Tower against the streetlight. "No, I have to go find some tools." Lu Yu stopped her. "It's late today. Let's talk tomorrow." Lu Xiao thought about it and planned to come back during the day to perfect it. As a result, she got up early the next morning and came downstairs in a flurry of excitement to find that her thunderbolt had been piled up by the bears into odd shapes. She was silent. Lu Yu followed her down and laughed out loud when he saw the pile of unnameable objects. "It's quite artistic." Lu Xiao was so angry that he raised another high building and piled up another Leifeng pagoda, placing it with the pirated Leifeng pagoda next to it. Lu Xiao patted the snow on her palms and got up satisfied. "That's what you call art." Lu Yu did not hire an additional chef. The New Year's Eve dinner is also with Lu Xiao. Two people went to the supermarket to buy the dishes to come back to do it themselves. Lu Xiao also bought local sauerkraut and made sauerkraut dumplings. Lu Yu passed by and looked at it. "Are you sure it's going to be good?" Lu Xiao almost wanted to dip her bare hands into a mouthful of the filling and taste it, but was stopped by Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face darkened. "Raw." Lu Xiao thought about it and wrapped another plate of ordinary pork and cabbage dumplings. Cooked sauerkraut dumplings. Lu Xiao tasted the first mouthful and fell silent. Lu Yu also gave face to taste a bite. The two didn't say a word for a long time, and finally Lu Xiao silently pushed the dumplings a little farther away. None of the dishes flopped except for these sauerkraut dumplings. After a good meal, the two put on their coats and planned to go out. Lu Yu let the assistant before coming to check out the strategy. New Year's Days in the center of the square will have a fireworks show. Half of Lu Xiao's face was covered by the scarf, and she pulled it with difficulty. "We're going too early, aren't we?" Lu Yu helped her put it back on again. "Go take a load off." Lu Xiao had to go out dressed like a potted plant. As a result, I don't know whether it's an obstructed view or purely because I'm too bloated and physically inflexible to wear it, but I fell in the neighborhood not long after I came downstairs. Fortunately, wearing thick, the fall was not serious. Lu Yu pulled her up and patted the snow on her body. "Where did it hurt?" Lu Xiao shook her head, her expression a little confused. Obviously, she hadn't reacted herself. Lu Yu sighed, pulling over Lu Xiao's hand and clutching it tightly. "Let's go." Lu Xiao had put her hands in the pockets of her clothes before, so she didn't wear gloves, and she held her hand with Lu Yu's hand like she was holding a hand warmer. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, you're in great health." Lu Yu naturally can also feel the difference between the two people's body temperature, but probably he has a ghost in his heart, and what he thinks is also different from what Lu Xiao thinks. Lu Yu coughed twice. Her hand gripped a little tighter again. "Watch the road carefully." Lu Xiao had to emerge from her scarf with difficulty to look closely at her feet. The square was quite crowded, and the centerpiece had been fenced off, presumably where the fireworks were to be set off. The outermost circle has a row of food carts. Lu Xiao looked around, and even saw popsicle sellers. Because the weather is cold enough, they are all placed directly outside without refrigeration equipment. In this weather, Lu Xiao's hands and feet were frozen, and she didn't want to eat popsicles at all. In the end, Lu Yu bought a ball of sweet potato and wrapped it in paper again before handing it to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao took a bite. "It's not as good as the one I bought last year. The baked sweet potatoes here are baked directly in the machine, and they taste nothing like the ones from last year, which were cooked with briquettes. Next time we'll bake it ourselves." "Good." Lu Yu bought the sweet potato. Size was not big, is to give her to relieve her craving. Lu Xiao, a little bit of eating, also finished. When the fireworks were about to start, the crowd began to squeeze forward. Lu Yu was afraid that the crowd would push Lu Xiao down, so he had to take her to the back of the open space, across the street, and don't care about the location. Fireworks show lasted a total of 15 minutes, all kinds of tricks. There are a few especially novel. Lu Xiao immediately took out his cell phone and began to record video. Lu Yu looked at her smile and only felt that the fireworks in his heart were far more explosive than the fireworks outside. 15 minutes passed quickly. Lu Xiao couldn't get enough of it, and specially sent the video to the group with a few red envelopes. Lu Xiao. Video. Lu Xiao. Video. Lu Xiao. Red packet. Lu Xiao. Red packet. Lu Xiao. Happy New Year. One Qingqi. Happy New Year, Xiao Xiao. H City is quite lively. Zhuang Nianwei. Envy. Our side of the fireworks are cancelled. Said last year there was a fire. When Qingqi. I heard that a lot of fireworks displayers were arrested in the park at night, and some people said that they would go to the park just to see the fireworks and not to display them so that they could see the fireworks and not spend any money and not to be arrested. Lu Xiao. It's pretty smart. Zhuang Nianwei. When are you coming back for a dinner date? Lu Xiao. School will start when we get back, so let's just see you at school. Zhuang Nianwei. Mad.gif. Zhuang Nianwei. Damn school. Lu Xiao's hands were shivering as she typed, and quickly put her phone back in her pocket, pulling Lu Yu's hand for warmth again. The square is too many people walking slowly. Lu Xiao suddenly got a bad idea. She glanced at Lu Yu and quietly put her hands behind her back, elevating them again and slamming them against Lu Yu's neck. She could clearly feel Lu Yu's body tremble. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu helplessly turned her head to look at her. Lu Xiao. How old are you? Lu Xiao's hand was pulled down and held in the other's hand, saying very proudly, 3 years old. Looking at Lu Xiao with this look, he also smiled. Lu San Yu, let's go. While they were spending the New Year's Eve at ease in H City, the Lu family was already in a mess. The Lu family is obviously a bit more miserable than the Jin family at the time. The bidding failed, and then found out that the accounts were falsified, and the top management ran away. Lu Kongyun this year are spent in the detention center. Yet the news of the mistresses have brought their children to the door. The old man of the Lu family was directly infuriated and hospitalized. Tang Qing herself went to the Lu family's old mansion to hide with her children. But the mistresses who dared to come to the door were not any good to get along with. So Tang Qing had to be forced to flee back to the Tang family again. Back in S City, Lu Xiao was dumbfounded after hearing this, completely unable to imagine that they just went out for a few days and the story happened so wonderfully. When Qingqi see her face eat melon expression also secretly relieved, afraid that she because of the building family things feel hurt. Mainly or those mistresses brought children, your father is now in custody, funds are frozen, they do not have the monthly living expenses or haunted door to door with those children also. When Qingqi glanced at her expression again, and found that she was very calm, then continued, although I didn't have time to do the paternity test, but 8 or 9 is not far from it. When Qingqi still said implicitly, those who dare to make trouble at the door at this time can be sure that they are Lu Kongyun's own. Lu Xiao's first thought was that if Jin Yunxi knew about this news, she was afraid that she would also faint from anger. It's one thing to know it privately, it's another to put it out in the open and punch it in the face. Lu Xiao waved her hand, not very concerned. It's their business if the Lu family is a mess. It's also his own business if he has a few kids. My brother and I don't care anymore for a long time. Not to mention that she is not even Lu Kongyun's biological, even if she is, with her cannot change anything. As for Lu Yu, he was the main force in the matter of dealing with the Lu family. I just don't know that those mistresses dare to venture out at this time, whether it is also Lu Yu's handiwork. Chapter 30. Kidnapping. Lu Yu explained, I'm just having the current situation of the Lu family made clear. He was busy these days, and when he arrived home in the evening he basically stayed in his study. Lu Xiao ate half of the melon during the day today, and then hoofed it in at night to ask, are they trying to make one last buck out of the Lu family? Anyone who dares to make trouble at the door is bold enough to want more than that. Even if Lu Kongyun really can't come out, there is still the old man of the Lu family. Unlike the children Tang Qing just gave birth to, they have all been with Lu Kongyun for several years, and the children are not much younger than Lu Xiao. The money is going to run out, and they're all used to living large, so of course they want to make a big deal out of it so that the Lu family will have to recognize the child. Lu Xiao thought about it for a while and then figured it out. But even if the Lu family recognizes the child, they won't let the child's mother in. Those people can't think on that level. The ones who really had some brains were not to be persuaded by a few words from the people he sent there. Lu Xiao exclaimed, it's really the play of the year. And will he be released? Lu Yu's eyes darkened. Can't be locked up for a few days, his people are still active, but there's no good fruit to eat when they come out. Whether it was the original Lu Yu or the current Lu Yu, there was no mercy at all when dealing with the Lu family. Lu Xiao knew that the Lu family couldn't find her even if they were looking for trouble, and her taut nerves loosened up a bit. Senior students have to make up classes on Sundays. Released a little earlier than usual. Lu Yu early in the morning to take leave did not come. Lu Xiao followed Wen Qingqi and Zhuang Nianwei to the hot pot restaurant near the school to eat dinner. There were quite a few seniors who came over from school to eat, and if they hadn't come early, they would have had to wait in line. Zhuang Nianwei asked for a bottle of iced cola and drank it violently to wake up some. It's killing me. Reviewing some old knowledge every day is breaking my heart. Lu Xiao also asked for a bottle of ice soda. Your class is really put together. Lu Xiao's arts examination scores have all come out. With her current level, the college entrance examination failure can go to F University, no pressure at all. Wen Qingqi, it's not just their class, it's basically our floor. Except for their international class who still skipped around, the other classes hated sitting in class 24 hours a day. Lu Xiao thought about it. Also, Zhuang Nianwei took another sip of cola. The art exam scores are just like that. If the cultural scores don't go up, I'm going to be cold. Lu Xiao helped her with a few pieces of fatty beef roll. Come on, eat more. You'll be able to go back and work on another paper when you're full. Since Wen Qingqi's house and Zhuang Nianwei's house were in the same direction, Zhuang Nianwei took the one family's ride. After they left, it took another moment before Lu Xiao's familiar black Maybach drove over. Lu Xiao opened the door and realized something was wrong before half of her body sat in it. And just as she was about to withdraw, she felt a stabbing pain, and then her whole body fainted. She was disoriented and saw someone carrying her to another car. If Lu Xiao can still speak, surely to curse, she usually study and read well. 2 ears do not hear things outside the window who do not provoke, how can someone find her? And the electric shocks really hurt. Can't you go easy on me? Lu Xiao didn't know how long she had been out for. And when she woke up, she found herself lying on the couch. And she cruised around to find herself staying in an unfamiliar apartment. Her body was still a little limp, but she wasn't tied up, and she felt in her pockets her cell phone and watch had been taken away, apparently not wanting her to contact the outside world. Lu Xiao was just about to get up when she saw Lu Kongyun open the door and come in, followed by 2 black-clothed bodyguards. She exclaimed in wide-eyed surprise, "Dad!" Lu Kongyun gave her a complicated look and answered. Lu Xiao only felt his scalp numb. Isn't Lu Kongyun still in the detention center? How come he was released? Obviously these days Lu Kongyun hadn't had a good time. The whole person had emaciated quite a lot, although it could be seen that it had been taken care of, but there was still some hint of disheveledness. Lu Xiao was still in shock when Lu Kongyun spoke first. I have something to talk with that Lu, you kid, you stay here. There's something in the fridge if you're hungry. Don't think about running around. There are people watching outside. I know Jin Yunshin, that woman, let you go to learn what messed up things. You those flowery fist against them cannot have good fruit to eat. Lu Xiao heard a generalization from his 3 words. Lu Kongyun was forced to be anxious, so he tied her as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Lu Yu. It seems that Lu Yu must be holding something very important in his hands. She didn't know how many other people were out there right now, and she didn't know exactly where she was, so if she tried her best to escape and it turned out that this apartment was built in the middle of the countryside in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't she be in vain? And it didn't look like Lu Kongyun would want to take her life either. Lu Xiao settled her mind. How much longer do I have to stay here? I haven't finished my homework and I have a quiz on Monday. Lu Kongyun choked, not realizing that even at this time, Lu Xiao was still worried about her homework. Wait until that little white boy figures it out sometime. Only after Lu Kong transported away did Lu Xiao loosen her taut body. The 2 black-clad bodyguards didn't follow Lu Kongyun out and remained inside the apartment. Lu Xiao even wobbled as she stood up, wondering if it was an after-effect of being electrocuted. She walked over to the refrigerator, which held several bottles of water and milk, as well as several boxes of instant noodles and rice, which looked to have been procured at a convenience store. She took a box of rice and a carton of milk out, found the microwave and unwrapped the rice and put it in, and after some thought, opened the milk and put it in as well. In case of diarrhea, Lu Kongyun would not be kind enough to take her to the doctor. Lu Xiao took the warmed rice and milk and sat in the dining room to eat. The 2 big brothers of the bodyguards alternately guarded the door, not caring what Lu Xiao was doing inside. She had just tried quietly while she was in the kitchen, and the window was boarded up and she couldn't see out, only vaguely that it was daytime. She should have disappeared for the whole night. With the level of attention Lu Yu had paid to her, it shouldn't have been long after she was tied up before she realized it. I just hope Lu Yu's male lead aura will work. No one reappeared in the apartment until darkness fell at night. The apartment wasn't big. She'd basically seen it all. There was one room that could be opened. She went in and tried it and realized it couldn't be unlocked. Unsurprisingly, the room also had dark windows, sealed shut, and toiletries in the bathroom. Lu Xiao picked up a cup and hung it on the doorknob before going to the bathroom to wash up a little. And without changing her clothes, She slept on the bed with the quilt. She didn't sleep very soundly this one night, dreaming of many scenes where Lu Yu fell to the ground with his head broken and bloodied. When she opened her eyes, her face became grave. She pushed open the door and pretended to be casual as she opened the refrigerator door to take out a box of noodles to heat up. The two older bodyguard brothers still took turns guarding the door without moving, making her even sigh a word of dedication. There was nothing missing from the refrigerator, but there was no other food kept in such a small apartment, so it was 80% likely that someone had brought it in. Looking at the sunlight shining in through the window, the time is not early, but no matter who is Lu Yu or Lu Kongyun did not come. Things were more serious than she thought. Either Lu Kongyun wants cash or something like that. Lu Yu has not been able to get it together for a while, or Lu Kongyun wants something too deadly. If it's the former, it's fine. With Lu Yu's strength, the money is gone can be earned again. If the latter, her head ached as she thought back to the various miserable ways Lu Yu had been treated in her dreams. If Lu Kongyun is really crazy, he is not much better than Lu Yu. She hadn't forgotten how crazy the original hero was, and that gene was all inherited from Lu Kongyun. He don't want to take Lu Yu with her 1-for-1. Her life as a vicious female match is not as valuable as the male leads. Not many people knew about Lu Yu's relationship with Wen Qingqi in the original story, so he fought the Lu family to the bitter end with almost no soft spots before the Lu family was completely broken and had no room to turn around. Now she wore in and became that variable. Lu Xiao pondered for half a day, put down the noodles that she had only eaten a few bites of, pretended to have a somewhat difficult stomach and leaned on the table for a while, pinched her thighs so hard that tears came out of her eyes, and then got up with a miserably white face. Both bodyguards looked at her with a wary look on their faces when they saw her approaching. Lu Xiao said with a sobbing voice, "This noodle seems to be bad. I ate 2 bites and my stomach hurts. Can you guys help me buy a medicine and bring a new meal?" The two bodyguards hesitated to speak. Lu Xiao hoarse voice, "My dad just let you guys watch me, right, and did not let you guys abuse me. If I really have an accident, you guys can't explain it. Besides, I'm not going out, you guys just buy some stomach medicine and rice." The two men looked at each other. "Then go lie down on the couch and I'll have something brought in." "Good." Lu Xiao did the full routine and moved slowly, reaching the front of the couch and laying down slowly, squinting with her head on the side pretending to be hard. This angle is just enough to see the doorway. One of the bodyguards took out his cell phone and explained a few things before hanging up, and the two didn't even leave the room. Lu Xiao had to wait patiently next. There was no clock in the room, so she had to estimate the time. About half to an hour later, the bodyguard's cell phone rang, and the other man hung up after listening and opened the door to bring in his stuff. Lu Xiao could see that the other party was wearing the same uniform as the two black-clad bodyguards, and the building outside wasn't very new. Lu Xiao took the stuff and thanked him. The medicine was the most common stomach pills, basically what you can get at a drugstore, and a soup noodle and a fried rice with a sign that said Shaxian Grand Empire. It was all stuff you could see everywhere, but it took the bouncer more than half an hour. Either there wasn't actually another person outside the door, this person had been called over and was taking longer on the road, or it was so out of the way that there wasn't even a salsa or pharmacy around. If it was the former, then it would be much easier. The door was unlocked, she just had to take down these two bodyguards inside and she could escape. If it was the latter, then it was really the worst-case scenario. Lu Xiao thought so much that her head hurt. Really lived 2 lifetimes, did not expect that she would be kidnapped. Kidnapping is her obvious real father, in order to blackmail her nominal real brother. To the extent that she had to say an outrageous word when she saw it on TV, it actually happened. "It's really killing me." Lu Xiao didn't have much of an appetite, but still managed to fight her way through a few bites, and when the bodyguard wasn't looking, she poured one of the pills out and soaked it into the soup noodles, pretending that she'd already taken the pills. She hadn't cleaned up her things on the table either, and still lay down on the couch. The bodyguard thought she was a young lady with a lot of health problems and was a little lax. When evening came, Lu Xiao saw that someone had brought the bodyguard 2 boxed lunches, and one individually wrapped, apparently for her. Lu Xiao saw a little better this time. There was only one bodyguard standing outside the door delivering food, and it was the same one as during the day. Seeing that 2 days had passed, she couldn't just sit around and rely on Lu Yu to save her. Even if she failed, Lu Kongyun shouldn't take her life. She was a little unsure again when she thought about what this crazy dad had done, but she still wanted to take a chance. Lu Xiao's dinner was hastily eaten in 2 bites, and then she laid back down on the sofa again, and halfway through, one of the bodyguards went into the restroom, and only then did Lu Xiao hold her stomach and bend slightly to approach the bodyguard who was leaning against the doorway. "That bodyguard big brother." Lu Xiao's voice was soft and seemed a bit weak, probably because she'd seemed so well behaved for the past 2 days and made it look like she was sick. The bodyguard let his guard down a few notches. What's wrong again? That's. Lu Xiao tilted her head slightly, taking advantage of the moment of relief the other man had, and with a punch to the eye and a kick to the bottom, she took the glass out of her arms and slammed it into the man's head. Lu Xiao, a few fast and accurate moves straight to the vitals, and when the bodyguard reacted without resisting a few times, he was knocked out. But the commotion caused the bouncer, who was still in the restroom, to rush out. Just now, Lu Xiao was able to knock down the black-clothed bodyguard so quickly mainly by surprise, but now that the two people were actually fighting, the gap in size and strength was very obvious. Lu Xiao took the hit somewhat off guard, her brain buzzing. She gritted her teeth and didn't give up. It would be too much of a loss to fall now. The bodyguard only wanted to subdue her and didn't dare to hit her hard. Not so with her, fighting for her life with every move. When this bodyguard also collapsed, Lu Xiao felt blood in her mouth and was about to pass out the next second. Lu Xiao felt out the cell phone on her bodyguard and wanted to call Lu Yu first. The hell knows whether the people outside are there or not, whether she can escape or not. Of course, the first time to ask for help, entering the number and calling it, it took about 3 seconds for the other person to pick up. Hello. The other party's voice all but reeked of exhaustion, but it gave Lu Xiao a great sense of security. Brother. Lu Xiao really wanted to cry now, but she held back. I knocked out the person guarding me. This is the cell phone I brought. Can I locate it? There was a murmur on the other side of the phone, and Lu Yu's voice resumed. Don't be afraid. Wait for me. Lu Xiao got up holding her cell phone, wanting to get out of here first, but the pain started to come out where she had just been hit and she went limp again. Dizzy head and aches all over. This won't work. Sooner or later, Lu Common's people will realize something's wrong here. Lu Zhao's sense of trust in Lu Yu is derived from the original party's perception as well as the daily cultivation that came from crossing over later. Since Lu Yu said to wait for him, he would definitely be able to find her in the fastest time possible. But Lu Xiao didn't expect that this fast was so fast. The door was violently broken open, and when Lu Yu walked in with his men, it was no more than 5 minutes before Lu Xiao called over. Lu Xiao stared at him dumbfounded, half unable to return to her senses. Lu Yu was relieved to see her and pushed down the tyrannical emotions he had felt for days. But when he got closer and saw the wounds on Lu Xiao's body and the blood stains at the corners of her mouth, he suddenly clenched his fists, and the bottom of his eyes seemed to contain a storm. Lu Yu gently hugged her. It's okay. It's over. Lu Xiao finally couldn't hold back her tears for half a day and fainted after crying for a while. Her last thought before she passed out was that this was a really watery year and she was going to the hospital again. Chapter 31. When Lu Xiao woke up, she was lying in the hospital with a bottle. Her body ached from the slightest movement, and the vertigo was much lighter. Lu Yu sat on the sofa not far away to deal with official business. His face was terribly gloomy. Brother. Lu Yu heard her voice and walked over quickly, ringing the bedside bell. How is it? Where else is it uncomfortable? There's still a little pain in my body. Lu Yu pursed his lips, pulled out a taut arc, said softly, It's okay. Just some abrasions. The swelling will soon subside. Where's the head? Still dizzy or not? It's better than before. The doctor soon came in and gave her various more tests. Listening to Lu Yu's conversation with the doctor, he said that she had a slight concussion, and that it would be best to observe her for a few more days, and that she would also need to rest quietly when she was discharged from the hospital. Oh come on, no need to go to school again, thanks to the fact that her art exams are over. When the doctor left, Lu Yu helped her up and asked, Are you hungry? Lu Xiao nodded. Kind of. How long have I been asleep? One night. Lu Yu glanced at the clock. It's 8 in the morning. In the time it took to wait for someone to deliver the food, Lu Xiao told her all about what had happened in the past few days before asking, How did you find me so quickly then? Lu Yu reached out and rattled the necklace around Lu Xiao's neck. Miniature locator. Huh. Lu Xiao held the necklace with a shocked look on her face. This necklace was sent to her by Lu Yu last year. The pendant is a solid gold bunny. Very cute. Lu Xiao has been wearing it without taking it off. Lu Yu held Lu Xiao's hand and slowly said, The driver who is usually responsible for driving for you took sick leave. The new driver was bought by Lu Kongyun. I arrived home that day and found that you hadn't come back yet, so I called you, only to find that it was turned off. After he checked the time with Wen Qingqi, only to realize that after an hour had passed, Lu Xiao had not yet arrived home, and the driver's phone could not be reached. He guessed that something had happened, and at the first time he began to locate the necklace's position. Lu Xiao listened in awe. So you knew where I was that first night? Lu Yu shook his head. Lu Kongyun should have installed some kind of shield nearby. and it was only by the next day that my men found the approximate location. Lu Yu helplessly laughed. But I'm glad that the other party is Lu Kongyun. At the very least, I still have chips in my hand that I can talk to him about, and he won't tear up the ticket. I negotiated a deal with him while I had my people narrow down the area, and eventually found the building, but I didn't know how many people he had under him and didn't dare to spook him. Lu Xiao was wearing a hospital gown, and the buttons were not fastened tightly, so Lu Yu saw the bruises and blood marks on her shoulder, and her face became more and more ugly. Lu Xiao also followed his line of sight, and only then did she realize her wound. No wonder it hurts so much. It looks weirdly scary. Lu Xiao gathered her collar. It's fine. I used to practice sparring often injured. Such an injury will be fine after a few days of recuperation. It just looks serious. Lu Yu's eyes made her a little weak, and she immediately subconsciously admitted her mistake. It won't happen next time. I will definitely ensure my own safety first. Lu Yu couldn't be angry with her either. Just wait for a few more hours. If I still can't determine your location, I will agree to Lu Kongyun's conditions. Lu Xiao choked. Lu Yu was trying to make her learn a lesson and not do this next time. What did he ask for? Lu Yu sneered. Wanted some evidence that would send him in for good, and a huge amount of cash. Lu Xiao thought of the image she had dreamed of back then and asked carefully, Didn't make any excessive demands, did you? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, For example? Such as having to take your life for my life or something like that? Under Lu Yu's watchful eye, she spoke in a smaller and smaller voice. Lu Yu now understood why she had to fight to the death to escape in that situation. He rubbed his brow. What does he want my life for? He's not so destitute that he wants to be staked out as a murderer. Lu Xiao wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back all her words. Lu Yu blessedly suddenly understood what she was thinking. I did make sure you were safe before I circled him, and once I did give him the stuff, it was going to be hard to stomp on him again later. Confirmed. My safety. Well, he sent me a surveillance video of him eating quite happily and knowing to heat up the milk a bit. How come she didn't know there was surveillance? What's she been mulling over? Lu Xiao was paralyzed and lifeless in the hospital bed, tugging at the covers to try and cover herself up. Lu Yu hastily pressed her hand. Needle! Lu Yu let people buy several different flavors of kanji, because Lu Xiao spit out the hospital's food is difficult to eat, especially asked people to buy outside. Actually, I'm not so weak that I need porridge. I can eat something else. Lu Yu opened the lid. Each bowl is green and white porridge, expressionless. Drink a few days of porridge to grow a long memory. She's a patient, isn't she? Yeah. She's the one who got dragged into this, right? She wasn't kidnapped of her own accord, was she? Why don't you give me something good to eat when you're suffering? Lu Xiao stayed in the hospital for 3 days, and Lu Yu gave her 2 head-to-toe checks before agreeing to discharge her. Looking at the doctor's expression, she wanted to scold Lu Yu for wasting the country's medical resources. Minor concussions just take a few days of rest, and the rest are traumatic injuries that can heal on their own without going to therapy. Spring from the college entrance examination is not far away. Lu Yu simply gave her a long-term sick leave, let her at home to recuperate from injuries in the meantime to wait for the examination. When Qingqi rushed over when she heard the news that she was discharged from the hospital, and the two sat on the sofa and looked at each other, sighing in unison. What's all this about? Lu Xiao still couldn't help but explain. In fact, it wasn't originally so tragic. I was trying to escape to come, or I made the first move. When Qingqi smoothed her fur, luckily the limbs are sound. She took a couple more booklets out of her bag. Here's the revision syllabus that the school sent out. Take a little look at it. Lu Xiao tugged and missed. Question mark. When Qingqi added, nurture your injuries in these few days, and then look at it in a few days, and you don't have to work too hard. She's not a well-read nerd persona either, is she? Lu Xiao has been at home for the past few days and has fully realized what it is like to be on the moon. She had just taken out her dancing carpet that day when the servants in the house stopped her, and Aunt Chun ran out when she heard the commotion, looking at her with a worried expression. Before Aunt Chun was about to speak, she silently put away the dancing carpet and sat quietly on the sofa to watch TV. All day long, she either lies down or sits down, and the greatest exercise she gets is when Aunt Chun accompanies her around the neighborhood park. She needed to recuperate from her injuries, and with her previous kidnapping on her mind, she really didn't dare to toss and turn for the first month. But by the time the second month rolled around, she couldn't hold it in. Lu Yu was too busy. Dinner did not come back to eat. When he came back, it was already more than 9 o'clock. Lu Xiao followed him all the way into the study. Liu took off his jacket and looked at her. What? How is the Lu family doing now? Selling the house. As long as the missing money is filled in, Lu Kongyun may still be saved. The Lu family's old couple has only one son, and now they are really desperate to get someone. Even the old house is intended to be sold. Liu thought about it or asked, "Do you like the old mansion of the Lu family?" Lu Xiao shook her head frantically. No way. She should never get involved with the Lu family again in her life. Lu Xiao thought about the wording for half a day again before saying, "Then when can I go out?" Liu sat on the chair and looked at her. Suddenly smiled. "Want to go out?" Lu Xiao's mood to go out faded a few more points when he asked her this. "It just feels a little boring to be home all the time." He finished and looked at Lu Yu a few more times. "Or safety first. After all, taking a beating can really hurt. I'm a bit busy these days, so I'll send you to Qingqi's house for a few days?" Lu Xiao immediately responded, which is considered to have been out of the house. Because of the kidnapping incident, Lu Yu for her contact around the people more cautious. Usually our uncle he gave her a car. If uncle he is not in, Lu Yu let his driver over to drive, he himself and then look for assistance. Keep your cell phone open wherever you are going, and you must be accompanied when you go to unfamiliar places. Lu Xiao felt like she had lost her ability to act independently all of a sudden. When Qingqi also invited Zhuang Nianwei, and the three of them met directly at the private kitchen where they had once eaten. Because the weather was heating up, Lu Xiao didn't have much luggage, so she pushed a small suitcase. Zhuang Nianwei didn't know about her kidnapping and only thought she was sick again, and the first time she saw her she swallowed back the words she was just about to say. "I wanted to feel sorry for you for a couple of moments, but when I looked out from the inside I felt that your face was rounded again, and when I took a closer look I actually didn't see it wrong. Solid old iron." In fact, Zhuang Nianwei really did not look at the wrong. She was injured is not very serious. Aunt Chun every day to find a way to give her fill, Lu Yu and do not allow her to go out day after day to have to lie at home but not fatten up. When Qingqi also saw it, but still comforted, "It's just a little bit fatter in the face. It's okay. Xiao Xiao originally had a round face. It's very cute." Not comforted at all. A few of them went to the movies again after dinner, which brought them back to the Wink's house. In the end, it was a few months before the college entrance exams. Zhuang Nianwei brought quite a few papers in her bag, intending to do another set in the evening, and when Qingqi also started reading. Lu Xiao, who only brought a change of clothes and had absolutely no intention of studying. "Why don't you guys even out some of my roles?" "Wen Qingyi." Zhuang Nianwei. When Qingqi had helped her with tutoring before and more or less knew her level, so she helped her pick out a set of test papers. As a result, Lu Xiao spent the night writing test papers, and only when she was lying in bed did she realize that something was wrong. Was she here to attend a daycare class? Zhuang Nianwei went back the next night because the parallel class could not escape the Sunday makeup class. The international class is not strict. When Qingqi took a leave of absence. Only after Zhuang Nianwei left did when Qingqi pull out a booklet and hand it over. Lu Xiao took it and asked curiously, "A new cramming syllabus?" Bo Yushan asked me to bring it. A brand new sketchbook, a brand Lu Xiao hadn't seen before, but the paper and design were exceptionally good. "Why did he suddenly send you something between you?" Looking at when Qingqi's derisive eyes, Lu Xiao was a bit speechless. "Before, he liked the fat chirp I drew, so I gave him the painting. I guess it was a return gift. There had been a time before when Bo Yushan had eaten her cookies and returned her box of chocolates the next day. People have come and gone to give gifts they have given and returned clean. She wouldn't be so presumptuous as to think that Bo Yushan had some thoughts about her." Lu Xiao saw that when Qingqi and her brother were out of luck and thought of Bo Yushan. "Lu Xiao, is it possible that you are, by any chance, childhood sweethearts, 2 children?" "Wen Qingyi." "When Qingqi, are you trying to fall in love early yourself so you want to use me as a cover?" Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, forget I asked. Chapter 32. Guests. Until the eve of the college entrance examination, Lu Xiao returned to school for formalities. Many people in the class are ready to go abroad, even if they intend to participate in the college entrance examination. Many people also went home, a glance at the empty lot. Surprisingly, Bo Yushan is still in school. Lu Xiao casually asked, "Why haven't you gone back?" Bo Yushan didn't listen to much when he was in school, so what's the point of being in school now that he's not in class? "Come back and do the paperwork." Lu Xiao thought that the other party was just like herself, so she didn't care and started to organize her desk. "Did you receive the things you asked when Qingqi to bring you?" "Got it, thanks. I like it a lot." Lu Xiao thought about it but still asked, "Where did you buy it?" It works much better than the one I bought before, but I didn't search for the same model online. An Italian studio, not very well known. Lu Xiao did not want to know that it is complicated to purchase. She did not so picky, with the previous also did not pursue. This little tidbit didn't bother her, and her mind quickly went to the entrance exams. By the days leading up to the test, she was getting anxious. Lu Yu only felt a little funny. Didn't you say before that you could get in, even if you just took the test? Said so. In case I suddenly pass out, suddenly get sick, and then just fail a subject. Lu Yu thought for a moment. The youngest son of the Chen family next door is taking the college entrance exam this year, and his father is already talking to the school about donating the library. How about I donate a gym for you? The comfort of the rich was so refreshingly unassuming that she didn't panic at once. When the sky falls, there's Lu Yu to hold it up. By the day of the college entrance exam, Lu Yu helped her check everything and told her to put her mind at ease, and that failing to get into college wouldn't make her starve to death. Although she didn't know exactly how rich Lu Yu was now, but looking at the way he could afford Jingyuan Huashan, she shouldn't be able to starve in her next life. Lu Yu's comfort really hit the soul every time. I'm fine. I'm relaxed right now. Go home first, brother. The exam is going to take 2.5 hours. Lu Yu was silent for a moment, but still opened his mouth. Did you forget that I am also a college entrance exam this year? Lu Xiao's smile stiffened a bit, and she hurriedly shouted, Cheer up, brother, for the college entrance exam. Lu Yu helplessly rubbed her head and brought her all the way to the classroom, which was the classroom where she went to take her own exam. Everyone was divided up and spread out, and there wasn't a single person she recognized in the exam room. If when Qingqi was present, she would definitely spit out a comment that even if someone from her own class was in this exam room, Lu Xiao wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize them. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the last door came out of the exam room after the exam, Lu Xiao sighed with relief. This time it was really with her eyes closed that she could enter. Lu Yu hadn't told her before for fear of affecting Lu Xiao's state, and the matter of the Lu family had been closed. Lu family too old money or played a role. Lu Kongyun was sentenced to only 5 years. Those mistresses, if you want to raise their own children, they will give them a monthly living expenses, not much, but enough for the 2 daily living expenses. If you don't want to raise, the child belongs to the family of the building to give them a compensation fee. Lu Xiao was surprised to hear, they're willing. Lu Yu sneered, there's nothing you can do if you won't. Most of the money of the building family has gone to level the accounts for Lu Kongyun. Even the old mansion of the building family has been sold. If it is not for the sake of the child is really the building family, the 2 old people are afraid that they will not directly call people to do it. Anyway, that's the word. There's only so many. Love it or leave it. Then Tang Qing. Living with the Lu family. The Tang family is even worse, the money invested in the return of blood. Tang family members are angry at Tang Qing. Tang Qing's own heart also harbor anger. But they are holding a breastfeeding child. What can be done? The building family in the end is still a bit of money. He and Lu Kongyun is protected by the law. The building family too old, how can not leave her to go? It's just that the old life of a rich wife no longer exists, taking care of a crying baby every day, and the 2 oldest members of the Lu family sitting outside sighing and sighing, all of a sudden aged 10 years. Lu Xiao only felt that compared to the original, Lu Yu still left them alone. In the original, the Lu family's fate could be much worse than now, especially Lu Kongyun died outside, and when he was found, his limbs were mutilated and his blood flowed all over the place. In the end, the police found out that he was killed by debt collectors. As for what the truth is, no one will care. That's it. Lu Yu acted very casually. Well, that's it. Then when Lu Kongyun is released from prison, if he wants to live like that, I won't interfere. The implication is that if Lu Kongyun makes another mistake, he won't be able to blame him for coming down hard. Lu Yu looked at her with complicated eyes and said after a long time, Do you want to go see him? Lu Xiao hesitated for a second before she started shaking her head. Not to mention that she is not Lu Kongyun's biological. Even if she is, after so many things, the father-daughter love between them has been consumed. Lu Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he never wanted Lu Kongyun to have another chance to meet with Lu Xiao in his life. But if Lu Xiao wanted to, he wouldn't stand in the way. So now that the alarm is off and the entrance exams are over, can I go out and play? Lu Yu only instructed. Everything is done with safety in mind. Lu Xiao quickly smiled. Promise to do it. Zhuang Yanwei before the college entrance examination is too much pressure. Now the end of the college entrance examination, a complete rebound. 3 days a small gathering, 5 days a large gathering. Cannot wait to go out every day to play crazy. Lu Xiao has only been to 2 times and do not want to go again. It is really too noisy. And as long as she went, no more than 10 minutes. Xiang Listen was sure to be there, and although she didn't do anything, the other party's blazing gaze was always too obvious. In order to make this nice teenage explicit love end sooner, Lu Xiao thought it would be best if they didn't see each other. Lu Xiao returned to the life of staying at home, always feeling no different from before the college entrance examination. This day Lu Yu came home early, saw her and said, "Xiao Xiao, change your clothes. Dinner will go to the Qin family to eat." "Okay. Go to." Lu Xiao's nodding motion stuck. "Huh." When Lu Xiao sat on the car or a face of confusion, the Qin family is good to Lu Yu, want to invite him to dinner even if, bring her, what is the matter? Lu Xiao asked directly, "Did the Qin family say they wanted me to go as well?" "Well, Master Qin said so." Lu Yu actually didn't really want her to come into contact with the Qin family, but since Elder Qin gave the word, he could only agree. Elder Qin, formerly known as Qin Jinhai, is already more than 70 this year. He single-handedly built the Qin group when he was young, and is still the backbone of the entire family to this day. Qin Jinhai's wife died when he was young, and he didn't remarry afterward, bringing up their pair of children. Qin Karen was waiting for them at the entrance. The Qin family was so big, like a park, that the car could only drive as far as the entrance and needed to go through a small courtyard to get to the main house. Grandpa said that young people nowadays lack exercise, and specially had this road built narrower so that cars can't drive in. Lu Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Elder Qin doesn't seem to be in good health, right?" She hadn't forgotten that they had met at the hospital in the first place, and it wasn't even a secret that Elder Qin was often hospitalized for convalescence. Qin Karen sighed. "Yeah, that's why he himself was in a wheelchair and had people push him in." Very thoughtful. When we got closer to the main house, we realized there were quite a few people out there, barbecuing, pitching tents, and fishing on the lake. Qin Karen explained, "Grandpa said the weather was nice and he wanted to go camping, and the family was afraid it wouldn't be safe outside, so they set it up in front of the house." Lu Xiao really did not expect Elder Qin to be so thoughtful, completely different from the serious and prestigious image she had imagined. Lu Yu also did not expect this today. A handsome middle-aged man noticed them first and greeted them. "Little Renee is here, Mr. Qin." Qin Duan frowned and said, "We're already home. Why are you still shouting at Mr. Qin?" Lu Yu pursed his lips and did not say anything, pulling Lu Xiao's hand a few points harder. Lu Xiao knew that he was unhappy. Qin Duan changed the topic as if to say to Lu Xiao again, "This is Xiao Xiao, right?" Qin Karen introduced, "This is my father." "Hello, uncle." Qin Duan smiled. "A good boy." The Qin family members' looks were all outstanding, and Lu Xiao realized that Qin Karen, who was already an outstanding looker, was nothing more than that when mixed in with the Qin family crowd. Qin Duan had 2 sons and a daughter, but today there was only one Qin Karen around. The rest is Qin Wanli and her family. Qin Wanli's looks bright and flamboyant, looking completely unlike a 40-year-old. Lu Xiao, this aunt, almost shouted. Qin Wanli has a pair of children, daughter Jiangya older, looking at the early 20s, son Jiangning, only 7 or 8 years old and running around. Jiangning looks cute, small mouth and sweet, will be pleasing to the people. To her, a mouth sister. Lu Xiao only pitied that today came too suddenly, otherwise had to send some meeting gifts to him. Elder Qin sat on a recliner and beckoned them over. Lu Yu brought her over with him. Master Qin first looked at her for a few moments before he turned his head to Lu Yu and said, "Let Xiaoya take your sister to play for a while we talk." The old man had given his word, so Lu Xiao had to follow Jiangya and leave. Jiangya inherited her mother's beauty, but also very affable and considerate. Just so a moment's work quickly closed the distance with Lu Xiao. Qin Karen also chimed in, making Lu Xiao much more comfortable. And Master Qin had been talking to Lu Yu. Most of the time it was Master Qin talking and Lu Yu sitting on the sidelines listening. Lu Xiao always felt that they were getting along a bit strange. "Xiao Xiao?" Ginger smiled again. "Can I call you that?" Lu Xiao. "It's okay. That's what my friends call me." Ginger. "Why don't you come with us and pitch the tent? I'm not very good at barbecues and stuff." Lu Xiao. "Good." Although she said she was allowed to come over and set up the tent, she was only allowed to stand aside and pass things, and it was almost always Jiangya and Qin Kuran who were doing the work. Mrs. Qin came over and asked with a smile, "What do you like to drink?" "Ah, I'll have the kitchen prepare it." "I can do both." Mrs. Qin. "There's fruit juice as well as sparkling water, watermelon juice or orange juice like?" "Watermelon juice is fine." Lu Xiao smiled sweetly. "Thanks." Mrs. Qin glanced in Elder Qin's direction again before turning her head and tentatively asking, "What does your brother usually like to drink?" "He doesn't have any particular favorite. He drinks whatever I drink." Mrs. Chin silently kept it in her heart and urged them to take good care of her. Chin Karen looked up in dissatisfaction. Mom, you didn't ask me what I wanted to drink, Mrs. Chin said without a trace of anger. Drink what you have if you like. Chin Karen skimmed his lips and continued to set up his tent. Because this tent is relatively large, after setting up but also pumping, tossing half a day, Lu Xiao only to see Lu Yu help the old man chin up. Lu Xiao suddenly felt very wrong, turned her head to look around, and her heart thumped. In the entire courtyard, other than besides the Chin family, there were only 2 of them outsiders. Why would they be called over for an occasion like this family feast in general? Lu Yu has a hidden resistance to the Chin family, but the Chin family is not only very close to Lu Yu, even to her. Elder Chin is not even a problem. Why is the entire Chin family like this? The scene now seemed as if she was the only one who had come as a guest. Chapter 33. The Truth. Just as Lu Xiao could detect Lu Yu's emotions, so could Lu Yu. He approached and saw Lu Xiao's downcast brow and knew that she was a little upset, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "It's okay." The tone of voice, which clearly had little rise or fall, revealed a sense of mourning. Although Master Chin gave the word that he wanted a barbecue and camping, but you can't have the whole family get together and all eat barbecue, or let the kitchen prepare the dishes. The atmosphere at the dinner table was cordial, and the Chin family members occasionally smiled and said a few words to Lu Xiao, and she was able to respond well. Lu Yu then realized that she was being angry with him. Only for him. After dinner, Kang asks if she'd be interested in checking out the online exhibition of paintings together. It's a recent painting show, but I couldn't make it over there in time. Luckily, they have VR online. Which painter was it? ZC. Lu Xiao was a little excited. I've mimicked his blow-up before. His command of color is so great. I didn't even know he had an exhibition of his paintings in the near future. This painter Lu Xiao very much like, but he never came to the country to do a painting exhibition, when Lu Yu also entrusted someone from abroad to take a picture of his paintings as her birthday gift. Ginger. We can go together next time we have a chance. The tent was large, the temperature was perfect in the evening, and it was very spacious and comfortable for 2 people to get in. Ginger shared the invitation code and URL with her, and the 2 of them explored it while watching. It was then that Lu Xiao learned that Jiangya had also graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts, but she had turned to architecture later in life, unlike her mother who had been in the art field. Lu Xiao smiled. It's kind of a lineage. Around the time she drank too much watermelon juice late in the evening, Lu Xiao had to ask Jiangya where the restroom was located. Jiangya gave her directions and said uneasily, "Do you need me to accompany you?" No, you made it very clear that I could find it." Ginger was considerate enough not to follow. When Lu Xiao came out and passed the pillar, he heard Qin Duan's voice from the front. She stopped dead in her tracks. This was awkward. Would it look like she was being rude if she just said hello and left? But soon came another voice that made her whole body freeze in place. Lu Yu's voice was very cold. I said, "I will handle the Lu family's affairs." Qin Duan. If you do this, it's hard to guarantee that Lu Kongyun won't do anything else, which is leaving a scourge for yourself. That's my business too. Is it because of that sister of yours? Lu Yu's voice was laced with a wave of anger. Don't get your ideas on her. Lu Xiao intuited that she shouldn't listen to the rest of the conversation, but she simply couldn't take a step. Qin Duan was also a bit helpless. I'm at least your uncle. I won't harm you. Don't be like this all the time. Lu Xiao covered her heart and felt her heart beating fast at what she had heard. For a long time Lu Yu did not speak again. Qin Duan had to ask, "When will you go home?" "This is not my home, and my last name is not Qin." Qin Duan asked rhetorically, "Could it be that you want to be named Lu?" Lu Yu was silent and didn't retort. If he had to say who he hated the most in this world, it would probably be Lu Kongyun, and he didn't want everything the other party gave him. He had once thought that when he got rid of the Lu family, even if he didn't have a last name or a first name, he wouldn't want to have anything to do with the Lu family anymore. But what about Lu Xiao? When he thought of Lu Xiao, he felt less uncomfortable again. Lu Yu's building is also Lu Xiao's building. Only when there was no sound of conversation for a long time did Lu Xiao dare to come out from behind the pillar. She walked out the door a little stiffly, her mind a jumbled mess. The original Lu Yu's mother did not even appear in the name. The first chapter of the opening is that she fell ill and died. Lu Yu was received into the Lu family. If Lu Yu's mother was actually a member of the Qin family, then everything the Qin family did made sense. Lu Yu's mother can be said to have become so unfortunate because of the encounter Lu Kong luck, early death, leaving the young Lu Yu also suffered a lot. Back in the tent, Lu Xiao tried her best not to think about it. but looking at a painting, her thoughts drifted. Lu Yu took her home at night, and it was obvious that something was wrong. He counted the time to knock on the door. Lu Xiao had taken a shower and was blow-drying her hair. Her eyes were a little red, and when she saw him coming, she blinked at him a little dully. Lu Yu had to help her blow-dry her hair before pulling her to sit on the bed and gently touching the corner of her eye. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao's voice was also a bit muffled as she lowered her head and said, "It's nothing." Lu Yu thought about it and his face became not so good. "Is it because the Qin family said something to you?" "No." Lu Xiao looked up at him and was silent again. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. "Remember that time when we came back from the beach and we had a Cold War?" Lu Xiao looked at him with some confusion, wondering why he had brought up that incident. "It was my fault that time, to the extent that I feel horrible even thinking about it now. After that I was thinking that if anything happened again, I would tell you that it wouldn't happen again." "What about you?" Lu Yu's voice was very light and gentle, without the implication of coercion. Lu Xiao knew that even if she did not say it, Lu Yu would not do anything. "I heard it all. I happened to be behind the pillar when you were talking to Uncle Qin. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that the restroom was in that direction." Lu Xiao spoke brokenly, but Lu Yu understood. Lu Yu carefully asked, "Angry?" Lu Xiao brushed her head away and wiped the tears from her eyes, speaking with a nasal voice. "A little. Before it was because I thought you were young and you didn't need to know these things." Lu Xiao was a bit dissatisfied. "You always treat me like a child." Lu Yu smiled and pinched her face. "Then do you want to know now? I'll tell you everything." Lu Xiao still said, "If you don't want to talk about it, forget it." Lu Yu said indifferently, "It's actually nothing." Lu Yu's birth mother's original name is Qin Ziyue, is the youngest daughter of Qin Jinhai. When Qin Jinhai was busy with the business, the Qin family is not yet developed. Mrs. Qin will be a person with 3 children. There is always too busy. This time is almost always to let the big with the little one. Once still a young teenager, Qin Duyun ran into the house in a hurry, crying that his sister disappeared. In fact, the park in front of the neighborhood to play in the sandpile, a blink of an eye people are gone. Mrs. Qin was so anxious that she wanted to faint, but still supported to call Qin Jinhai, and reported to the police, did not dare to let the young Qin Wanli go out, let her wait for news at home. She herself took Qin Duyun out to look for. Qin Jinhai also rushed over from the company. A group of people to several streets and several neighborhoods have been looking all over. At that time, technology is backward, far from now so many high-definition cameras. A group of people like a fly looking for a week, and was published in the newspaper and sent a missing person notice posted everywhere, but there is no news. According to Qin Diyuan's statement, and after everyone had searched for so many days, it was almost confirmed that the 5-year-old Qin Ziyue had been abducted by human traffickers. The Qin family was in the doldrums for quite a while, and after this incident Mrs. Qin's health also became not very good, often dreaming of Qin Ziyue's return, but waking up to face the painful reality again. The old man has also researched after he developed, but he couldn't even find it when he was a child when the accident first happened. And after so many years it's even more of a needle in a haystack. Lu Xiao listened in a daze and suddenly returned to her senses and asked, "And how did you find you? Do you remember the time I was in a car accident, and then I moved to that private hospital, and the old man just happened to come over to be resuscitated from an old illness?" Lu Xiao nodded. "That's where I first met Qin Karen. At that time, the chaperone sent me down to sunbathe and happened to meet with Qin's family, and when Qin Karen saw me, he joked that his father and I looked quite similar when we were young, so maybe we were family in our past lives." Lu Xiao had gradually seen Qin Kuran's douchey heart through his seemingly cool and handsome exterior. He didn't know much about my mother, and was just joking around trying to amuse the old man, when he turned pale. He found out my age identity and had my samples taken for identification. At that time, Lu Yu was injured and hospitalized a day to do a whole bunch of tests, and occasionally came to draw a tube of his blood. He did not care too much. Lu Xiao listened to the dumbfounded. Qin Kuran, this mouth opened. Now it's not just a family in a past life, it's a family in this life. The plot is too far-fetched. After decades of searching for the person before, I couldn't find her in person, but now I actually looked and found her child. You know all about what happened after that. The Qin family bet all their guilt about my mother on me, trying to make it up to me. Lu Xiao finally understood now, and everything was explained. Then why didn't you leave then? Lu Xiao was very puzzled. In her opinion, the Qin family was really too much better than the Lu family. At that time Lu Yu had just experienced a car accident and had to face Jin Yunxin's hysterical revenge. On the contrary, The Qin family treated him and the wind and rain, all full of love and guilt. As long as they had the Qin family's protection, the Lu and Jin families had nothing to fear. Of course you have to take your own revenge. Even without the Qin family, it's only a matter of time before they are resolved. And I can leave. What are you going to do? He really didn't feel comfortable handing Lu Xiao over to anyone. It was better to put it under his own nose for the most peace of mind. Lu Xiao's nose was sour again, not realizing that he hadn't helped much and was dragging his feet. Lu Xiao tugged at the corner of his coat for half a day and tangled, but still asked, "Then are you still going back?" "Back where?" "The Qin family." Lu Yu lost his smile. "So you hid yourself in your room and cried because you thought I was going back to the Qin family?" Lu Xiao rose red and didn't say anything, although things seemed to be such a thing, but letting Lu Yu say it out like this was especially humiliating. Lu Yu pulled her up and held her in his arms, his chin rubbing the top of her hair. "I didn't even think about leaving when I used to live in the Lu family. Now that we have our own home, why would I want to leave?" Lu Xiao hugged Lu Yu tightly. "You're an adult. You can't lie." Lu Yu felt a little funny. When have I ever lied to you? But after hugging for a while, Lu Yu tasted the bitter fruits of his sins. Lu Xiao had just finished showering. Her body still carried a light vapor. Her hair was stained with the smell of shampoo, a light fragrance mixed with the body fragrance of a young girl. Lu Xiao has always had an exercise. The body is not like ordinary young girls this soft as boneless, but also very warm and soft. Lu Yu one hand can wrap her thin waist. She has grown a lot taller over the years, but still looks unusually petite in Lu Yu's arms. The whole person is attached to Lu Yu's body. The heat and softness are passed through 2 layers of thin fabrics. If Lu Yu was really an ordinary brother, it would be just that, but he was also hiding some unspoken thoughts. Ahem. Lu Yu coughed twice to suppress certain emotions. "Okay. Xiao Xiao. Get up." Lu Xiao wiped her eyes and pretended to be generous. "I don't mind if you want to go back and stay for a few days," adding after a thought, "but not for too long. What am I doing staying at the Qin house?" Speaking openly, Lu Xiao's mood is much better, instantly cloudy to sunny, following behind Lu Yu like a small tail. "Brother, Qingqi's birthday is next Wednesday. Are you going to her birthday party?" Lu Yu looked at his schedule. "I'll be back late that day in H City. I'll go over when I arrive. I'll let my assistant buy a birthday gift. You bring it over for me first." "Good." Chapter 34. A Wanton Kiss. When Qingqi's 18-year-old bar mitzvah, the one family's parents were planning to make a big deal of it, setting up the reception in advance and sending out invitations. When Qingqi thought it was too formal, and privately invited her friends who play well together to have a small party. The place to eat was chosen in a barbecue restaurant on the top floor of the mall. A circle of floor-to-ceiling windows. Smoke collection equipment is very effective. The whole store does not have much smoke odor. Zhuang Nianwei pulled Lu Xiao to look around the display table and looked at the prices below only to feel intimidated. "Is this a roast? This is roasting my meat." She was also treated to a barbecue for her birthday, the kind of barbecue restaurant that has 100 or 200 per capita, where you need to do the whole thing yourself and grill it yourself, and this barbecue restaurant has a chef specializing in grilling things for 2 or 3 guests. Lu Xiao was amused by her. "It's not like it's costing you any money." Zhuang Nianwei fretted a little. "I don't think I'll be able to deliver my gift." She had also bought very expensive cosmetics this time, but it wasn't enough to cover the price of this barbecue. Lu Xiao comforted. "It's okay. It's good when the thought arrives. She's happy with whatever you send." Zhuang Nianwei asked, "What did you send?" Lu Xiao choked and said vaguely, "Just a bracelet." Zhuang Nianwei looked at her with wide eyes. "Is it expensive?" Lu Xiao's eyes fluttered a bit. "It's okay." In fact, she used Lu Yu's auction account to go to the online auction to buy, worth more than 100,000 yuan. The bracelet is set with some fine sapphires, not very large but very beautiful. Lu Xiao at a glance. But when she said this, she was afraid that Zhuang Nianwei would have a heart attack on the spot. Zhuang Nianwei sighed. "It's so stressful to socialize with you rich kids." Lu Xiao was unsure. "I thought we were all pretty down to earth." Zhuang Nianwei looked at her for a moment. After eating barbecue when Qingqi directly took them to a club, all the entertainment facilities of a one-stop service, snacks and drinks to take their own, Lu Xiao looked around, pulling Zhuang Nianwei to play pool. Zhuang Nianwei, "I won't." Lu Xiao, "I know, that's why I'm dragging you along, the 2 of us rookies." Zhuang Nianwei, when Qingqi got a little interested and came over, "You guys play pool." The 2 men stepped back immediately with their poles. Lu Xiao, "It's your birthday party, but we don't really want to be run over by you." Zhuang Nianwei, We're rookies, you're here to kill the whole game in seconds. You really don't have to.
Wen Kingi.
Two rookies half an hour in and not a few balls have moved on the table. Lu Xiao. We'd better get a drink first. Zhuang Nianwei. Agreed. Lu Xiao looked around and finally picked up a cup of sparkling water-like drink and took a sip. Kind of a strange flavor. Zhuang Nianwei chose a glass of fruit wine. Your glass doesn't look too good. Lu Xiao took another sip. It's actually not bad. It was only when the two started the second game that Zhuang Nianwei realized something was wrong with her. Zhuang Nianwei. Lu Xiao, what are you doing? Lu Xiao's cheeks flushed and she blinked at the pool cue, reaching out her hand to compare. Why is this cue bent? Zhuang Nianwei. Question mark. Lu Xiao looked at the pool table again. Why are there so many balls? How can this be played? Zhuang Nianwei. She turned her head to the two glasses of sparkling water Lu Xiao had just emptied and fell into a deep thought. When Lu Yu came, Lu Xiao was pulling Zhuang Nianwei to play a card-drawing game with her. Dawn. Lu Xiao heard the voice and looked over, instantly excited. Brother, you came. Well, there was a delay on the road. Lu Yu touched her face. It was a little hot, and then turned his head to look at Zhuang Nianwei. What's wrong with her? Lu Yu directly rushed over, did not have to change clothes. Wearing the same set of black suits, full of aura. Zhuang Nianwei was asked a little overwhelmed. Just want to open up when Qingqi came over. She drank champagne as sparkling water, but she only drank 2 glasses. When Qingqi was very helpless, this drinking capacity of hers is really… Lu Xiao was a little slow to react, giggling at Lu Yu. She couldn't quite hear what the others were saying. It's fine, I just happened to take her back. Lu Yu confirmed Lu Xiao's condition before turning her head to Wen Qingqi. Happy birthday. Wen Qingqi smiled back. Thank you, nice gift. When Lu Yu came, Wen Qingqi could hand Lu Xiao over. Otherwise, she was still worried about what to do next. I've got the place all wrapped up for tonight. If she still wants to play, let her keep playing for a while. It's quieter over here. I'll tell them all to stay out of the way. Thanks a lot. After Wen Qingqi finished speaking, she pulled Zhuang Nianwei away. Zhuang Nianwei turned back from time to time. Lu Xiao, who had just pulled her and wouldn't let go of her hand, was now well behaved. Is it really okay for us to walk like this? Only Lu Yu can control her when she's drunk, and we're just adding to the chaos when we're around. The two walked to the next door sing-along bar and just sat down when a girl came over. Qingqi, I think I left my cell phone in that room just now. When Qingqi thought for a moment and said, I'll help you find it. Lu Xiao was well behaved even when she was drunk, especially when Lu Yu was around, and didn't make any noise or fuss. Lu Yu felt a sinking in his chest and looked down to see a small head flopping in front of him, the whole thing going down without falling. He had to carry the man onto the couch, and as he did so, Lu Xiao just looked at him without blinking. Brother. I am. Brother. Brother, 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 brother. Lu Yu found out she just had something to shout about. He laughed helplessly, and after looking around and not finding mineral water or anything like that, he had to ring the service bell and ask for 2 bottles of water. Lu Xiao drank a few mouthfuls of water and then closed his eyes and did not move. Lu Yu shouted a few times but did not wake up the person. Lu Xiao's lips are very red, just drank water. There are still some water stains on it, refracting the faint light. Lu Yu just looked at it and couldn't move his steps. He lowered his head and whispered, Dawn. After a long time, Lu Xiao opened her mouth and murmured, Brother. The voice was soft, and the person wasn't awake, just subconsciously shouting. Through a small mouth, Lu Yu could see her soft red little tongue. The knot in his throat moved, the bottom of his eyes became deep, and his head lowered little by little. Partial omission here. The water stains on Lu Xiao's lips were licked clean and replaced with a new thin layer of water stains. Lu Xiao grunted twice and quickly stopped moving. Lu Yu in the end is still afraid of waking her up, kissed for a while and then let go, and only then found Lu Xiao's bag and cell phone carrying people away. It was only 5 minutes after he left that when Qingqi, who was in a cold sweat with a stunned face, came out from around the corner. The door wasn't closed solidly when they left, and when she folded back, she saw Lu Yu feeding water to Lu Xiao through that crack, and just as she was about to push the door open, she saw Lu Yu's head go down. She froze in place, her hands gradually getting harder, unable to believe the image she was seeing. She wanted to walk in, but she couldn't move a step as if she was pinned in place. When Lu Yu picked up Lu Xiao and prepared to leave, she came to her senses and hurriedly walked out to hide around the corner. She found her friend's missing cell phone and sat on the couch out of her mind. and she was tempted to persuade herself that she hadn't been looking at it the wrong way. But that angle, that long time, and Lu Yu's subtle movements, she would have preferred that she hadn't woken up from her dream. Everything was in order. She had planted the seeds of suspicion in the first place. Only now the seeds were breaking through the ground and revealing the bloody truth. All she could think was what a ed-up birthday this was. After the results of the college entrance exams came out, the second middle school offered a seminar on applying for the exams to all students and parents who needed it. Lu Yu's ranking also came out, the 8th in the province. Many teachers are lamenting, saying that he has the strength of the top student. However, Lu Xiao knows that he did not do his best, the original also mentioned, because the first prize is to have an interview but also published in the newspaper. He does not love to make a show of this as long as the score is enough on the line. Lu Yu's phone has been busted these days, and he just turned that phone off. Lu Xiao's grades were also stable, pretty much as she had estimated, and the U of F was solid. Although Lu Xiao did not have the pressure to apply for the examination, but still went to the school, Zhuang Nianwei's grades are a little bit not up and down, want to call her a piece of counseling. Looking at Lu Yu, who went out with her, Lu Xiao was a bit surprised. You go too? Aren't you afraid that the teachers will mob you? Something's up. When Qingqi sent him a message a few days ago, asking him when he was free to meet up, saying that she had something very important to say, Lu Yu thought that he was going to accompany Lu Xiao to school anyway, so he directly said it for today. Zhuang Nianwei had just returned from the lecture, and when she saw Lu Xiao, she hurriedly dragged the person to her classroom and took out a form and a reference volunteer book, which contained last year's admission scores for each school. Lu Xiao helped her total her scores and circled the most promising schools. It's just that it's a little hard to choose a major, and there's a possibility that she'll be transferred. Zhuang Nianwei sighed. It's just that I'm afraid of being transferred. Yu Fu should be solidly in. Aha! That's great. What are you going to major in? Oil painting department. Oh, go the art route. I wouldn't be able to. My family prefers me to pick a more practical major. Look at the sculpture department at this school. Getting in is a countdown to unemployment. So exaggerated? Sure, that major of yours is similar, but you're not worried about employment. Art students are unemployed every year abound. Lu Xiao did not think after graduation can rely on this profession to earn much money. Their own small treasury is enough for 2 lifetimes to eat and drink without worrying. Then you rank the school last, which has the lowest admission score line, pick a major you like, and you wrestle with the ones in front of you. The 2 men made another half-dozen tables, an A4 paper full of writing. Zhuang Nianwei collected her things. Just show it to my parents again, and hopefully I'll succeed in getting into the capital. Lu Xiao smiled and said, in the next couple days, I'll take you to the temple to pay homage. Lu Xiao returned to the classroom after this side of the busy work. Did not see Lu Yu. She had to send a message to the other side. She went to the school supermarket. Chapter 35. Unsolvable Propositions. When Qingqi asked Lu Yu to meet on the rooftop of the school's main building, which was all fitted with guardrails, specifically for students to let off steam. Most of the people who went back to school today were there to fill out applications. Not many people would come to the rooftop. When Lu Yu arrived, only when Qingqi was alone over there blowing the wind. What's it to me? When Qingqi only felt a headache when she saw him. Originally she shouldn't be in charge of this matter. But when she thought of the current situation of the Lu family and the situation of these 2 people, she lost sleep at home for several days, and finally couldn't help but contact Lu Yu. She also did not beat around the bush, spoke directly. That day, the birthday party, my friend's cell phone fell. I went back to look for it again. After, I saw it all. Lu Yu's expression changed, and finally calmed down. What do you want to say? Lu Yu looked at her with a calm face. When Qingqi could only ask stiffly, does she know? Lu Yu shook her head. When Qingqi also guessed that this was the case, Lu Xiao had always been slow to perceive this aspect, not to mention that they had another layer of relationship in place. When Qingqi persuaded bitterly, I know that you have a strong dislike for the Lu family, for Lu Kongyun, and even hate him, and are unwilling to recognize him as your father. I also know that he did very excessive things to Lu Xiao, and that Lu Xiao doesn't have much deep feelings for him, but you can't deny that he is your biological father, and that you are still biological siblings in the end, and there's no way to change that. When Qingqi sighed, all this aside, have you considered what Lu Xiao will do when she finds out? Her mother is the same with or without her now. As for this father, it would be better not to have him. She only has you now. She treats you as her most important family member. Whether it's from an emotional level or a practical perspective, does she have the right and courage to reject you? In her opinion, she was more worried about Lu Xiao's future. She and Lu Yu can't be considered much of a friend, but she can tell that Lu Yu is a little crazy and a little paranoid, especially when it comes to things related to Lu Xiao. The two people grew up with each other since childhood, deep feelings, a small world of its own. If one day Lu Yu really opened things up, Lu Xiao is not necessarily able to leave behind so many years of feelings and leave him. But this forbidden relationship is not a good thing for anyone, especially for a party that has no such mindset at all. Lu Yu pursed his lips, not looking too good. He was clear about what Wen Qingqi said, but things like feelings, where was he able to control them? I also thought maybe it would be better if we stayed away. Lu Yu's voice was somewhat inauthentic by the wind, and it was permeated with a wave of suppressed and painful emotions. Wen Qingqi quickly responded, "The time she was injured last year?" Lu Yu acquiesced. Wen Qingqi couldn't say anything either. At that time, she couldn't figure out how she could not understand what had happened that could make these two people suddenly go cold turkey. Now that she knew the truth, she only felt that it was better not to know. Pulling the two people apart and letting the relationship cool down, Lu Yu tried and failed. Now a shot in the arm. After Lu Yu left, Wen Qingqi stood on the rooftop for a long time again, blowing the wind for a long time, but the summer wind carried heat, blowing her more and more agitated. Jiwen Yen came up to her with an iced soda. "Didn't we say we were going to the tennis court this afternoon?" Wen Qingqi took the soda and took a sip. "Not in the mood." "Let me guess." Yan Jiwen also took a sip of his soda. "Something that can bother you to this extent should be something that has no solution at all, such as, Liu likes Lu Xiao or something like that." Wen Qingqi almost sprayed a mouthful of soda in his face. "No. How did you know? You were eavesdropping just now." Yan Jiwen gently patted her back, acting very calm. "I guessed. I didn't expect it to be true." "You can guess at such things?" Lu Yu's attitude towards Lu Xiao is very strange, and I'm not surprised what kind of people are raised in that big environment of the Lu family. There have been too many strange things that have happened in their circle, and the Lu family's little thing can't even be ranked when you bring it up. When Qingqi was about to discover the truth several times, but she vetoed it herself, and now she could only feel remorse. You can't control their affairs. Lu Xiao looks young. There are a lot of ghost ideas. It's not as bad as you think. When Qingqi sized him up suspiciously for a few moments. "You guys haven't even spoken a few times, right?" "A couple times is enough." Yan Jiwen looked at the time. "If you don't want to go play tennis, go eat first too. It's going to be dinner time." When Qingqi was pulled into the car, and at the same time Lu Yu received Lu Xiao, who was eating snacks in the supermarket seat. Lu Yu helped her empty the trash on the table and pack up the rest of the snacks. Volunteered. Lu Xiao swallowed the dried meat in her mouth. Her score can only choose one of the two school majors. The rest depends on God's fate. When the volunteers were announced, Lu Xiao was accompanied by Zhuang Yanwei. Zhuang Yanwei was lucky enough to choose a school in the capital on the second volunteer, and the major was also her favorite. Zhuang Yanwei flung herself onto the bed. "Ah, I was wondering what to do if I didn't get picked." Lu Xiao lost her smile and said, "There's no such thing as bad luck. Look at yours." Lu Xiao maneuvered twice to show her page. "Nothing surprises me about mine. The name and pass number are written underneath the oil painting department of the University of F. It's great that we all went to our favorite schools and our favorite majors. Way to go, advanced version painters. You're the real painter." Lu Yu and Wen Qingqi unsurprisingly entered the Department of Economics and Management of the University of F. But unexpectedly and reasonably, Bo Yushan also went to the Department of Economics and Management of the University of F. This really brought people together. But before school even started, Wen Qingqi gave her a shocking news. "What? Yan Jiwen? When did you guys get together?" Wen Qingqi hurriedly pulled Lu Xiao to let her sit down, looking around at the strange gazes around her. She also had a rare feeling of humiliation. "Just this month," he confessed, "and I accepted." "That's it. That's it." Lu Xiao spat. "You even said before that you were just normal friends and neighbors." When Qingqi was a little vain. "That was how many years ago?" Lu Xiao digested for a while and felt that this didn't seem to be a problem. Yan Jiwen was a good match for Wen Qingqi in terms of looks, ability, and family history. Lu Xiao asked again, "So do you like him?" Wen Qingqi propped her chin on one hand and smiled back. "Like it? I'm in my first relationship too. If he dares to bully you, you tell me and I'll go and beat him up." When Qingqi thought of her King Kong Barbie nickname again and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "He usually practices boxing too." Lu Xiao sighed. "Then I'll just have to ask my brother to borrow a van of thugs and outnumber them." At the mention of Lu Yu, when Qingqi's face changed again and pretended to ask unintentionally, What is Lu Yu busy with recently? I don't know, it should be something in the company. Lu Xiao spat out in dissatisfaction. Several business trips without me. I'm not a child anymore. Will I still delay him from talking about business? How boring to be home alone on vacation. When Qingqi did know why, but she couldn't say, so she had to change the subject and ask her what she was going to bring with her for the start of school. Speaking of this topic, Lu Xiao became interested and showed her the list she had made and the items she had purchased. The University of F stipulates that all freshmen have to live on campus, but there are always exceptions. As long as their home is in the city and their parents agree, they can go home to live. Lu Xiao had this intention at first, but when she joined the freshman group and found her class schedule, she gave up. 8 in the morning was a source of pain for every college student, and she suddenly felt that a 1-meter 2 bed in a dormitory would be just as good than waking up an hour earlier to travel from home to class. The bed, just enough to sleep on. Lu Xiao chose to go to the school to set up the dormitory the day before enrollment. Close to the beginning of the school year, there are already many people who have arrived early. They came not too early. Lu Yu chose a black business car today, very low profile. Let the assistant take his luggage to do the formalities, while he first took Lu Xiao in. After arriving at the enrollment office of the Academy of Fine Arts and filling out the form and collecting her things, Lu Yu took Lu Xiao all the way inside. Originally, there were quite a few seniors wearing volunteer logos who wanted to help, but when they felt the chill emanating from Lu Yu's body, they immediately backed away. I got the key from the hostess and walked all the way to 306. A quadruple room with a balcony and a bathroom, a bed and a table. Not big, but big enough. Lu Xiao chose a spot near the balcony. Lu Yu looked around and frowned, not quite satisfied. But since Lu Xiao decided to live in the dormitory, he wouldn't say anything else. Lu Xiao was down there organizing things and wiping down the table, while Lu Yu helped her wipe down the bed again before making the bedding. The more Lu Yu looked at it, the more dissatisfied she became. There are 2-room dormitories in the school. I think it's fine. A dormitory with all the same majors too. The dormitory she slept in her last life was still a 6-room dormitory. Not even a balcony. For a dormitory to let Lu Yu go to open the back door for her is really not necessary. When she was almost done packing, Lu Xiao saw her first roommate. The other woman, with her long black hair and the style of a cool beauty, came in by herself, carrying a small bag and pushing a suitcase. She froze for a moment at the first sight of Lu Yu, followed by Lu Xiao, who was covered by half of the closet. Lu Xiao waved a hand in greeting. Hello? Freshman oil painting department Lu Xiao. The other party's voice line was also cold. Hello? Hatsu? Oil painting department. First time for the first time? It's the first time I've heard that last name. Aha! Hatsu chose the bed opposite to Lu Xiao and started to clean up, and her hands were dry and sharp, unlike Lu Xiao, who organized a closet for half a day. If Lu Xiao wasn't there, it might be faster for Lu Yu to clean up alone. When she finished cleaning up, it was already mealtime. Lu Xiao still asked Hatsu out of politeness. My brother and I are going to have lunch. Do you want to join us? Thanks. I'm not packed yet. Lu Xiao nodded and pulled Lu Yu away. The tips of Hatsu's ears turned a few shades of red as she looked at the 2 men's departing figures. Chapter 36 Love Enemies on the Line. Lu Xiao received a call from Wen Qingqi on her way to the cafeteria, and the few of them settled to meet up downstairs in the cafeteria. Seeing the 2 people, Wen Qingqi and Yan Jiwen, walking over, Lu Xiao started waving from a long distance away. Lu Xiao, you guys came over today too. Wen Qingqi, tomorrow is crowded. The big groups are all arriving tomorrow. They all live in the city and coming a day early will avoid the rush. Lu Xiao pulled Wen Qingqi ahead and asked in a low voice. He's also from F University? What major? He's got a bit of a complicated situation. He was going to go abroad. Now he's in computer science, and it's hard to say if he'll go back. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised. Left it for you? Aha! This was something Lu Xiao hadn't expected, and in her opinion, it must be a very important person to be able to change the trajectory of her established life. A group of people walked to the cafeteria, giving Lu Xiao the illusion of being back in the second middle school again, only that it had changed from the original trio to a foursome. The cafeteria was decorated in a grand manner, and the dishes were all made to order, which always felt fresh to Lu Xiao, having never eaten before. After eating the meal, Lu Xiao, very eye-catching, pulled Lu Yu left. Cannot continue to stay as a light bulb. Brother, let's go to your dormitory. Good. The dormitory of the Department of Economics and Management is the newest one of all the dormitory buildings, and even has an elevator with a lounge area on the first floor and dormitories starting on the second floor. Lu Xiao stood on the first floor and started eating lemons all the way to the second floor. Although she only had to climb one flight of stairs, Lu Xiao still wanted to experience the elevator in the dormitory building. Lu Yu's dormitory is also 4 people, the space is much larger than them, the balcony can even put down 2 chairs to drink afternoon tea. Is it too late for me to change my major? The highest scores were in the management of the economy. That's right, she doesn't deserve their EM department as a beauty school. Lu Xiao sighed. That difference in treatment. Lu Yu lost his smile and said, I told you that I could let you live at home. He thought for a moment more. There's a new development opening near the university town, finely decorated, and if you start packing now, you'll be able to live there in a month. Lu Xiao hurriedly pressed him. We're just ordinary college students now. Don't use your banknote abilities. Lu Yu rubbed her head. Good. Poo-poo-poo college student. That night the siblings still went home to stay. Lu Yu has something to do has stayed in the study. Lu Xiao has nothing to do took out the dusty dancing carpet for a long time. Auntie Chun worked all night and made several exquisite little food boxes. Xiao Xiao ah. How many people are in your dormitory? +4 of me. I made some cookies and cheesecake for you to take and share with your roommates tomorrow. Lu Xiao came over and picked up a small plate and started eating the cheesecake. It tastes better iced. I'll ice these in later. Just have one for the big night. Eat too many and Renee will talk about you again. The cheesecake made by Aunt Chun was very delicate and small. Lu Xiao finished it in 2 or 3 bites, licking the spoon and looking at the rest of the cake with a reluctant "oh." This would be Lu Yu happened to come downstairs. Lu Xiao immediately put down the spoon and pretended that nothing happened. Xiao Xiao, I'm not going to school tomorrow because I have something to do. I'll have Oldly send you there. So when are you coming back? I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Good. The next day when Lu Xiao got up, Lu Yu had long gone out. She ate and cleaned up, took the small food box that Aunt Chun had prepared for her and went to the car. Lu Xiao pushed open the dormitory door with her food box and found that her roommates were all together. Hatsu arrived yesterday and is now sitting in a chair reading a book. The other 2 roommates were still busy packing. A girl with short red hair saw her and greeted her asking, New roommate. Hello. My name is Lu Xiao, and this is a little dessert I brought for you. The short-haired girl smiled and took it. Sulia from H City. The other girl with black framed glasses smiled coyly. My name is Ju Ziying. Lu Xiao put the last food box on Hatsu's table. The other froze and said, Thanks. Lu Xiao's hands went empty and sent a message to Lu Yu, then started packing up a few small things. Until the evening, Su Lia proposed that we all go out for a meal, her treat. Hatsu didn't quite agree, and in the end it was still a few people AA. The 4 of them looked for a small restaurant in front of the school. The school had just started and business was good. Luckily they went early and there happened to be the last table available. Surya ordered a couple of beers. Beer y'all. Lu Xiao was the first to state, I can't drink. Ju Ziying held up the frames of her glasses and whispered, I won't drink either. Surya had to turn her head to look at Hatsu. You can drink a little. Surya ordered a couple more sodas for the order. This restaurant serves food very quickly, in no time at all. Su Lia opened the beer and clinked it with them, and exclaimed, It's true that it's still cold beer that's cool. Lu Xiao was also comfortable drinking an iced soda. Surya, are you all in the oil painting department? A few people nodded. Surya, that's great, we can all go to class together from now on. This class schedule is really bad when I look at it. Every day it's 8 early. Lu Xiao, +1. Juzing, +2. Hatsu, +3. This time even Hatsu, who didn't have much to say, rarely agreed. Surya, and I hope that all my sisters, you will remember to call me in the morning. I have trouble getting out of bed. Lu Xiao, same as upstairs. Hatsu, same. Juzing. Several people turned their heads in unison to look at her. Ju Ziying's voice got smaller and smaller. I'll set more alarm clocks. The small restaurant is not expensive, for people only ate more than 200, and when they came out, the sky still has some light. Su Lia, by the way, Lu Xiao, you are from S City, right? Is there anything interesting here? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. There are some old buildings from the Republican period, and the new amusement parks can also be visited, as well as the Bund piece, but they're all quite crowded, so it depends on whether you want to go. Walking to the fork in the road, Hatsu said that there are still some things not brought to go to the supermarket. A few people simply go together. Lu Xiao has nothing missing. Her daily necessities are all prepared by Lu Yu for her. With a very complete, it is really the dormitory is too small, hindering Lu Yu's play, or Lu Yu also want to buy her a bathtub. Lu Xiao chose some fruits and snacks and went to the checkout. The others weren't so quick. So she stood in the open space eating a lollipop and waiting for someone. Hello. I'm Nye Shui from the sophomore journalism department. Can I add a WeChat? The other party had shoulder-length curly hair, half-rimmed glasses, and a gentle smile. Lu Xiao's first reaction was, no phone cards or group buying groups. The other man froze and didn't say anything for a long time. A few boys standing behind him laughed. That's not what he meant when he asked to add you on WeChat, schoolmate. Lu Xiao reacted, making a big red face. When she was in college in her previous life, she had encountered batch after batch of seniors who came to advertise and pull in business, and she was preoccupied with that. I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding, Lu Xiao politely declined. But I don't have any ideas about that, so… Nye Shui understood. He smiled and acted very calmly. It's me who was a bit abrupt. So is it convenient to ask your name? Freshman oil painting department Lu Xiao. It wasn't hard to find someone in college, and that bit of information wasn't so private that it would be better for people to ask around than for her to say it herself. Lu Xiao schoolmate. Looking forward to our next meeting. When a few of his roommates returned from checkout, Lu Xiao was still brooding. What's wrong? Lu Xiao looked to the side of the cool department beauty Chuxue and full-bodied Su Lia. Cannot figure out what vision this senior. So many beautiful women here. Looking for her to add what WeChat. On the way back Lu Xiao talked about it. Su Lia sked twice. Handsome? Lu Xiao thought back for a moment. Didn't pay much attention to it? It should be okay? Surya. Who? Don't you read faces? Lu Xiao is a little less nice. I'm face blind. And she's already immune to regular dudes after being exposed to the main group's kind of face every day. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Zhu Ziying whispered from the side. Lu Xiao, you're very pretty. It's normal for someone to confess to you, right? Ha! Lu Xiao was really a bit surprised this time. Since she was a child, the word she heard the most compliments about her was cute, and saying that she was pretty was also with the meaning of praising a small child. Surya. Yes, is it surprising that you are beautiful? Don't you think so yourself? Even Hatsu couldn't help but nod her head. Lu Xiao was also silent for a few moments before saying, other people will praise me for being cute at most. Surya looked at her twice more. It is indeed quite cute. Lying in bed at night, Lu Xiao immediately sent the beginning and end of the matter to Wen Qingqi, and the other party returned quickly. Wen Qingqi. How old were you then? Fleshy and round everywhere. Now that you've grown up, you're really pretty. Lu Xiao. Am I not round now? Wen Qingqi. How can I put it? The current circle is not the same as the previous one. Lu Xiao? Are you posting in Chinese? Wen Qingqi. This is not important. This matter you told Lu Yu? Lu Xiao. No. Took a long time for the other party to send a message, and Lu Xiao all but cut out to watch the brush session for a while. Wen Qingqi. This matter you'd better not talk to Lu Yu first. Maybe people are just on the spur of the moment, and after that they won't see each other again. According to your brother's temperament, he will definitely check the person to the bottom. Lu Xiao thought about it and felt that what she said made sense, and immediately sent over an emoticon. Lu Xiao. I think you're right. JPG. Like an enemy. When Qingqi breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Yu was afraid it would be bad if he knew about this. Chapter 37 Chocolate. The next day's classes were in the morning, and a dormitory of people struggled to get out of bed. Even Hatsu's beauty couldn't overpower the resentment she was about to radiate. Lu Xiao was still a bit sleepy after washing up and flipped through her book. What class did you have in the morning? Zhuziying. Chinese and foreign art history and color analysis. Lu Xiao rummaged around for half a day and finally found it, and then stuffed the book and the water cup into the bag with a brain. A few people were too late for breakfast, so they had to pass by the cafeteria to pack their bags. Chinese and foreign art history was a big class, several classes together, and they found a seat in the back of the room and started breakfast. There were too many people who couldn't get up at 8 a.m., and so many people came late and had to sit in the front. Surya had absolutely no desire to eat breakfast and fell asleep on the table. Lu Xiao was awake this time and took the bun and ate it one bite at a time. Not to mention, the big meat buns in this cafeteria are quite tasty. Before the teacher came in, Lu Xiao finished her buns and tea eggs and had started drinking soy milk. When she finished the soy milk, Lu Xiao's cell phone vibrated. Lu Yu. Up in the morning? Lu Xiao. Good behavior. JPG. Lu Xiao. I had breakfast too, and I'm in class now. Lu Xiao. Photo. She also took a picture of the teacher in class. Lu Yu. Did you get along well with your roommate? Lu Xiao. It's not bad, the people are nice. Lu Renee. I'm not finished on my end yet, so if I don't send you another message before 10, Lunch will take care of itself. Lu Xiao. Then won't you miss class on the first day? Lu Yu. Have greeted. After that, there will be a program to cooperate with the school. As long as I pass the final exam will not fail. Lu Xiaomu now. Lu Xiao. Can I do the same? Lu Renee. If you're willing to leave at 6:30 in the morning for the meeting. Suddenly she wasn't sour anymore. This suffering wasn't for everyone. Lu Xiao. I want to take classes seriously, study hard, and try not to fail my classes. Lu Renee. Well, if you fail the course, you'll have to retake it next year. Lu Xiao. I'm going to make a scene.gif. This side Lu Yu looked at the cell phone screen with a smile. Feizha looked aside and reminded, Mr. Lu, it's almost time. Only then did Lu Yu take her eyes off her phone and look at him. Feizha handed over the document under great pressure. Lu Yu took it with a cold face and handed his cell phone over for Feizha to keep. Lu Yu secretly sighed, I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it back for lunch today. He got up and straightened his clothes and headed for the meeting place. And Lu Yu's battlefield is not the same. Lu Xiao listening to the history of art are fast asleep. The teacher's voice above is like hypnosis. A glance over, a step classroom half have been down. The teacher's face as usual, not the slightest surprise. It was finally nearing the end of the class before the teacher cleared his throat and opened the software to start taking names. Everyone take out your cell phones and scan the code. Fill in the number in the upper left corner of your table. Don't mess with it. I can see if it's seated or not. Lu Xiao nudged Surya to wake her up, and Surya started to touch her cell phone with her eyes half open. When everyone had finished sweeping, the teacher gave it another cursory look, and that was when it was time for class to end. After a 20-minute break between classes, the girls had to run to another building for another class. Surya was much more refreshed after a good night's sleep. It's club enrollment, isn't it? Zhu Ziying had done quite a bit of strategy before. We can come over and look around in the afternoon when we don't have classes, and there are quality credits for adding clubs, so one person can just sign up for one. Surya. What clubs do you all want to sign up for? Hatsu didn't have much of an idea on that front. Art club. Surya H's. How boring is that? Just in time, a man skateboarding passed in front of Lu Xiao. Her eyes went straight and she turned her head to ask Zhu Ziying, Is there a skateboarding club in our school? Huh? There's that. Are you going to the skateboard club? How cool. After the color analysis, a few people went to the cafeteria to eat. Hatsu collected the registration form for the art club and went back, leaving a few people to walk around the square. Su Lia instead took several sign-up forms. Lu Xiao had a clear goal of adding only one skateboarding club, and only Zhu Ziying was a bit indecisive. Zhezing, I have trouble choosing. Surya, pick your favorite. I heard from the last class that they only participated in some activities in the first few months, and then it was the same as if they didn't. Zhezing stopped in her tracks when she saw the stall in front of her. Lu Xiao and Su Lia looked at each other. You want to join the student council? Zhezing was a little hesitant again. No. Lu Xiao. It's not no, it's just bar. This character of Zhu Ziying is not at all popular in the student council. Surya. Why don't you try out? You can't just sign up for student government and get in, right, and give extra credit. Zhezing nodded. Getting into the student union gives 2 quality credits. Surya oohed and awed. She was all heartened. There were a lot of people who wanted to enter the student union, and the enrollment form needed to be filled out on the spot. So Lu Xiao and Su Lia had to stand aside and wait for Zhu Ziying to finish writing. Schoolgirl, we meet again so soon. Lu Xiao turned her head to see the curly hair before she reacted. Only to feel bad. What a sinful fate. Nie Shui was completely caught in the act of arresting a strong man today, and I didn't expect any unexpected gains. You want to enter the student union? I'll get you the enrollment form? Lu Xiao quickly waved her hand. No. It's my roommate who's getting into the student council. I'm waiting for her. Su Lia gave her a look asking her who the other party was. And Lu Xiao gave a bitter smile and explained in a low voice, the one from last night. Surya came to a realization and began to look the other person up and down. Nie Shui also saw Su Lia standing on the side and greeted her in a friendly manner. I'm sophomore Nie Shui, Vice Minister of the Student Union's Propaganda Department. If you need help in the future, just look for me. Su Lia also revealed a bright smile. Senior is polite. Luckily, Zhu Ziying came back in time, and Lu Xiao pulled the people away with a left and a right. Su Lia also teased. I see that this senior is quite handsome. How did he escape so quickly? Lu Xiao didn't say anything and waited until she was out of sight of the student council booth before letting go of her hand. In a nutshell, a few people went back to the dormitory and started to take a nap. Lu Xiao did not have the habit of taking a nap before, and only rested for a while before getting up, just in time to receive a message from Wen Qingqi, so she changed her clothes and went to the Department of Economics and Management to look for someone. The school is big also has a big disadvantage. Lu Xiao has already gone out early, still looking for half a day of the road, and look at the signposts and ask people, a lot of them are freshmen like her, do not know the direction of the Department of Economics and Management. By the time she got downstairs, people were already coming out one after another, and Lu Xiao was relieved that she had at least found them. When Bo Yushan came out, he saw Lu Xiao standing by the tree kicking stones in boredom, like a cute and cuddly little white rabbit, the corner of his mouth raised in an arc, and walked up. When he arrived in front of Lu Xiao, he reverted to his expressionless appearance. You're waiting for someone? Lu Xiao was startled, looked up and saw that it was Bo Yushan, then reacted. He was also from the Department of Economics and Management. It was not a surprise that he appeared here. Well, I'm waiting for Wen Qingqi. Are you guys in the same class? Has she gotten out of class yet? Different classes. But this is a big class. She'll be down soon. Bo Yushan takes out a small box with exquisite packaging from his bag. This is for you. Chocolate. Well, I don't eat those. Lu Xiao thought about it but took it. Thanks then. Lu Xiao didn't think much about it when she picked up the chocolate, and it wasn't until if the line of sight lingered on her that she realized something was wrong. Fortunately, Wen Qingqi had already come down by this time, and Lu Xiao said goodbye to Bo Yushan before pulling on Wen Qingqi to quickly leave. What's the matter? Fire and brimstone? Look at this box of chocolates. Wen Qingqi opened the package and took a look. This brand is quite tasty. It's your favorite flavor? What's wrong? From Bo Yushan. Wen Qingqi understood after thinking about it. It was delivered just now? Lu Xiao nodded. 80% of the time, Aunt Bo slipped it to him. He didn't want it himself, and no one else was giving it to him, so it just so happened that a you with a sweet tooth showed up. Yeah, I think so. When Qingqi looked back, he gave it away in front of a group of people? Lu Xiao nodded stiffly. The brain power of the eating public is terrifying, but you don't have much to cross paths with each other, and people will soon forget about it. Up to 818 on the campus forums. Every time I go on the forum, nothing good happens. It's not much of a big deal, come on. Sis will take you to eat something delicious. There was a food street behind the school, and when Qingqi led her straight towards a dessert store. My roommate treated us to cake yesterday and ordered takeout from this place. I thought you'd like it. Lu Xiao looked at the menu and ordered smoothies, puddings, and cakes, all of which were the store's main products. Lu Xiao finished ordering and asked, You're not asking Yan Jiwen to come out with you? When Qingqi said casually, He has a full afternoon class. Lu Xiao began to teabag. So he doesn't have class this afternoon, so you won't ask me to call him? When Qingqi revealed a kind smile, How come? You've always been a good boy for Mama. It's better to let Yan Jiwen be this good boy. The smoothies are to be made to order and the puddings and cakes are finished and served quickly. Lu Xiao tasted a bite of the pudding and her eyes glowed. This pudding is delicious. Yeah, right, all their desserts taste pretty good. After one pudding was finished, the smoothie was ready, and it was cold and just the right amount of cold to take the edge off the pudding. When she was almost finished, Lu Xiao looked around again and chose a tiramisu to pack. When Qingqi, I've already eaten a lot today. If you want to eat, we'll come back tomorrow. Lu Xiao paid and took the box. It's for my brother. This is not sweet. He should like it. Mentioning Lu Yu, when Qingqi didn't say anything else. Chapter 38 Schrodinger's Object. When Lu Yu returned to F University, it was dark. Lu Xiao went to the small refrigerator in the next dormitory and took the cake out. This is so good. Which one of you bought it? Share the link. A girl next to her immediately friended her to push the link to her. Remember to hide it well. It's going to be confiscated if the hostile aunt finds it. Lu Xiao noticed the upright figure at a glance as she descended the stairs. Brother! Lu Yu received the cake with some surprise. Still iced. Aha! Lu Xiao was a little proud. We got the little fridge in the dorm next door and I just got it out of there. I was expecting you back this afternoon and bought it early. Lu Yu held the cake in one hand and pulled her with the other. Where do you want to go for dinner? Better go to the cafeteria. It's too tiring to go out. There were very few people in the cafeteria at this hour, so the two of them found an empty seat after ordering. Lu Xiao began to shred the day's routine, and halfway through hearing it, Lu Yu's smile began to disappear. You're joining the skateboarding club? Well, super cool. Lu Yu didn't really want her to go to such an event, but held back and finally just said, I'll have my assistant help you buy protective gear. He asked again, When's training? I'll come over and check it out. It's not set yet. It says there will be a small meeting first in the next 2 days. 80% of it will be in the evening, I think. Everyone has classes during the day. Brother, aren't you going to join the club? No time. Lu Xiao rested her chin. Actually, you don't have to work so hard. You can enjoy college life more. The original hero is under so much pressure from the outside world that the only way to resist it all is to keep getting stronger. And now Lu Yu, all the enemies have fallen, and do not have to fight with the Thin family. As long as he is willing to directly stamp grand finale, pension can be. Lu Yu teased. To raise you, which is so easy. I'm very well fed. Lu Xiao bristled in dissatisfaction. I can make money too. Lu Yu. Child laborers others don't take. Lu Xiao was about to explode. I'm not a child laborer. Okay. I'm kidding. Don't get mad, have a bite of cake. Lu Yu dug a bite of cake and handed it to her mouth. Lu Xiao opened her mouth and bit it. Their cake is so delicious. Lu Yu reminded at the right time. Don't forget your dental appointment next week. Lu Xiao's smile froze, and the cake in her mouth instantly stopped tasting good. Lu Xiao went back and ordered the refrigerator. The business is also very powerful. A look at the school address. The outer packaging does not write any words and phrases about the refrigerator at all. It looks like an ordinary package. Only Zhu Ziying was in the dormitory, looking at her small arms and legs. Lu Xiao didn't dare to let her help and carried it to the 3rd floor by herself. Zhu Ziying was next to her, holding up a small fan to blow air for her. You're good. Lu Xiao was also a bit out of breath. If it sinks any more, we'll have to call for outside help. The two of them worked together to move the small refrigerator in, placing it in the small space between the bed and the wall, with the drawing board and box in front of it, perfectly blocking it. Lu Xiao got up and clapped her hands. Pretty. We have a mini fridge in our dorm room too. In the afternoon, there is no class in the oil painting department, but the Department of Economics and Management is full of classes. Lu Xiao stood under the familiar tree and waited for Lu Yu, and was not surprised to see Yan Jiwen, and the two looked at each other and nodded, each occupying a corner in silence. When the time came, Lu Yu and Wen Qingqi walked out one after the other. Wen Qingqi also saw Lu Xiao and greeted her before leaving hand in hand with Yan Jiwen. It suddenly occurred to Lu Xiao that Wen Qingqi, who was the female lead, was already in a sweet relationship, while Lu Yu, who was the male lead, didn't seem to be coming on to everyone. Lu Yu rubbed her head. What's wrong, sad face? Lu Xiao looked up at him. Brother, what kind of girls do you like? Lu Yu's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly covered it up again. Why are you suddenly asking this question? It's probably because I saw that Qingqi is seeing someone, and I also started to think about what my future sister-in-law would be like. Lu Yu didn't say anything. Lu Xiao asked again. Like my roommate kind you like? Just the one you saw the other day, cool and beautiful, pretty and smart, or in the arts? Lu Yu was a bit helpless. Were you a matchmaker in your past life? Did you forget to drink manhwa soup in your reincarnation? So dedicated? I'm only a few years old and you're starting to worry that I can't find a date. Was a little worried. Given Lu Yu's nature, not having moved on to anyone in the past, it would only be harder in the future. Lu Yu laughed, reaching out his thumb to smooth her brow. Some words couldn't help but come out. I have someone I like. Lu Xiao instantly widened her eyes and opened her mouth for half a day before asking with a shocked expression. Who is it? Who is it? Do I recognize? Is it from our school? How old? Or did you meet someone outside and haven't chased them yet? Do you have a picture? Is it pretty? Lu Yu pursed his lips, a face of remorse. He should not have been a moment of relief to tell this matter. I'm bolting. How can you bull? There must be, is it not yet chased? I help you the first high school also help you beg red line, this is just can use. Red thread. Lu Xiao nodded. Just the high school intensive training session, went to the Fuzi temple, everyone begged. I want to say come all the way here, so I begged too for you. Lu Yu was very speechless. Where's the stuff? Lu Xiao thought back. I think it's in the organizer on the cabinet in my room. I even saw it when we moved. So there really is one right? Lu Yu reached out and twisted her face upright. Watch the road. Lu Yu took Lu Xiao to eat Japanese food in the evening, and Lu Xiao looked at him more often than she looked at the sashimi. Lu Xiao, eat properly. Oh, she ducked her head and stuffed a bite of sushi, still unable to resist glancing up at Lu Yu. She was really curious about what kind of person Lu Yu would really like. The skateboarding club had an event in the evening, and after a good dinner the two went back to school. It was still early, so they took a walk in the playground, and Lu Xiao couldn't help but ask again, can't we really talk about it? So let me ask a question, do I recognize it? Lu Yu's eyes changed without saying anything. The two happened to pass a streetlight, and Lu Xiao saw the other's expression clearly. I'll go. I can't believe it's someone I know. Lu Yu covered her mouth. No swearing. Lu Xiao pulled his hand down. Is that the point? Is it from our high school? You just said only one question. I'll add another one. There is no such option. Lu Xiao held her breath, and the elimination of food was not pleasant at all. The skateboarding club is located on the plaza, 2 days a week, and there are seniors who come over to teach. There are a lot of handsome single seniors in the skateboarding club, and a lot of freshmen sign up because of that. Lu Xiao is different. She just simply thinks skateboarding is cool. She had already seen the instructional video before, and pulled Lu Yu to find a clearing just to try it out. Lu Yu helped her put on all the protective gear. Now go to the hospital can only hang up the emergency room. Once the protective gear was on, Lu Xiao helped Lu Yu and stood up, stumbling, and the skateboard flew out on its own. Lu Xiao timidly retrieved the skateboard and tried a few more times, thinking that it wasn't unreasonable for Lu Yu to ask her to bring protective gear. The skateboard had a mind of its own that she couldn't manage for the moment, but she could already stand on it by herself without the help of Lu Yu. Senior, do you have time to teach me on your side? Lu Xiao followed the voice and looked over. It was a girl in a short white dress with long hair. She had only one thought, and that was how inconvenient it would be to skateboard dressed like that. Lu Yu's voice was cold. I'm not a senior. The girl was a little surprised. Are you a freshman too? Lu Yu didn't even look back at her. I'm not in the skateboarding club either. You've got the wrong person. The girl then noticed the overly intimate behavior of the two and came back to her senses, making a big red face. Oh, sorry. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Only after the girls left did Lu Xiao look at Lu Yu with a derisive expression. I'm having flashbacks to those years when I was a carrier pigeon. Still slippery or not? Slip. Thanks to Lu Yu's quick eyes and hands, Lu Xiao didn't really fall on the ground all night. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Xiao also bumped into Hatsu coming out of the library and exclaimed, You're so serious. When she went to college, she completely let go and was all about food and drink. Hatsu couldn't help but glance towards Lu Yu before she withdrew her eyes and pointed to the book she was holding, looking for some reference materials. Lu Yu sent her all the way to the door of the dormitory and handed over the skateboard again. Go to bed early. Don't stay up late. Got it. On the way upstairs, Hatsu asked, Your brother goes to the skateboard club too? Lu Xiao shook his head. He is rather busy. Did not add the club. Today is to accompany me. You guys are so affectionate. Lu Xiao smiled. Yeah, the classes in the Department of Economics and Management are only a little more than those in their oil painting department. And when Qingqi is in the same class as Lu Yu, so Lu Xiao had to take advantage of the large class period and wait downstairs. When Qingqi saw her from afar and couldn't help but smile. What's so urgent? I'll just give you 15 minutes. We're also in this building for our next class or I won't even have time to see you. Lu Xiao pulled her to sit on a bench and handed her a can of soda. Do you think my brother ever got particularly close to any girls in high school? What a strange question you are asking. When Qingqi opened the soda and took a sip. My brother has a favorite. Odds are it's from our high school. She squirted out all of her mouthful of soda. Lu Xiao hurriedly found a tissue to wipe her mouth. As for being so surprised, I wasn't like this when I knew. When Qingqi turned her head to look at her pupils quaking. What do you know all about? Lu Xiao was a bit innocent and said honestly. He let it slip yesterday that there was a girl he liked. Someone I knew. But who it was he wouldn't say. So I wanted to find you to reminisce together. When Qingqi wiped her mouth and calmed down. Maybe you misunderstood. But a girl who can make us know each other at the same time should only be someone from the school as well. Lu Xiao thought about it some more. Could it be the girl who was in the set with me? That could also be outside of school. When Qingqi knew the answer but couldn't say it and had to act like she knew nothing about it. She was now incredibly regretting having organized that Thai birthday party. You didn't ask directly? Lu Xiao sighed. Asked, not told. When Qingqi heart laughed twice. Knowing that Lu Yu this is simply cannot say. Lu Xiao guessed around, even re-examining Sun Yuting who had already been passed over. Maybe it's just that you feel regret after rejecting it, and you're too embarrassed to say it out loud, so you can only be so standoffish. You're thinking too much. Do you think Liu looks like this kind of person? Unlike. Lu Xiao deflated. It's because the whole thing makes so little sense that I find it strange what kind of god he likes. She was going to turn into a teenage mutant ninja turtle if she kept this up. I'm about to go to class, what about this matter, just stay out of it, you're not his mom and you care about his relationship status. He can't even make sense of it, how can your little brain figure it out? Lu Xiao looked at her with dissatisfaction. I feel like you're turning the corner and calling me stupid. When Qingqi pinched her face, how come, my little piggy baby? That familiar tone came back. Chapter 39. Peach Blossom Flood. When Qingqi was afraid that Lu Xiao would mention this matter to her again, and had been avoiding her intentionally or unintentionally until this day when Yan Jiwen forwarded a message to her. What is it? The confession wall in the school forum. When Qingqi opened the post to see Lu Xiao in a red sweater with a high ponytail skateboarding. The beauty that breaks through the screen can't be hidden under the night and lights. The girl from the skateboarding club I met last night after class. Do you have any contact information? Which faculty? This girl is so cool. Do you have a boyfriend? She's from the gymnasium here, and she's 5 feet 8 inches with 8-pack abs. Upstairs, you better be telling the truth. Don't be too stuck on your sister's gender. Sisters can do it. Sisters can be sisters too. Picture has a boyfriend, right? A few days ago, I saw that big handsome guy from the Department of Economics and Management practicing with her, and I secretly took a picture of it. It's a good match. I got it. I got it. It's a good match. Is there a high-resolution picture? No, don't talk nonsense. I went to the same high school as them. They are brother and sister, one economics and one beauty school. I thought you were talking about the other guy in the Department of Economics before I clicked on the picture. Before I clicked on the picture, I thought you guys were talking about the other big handsome guy in the economics department. I'm in economics too, and I saw 2 guys delivering chocolates at the end of class. On the top floor, I saw it too. Eat the melon. Have you got a picture? Eat melon. What a love-hate tangle this is. And I'd love to see a picture of the big handsome guy. +1, +2, +10086. Photo, 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 photo. The 2 big new men in the Department of Economics and Management. High-definition pictures for only 30 apiece, to be purchased as soon as possible, plus V1234567 Really handsome eh? Do you 2 have girlfriends? So which one can I kowtow to? Or can I kowtow to the stew? Why is dead? When Qingqi watched as the thread kept getting topped, the topic underneath becoming more and more diffuse, and there were even people who went to the second middle school's forum to look for pictures of a few people. What a mess this is. Yan Jiwen helped her set the dishes. The person in question can apply for a deletion, while the heat is still fresh. When Qingqi forwarded the post to Lu Xiao. Today is the weekend. Lu Xiao followed Lu Yu home to stay the night before. This will not even get up yet. By the time she woke up and touched her phone to see the message, the posts had built up high, and someone had even found a picture of her from her high school days when she was competing. This group is really idle. Lu Xiao shuffled downstairs and followed the tutorial given by when Qingqi to request a deletion. Downstairs, Lu Renee sat on the couch with his back to her, not knowing what he was looking at. Brother, aren't you going to the office today? Aha! Lu Xiao came over and saw that the other person's cell phone showed that she had just finished applying for a pending post to be deleted. Both men spoke at the same time. I've requested a deletion of the post with the administrators. And Bo Yushan sent you chocolates? Lu Xiao responded. I ran into him last time when I was waiting for Qingqi to get out of class. Lu Yu frowned. Next time, don't accept anything he sends you. He just gave it like that, nothing more. Lu Yu looked at her wordlessly and spoke only after half a day. Forget it. Let's eat. Why did she hear something else in that forget it? The floor note to reply is already in the afternoon. The forum replied that the teacher on duty today does not have access. Let her apply again on Monday. Lu Xiao was very speechless and did not care anymore. But the result was that after another moment, he received a message from the station that the post had been deleted. Upon refreshing again, I realized the post was really gone. On second thought, she ran upstairs and knocked on the study door. Post deleted. Lu Yu knew what she wanted to ask and directly returned. Well, I found someone to delete it. Sure enough. You still read the school forums, brother? Not looking. So how did you know about that post? The assistant sent me. Fisuk has worked hard. Then you remember to give Fisuk a raise. Well, his year-end bonus has been doubled. Because she had classes on Monday morning, Lu Xiao always went back to the dormitory on Sunday night, and this time she returned to the dormitory and was welcomed by a pair of gossiping eyes. What are you guys doing? Su Lia looked excited. I saw the post. Who is that handsome guy holding you up? Didn't you read the post? Really your brother? Aha. What about the one who gave you the chocolates? I was at the same table in high school. We didn't know each other well, just regular classmates. Regular classmates give you chocolates. He's like that, he doesn't think that much. He probably just gave away an extra box of chocolates with it. I still think there's something fishy going on. There really isn't. If she had known that such a box of broken chocolates could cause so much trouble, she would never have answered it. Even Ju Ziying's little face reddened with excitement. Are all the people in your school so great? Their grades are so good and their looks are so unbelievable. Su Lia responded, Yes-o. The Department of Economics and Management is the highest scoring major in F University. Lu Xiao. Surya looked back at Hatsu. You don't seem surprised at all? Hatsu was walking away, and all of a sudden, she was a bit overwhelmed by Surya's questioning. Lu Xiao. The day my brother sent me to the dormitory, Hatsu was there, and I've met her long ago. Hatsu. Well, I've met you. Surya got up and dented a few shapes. Does your brother have a date? What do you think of me? Lu Xiao laughed awkwardly. He has someone he likes. A momentary loss flashed across Hatsu's face, and she quickly lowered her head again to hide her emotions. Surya. Sure enough, all the handsome guys have girlfriends. Ju Ziying suddenly spoke out. These don't seem to be the point. Right? Wasn't this post posted on the confession wall in the beginning? Everyone was silent. Sulia. Lu Xiao, you have quite a lot of peach blossoms. Lu Xiao shunned. It's better than nothing. The next day in class, Lu Xiao specially found a beret to wear. Surya casually glanced at it, having all but turned away, and then turned back to take a closer look. Ooh, did I read that right? Or is it the G's? Lu Xiao took it down and looked at it. Right? Sister, you're wearing a hat only if you want to keep a low profile. Find one without a logo. Not so much. Lu Xiao turned over again. She usually do not love to wear a hat. These are before the stylist to match. This time the figure is convenient on the whole set are brought over. This will do. She found a plain black duck-tongued hat with just a line of small, nondescript English letters on it. Su Yali hadn't noticed before, but today she looked at her closet, sighed, and pulled the clothes on her body to look at them again. Can't tell, not a cheap thing in the whole body. Curious? Zhizing asked. Is it expensive? Surya nodded vigorously. It's expensive. Hatsu casually pointed to a car on the side of the road. She's got enough to buy this car. Ju Ziying looked at Lu Xiao with wide eyes. Lu Xiao sweated. It's not that exaggerated. Surya studied her shoulder canvas bag for half a day. This is the bag. Lu Xiao patted his bag with a proud face. TB by 299 balyo, simple and generous capacity, what all put down. I picked a number of homes before I chose this. Surya smiled reluctantly. It's pretty good. There was only one small class on Monday morning, all one class, and everyone just looked at her a few more times when Lu Xiao went in, and didn't make much of a fuss, which was a relief. Luckily, the post was deleted quickly. You're doing just fine. Go look at the thread about your brother next door. It's already 9.99 plus. It's all because of the people in the crooked building that your post keeps getting bumped up. Lu Xiao opened the forum. The first two hot posts is the continuation of the previously deleted posts of the topic. There is a vote in the end Lu Yu and Bo Yushan, which is the Department of Economics and Management Department grass. Both pictures are sneak peeks, but this level of blur doesn't take away from their beauty in any way. Lu Xiao also registered an account along the way and gave Lu Yu a vote. Surya came over. I saw this voting post yesterday. Is it over now? Lu Xiao. It's hard to tell. Hatsu listened and took out her cell phone as well. Several people were surprised. Ju Ziying. Hatsu, you're actually interested in this? Hatsu's hand that opened the post froze and her face looked even colder. Just take a look. Surya. You desktop. Lu Xiao exited the web page. The wallpaper is a photo of her with Lu Yu. I took it with my brother in H City during the New Year. They have a good snow over there. Shocked me for a whole year. Su Lia was very speechless. Who cares if it snows or not? What I mean is that you put this group photo up, high definition without dead angle godface. Definitely let your brother top the list. Lu Xiao. Not really. I voted for fun, he doesn't care about that. The teachers at early 8 are merciful as long as the class is signed in. The rest, as to whether they are playing games or sleeping, the teachers turn a blind eye. Lu Xiao listened to it and fell asleep. Finally heard the bell. Lifted his bag and wanted to leave. Surya yawned. I think I can still sleep. Zhizing. I want to go to the cafeteria to eat some more. Hatsu. I'm going to the cafeteria too. I'm going out sketching this afternoon. Lu Xiao, where are you going to sketch? There doesn't seem to be any good places near our school. Lu Xiao. Several people looked over in unison. It was two boys they didn't recognize standing in the classroom doorway. One of the boys rubbed his head and looked a little shy. I'm the one who posted on the forums earlier, and my friend said I might have disturbed you by doing so I came over to apologize. That's okay. I accept your apology. That boy glanced at Lu Xiao, his face flushed a little. Why don't I treat you to dinner, as compensation? I'm also a freshman, next door in the history department. Lu Xiao has already seen not far away from someone is taking pictures. Not surprisingly, the forum will soon be followed up. She felt a bit of a headache, and it was true that everyone loved melons. If she wasn't the producer of the squash, she could have had a good time eating it. No, it's minor. The other party did not expect this development, froze for a moment and asked, then can you add a WeChat? I don't tweet strangers. Lu Xiao didn't wait for the other party to say anything else, intending to just go around him and leave. The boy was in a hurry and tried to stop her. Wait! Before Lu Xiao could make any reaction, she was pulled to hide behind her. Lu Yu's cold and piercing voice came from the front. What? Can't you hear what she said? Lu Xiao poked her head out to see the other person seemingly pinned in place, sweating coldly. The angry male lead is simply buff pulling full stop. She sighed. Tell me about you, this is a dead sickly male lead, what are you doing messing with him? Lu Yu ignored the gazes of others and pulled Lu Xiao and left the school building. What brings you over? The new G's arrived this season, and their main store isn't far from the school. So I thought I'd take you to try them out and go to dinner on the way. Then you didn't send me a message first. I've seen your class schedule, and you only have one class in the morning. Lu Yu pulled her hand a few more points tighter. Next time you encounter this kind of person, ignore it, and call me directly if you can't solve it. I didn't think he'd come straight to me, and yesterday my roommate was talking about how I suck so much. Lu Yu instantly grasped the point. So much. Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Lu Xiao told Nia Shui about it as well. Lu Yu's face became more and more ugly. Lu Xiao quickly explained, this senior did nothing. The two encounters were coincidental, and I also refused, sternly refused. Lu Yu finally held his breath and said nothing, pulling the man into the car. Chapter 40. A Misadventure. This day the Department of Economics and Management happened to have no classes. Lu Yu thought to take Lu Xiao to see the newly opened painting exhibition. The results have been waiting until the end of the class, also did not see Lu Xiao from the classroom out. Hatsu saw Lu Yu during class and walked straight to him after class. Are you looking for Lu Xiao? She didn't show up for class? Last session she finished her elective and messaged that she couldn't make it. Took a leave of absence from her teacher. She didn't tell us exactly what she was going to do. Thanks a lot. Hatsu gave a rare smile. You're welcome. Lu Yu walked towards the outside of the school building while calling Lu Xiao, and it was only after the second call that the other party picked up. Brother. The voice from the opposite side was noisy. Lu Yu frowned and asked, where are you? Lu Xiao's voice was permeated with a sense of weakness. Outside. I took a vacation. I didn't miss class. The family of emergency 29 come and get your medicine. The nurse's voice was loud and penetrating, and the cell phone reception was excellent. Lu Yu's voice cooled down. You're in the hospital? Lu Xiao knew that he was exposed, so he had to explain everything. Her elective class teaching building is a little far from the next class of the teaching building, and she was greedy to go to the vending machine place to buy a bottle of soda, see too late, and wanted to run over. The result is just hit the corner cycling students, but she reacted quickly. She rolled to the side of the 2 times. Cycling students is not a thing. She was wearing shorts, short sleeve, rubbed the skin, looking bloody. Originally just a little bit of trauma, she bought some wound cream to rub a little on it. The results of that classmate insisted on not letting, as if he had made a big mistake, must drag people to the hospital to check. Lu Xiao thought about moving faster, so that when she returned to school and changed into long pants and long sleeves, she wouldn't be noticed. As a result, it was only the work of one class, Lu Yu's phone call. The first call caught her off guard, so she didn't receive it. Lu Yu's voice was so cold that it could freeze people to death. Address. I'll send you. Take it easy. I'm really fine. Drive slowly on the road. Lu Yu went to get his driver's license right out of high school, and there was a spare car parked at the school. Lu Xiao went to the nearest hospital affiliated with the school. Working days are also too many people. Originally coded with a wound medicine is also very fast. But the students and pulled Lu Xiao went to take a filming and have to wait for the film. She was a little anxious at first, and after receiving Lu Yu's phone call her heart was like water. and she even thought about what words to carve on the tombstone. When Lu Yu found her, the finished film had just come out, and Lu Xiao lowered her head to look at the film and then at him, reaching out and handing it over. Lu Xiao turned her head to look at that classmate. My family is coming over, you go back to class first, I'm really fine. At first that student wanted to say a few words, but against the sight of Lu Yu could knife people to death, so he had to keep his mouth shut. Add a WeChat, and I'll reimburse you for how much you spent on follow-up medical bills. Good. Now let her add whatever she wants as long as she can talk people out of it. Seeing that Lu Xiao added WeChat with someone, Lu Yu's face became even more ugly. When the people left, Lu Yu avoided the place where she was hurt and half-hugged her. Which doctor? Lu Xiao pointed forward. Just that one. The doctor looked at the film and confirmed that there was no problem, and told her to remember to change the medicine regularly and not to touch the water. Lu Yu directly picked her up horizontally and walked towards the hospital entrance. Are you angry? Lu Yu was silent. The expression on his face was ugly as hell, but his hands moved very gently, carefully placing the person on the co-pilot. Lu Xiao hurriedly tugged on his coat corner and began to admit her mistake. It won't happen next time. I'll definitely call you the first time. Lu Yu half crouched down to look at her. You are not wrong in wanting to hide this matter. It is wrong in not paying attention to their own safety. Today it is only a bicycle, you still avoided it, if the car? Lu Xiao hung her head to listen to the lecture. Looking at her, this miserable Lu Yu also cannot say, still hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore. It was really painful at first, it made her twitch. I'll take a leave of absence from your counselor and not go to class this week. Not so much, I can still walk. Your dorm room is on the 3rd floor. There's no elevator. Are you sure you can climb up there yourself after class every day? It's not so much a crawl. And you can't touch water to your wounds. Lu Xiao was silent as she thought about their cramped bathroom. Only then did Lu Xiao have the time to pull out her cell phone and tell that classmate the results of the examination, refusing his compensation. She saw another message from Hat Su to her, following it up by turning her head to look at him. Don't you have class this afternoon? The teacher took a vacation and moved the class to Friday. She still felt that she could have gotten away with this if their teacher hadn't taken a leave of absence. So what did you want to see me about? There was exactly one red light in front, and Lu Yu touched 2 tickets and handed them over. Lu Xiao took it and looked at it for a few moments, instantly getting excited. It's her favorite painter, ZC, who has never had an exhibition in China before, and this time not only did he come to the first stop, but also set it in S-City. I was wondering when I was going to see it abroad. I didn't realize he was here first. Shall we go now? Was going to take you over to see it this afternoon. Lu Xiao's heart thumped. Originally, Lu Yu sneered twice, chilling her heart with laughter. Her high emotions instantly fell to a low, and she clutched her ticket without speaking. All the way to the door of the house, Lu Xiao still looked the same. Lu Yu avoided her wounds and picked her up. This exhibition of paintings will last half a month. Lu Xiao blinked her eyes, half responding. Half a month, her injuries had long since healed. The ticket won't be voided. Then buy new ones. She was happy again and held the ticket for a long time. In fact, Lu Xiao's injuries were not serious. It was that the trauma area was too large and there were too many bandages. Auntie Chun ogled at her injury for half a day. Why do you get injured all day long? Are you lacking calcium? Why don't you ask Annie to make you some bone soup to replenish it? Bone broth doesn't seem to be a calcium supplement either. Bone porridge then. No, I don't seem to have a calcium deficiency problem either. Gee, look at you these past few years, you've been sick all year long. I've bought several books on food therapy. She seems to have had a bit of bad luck in the last few years. Does she need to go find a temple to worship at? The speaker was not interested in listening. Lu Yu at first just helped her peel the fruit on the side, and suddenly remembered that Feijia had sent him some information yesterday. He frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly got up. I'm going out, Auntie Chun. Keep an eye on her. She can't touch water on her wounds, and she can't eat heavy oil and salt. It's easy to leave scars. Hey, got it. Lu Yu drove to the downstairs of the company, just in time to catch Feijia, who was about to leave work. Feijia wailed half a day in his heart, but his face did not show. Still very decent. Boss, it's off-duty time. Triple overtime. Feijia held back his curses and followed up the stairs. You find out all the recent news about the Lu family for me? Lu Yu paused again, especially about the sick girl. Feijia had always been in the habit of keeping one copy each of electronic and paper information, and he quickly found the paper version and sent it over. If that's all it was, I'd have emailed you an electronic copy yesterday. There's really no need to make another trip. Lu Yu rummaged around and found the information he wanted. Not much to see at all. I want her detailed medical history. Fei Zhe endured the pain of saying goodbye to his time off work and resigned himself to working overtime. Lu Yu took advantage of this work to contact Dr. Cui, who had been giving Lu Xiao a physical examination all year round. Fei Zhe moves quickly, he does things more comprehensively. These materials are almost already made, only to take to Lu Yu over the purpose, or he has streamlined the version. Lu Kongyun's children outside are basically boys. This is one of the few girls, 13 years old this year, has been following her birth mother. From the first half of the year her mother took her everywhere for treatment. Money is not enough. This is to find the Lu family. Lu Yu looked at the information and didn't look too good. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with this? Fei Zhe was really curious as to how Lu Yu could be interested in Lu Kongyun's illegitimate daughter who suddenly appeared. Take me to the hospital. Now. Now. Fei Zhe showed a standard smile and repeated infinitely in his mind, triple pay, triple pay, triple pay. When he arrived at the hospital, Lu Yu didn't give the word, so he had to wait at the door of the clinic. Dr. Cui saw that Lu Yu was very helpless. I've already seen her film. There really isn't any problem. If you don't feel at ease, bring her to my side tomorrow to change the medicine. I was trying to show you this medical record. Dr. Cui took it and flipped through the pages. Whose medical records are these? Lu Kongyun's daughter. Dr. Choi, who knew more or less about their family situation, understood instantly and continued to read. The more she looked, the more her face stared, until she saw a foreign institute and a familiar name for a drug. Are there any other medical records? Lu Yu's heart sank, feeling that he was afraid that his suspicions were true. What do you think is wrong with this medical record? Is it related to Xiao Xiao? I can't say for sure with her incomplete medical records, but with this condition and this institute, there's a good chance that what this child has is hereditary type A disease. Hereditary type A disease is caused by the father's X chromosome lesion, passed on to women but not men according to the individual physical problems, mostly in the teenage-adolescent period. There will be weakness of the limbs, uncoordinated hands and feet and other symptoms. The serious may not be able to walk. At present there is no special effect medicine in the country. This research institute in M country is developing the targeted drugs in this area. It has already arrived at the clinical phase 3. The effect is remarkable. Lu Yu's face turned blue, and only after half a second did he ask, how high is the heritability? It's not certain that this is the disease yet. Get all of this patient's early medical records as soon as you can, and Dr. Cui paused for a moment. Have Lu Xiao come over here, I'll do a genetic test on her. Lu Yu out of the hospital when the sky has been completely dark. He also looked up online. This disease's heritability is almost 100% because the number of people who are sick is small, so there are very few medical programs for it. Get all her previous medical records and contact this institute. Okay, Mr. Lu. Lu Yu sat in the car, looking at the fast-swept night. His face became more and more gloomy. Chapter 41. What you lose, you gain. Lu Xiao was called up early in the morning to go to the hospital for a body checkup, and the whole person was paralyzed in the seat like an air-dried salted fish. I've already had tests and films. Just a routine physical. Lu Xiao looked at him grudgingly. Just did it over the summer. Twice a year for medical checkups. Lu Yu can remember it better than she can. Lu Yu calmly returned. Do it again. Lu Xiao always felt that all the blood drawn today was much more than the previous ones. Have the checkup items been increased again? Lu Yu? Aha. When all the tests were done, Lu Yu sent the person home and left again by himself. Lu Xiao always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. Auntie Chun, have you felt that my brother has been acting strange these days? Aunt Chun also glanced in the direction Lu Yu left. Busy in business, right? Come to see this soup. My newly learned medicinal food can be complimentary. Lu Xiao limped over to the table and began to drink her tonic soup. About Lu Xiao's examination report, Dr. Cui did the expedited processing, also used 3 days. In these 3 days' time, about that girl, more detailed medical history information also arrived in her hands. She studied both profiles carefully, her expression becoming increasingly strange. Lu Yu is in the afternoon to the hospital. He has been psychologically prepared, but also in advance of this disease to understand, if the diagnosis is confirmed, he will immediately take people to fly to M country. How did it turn out? This girl does have hereditary type A disease. Even after preparing for everything, Lu Yu's heart still trembled. I know. I've already had someone contact the M Country Research Institute. Hold your horses. There's good news. Lu Xiao didn't inherit the disease. What? Lu Yu looked up at her with a look of disbelief. The X chromosome for this lesion was not found in Lu Xiao's body, Dr. Cui said after half a day's thought. Perhaps you need to take her for another paternity test. Lu Yu's brain went down for half a day before reacting to Dr. Chui's meaning. You mean? From what I've seen so far, I can't rule out the possibility that the two are not related. Lu Yu came back to his senses, and at the thought of this possibility, his heart began to beat wildly, and some of his emotions were about to be suppressed. He not only brought samples from Lu Xiao and Lu Kongyun, but also left his own samples to make sure that everything was in order. How long will it take to get the results? 6 hours. Good. Lu Xiao is only bruised, rested at home for 2 or 3 days and went back to class. Lu Yu knows that his state is not suitable for going out, so he returned to his room to lie down, lying until dark. He hadn't slept in the last few hours either. It was just the darkness that calmed him down a little. The housekeeping auntie was cleaning and was still startled to see him coming downstairs. Mister is at home, ah. Sister Chun is not here. Do you want me to cook you something to eat? No need. It wasn't time yet, but he couldn't wait any longer and had to leave early for the hospital. Dr. Choi wasn't surprised to see him come over. He just sat him down and poured him a cup of hot water. Thanks a lot. Lu Yu just sat in silence until the report came out. Dr. Choi took the report and looked at it for a few moments before handing it directly to Lu Yu. He froze at the mere sight of does not support either parent-child relationship and hesitated to turn the next page. I know more or less about your family's situation. My suggestion is not to tell Lu Xiao for the time being. She is very sensitive and paranoid at her age, and when she is a little older, her acceptance will be higher. I know, thanks Dr. Trey. Lu Yu sat in the car for a long time. Fei Zhe glanced at him and had the result in his heart. These days, he followed the busy before and after, put the thing through the guessing, this moment only feel bad. The boss is in a bad mood. Unlucky must be the nearest employee. Mr. Lu, where are we going now? Lu Yu's fingers together little by little lightly hit his knees. His entire figure was shrouded in the night color. Go back to King's Court Huashan. Okay. When they reached the yard and saw the lights in the living room, Lu Yu was a little surprised. Send all the research you found earlier to the building's family, clean up the job at hand, and give you 3 days paid vacation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Fei Zhe parked the car and slipped away in a hurry, afraid that the capitalist boss would change his mind again. Dawn. Brother, you're back. Lu Xiao was sitting on the carpet in the living room, playing a game. Her wound had already scabbed over, but it was a big, dark, unsightly chunk, and she wore loose, long-sleeved pants at home these days. Lu Yu also obediently sat beside her, reaching out to rub her cheek. Why are you back? I remember you have class tomorrow morning. It took an hour to drive from Jingyuan Huashan to F University, and as long as she had classes the next morning, Lu Xiao was dead set against spending the night at home. Lu Xiao put down the gamepad and looked at him, carefully sizing him up for half a day, and asked, What's wrong with you lately? Lu Yu didn't answer. Her face changed and she asked cautiously, Is our family going bankrupt? Lu Yu was very speechless. Who gave you the wrong impression? Lu Xiao was relieved to see him like this. You've been preoccupied every day lately, and you've been absent-minded when you go home, leaving early and returning late, almost writing the words, something big has happened on your face. Lu Yu laughed and bent his waist. Lu Xiao has never seen him laugh like this, staring wide-eyed. What's going on here? Lu Yu's eyes were all smiles, and he lowered his head to touch her with his own forehead. There was something that happened before, but it's been resolved now. Lu Yu looked at her with great concentration, and got an unexpected news. Is it good news? For me, sort of. That'll do. Lu Xiao picked up the joystick again and began to focus on the game. Lu Yu just sat down and watched her. Lu Yu hadn't eaten much all day, and only now did he feel hungry. So Lu Xiao accompanied him for a midnight snack. Aunt Chun has been thinking of ways to make me medicinal food every day lately, and my face has gained a round of weight from eating. Lu Yu cupped her chin and turned it around. Fortunately, it's not fat. Lu Xiao slanted him a look. And you used to say I looked like a little piggy. Lu Yu laughed. It's not like I'm calling you piggy because you're fat. Not comforted at all, but angrier. Going to the movies? Lu Xiao stared at him without speaking. Lu Yu was unsure. What's wrong? Are you sure you're okay? Lu Xiao looked at the time. It's this time of the day. Normally you would have said, go to bed early or you won't be able to get up tomorrow morning to be late. Early to bed. Late to bed you can't get up. I have to say, it seems to make sense. Lu Xiao just finished eating a late-night snack. This will not be able to eat snacks. So he obediently lay on the sofa, waiting for Lu Yu to choose a movie. Lu Yu chose a love song and dance movie, and Lu Xiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. The ratings are high. Lu Xiao reluctantly accepted and turned off the lights to start watching the movie. I have to say the high rating does have its reasons. The interspersed songs and dances are just right, there are laughs and tears, and the emotional lines are not at all raw. After watching the movie, Lu Xiao started to get sleepy and planned to go back to her room and go straight to sleep. Dawn. Lu Xiao turned her head to look at him, only to have Lu Yu just look at her without saying anything. Lu Yu took 2 steps forward and directly took Lu Xiao into his arms. Lu Xiao had grown quite a bit over the years and was now just a head shorter than Lu Yu. What's wrong? Lu Xiao was unsure, but hugged him back. Whatever happens, don't be afraid. I'm here. Question mark. Lu Xiao was confused. I'm not afraid. Lu Yu laughed, and the smile was transmitted all the way to Lu Xiao. She could now be sure that Lu Yu was really in a good mood today. She really didn't understand what had happened for the current Lu Yu to be so happy. Go on, go to bed early. Lu Yu released her and took her hand all the way to her room. Good night, brother. Good night. Lu Xiao lay in bed puzzled until she was about to fall asleep when she got up violently. It can't be that she's finally chased her legendary sister-in-law. The more Lu Xiao thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was reliable, and as a result, she analyzed it for a night without sleeping, and the next morning was dragged out from under the covers by Lu Yu. Sleep again. 5 minutes. Not even for a minute. I don't want to go to school. Lu Yu felt a bit of a headache. You're already a college student. When Lu Xiao sat at the table, head little by little straight sleepy, and finally only drank half a bowl of porridge, Lu Yu packaged her a bowl of steamed dumplings for her to eat at school. I'll be sure to go to bed early at night from now on. Lu Yu fastened her seatbelt for her. I can hear this sentence of yours 10 times a month. Instead of being shocked, Lu Xiao sobered up. How are you doing with that suitor of yours? Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Lu Xiao was very excited to see some relief in his tone. Did your relationship skyrocket? Lu Yu smiled but did not answer. Just when Lu Xiao thought he was going to muddle through like that again, Lu Yu spoke. In a way, sort of. Unfortunately, Lu Xiao didn't ask any useful information on the next journey. Lu Yu parked the car and sent her downstairs. Did you bring the book? Bring it on. Hold the thermos. Oh. Lu Yu rubbed her head and turned to leave, leaving Lu Xiao, who scratched her heart and lungs and couldn't be solved, alone and depressed. The Department of Economics and Management is full of classes today. Lu Xiao had to WeChat with when Qingqi trolling. The result is that the opposite side of the stone sinks into the sea. No response at all. In the afternoon, Lu Xiao was sketching underneath the Twin Towers. After a while, she went to check her cell phone, and when Qingqi sent her so many messages that she had to collect her things and go find someone. When Qingqi asked her to go to the coffee shop on the back street, there weren't many people in the store at this hour. Lu Xiao walked straight over. Aren't you full of classes in the afternoon? It just so happened that something was late and there was no point in going. Lu Xiao didn't drink coffee, so when Qingqi ordered bubble milk and cut corner cake for her. You're saying that Lu Yu is making great progress with that person he's courting? Aha. Lu Xiao put down her spoon and nodded vigorously. I felt something was wrong when I saw him like that yesterday. He could hide it from others but not from me. When Qingqi looked at her lustfully, what have you done in the past 2 days? Me? Didn't do much. Spent the first 2 days at home resting and recuperating from my injuries, and the last couple of days taking classes and occasionally going out sketching. Did anything special happen? Every day is normal. Nothing that makes you care. What's wrong? Nothing. When Qingqi took the spoon bit by bit and thought a lot in her head, and the more she thought about it, the more she thought it was impossible. Lu Xiao had to continue sketching in the afternoon, and separated from Qingqi when they walked to the fork in the road. When Qingqi thought about it and still found a secluded place to call Lu Yu. Is it convenient to talk now? The other party paused for a moment before when Qingqi heard back. Go ahead. When Qingqi directly asked her doubts out of her mouth, Lu Xiao was not clear about who Lu Yu liked. The two of them could both know it by heart. Lu Yu didn't intend to hide it from her in the beginning, if he really wanted to have a result. When Qingqi's side would definitely not be able to hide it. In only 3 or 2 sentences, Lu Yu made everything clear about these days. When Qingqi didn't respond for a long time, only feeling outrageous. Make sure there's no mistake? Aha! In fact, when Qingqi also knew that with Lu Yu's level of uptightness, She wouldn't allow any mistakes in this result. You going to do. When Qingqi's eyelids jumped straight up, in the past, with the bondage of blood relationship and the shackles of morality, she couldn't stop Lu Yu. Now who can still stop him? It wouldn't be good for her to find out. I wasn't planning on telling her now. Hearing these words, when Qingqi didn't feel much at ease. It's like putting the wolf and the sheep in the same room, and the wolf promising her that he won't eat it now. This wolf has also been eyeing this sheep for years. Chapter 42. Reception. Lu Xiao painted all afternoon, managed to make herself a painter, and on her way back carrying a big bag, she received an unfamiliar phone call. She looked at no notes to hang up. I did not expect the other party persevered, and then called. Hello. You can't be reached all afternoon? So serious about class? Pei Xiuqi. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised, not expecting it to be his call. It's the middle of the night on your side now. Why don't you sleep? Just got off the plane. But it'll be the day after tomorrow when I get to S. Lu knows the news that he is coming back a little excited. I'm sketching. Did not look at the phone? Your call if a little earlier I cannot answer. Come on. Great artist. Remember to paint me one later. Lu Xiao was happy. Okay. And then I'll give you an autograph. Pei Xiuqi arrived on Thursday afternoon. Lu Xiao happened to have classes, but thinking that the other party had not come back for a long time, he still planned to skip class to pick up the person, while asking his roommate to cover for himself while reporting to Lu Yu. Just kidding, in case this big young master comes to pick himself up again. He will reveal himself in minutes, so it would be better to give an honest and clear explanation from the beginning. Lu Yu didn't say anything, just asked the family driver to come and pick her up. Pei Xiuqi's plane was an hour late. The weather in early fall has begun to cold. The heating played again enough cannot carry. The airport is big, ventilated in all directions. Pei Xiuqi saw Lu Xiao pacing back and forth from a distance and greeted her with a smile. Lu Xiao was a little surprised to see him. It was really because he hadn't seen him for a few years. Pei Xiuqi had changed too much. Not to mention, you do have the air of a successful man now. I would have been so shameless. Pei Xiuqi followed her all the way out of the airport and stopped in his tracks when he saw the familiar black Maybach. You won't be here too, right? Lu Xiao was speechless. What are you thinking about? How much face you have? Pei Xiuqi breathed a sigh of relief and got into the car. The car was heated. Lu Xiao felt a little stuffy and opened the window again. What do you want to eat? Pei Xiuqi thought for a while and asked, is the barbecue restaurant next to the school still open? I haven't been back in a long time either. It seemed like since Pei Xiuqi left the country, there was no one who would pull themselves toward the street barbecue stand anymore. So go check it out? Okay. The two men hit it off and told the driver to head straight for the second high school. Barbecue stalls. This will still set up things to make a fire. Did not business. The two people had to go around for a while. It's kind of small crowd right now. This big brother, you don't look at what time it is. I'm skipping class to come out and pick you up. The shopping streets here rely on students from several nearby schools to pull in popularity, and the streets are empty at this hour. The two walked to the familiar arcade, which had been refurbished the summer of Lu Zhao's graduation year, with a lot of new equipment. Pei Xiuqi didn't know what came to mind and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Pei Xiuqi shook his head. His smile hadn't faded yet. I was just thinking about when the two of us were chased for several blocks and were in a sorry state. What a black history to bring out as well. I remember when I traded in my points for the biggest white bear on the prize wall, thinking that I wouldn't get a chance to come back later, and wondering what my future held. Lu Xiao was speechless when she thought of the 2-meter-long bear. There wasn't even such a big box for it when we moved, but in the end, the movers found the cardboard box for the refrigerator and stuffed it in for me. Aunt Chun also gave it a bath, and the huge figure drying on the balcony gave her a big scare, and she was so angry that she cursed Pei Xiuqi from halfway across the world. Pei Xiuqi laughed even more cheerfully. Then I'll try to save another brown one for you. You take it back to make a pair with the white one. I can't thank you enough. The two people went to change. The game coins were also recognized by the boss. Pei Xiuqi used to be a regular customer here, and the boss is very familiar with the boss. The boss also gave them a handful of game coins. Pei Xiuqi has not played these for many years, and the coins have been consumed half of the hand to come back. Lu Xiao sneered from the sidelines. How big of a brown bear are you planning to save? Just the size of your hand. Pei Xiuqi cheekily went to change another box of game coins. The last two left with just enough points to trade for an arm of that brown bear. Come back in a few days. Lu Xiao sniffed a beat. You're not going back? Not going back for the time being. Pei Xiuqi smiled wryly. Your brother has a big action recently. No surprises? These 2 years my work focus will be in the country. Which unlucky bastard was targeted by him? Then who knows? Around the school are one after another after school, barbecue stall sat a lot of students wearing school uniforms. The boss in advance to help them save a good position because they came early. The first one is there's Pei Shochi also remembered to help people to go to the sign. Lu Xiao had learned her lesson and easily didn't touch those iron sticks. Pei Shochi opened 2 bottles of beer himself and helped Lu Xiao ask for a bottle of soda, and thoughtfully helped her insert a straw. Watching the waves of students from the second middle school pass by, Pei Shochi was a bit emotional. I'm kinda envious of them. There are no adult curves, every day just study, after school to spread wild, wanna do what you want, carefree. Lu Xiao suddenly spoke out. You left high school without finishing it back then, right? So wouldn't you just have a middle school diploma now? I've studied abroad too. I remember you getting bad grades. Are you keeping up? Eat you. Pei Shochi's little bit of emotion was instantly stirred up by Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao beautifully ate the barbecue, took out a paper towel and wiped his mouth. Going to take a look at the second middle school or not? Now? Aha! Pei Shochi glanced at her and then at what he was wearing. The security won't let us in. Lu Xiao began to mock him. No, you actually tried to enter through the gate. After all these years of being decent, forgetting that they both used to be little wall flippers. But the second middle school has also been renovated in the past few years. Several walls are built high. Pei Shochi jumped down in a suit also rubbed a lot of dust. Lu Xiao was light and sharp as if she was entering her own home. At this time it is already dark. There are still quite a few classrooms in the school with the lights on. The lower grades this will be almost gone, leaving basically all the seniors. Second grade gets out this late now? Lu Xiao was also a bit puzzled. I'm not sure. I didn't come to school much in my last year. She takes more vacations than she does classes, and completely fails to appreciate how hard it is to be a senior in high school. The night was quite a bit colder, and when a gust of wind blew through, Lu Xiao couldn't help but shiver twice. Pei Shochi saw this and took off his suit jacket and gave it to her. Wear more, in case you freeze and catch cold. I'm afraid I'll be assassinated that night by someone your brother sent. But thank you so much. The 2 people went all the way to the small supermarket in the second middle school, where a large part of the money in Lu Xiao's student card was contributed to. Pei Shochi saw her about to go in and hurriedly pulled the person back. None of us have student cards. Silly, supermarkets can pay by cell phone now. Question mark. Lu Xiao just ate a full meal, also did not buy too much, just bought a little snack. The 2 men leaned on the cover of the night and mingled among the crowd of second high school students who were walking in the playground. They didn't stay too late. It would be bad to get caught again when the teacher came to clear the room, and the 2 went back down the old road and over the wall. Where are you staying when you get back? I'll drop you off. Pei Shochi said, the name of a hotel. The Pei family is now. My dad's still in the hospital, same old, and as for the woman, I gave them a house then regular payments to go over as child support for that brother of mine. Pei's father is now awake or not is no longer important. Across the board his name property has been liquidated. Besides now he does not have much affection for Pei's father. Then why don't you go home and stay there? Pei Shochi laughed twice, penetrating a chill. That's their home, not mine. The house is just sitting there empty. I don't want to live there, and I won't let them. In that house, filled with the laughter of their family, it had little to do with him, but it was always the place where his mom had lived. Though since that woman had moved in, the traces of his mom's existence had been erased a little bit. Since you're going to stay in the country for a long time, you still need to find a place to live. What's the point of always staying in a hotel? My brother bought me an apartment before. It's been vacant and unoccupied. Why don't I give you the key and you can live there first? Don't. Pei Shochi refused to fly. Lu Yu bought the house for Lu Xiao. He lived and let Lu Yu know. Turn around non-peeled his skin. I'm not just back, free to go to the agent. Fine, if you don't have enough liquidity ask me for it. I'll steal my brother's bank card to support you. Thank you, you must have played a big part in getting me killed by Lu Yu one day. Lu Xiao smiled brightly. You're welcome. Sent Pei Shochi to the hotel, and then let the driver send himself back to the school. This toss are to the point of the door. Lu Xiao went upstairs while sending a message to Lu Yu, and when she finished sending the message and looked up, several roommates were all looking at themselves in unison. What's wrong? Su Lia's eyes flashed with huge gossip. What did you go do when you came back so late? Pick up an old friend of mine. Ah, I'll tell you all about it this afternoon. Just friends. Aha, boyfriend, male friend. Surya had a look of disbelief on her face. Lu Xiao inexplicably turned her head to look at her other two roommates. Hatsu didn't have much of a reaction, but it was Zhizing who pointed to his jacket. Lu Xiao looked down to see that the off-size suit jacket was still on her. Lu Xiao explained half a day before a few people believed that they were really innocent. She hatefully messaged Pei Xiuqi. It's not even if she didn't pay attention. How could he forget his own clothes? Pei Xiuqi. I said, where did my clothes go? Causing me to look for half a day. Lu Xiao. You're not right. JPG. Lu Xiao. Take medicine. GIF. Pei Xiuqi. Stuff your mouth. GIF. Chapter 43. Full skill. At the class meeting, their homeroom teacher, who they couldn't see once a week, showed up, but for Lu Xiao, it didn't matter what happened as long as it didn't interfere with her playing the game. The end of a game, she looked at the gray interface and sighed straight, exited the game and sent a message to Lu Yu, asking him when he was free to take her. Every time she had the male lead's luck added, she felt like she could make a big kill. Before Lu Yu could reply to her over here, she felt someone poking her. She looked to the side and Hatsu pointed to the podium. The homeroom teacher was talking about the freshman welcome party and had already talked about each class's performance program, asking if anyone had any self-nominations. It's been over a month since school started, and now we're just having a freshman welcome party? Zhu Ziying sat in front and explained in a low voice. This is a tradition in F University, because each class has to perform a program, and for fear that people are not familiar with the beginning of the school year and can't let go of it, they set this orientation meeting to this time. It didn't make a difference in the outcome because no one in their class put themselves forward and they ended up drawing lots. The homeroom teacher seemed to have guessed that this would happen and directly opened the lottery software, which already had each of their names entered. Lu Xiao didn't care and continued to look at WeChat, only to hear a backwards huff from her roommate. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao turned her head to look at her and she pointed ahead. Lu Xiao then saw her big name displayed on it. What happened? Is this where she's not even playing the game yet and her luck value is deducted? The homeroom teacher, seeing that the candidate was confirmed, told her to finalize the program in 3 days and let him know so he could report it. Lu Xiao returned to the dormitory with a numb face. She really point back. Surya. No, you just sing a song. As long as it's not out of tune and the background reverb is turned up, it'll pass quickly. Lu Xiao. No way. I won't sing. Surya. Are you really off key? Lu Xiao. It's not the running tone. Zhizing. Do you have any other talents? Dancing or something? Lu Xiao thought about it. Give them a backflip? A kickboard? A sparring show? Zhu Ziying was shocked. Sansho can still perform? Surya? And you know sparring? Even Hatsu's expression changed. What have you learned? Lu Xiao. It can be performed, but the one being performed needs to be more resistant to being punched. Surya, Zhizing, Hatsu, Surya. There's nothing else? Lu Xiao. A live performance of sketching? Surya, Zhizing, Hatsu, Hatsu. Is there an instrument or something? Keep it simple and people won't be able to hear if it's good or bad. Lu Xiao. I took piano lessons when I was a kid, but I haven't practiced in a long time. Hatsu sighed in relief. Piano is fine. After listening to a circle on this most reliable, Sulia also said, just practice a simple song. You had a foundation when you were a child. It shouldn't be difficult to practice now. Zhizing. I agree. Lu Xiao also thought it was feasible and reported the project. But Lu Xiao really tried before realizing that it was still rusty. After all, it hadn't been touched for many years either. After Lu Yu knew about this, he helped her hire a teacher and chose a soothing tune to practice over and over again. Lu Xiao has little talent in this area. After learning a few lessons, Lu Yu played better than her. She was lifeless and only wanted to ask the male lead what other skills are not ordered. Can you even her a few? The one giving her lessons was a somewhat older female teacher who kept exclaiming about Lu Yu's high talent and asked if he was interested in being her disciple. Lu Xiao. Look at me, teacher. I'm the one who needs lessons. Lu Xiao wasn't free to come to class every day, and by the first few days of the orientation, the level was just good enough to play. The teacher, probably thinking that she was really tarnishing her reputation by having to perform after learning so much, asked her if she was free to add a few more classes, only to frown when she heard her say that she was going to perform in 3 days. Can you have outside help for this show? Lu Xiao was startled. Teacher, are you going to do it yourself? The teacher looked at her with a bemused expression. I meant for your brother to play along. She's the one who got sidetracked. But the teacher's suggestion wasn't out of the question. Lu Yu had no other programs, And there was no rule against inviting outside help. She'd heard that the Latin dancer in the next class had invited the sophomore seniors to join her. The next day, Lu Yu took her to the piano room to practice playing four-handed. The teacher wasted no time in teaching Lu Yu several difficult tunes, which Lu Yu learned as soon as he could, and the teacher began to lament his talent again. Lu Xiao. This teacher wasn't helping her out at all, just trying to get Lu Yu to practice more. Right? With Lu Yu on board, everything became easier, and she was relegated from the lead role directly to running the show. After the song, the teacher finally smiled with satisfaction. That will do. Lu Xiao. The song had learned that it was now irrelevant to her, and that she didn't affect the melody of the whole song even if she sat over there and didn't move a muscle. On the day of the orientation, the school was quite lively, and the auditorium was crowded with people coming and going since the morning, and the backstage was packed with people as well. Instead of using the school's piano, Lu Yu brought in one from outside. Lu Xiao's eyelids jumped when she saw the expensive grand piano. Not so much, brother. It's just a performance. Lu Yu. The piano in the school has to apply and wait for approval. Trouble. Is there any more trouble than buying a piano? And it's their class performance. Shouldn't this kind of thing be a headache for their homeroom teacher? But the piano was shipped in, and Lu Xiao didn't say anything else and followed Lu Yu to the backstage to try on the clothes. Lu Xiao saw that her familiar makeup artist and stylist were already calm. After all, Lu Yu had shipped the piano in, and there was nothing more outrageous than this piano, until she saw the red gown and a pair of crystal heels. No, this dress is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? The stylist turned to her with a full smile. Why yes, this is perfect to wear now. I altered it to your measurements. It's wearable, don't worry. What about these shoes? This gown needs to go with these shoes. You can't wear boots or sneakers. The stylist continued to advise, this is just the right height for your brother, and you're always sitting down to play the piano. Not many times you're standing. Lu Xiao was persuaded and helplessly changed into a full set. The stylist and assistant helped her put on the dress and organize her look, making sure there was no problem, before letting the makeup artist put on her makeup. Since the backstage was all generic, she had come in quite a few people to start cleaning up after the moment she had been putting on her makeup, and there was quite a bit more chatter at the sight of her. The stylist lowered his head and asked her, should we go outside? Outside. We drove here this time. Then Lu Xiao saw the RV parked outside. The stylist didn't find anything strange, and had his assistant hold Lu Xiao's skirt while he helped her into the RV. I also brought several spare gowns with me, and I was afraid that your school didn't have a changing room, so I drove this car over here, and it actually came in handy. The makeup artist grabbed her and painted her makeup for more than an hour, and Lu Xiao tried to say it's okay several times, only to have the makeup artist gently say that her mouth was closed and it was affecting her play. She regretted it. She might as well have picked a random song herself. She could have sung it in a sack. What a piano to choose. How could she have known that Lu Yu would make such a big deal out of it? Lu Yu's styling is much simpler, as long as you change into a black suit and then simply get a hairstyle. And when he got on the car, he saw a head of big waves wearing a red dress. Lu Xiao was holding the stylist's hand to get up. Lu Yu didn't say anything in half a day. It was also the first time he saw Lu Xiao dressed like this. Lu Xiao saw Lu Yu coming up and complained, this is too much. It's just a welcome party. Lu Yu coughed twice. His eyes fluttered a bit. It's a bit. Why don't we change it? Before the stylist gave him a look at the styling design in advance, at that time, Lu Yu just look at the dress picture, think nothing. Now where in Lu Xiao body can be too different. Lu Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. Now? Changed. The clothes and shoes she worked so hard to change into, the makeup she worked so hard to sit and put on, and now it's all about to start and Lu Yu made her change? The stylist looked at the clock and relieved himself. It may be too late to change your look. The entire dress styling and makeup is all in one, so if you have to change the dress, you have to change the hair and makeup. When Qingqi received the news in advance and learned that they were in this car, so she looked for them after class. Dawn, are you guys ready for this? The first thing she saw when she got in the car was Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao's stylist knew her well, so he infinitely amplified her advantages. A long dress showed her figure perfectly. The red color appeared to make her skin even fairer, and her face, which was originally a bit baby fat, became less obvious because of the hairstyle and makeup. When Qingqi reacted for a few seconds before looking at Lu Yu, and sure enough, the other party's expression was very wrong. Qingqi, you're here. Came by to see how you guys are getting ready. Almost. Because Lu Yu would accompany her on stage, she wasn't nervous at all. and now had the heart to pull Wenqingqi along for a small snack. It wasn't until Surya called her to get ready that she hitched a ride in Lu Yu's henchman's car to go backstage to wait for the show. She wanted to be bossy too, but unfortunately she knew how much weight she had, and with shoes of this height, if she fell now, it would be game over. She waited until the host finished his lines before she let go of the hand holding Lu Yu, and seemingly elegantly but actually carefully went on stage. A beam of light shone above the piano, and Lu Xiao could hear quite a few huffs and puffs from underneath as the two of them took the stage. She turned her head to look at Lu Yu. The hero of the day was indeed killing mad. Originally, if Lu Xiao was the only one performing, she had planned to bring up the zither sheet. After all, it was better to bring the sheet than to forget the tune, but with Lu Yu present, there was no need for any of this at all. Reassuring. The end of the song, the bottom of the applause. If it was not for Lu Xiao on the stage, she also wanted to applaud. Lu Yu played too well, completely different from her kind of soulless playing. Su Lia and Hatsu stomped up to give them flowers to the applause, and Lu Xiao was a little surprised that she hadn't said there was more to this before. Surya handed her the flowers and whispered, "There are seniors selling flowers at the entrance, and we had a sudden idea." Chushua handed the flowers to Lu Yu. Couldn't help but blush. Luckily no one noticed on the stage with the dim lights. "Played very well." Lu Yu expressionlessly returned, "Thank you." When the lights went out, Lu Xiao walked off the stage holding the flowers in one hand and helping Lu Yu with the other. Wenqingqi watched the performance from the audience and then walked backstage, smiling as she complimented Lu Xiao. "Great playing." Lu Xiao lost her smile. "I only contributed 20% of this song." Wenqingqi helped her to receive the flowers, making it easier for her to walk by herself with the hem of her skirt. Lu Xiao moved slowly in this body. Lu Yu helped her all the way to the door of the caravan. Lu Xiao just wanted to go up, but she was pulled back. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu looked at her, and only after half a second did he ask, "Do you want to take a picture?" Lu Xiao thought for a moment that it was indeed worth taking a picture together, so she handed her cell phone to Wenqingqi for her help in taking the picture. Waiting to shoot finished Lu Xiao this is to get on the car to change clothes. Lu Yu looked at the photos transmitted to his cell phone. The expression of softness only stood by the side of Wenqingqi complex expression. Chapter 44. Inappropriateness. Lu Xiao changed clothes with the help of the stylist. The other party reminded again, "This hair of yours can be straightened back after washing it at night. I won't move the makeup, you unload it by yourself, and remember to put on a mask after unloading." "Got it." Lu Xiao put back on her regular clothes and casually tied her long hair in a high ponytail. Her program was over, the orientation was not yet over. She went back down the passageway and found her class in the dark. Surya helped her to save her place in advance, and started to greet her over from a long distance. Surya couldn't help but exclaim, "You guys are awesome today." Zhezing. We were all taken aback. Hatsu. Indeed. Lu Xiao. I didn't do much today, just played a vase. Zhezing. At least the vase is pretty. Lu Xiao. Very pertinent. Orientation on what strange performances have. They're also hard to come up to dance. It seems to be an amateur just practiced a few days. A few people have not moved in unison, hard to make the audience are amused. Lu Xiao also laughed. This was much funnier than the skit just now. Waiting for the final end ushers in the closing of the choir. Surya. You guys were number one in your group with this performance just now. This is Lu Xiao did not expect. After all, they played simple tunes, not too high difficulty. Scoring is also the teacher to play. If the evaluation of the most popular award, she felt that they could get the ranking. Until the host announced that they were the second place, it startled Lu Xiao. The first place was a group of 4 little swans dance. She, a layman, can see the level of high degree. She was again pushed on stage by the crowd to receive her award. When it was all over, Lu Xiao handed the awards and trophies to the homeroom teacher. Are you guys going for a late-night snack? Surya exclaimed. Go, go, go. Hatsu frowned. It's so late. Ju Ziying. Is the sister who styled you going along? Would it be inappropriate for us to go? Lu Xiao waved her hand. Those sisters never eat late-night snacks. They went back a long time ago. It's just me and my brother. She had originally asked Wenqingqi as well, but the other party was in the student council and had to stay for the night to make things right. Hatsu paused. Seems a bit hungry, so I better go then. Seeing that they were all planning to go, Ju Ziying said, Then I'll go too. They arranged to meet at a hot pot restaurant not far from the school. There are still a lot of people in the store at this point, and Lu Xiao saw from afar that Lu Yu was still sitting next to 2 people she didn't recognize. Lu Yu explained with a helpless face. My roommate followed me here by herself. Lu Xiao was a little surprised. She had always thought that Lu Yu was a loner, but she didn't expect to get along well with her roommate. She smiled and greeted, Hi guys. I'm Lu Xiao and these are my roommates. One smiled a particularly cheerful smile. Hello, sister. My name is Yi Hongchong. Next to this Chi Yunjie. Lu Yu instantly cold face. Don't shout. The other party also reacted to the fact that this name of his was not correct and immediately apologized. Lu Xiao. It's okay. Lu Xiao sat beside Lu Yu and asked, Then you have another roommate? Lu Yu pursed his lips and didn't answer for half a day. Yi Hongchong heard their conversation and took the initiative to return. We asked Bo Yushan. He doesn't eat late-night snacks. Who? Who did you say? Bo Yushan. But it is really a narrow road, such a big school, such a big major, how two people can still be divided into the same dormitory to go. Yi Hongchong froze. What, you guys know each other too? Ji Yuanjia whispered beside his ear. Why don't you recognize? The two of them even sent each other chocolates before. Oh, come to think of it. The side of Lu Yu's face was black. Lu Xiao looked up at the ceiling, what a pot to piss in. We were in the same class in high school. Are you guys lobotomized? No. I skipped a grade when I was a kid. 2 years younger than my brother. So, no wonder you look quite young. Lu Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Even if the two of them were the same age, they wouldn't be dragon and phoenix babies. After all, the mom wasn't even the same. After eating the hot pot, the group of people went in the direction of the dormitory. Lu Xiao then remembered the piano thing and asked Lu Yu. Lu Yu returned. Let someone send it home. Lu Xiao was shocked. Jingyuan Huashan? Aha! Where to put it? Just put it in the first floor living room. Lu Yu looked at her expression and added, If you don't like it, I'll let someone donate it. Ha! Lu Xiao's brain went down for a moment before she held him down. No, just leave it. It's fine. What kind of stupid thuggish thing is it to think of donating such an expensive piano after using it once? Then put it away. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief before following a few of her roommates up the stairs. The Department of Economics and Management's dormitory is still a little farther away, and so on watching a few girls enter the dormitory building, Yi Hongchong only said to Lu Yu with a derisive face, There is a girl who likes you. Lu Yu gave him a look without speaking. Just your sister's long-haired roommate. Quite pretty, didn't smile much, that one. Yi Hongchong thought he didn't believe, began to analyze him. Today to give you flowers is her, right? When eating hot pot at night, she ate a few mouthfuls of vegetables every time you clipped the food to look in your direction. Is the kind of seemingly very unintentional, but the direction did not change at all. Lu Yu interrupted his gushing. People happen to sit across from me. You believe me. I've been picking up girls since elementary school. I've never looked at them wrong. Or else you can think for yourself if she's been moving towards you a lot. Lu Yu and Lu Xiao, these roommates' contact are not much, also do not have much of an impression. This girl called Chushua does not talk much, but he went to find Lu Xiao several times, come to tell him where Lu Xiao is going or her. Lu Yu frowned, suddenly feeling that what Yi Hongchong said might be true. Yi Hongchong exclaimed next to him, I see that the girl is quite beautiful. You do not chase me on. Lu Yu does not care about this, as long as the other party does not point out. He will assume that he does not know, otherwise it is difficult for Lu Xiao to be caught in the middle. Whatever. Yi Hongchong all laughed. You really are. Ji Yuanjia patted his shoulder to persuade him to settle down. He has sent away how many schoolmates this month, and relies on him to make ice in the summer. Yi Hongchong. Get? He and Bo Yushan, 2 people, are department of the Widow King department grass. Pei Shochi, busy hands after the work, began to look for the house. Looked at a few sets of think are similar, called on Lu Xiao together. Look at the house after the two can also go to jerk a string. Lu Xiao is also a layman, the house and other things completely do not understand. Thought about it and shouted on the universal Fisuk. Fergie, who happens to be on vacation. Lu Xiao patted his shoulder with a bold face. Don't worry. Count overtime for you. Turn around and I'll let my brother make up the vacation for you. Fei Zhe revealed a decent smile. Trouble Miss Lu to take the trouble. In his heart, he was madly spitting at these 2 siblings. One more than the other capitalist. And it was harder than climbing up to the sky to glean a vacation from Lu Yu's hand. If it is not Lu Yu gave him a high enough salary, the end of the year bonus is generous enough, he would have run away. Pei Shochi was also startled to see Fei Zhe, pulling Lu Xiao a few steps to the side. Why did you call him here as well? He's the one who takes care of all my brother's assets, and he definitely knows more about houses than we do. Pei Shochi only felt a headache. Fei Zhe knowing it equaled Lu Yu knowing it. Pei Xiao. Fisuk. Both men flashed commercial fake smiles. Pei Shochi, only one person to live, the requirements are not high, looked around and finally selected a riverside house. There is a whole side of floor-to-ceiling windows, the view is excellent, as long as a little more furniture on the line. Right, Fisuk? Do you still have the contact information of the designer who decorated our home before? Push one to him. All aspects of the design of Jingyuan Huashan made Lu Xiao very satisfied. Yes. By the time Pei Shochi finalized the house, it was already dark, and he still politely asked Feijia if he wanted to eat together. Feij politely declined. He just wanted to catch the tail end of the vacation. Once Feijia left, Pei Shochi immediately became casual and took Lu Xiao to find a barbecue restaurant and sat down. In between jerking off, Pei Shochi brought up their orientation party. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised, not expecting him to even know this. Pei Shochi found the post and showed it to her. I was just casually looking at it, but it turns out that this post has been on the front page. Lu Xiao clicked on. The title is Lu Family Siblings Kill Crazy. The first few floors are high-definition photos of their performances, as well as pictures from the school's official website. What kind of divine siblings are these to kowtow to? Upstairs is so fierce. Is this something that can be knocked? You guys don't understand that it's just brother and sister who can kowtow and won't be. I don't want to kowtow. I just want to ask them if they have a date. I'm fine with brother and sister. Upstairs tighten up. Not me. I just want my brother. Kill crazy, kill crazy. Lu Yu's own class program does not participate, actually ran to others' class open screen. Sister control is solid. I heard that they shipped the piano themselves, not applying to the school. I'm in the music department, it's really not from the school, and this piano is expensive. It's really expensive. Maybe it's something to brag about by asking which piano room rents. No way, no way, no way. Upstairs is not sour, this price of the piano, you are afraid that you cannot afford to rent it. It's true that you can't afford to rent it, and you can't rent it. There aren't many pianos of this model in S City at all, and they're all not loaned out. Sister, that gown is the awesome one. Okay? I think I've seen it at some brand's show. Yes, it's the brand you're thinking of, and for a moment I don't know whether the piano or the gown is more expensive. You guys don't know anymore, I was backstage too. They brought their own costumers and stylists and drove themselves over in their RV. Isn't this an ordinary school orientation? Why does it feel like a satellite TV Spring Festival gala? For a moment I don't know if I'm looking at their faces or their money. She knew someone was going to start another thread. Pei Shochi laughed his head off at the side. An orientation meeting, you guys are really exaggerating. Lu Xiao took out her cell phone. It was all my brother's idea, or else I'd call him right now and have him recount to you how exaggerated it was. Pei Shochi couldn't laugh anymore and took a few sips of his iced soda to calm himself down. When Pei Shochi sent Lu Xiao home, Lu Yu also happened to arrive home. Pei Shochi snorted and walked so fast that Lu Xiao felt like he was driving his car in heavy shadow. Auntie Chun happened to have cooked sweet soup and saw them come in, so she gave them a bowl each. Lu Xiao sat down and just tasted a bite when she heard Lu Yu ask, "You accompanied Pei Shochi to look at the house today?" Lu Xiao nodded. "It's in that neighborhood of Huaxing Mall. Next time let him make his own decisions on such matters. Don't fool around with him." Lu Xiao muttered, "Didn't fool around." Lu Yu heard it and said with a frown, "It's not appropriate for him to buy a house for you to look at." Lu Xiao half-heartedly came back to her senses and understood what Lu Yu meant. "Oh, it won't happen next time." Chapter 45, Showdown. When Lu Xiao returned to school, she realized that the post had been deleted. She just wanted to sigh Fei-suk how much work he had to do this day. How could he still have time to brush the form? The fiasco of the orientation passed quickly, except for the occasional suitor who Lu Xiao found a little troublesome. She had encountered a similar problem the few times she had gone to the skateboarding club. Lu Yu wasn't always free to accompany her, and once she was left alone, there were quite a few people who came over to talk to her, and even more who came over directly to ask her for her contact information. Surya could see it clearly when she accompanied her here once. "There are quite a few people staring at you in that area back there." Lu Xiao didn't find it interesting, put away his skateboard and said hello to the president and left. Surya just thought it was funny. "Didn't anyone chase you in high school?" "Yes, not much." "So what did you do with it?" "Just say no." Lu Xiao recalled that after going to college, Zhuang Nianwei also mentioned Xiang listened to her, and the other party inquired about her several times, but Lu Xiao's attitude was firm, and Zhuang Nianwei helped her to reject it. "You're really not going to fall in love?" Lu Xiao frowned back. Trouble. With fewer club activities, Lu Xiao was left empty and became the most idle person in the dormitory. On this day, Zhu Ziying called her and begged her to help her deliver a document, which she had done the night before for the student union. She had worked hard to copy it into a USB flash drive, and then she forgot to bring the USB flash drive with her. Lu Xiao knew the other party's character. If he didn't have no way to come back to get it, he would never call out for help. Lu Xiao, I happen to be in the dormitory. Don't worry, I'll come over now. Zhu Ziying sighed in relief. Thank you so much. I can't leave right now. The information is going to be used in half an hour. I'll send you the location. It's at the back of Building 10. Lu Xiao found the other party's USB flash drive and put it in her bag and went out. And when she waited until she was near the locator, Lu Xiao was dumbfounded. She never knew that there was this kind of place in F University. Zhu Ziying answered the phone before remembering the other party's roadie attribute and hurriedly got someone to come out and take her. Lu Xiao just stood in place counting stones in boredom. Schoolgirl. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised to see that it was Nie Shuyi. Good day, senior. Nie Shuyi smiled. I didn't think the person I was going to pick up was you. You came over to deliver the information? Lu Xiao then remembered that the other party was also from the student council and nodded. Here to deliver Zhu Ziying's information. Come on, I'll take you in. Lu Xiao had to follow Nie Shuyi. How's your injury? When I heard you fell earlier, I asked your roommate to help me send scar removal cream, but she said you wouldn't take it and returned it. Lu Xiao then remembered that there was indeed such a thing. Thank you, senior, but I really can't accept such an expensive thing. Lu Xiao followed the other into a theater. Nie Shuyi explained to her, this is the old theater, and after the new one was built, this was used as the student council office and club activity area. Lu Xiao then joined a skateboarding club, and the skateboarding club's activities were basically in the plaza, and she never came this way. Zhu Ziying had been waiting at the door for a long time and was relieved to see her. Luckily, I caught up. Go back and I'll treat you to some milk tea. Lu Xiao handing over the USB flash drive to the other party is also considered mission accomplished. Nie Shuyi, I'll walk you out. Lu Xiao, I can do it myself. There are a lot of broken roads here, and it will take another half a day to go astray and come back. Nie Shuyi continued. I happen to be going back to the counselor. Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment but still agreed. Thank you, senior. Nie Shuyi kept his distance and walked in front of her on the side. By the way, I went to your orientation. The piano was played well. Lu Xiao tugged at the corner of her mouth. It's okay. The styling is beautiful too. It suits you. There was only pure appreciation in Nie Shuyi's eyes when he complimented her, which made Lu Xiao quite comfortable. Thanks. Is that your brother you're performing with? Aha. You do each have your own characteristics, you just don't look much alike. And at first I thought people on the forums were making it up. Yes, after all, they are half-brothers and half-sisters. When the two people were about to walk to the avenue, they met with Lu Yu head-on. Xiao Xiao. Lu Yu glanced at her and then turned his head to Nie Shuyi with a chill under his eyes. What brings you this way, brother? I'm going to the student council for something. Nie Shuyi didn't care about Lu Yu's attitude towards him and revealed a friendly smile. Hello? Sophomore Journalism Department Nie Shuyi. Lu Yu's expression didn't change when he heard his name, as if he already knew who he was. Lu Yu. Nie Shuyi turned his head to look at Lu Xiao. You should know the way by here. I'll go first. Thank you, senpai. Lu Yu pressed down his emotions after half a day and tried his best to ask Lu Xiao in a calm tone, why are you in a peace with him? I'm delivering information to Zhezing, and it just happened to be on my way out. Going home tonight? Lu Xiao nodded as she thought about how nothing seemed to be going on over the weekend. I'll have old Li pick you up. Aren't you going back? Normally, if both of them had to go home, Lu Yu drove the car himself and took her back. I have something going on tonight. I'll be late. Okay. As a result, when the night Lu Xiao night snacks are finished, Lu Yu only arrived home. Fei Zhe sent the person to the door and also instructed with Lu Xiao. This client is a bit difficult to deal with today. Mr. Lu drank quite a lot of wine, so cook him some sobering soup and eat something before he sleeps. Lu Yu sat on the sofa and pinched his brow, a bit of a headache from too much wine and a bit of irritation. Brother, go take a shower first. The sobering soup will be ready in a while. Aha! Lu Xiao was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk steadily, and followed him to support him. Lu Yu smiled helplessly. I'm still awake. Lu Xiao didn't believe him. 10 out of 10 people who are drunk say they are not drunk. Lu Yu finished showering and went downstairs. Lu Xiao happened to come out with a tray. Why did you come down? I was planning to send it up for you. Lu Yu drank the sober soup more awake, sleepy, so he planned to read through the documents that had not been processed before. Lu Xiao didn't quite approve of his actions. It's so late, you should go rest. Lu Yu looked at her, and that little bit of restlessness in his heart rose again. Dawn. What do you think of Nie Shuyi? Lu Xiao didn't understand how the topic had turned here. It's fine. Pretty good. These two words passed through Lu Yu's mouth, only to feel a little flood of bitterness. Not stalking like other suitors, very measured and polite. Nie Shui had shown his intentions towards her from the beginning, but never deliberately approached her. And the few times they met, they were very restrained and kept their distance. At least contact with him didn't make Lu Xiao feel offended. Lu Yu's face did not change. Only his eyes became a bit gloomy. Like him. Lu Xiao froze. That's not true. Lu Yu sensed the relief in her attitude and tapped both fingers on his knees, only to feel as if the alcohol was starting to kick in, making him less lucid. His mind recalled the scene in the afternoon when the two were walking in the pathway. Nie Shui's immersion in this kind of water dripping over the stone was the most deadly. At least Lu Xiao's perception of him had changed. When Lu Xiao saw him doing this, her eyelids jumped abruptly, feeling that this state of his was not right. But she couldn't tell what was wrong, so she touched his arm and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yu pulled down her hand and put it in his own. He would not allow anyone to intervene between him and Lu Xiao. He wanted to eliminate all possibilities from the source. He looked up at Lu Xiao, the bottom of his eyes so deep that it looked like there was a vortex that could suck people in. "Do you still want to know who I like?" Seeing him like this, Lu Xiao subconsciously felt like running away. But she sat still and nodded hesitantly. Lu Yu laughed and held down her neck with one hand and kissed her. Lu Xiao's eyes were wide and unfocused, and her entire body froze, unsure of what was going on right now. It was just an ordinary lip-to-lip touch. Lu Yu didn't do it excessively, and when he left, Lu Xiao still didn't move a muscle. Lu Yu lowered his head with the intention of kissing again, and only then did Lu Xiao react, almost jumping up from the couch. You. What are you doing?" Lu Xiao's eyes rolled around and her whole body exploded as she saw the empty bowl that she drank out of. Is the wine still not sober? Or is the sobering soup poisonous? I told you I wasn't even drunk. So what are you doing? Lu Yu's face still carries a touch of scarlet after drinking, with affectionate eyes without the usual sharpness. Lu Xiao was hit by a beauty blitz shook God for a moment. I like you. One more word brought Lu Xiao to her senses. You're crazy. Probably. Lu Xiao paced back and forth in the living room. Lu Yu, calm down. Brother. My dear brother. What is going on in your head? Is it April Fool's Day? You're kidding me, right? As soon as Lu Yu pulled Lu Xiao downward, Lu Xiao was directly put down on the sofa. She couldn't speak well, her hands against her chest to pull away the distance between the two. Brother. Must be cold. Sit here and don't leave. After saying these words, Lu Yu quickly walked up the stairs. Without the restraints, Lu Xiao immediately bounced up from the sofa. Her whole brain was a messy pot of paste, and she really had the urge to run away. Avoidance is shameful but effective. But when she thought of Lu Yu's desire to control her, maybe she would be caught before she even left her cell door. Lu Yu went to the safe in the study to get a few documents out, a few minutes back and forth, but for Lu Xiao it was really like years. Seeing Lu Yu come down, Lu Xiao subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lu Yu's steps forward froze. He didn't want Lu Xiao to feel scared. Look at this first. He placed a couple of papers on the coffee table and stepped back a bit more. Lu Xiao was like a little hamster, stretching out her little paws to reach the papers and taking a few more steps back. Lu Xiao had a bad feeling just by looking at the cover until she flipped it over and saw the identification results on it, and her mind went blank. Lu Yu was for real this time. She'd been comfortable for so long, she'd almost forgotten about it. Lu Yu saw that she had a good look, then he pulled her over. We are not related by blood. She opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it again when she thought of that blackened, sickly petite attribute of the male lead. It's a waste of time to talk about it. What made you think to get a paternity test? Lu Yu then explained the causes and consequences. Lu Xiao only felt speechless. She was just a little bit unlucky. Her body was a little bit poor, and I don't know how Lu Yu associated these. The key also led him crooked. Is it really the male aura? Lu Yu reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his tone soft. I think that this point of blood relationship is not so important to us. The companionship from childhood is the most important, isn't it? Lu Xiao's heart trembled, and he quickly reacted that it was because he had bad thoughts of his own. I treat you like my own brother and you're trying to pick me up? Lu Xiao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Lu Yu took the person into her arms, trying to say something. Half of Lu Xiao's face was buried at Lu Yu's shoulder, her voice muffled. I don't know. Lu Yu's body temperature was a little high, a little hot. Lu Xiao wanted to withdraw, but she was hugged tighter. Brother. Lu Yu reluctantly let go of her. Lu Xiao didn't know how to deal with this situation even after half a day of thinking. Lu Yu could see her bewilderment and rubbed her thumb against the corner of her somewhat reddened eye. Wanted to kiss it up, but he was only thinking about it, and once more Lu Xiao was afraid that he would really have to run away in the night. I'm not in a hurry for an answer. You can take your time and think about it, but things need to change between us. Lu Xiao lowered her head. Her voice was soft. Don't want to change. Lu Yu rightly ignored it. You can still live like before. That won't change, and I won't interfere with your friendships. Lu Yu paused, his tone much colder. Except for those who are plotting against you. She then said why Lu Yu suddenly went crazy. Finally she found the reason. When did you start? Lu Xiao didn't say it all, but both understood. Lu Yu was silent for a while and smiled to himself. It's been a long time. Lu Xiao's heart was beating wildly, and she didn't dare to ask again. I'm sleepy. Lu Yu looked at the time. It was indeed quite late. Rest early. As if Lu Xiao was pardoned, she fled quickly, and immediately closed and locked the door when she entered the room. Lu Yu sat on the sofa and listened to the movement upstairs, his complexion obscure. Chapter 46 Confusion. In the house, Lu Xiao was puzzled, not understanding what went wrong. How could Lu Yu like her? Could it be because she stole a few episodes from the heroine when she was a child? She just looked at the time of the paternity report. It's only been a little while. But Lu Yu said he liked her for a long time. No wonder when Lu Yu said he had a favorite, but he was dead set on not saying who it was. The days when the other guy's behavior, which had been unreasonable, suddenly all made sense, and the days when he was inexplicably in a particularly good mood, were the days when the report came out. Sure enough, the male lead's brain circuit is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. This is in her place, told her the correct answer. She suspected that it was the wrong answer. Lu Xiao rolled around and around on the bed, her hair all rolled and fried. But this matter is not good for her to say out. She can only hold it in herself and digest it. Lying with her eyes open until dawn, she just felt her soul rise. Lu Xiao can't sleep, can't think, so she got up and packed her bags. Anyway, these days she is dead afraid to stay at home. At dawn, Lu Xiao pushed open a small crack and saw that no one was in sight before tiptoeing out with her suitcase. This point is not good to call the family's driver to come over to send her. Fortunately, the internet car can still be called. Lu Xiao gave a generous red packet. The car has long been parked in front of the door, such as sitting in the car she was relieved. Lu Xiao got into the car and slacked off, so she didn't see the curtains on the third floor being pulled back, and Lu Yu practically watched the car drive away. This night Lu Yu also did not sleep, coupled with the previous day, and drank a lot of wine, only to feel a headache. He called and had someone follow Lu Xiao's car to make sure she got to school safely, and explained a few more things before he flipped the medicine out and swallowed it. Presumably the medicine had done its job and finally allowed him to get some sleep, and it was noon when he got up. He washed up and changed his clothes, only to feel his headache even more than before. But he had a meeting in the afternoon that he couldn't miss, so he had to fight his way downstairs. Aunt Chun was a bit surprised to see him come down at this hour. It's rare that you're still at home at this hour. Lu Yu casually responded a few times, ate 2 bites of food to pad his stomach, and found the morning's medicine and took one. Aunt Chun took the medicine and looked at it. Xiaoqi collected your clothes to wash them. I can smell it all smells like alcohol. You can't take this medicine if you've been drinking. It's fine. Lu Yu wasn't very concerned. Xiao, she went home before school and hasn't been coming home lately. So busy. I just made her puffs. She didn't even get a chance to take a bite. Why don't you bring them to her? Lu Yu's figure paused, and Lu Xiao was the one who was hiding the most right now. I'm traveling at night. Aunt Chun sighed. Then I'll have Xiaoqi take it away for their children. Lu Yu sent another message to Wen Qingqi on the way, asking her to pay more attention to Lu Xiao's emotions in the next 2 days. The other party immediately made a phone call. What's wrong with her? Wen Qingqi's mind turned 18 turns and thought of the worst possible development. You shouldn't be. I didn't do anything. She held her tongue for half a day before swallowing a nationalistic phrase. Lu Yu, are you going to force her like this? I didn't force her. All the same. She calmed down and asked the key question. How much did you say? Got it all. Wen Qingqi hung up the phone before she was about to explode. When Wen Qingqi found Lu Xiao, the other party was sitting in the library, staring blankly. Lu Xiao went back to school early in the morning. A few people in the dormitory are still sleeping. She was afraid of waking people up, but also afraid that they asked about it they could not make up a reason, so she had to drag her suitcase to the library. Dawn. Lu Xiao smiled at her. There you are. Brought you a fruit loaf. Lu Xiao sat in a more corner position. She looked around and realized that no one had noticed her side. Then she opened the lid of the fruit loaf and ate it. When Qingqi asked without moving, "Didn't you just come home?" Lu Xiao lowered her head and bit her spoon. "I had homework to hand in and forgot about it, so I came back early." When Qingqi didn't ask her again when she didn't want to say anything, Lu Xiao finished the fruit loaf and finished packing up the trash at her feet, intending to throw it away on the way out. Kiwa. It was probably in the library, so Lu Xiao's voice was lowered. When Yan Jiwen confessed to you, how long did it take for you to say yes? When Qingqi was a bit surprised. Why would you suddenly ask this? Curious. A week. Ha, so soon. Not really fast, we've both known each other for so long, we know each other very well, whether it's right to be together or not, and whether we have that in mind or not, we just need to think it through. If it's one that doesn't have the slightest idea, it's basically rejected right then and there. She would like to refuse. Lu Yu agreed. You can't even be friends if you refuse, can you? When Qingqi smiled. Most of them are, so he hasn't opened his mouth all these years. Is there any way to reject the other person and still keep the status quo intact? When Qingqi only felt a headache, she heard Lu Xiao's meaning. But this situation is simply insoluble when it meets Lu Yu. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been delayed until now. Lu Xiao also thinks she is whimsical, not to mention just the beginning of the refusal she cannot do. She wanted to eat sweets when she was in a bad mood. Qingqi, let's go to the back street and eat cake. When Qingqi accompanied her to put her luggage back in the dormitory and accompanied her to the dessert store. When one way didn't work, Lu Xiao began to think of another way. She was thinking about the possibility of getting Lu Yu to move on. The end result was no way. If she hadn't read the original, she'd still be holding out hope that maybe Lu Yu was just spooked and wouldn't come to her senses at some point. But Lu Yu will not. He determined what is what. Hit the south wall, also do not turn back. Even if the head hit the blood, also have to break this wall. God stops the gods, Buddha stops the Buddhas, and he will not stop until he achieves his goal. He never wavered after he decided on the heroine in the original. Lu Xiao was on the verge of poking the cake in front of her, only to feel that the path in front of her was dark. When Qingqi asked cautiously, "Should I keep poking at it with a different cake?" Lu Xiao looked back and saw that the sliced cake in front of her had been piled up into a small mountain. She took a vicious bite of the cake and bit the strawberry as if it were Lu Yu's head. What's all this about? Lu Xiao hiding Lu Yu hiding a week, only to realize that people did not even find up, and did not even send a message. Lu Xiao lost sleep, after realizing that Lu Yu really didn't come looking for her. The first people to notice something was wrong with her were the roommates she spent time with. Surya touched her forehead and then her own. "There's no fever. Why are you getting more disheveled by the day?" Zhizing. "Is it the change of season that's uncomfortable?" Hatsu looked at her for a moment in thought and said coldly, "More like lost love." Su Lia and Zhu Ziying exchanged a glance and looked at Lu Xiao in unison. Lu Xiao looked at the ceiling speechlessly. It's the same emotion channel, but that's not the issue. Su Lia stroked her chin, feeling that Hatsu was right. Every day these days you're so godlike. You don't play skateboarding. You don't go to the drawing room. You don't think about tea or rice. And I played the game until midnight yesterday to find you tossing and turning and still not sleeping. Lu Xiao felt she couldn't afford the consequences of this rumor without an explanation. I didn't fall out of love. She simply couldn't bring herself to tell the truth of the matter in the face of 3 pairs of not-so-believing eyes. Hatsu. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But if you're feeling bad about pressing it inside, you can talk about it and let us help you out. Lu Xiao didn't tell Wen Qingqi because she knew too much about herself and the Lu family. And if she wasn't careful, it would be easy to reveal herself. But these roommates were different, and it wouldn't hurt for her to make up some characters out of them. 3 ignorant cobblers add up to a genius. There's strength in numbers. I have a good friend that I grew up with. He, on the other hand, had a messy family. His mom died early and his dad didn't care for him. He married him a stepmom in and treated him badly. Our families were neighbors and I used to find ways to take care of him. And when he grew up, he came out on his own and had a good life. We usually get along very well, like a family, but a few days ago, he suddenly confessed his love to me. I do always look at him as a brother. Is there any way to reject him without destroying our relationship? Surya. How's it treating you? Lu Xiao. Very good. Surya. What are the points of the high rollers? Lu Xiao. Take it all. Surya. Philanderer. Lu Xiao. He's never had a girlfriend and he doesn't like contact with other girls. Su Lia froze. Then why did you reject him? This kind of good man who knows the roots of the high-flying handsome. And good to you, the real mother is gone. The stepmother cannot control. You even solve the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problems. You seem to have the wrong focus. Surya. Then give me a reason to reject him. I don't think that way about him. Have you ever been in love in your entire life? Lu Xiao shook her head. Ever like anyone? Lu Xiao continued to shake her head. See, here's the problem. The topic went off on a tangent, didn't it? Hatsu made the point. Are you thinking you're more like family, so you can't accept his feelings for you? Lu Xiao nodded frantically. Surya interrupted their exchange. It's like, and it's not. Zhu Ziying weakly raised his hand. That? Instantly all eyes shifted to her. You just said you wanted to turn him down, but you didn't want to ruin your relationship, right? Exactly. So am I to understand that if you refuse, your relationship will fall apart, but you can't let it go? Lu Xiao froze, not expecting Zhu Ziying to understand it from this perspective. Hatsuyuki. Maybe you need to change your mind and treat him like a regular suitor. Su Lia waved her hand. Really, can't you guys try together first? Not work and then split. Maybe get along, you like each other, all happy. In Lu Yu here cannot try this kind of expression, but also want to return the male lead's goods. She did not have that thief heart, also did not have that thief gall. Chapter 47, Missing You. After another week, when she saw Lu Yu at the door of the classroom, Lu Xiao was relieved instead, with a feeling that she had finally come. Xiao Xiao. Lu Yu smiled and reached out to try to pull her back. Lu Xiao ducked away with a jolt and subconsciously looked around. What are you doing? This is all people. His smile tightened a few moments and he withdrew his hand naturally. You've held it less before? This time she was overthinking it. I remember how much you liked the cod at Ting Shui Xiaozhu. And their family just happened to fly a fresh batch in today. Ting Shui Xiaozhu was a member's private restaurant, and Lu Yu had taken her there a few times. Lu Xiao looked down at her toes. I have class this afternoon. I know, 3 p.m. class, it's not too late. Lu Xiao couldn't find a reason to refuse, so she followed. Once both were in the car, alone in a confined space, the atmosphere became strange and she spoke. You haven't been at school the last few days. Well, traveling. Oh. Lu Yu smiled. Why? Did you miss me? Lu Xiao instantly exploded. No way. Lu Yu. But I miss you. How does that make her answer? Ting Shui Xiaozhu is a quiet place in the middle of a bustling city. Built in the city full of high-rise buildings, a corridor and bridge courtyard. Lu Xiao, no matter how many times he came to get lost in it, her mind wasn't on food, so she chose some at random and placed her order. When the waiter left, she had to keep her head down and drink water. And when she reached the third cup, her hand was held down by Lu Yu. Drink any more and you'll be full. Lu Xiao timidly put down her cup. Not at all. She ate the meal without tasting it. But Lu Yu didn't say anything else until the two of them returned to school. Lu Yu sent her to the dormitory downstairs, touched her head, and then turned around with the intention of leaving. Lu Xiao's eyes widened. Just like that. Lu Yu lost his smile and said, or else. Lu Xiao didn't expect to just really send her back after just a normal dinner. Lu Yu looked at her for a moment and reached out to pull the person into his arms. Then cuddle before you go. Lu Xiao came back to her senses and pushed the person away with a red face. But, it's okay. I'm going up. She turned around. Her left foot tripped over her right foot and almost landed on her face. Luckily, Lu Yu stopped and hugged her. Be careful. No, no. Lu Xiao was in a hurry and bit her tongue. It hurt so much that she covered her mouth while running up the stairs and waited until she entered the dormitory before she started to breathe heavily. Su Lia was getting up with the intention of going to pour water when she was startled by Lu Xiao, who broke the door and almost threw the cup. Ancestor, what are you doing? There's a ghost chasing you. There's a ghost backwards. Su Lia has been full of joy for the past 2 days, saying that she is in love with a member of the basketball team. Lu Xiao was a little confused. When did you add the basketball team? She also only just realized that Surya was working as a manager for the basketball team. Surya. I applied at the beginning of the school year, but I'm not the only manager of the basketball team. I don't have to clock in every day. And before that I was wondering when that guy was going to get the hang of it. And it turned out that the day before yesterday he confessed his love for me. She added, You're the only one who didn't see it the days you were bothered by that childhood friend of yours. Su-lia took out a set of tickets from her bag. This weekend amusement park double set of tickets. There is no one to go, usually single tickets 308. Now double set of tickets also only 368. Juziing. It's so cheap. I remember student tickets cost 268 apiece. Where did you get the tickets? Su-lia. My boyfriend's aunt is the department manager of the amusement park. Looking for her to get the internal price. I think it's almost vacation. Our dormitory did not go out to play together. Take advantage of this opportunity to go together. Ju Ziying pushed up her glasses and said lustfully, You guys are dating. It's not appropriate for us to go, right? Su-lia waved her hand. Where is our solo date? This time the basketball teams all go. The basketball team captain's girlfriend also shouted them a dormitory people. Ho dozen people. Zhezing sighed in relief. That's okay. Lu Xiao also hasn't gone out for a long time. It's the weekend anyway. Let's all go. Hatsu took the ticket and looked at it. 2 people get in on 1 ticket? What about the 3 of us? Zhezing. I'm single, no one to call. Hatsu. Same. Several people looked at Lu Xiao in unison. Lu Xiao dragged her chair back 2 steps. What are you looking at me for? I am too. Surya scowled towards her. Why don't you bring out that childhood friend of yours for us to meet, and we'll give you a check? Where is she going to find this number to come out and gatekeep them? Authorities are not as clear as onlookers. You bring people out. There are so many of us. We are not afraid of you being alone and awkward, and we can also help you analyze where you are going. He's not available. Surya looked disbelieving. Lu Xiao spoke with difficulty. Really? He's not in the country right now. Surya didn't push her. What about the other half of the ticket? Originally, there were exactly 2 tickets for the 4 of them in the dormitory, but Su-lia now had a boyfriend and just happened to use a set of tickets with him, and the result was that they were missing 1 person. Lu Xiao had wanted to ask when Qingxi to join her, but thought that she was also a person with a boyfriend now, so she definitely couldn't leave her boyfriend to go to the amusement park with her. Counting and missing another one. Hatsu looked down at the tickets and suddenly spoke. Why don't we ask your brother if he's going? Surya. Her brother has a girlfriend too, right? If it was before, she would probably be the first to think of Lu Yu, only now. Lu Xiao took the ticket from Hatsu and took the picture. I'll ask. Lu Xiao opened the dialogue box, typed back and forth several times, wrote and deleted and wrote, froze and did not send one. After coming back from Ting Shui Xiaozhu, the relationship between the 2 people eased quite a bit, and Lu Yu didn't do anything over the line again. But she was also aware that it was only because she had resisted a little too obviously that the other woman had tightened up. Lu Yu? What's wrong? No. What was Lu Yu doing staring at her dialogue box instead of attending class? Lu Xiao. Photo. Lu Xiao. My roommate took the in-house double ticket. Lu Yu. I thought you'd ask when Qingqi. Lu Xiao. People have boyfriends. Lu Yu. Huh? Lu Xiao savored it for a moment, felt that it was a bit wrong to put the sentence here, and immediately withdrew it. Lu Xiao. Just pretend I didn't show up today. Lu Renee. Is it the weekend? I'm free. All Lu Xiao wanted to do now was throw her phone away and hide under the covers as a shrunken head. Su-lia happened to wash the winter jujubes and put a few of them on her table. And in passing, she probed and looked. What did your brother say? Lu Xiao's cell phone screen is still lit. Su-lia will Lu Yu's reply to see clearly. Agreed? Then on the line, flush, weekend go. She really should have just thrown her phone away. The arrow was in the air, it was just a trip to the amusement park, and besides, with so many people, she had nothing to be afraid of. After bracing herself for a couple days, she ended up waking up early Saturday morning and wimped out again. She did not go home on weekends these days, and this week we are going to go to the amusement park together, and even less reason to go home. Lu Yu did not ask, just early in the morning sent a message to say that in the dormitory downstairs waiting for her. Su-lia had already packed up and waited at the door with a small bag on her back. And as soon as she saw that Lu Xiao was still dawdling, she began to urge her, hurry up. I can see that your brother is waiting downstairs. Much less want to go down there. She couldn't escape if she dawdled any longer than she had to set out. In the past 2 days, the sudden drop in temperature, Lu Xiao early to the sweater coat are put on, and then in contrast to Lu Yu only casually wear a black trench coat inside with a white shirt. Seeing this, Lu Yu first held Lu Xiao's hand and sensed her temperature. How many sets of clothes did you bring? The closet in the dormitory is pitifully small, and the winter clothes are very thick. Lu Xiao went home before, although he brought a suitcase. but he only brought 2 coats, and even the summer and fall clothes have not yet had time to bring back. Not many sets. Home for the night, huh? Lu Xiao skimmed her head and gave a reluctant "oh." Lu Yu was satisfied with this, and turned his head to look at Lu Xiao's several roommates. I drove here. If you guys don't mind, you can take my car. Surya. Of course I don't mind. We all have a date directly in front of the amusement park. It's certainly nice to rub your car. Otherwise we'd have to take a taxi. Lu Yu just held her all the way to the parking lot. Lu Xiao didn't know when he'd switched to an SUV, and her 3 roommates were roomy in the back seat. There was no traffic on a weekend morning, but they drove to the amusement park in 20 minutes, and they were still the first to arrive. Su Lia got out of the car and started to call her boyfriend, but it turned out that the group came in batches, and there were even people who didn't get a cab. Lu Yu took out 2 bags from the trunk and opened them to 2 insulated food boxes. Aunt Chun prepared breakfast. You're coming from home? Aha! Lu Xiao is also not quite understand this brain circuit of his Jingyuan Huashan drive to the school will take an hour. That is to say, Lu Yu got up before dawn also do not know what he is trying to do. Lu Xiao took one of the food boxes and gave it to Chu Shue. My auntie at home prepared breakfast. Eat a little first. Waiting for them, I don't know when I'll have to wait. Auntie Chun was afraid that she wouldn't have enough to eat every time, and prepared a food box full of food for her, which was enough for 4 people. Hatsu glanced at Lu Yu, who was still sitting in the car, and took it. Thank you. Lu Xiao drilled back into the car again. Lu Yu has already helped her peel all the tea eggs. This time is holding a wet towel to wipe his hands. Aunt Chun cooked tea eggs. Lu Xiao's favorite food was tea eggs, and she could eat several at a time. Auntie Chun says if you don't go back, all the tea eggs you cook will have to be fed to the kitten next door. Lu Xiao almost choked to death on the egg. Little flower cats are the ones who can't eat tea eggs. Lu Yu laughed. Domesticated kittens are fine. Lu Xiao turned her head away from her and silently spat in her mind. Not sure who to call a kitten. Not her anyway. Waiting for Lu Xiao to finish all the breakfast. A group of people only came late. Su Lia's boyfriend night principal is the latest to arrive. Lu Xiao also saw Li Yuan for the first time. A 1.8 meter tall man. Now like a child who had done something wrong. Standing in front of her with his head hung down. Apologizing vigorously. Originally they had planned to drive here, but the car had been parked at the school for too long and kept stalling out for some reason, so the group had to go back to the taxi, wasting a lot of time. It just ended up arriving later than a couple of people who had taken a cab to get here in the first place. Surya wasn't really angry, things happened for a reason, and she was coaxed back in a moment. Knight Original sighed in relief and took out the egg-dunking cake, wrapped in several layers to cover it from his pocket. You guys must not have had time to eat breakfast. I just bought it for you on the way. Although Surya had already eaten, she still rewarded herself by taking a few bites. Lu Xiao scared a few times. I didn't think she'd like this one. Hatsu. It was a bit of a surprise. Ju Ziying. It doesn't seem to be his boyfriend's style the last time I passed by and saw him. Lu Xiao. Ooh, is there a contrast? Chapter 48. People arrived at the security check and went in. Most people are lightly loaded, only carrying a small bag. Li Yuan is carrying a black sports bag, back in the front, from time to time to Su Lia to provide water, to provide paper towels, to provide snacks. Weekends are crowded. Every project has to queue. Lu Xiao just ate breakfast, has not yet digested. Do not dare to go to play too exciting games. There are hand-drawn maps for free at the entrance, so they scanned the code to get one, and a few people began to study the map. The amusement park is divided into indoor and outdoor, and now the weather is too cold. They plan to wait for the sun to come out and then go to the outdoor play around. Hey, what are you guys going to play first? Do you want to join us? A few people looked up to see that it was a couple of girls from another dormitory coming over. Lu Xiao glanced toward the large group. Aren't you guys going to join them? One of the girls smiled. Aki's gone solo with her boyfriend. None of us know each other very well. The 2 dormitories were quite similar, and the 3 looked at each other without much comment. I'm Temperance. This is Tang Feishue and Shin Manhwa. We're both freshman advertising majors. Both sides greeted each other before setting off. Lu Xiao did not notice anything wrong at first, until the girl called Tang Feishue looked at Lu Yu several times with a red face. She finally reacted. This is drunkenness. Everyone wanted to play different programs, walking the large group separated. Su Lia brought her boyfriend directly to meet with them. Where are you going first? Lu Xiao pointed to the railroad train on the 3rd floor. Go to the sightseeing car. Sightseeing train, it can sit 9 people, 3 people in a row. Lu Xiao followed his roommate a full row, which realized that Lu, you have to sit with Tang Feishue them in a row. Lu Xiao turned his head to see that he did not react, which focused on looking at the scenery outside. The train will circle around the entire amusement park. indoors and outdoors. A scream could be heard just in time as we rounded the roller coaster track. Hatsu's eyes lit up. This is interesting. Lu Xiao echoed. It'll be lined up later. Zhu Ziying shrank towards the chair. You guys go ahead. I can't go to this one. It was only 10 minutes to go around, and when they came down they picked a few more of the less crowded programs to play. None of the indoor programs were too exciting, and Lu Xiao looked stupidly excited to see that the sun was already out outside. There weren't too many people in line for the roller coasters and jumpers, and you could get one in less than half an hour. Surya leaned towards her boyfriend. We're going to take our place over at the restaurant first, so you guys can come over for dinner when you're done. Zhu Ziying looked left and right. She didn't want to go on a roller coaster or be a light bulb. Lu Yu didn't have much interest in these projects, but Lu Xiao liked it so much that he accompanied him to go through the motions. Seeing that he was planning to go, Tang Feishue also gritted her teeth and followed. Temperance Man was in the queue from the start. Only Shen Manhwa didn't quite dare to go on. Zhu Ziying immediately developed a revolutionary friendship with her, and the two retreated to the rear rest area together. You guys go, we'll just sit here and watch your bags. Roller coaster from the beginning to the end is only a minute. The screams resounded constantly. Lu Xiao from the car down when the hair is messed up turned his head to look at Lu Yu, the other party calm like just back from the meeting. The hair is also just a little bit cocked, not messed up, but more than a bit of teenage spirit. Lu Xiao once again sighed. People are more angry than people. She rode the roller coaster as if she rolled around in a roller washing machine. People rode the roller coaster as if they did a senior styling back. Lu Yu got out of the car and reached out to help Lu Xiao down again, which began to comb her somewhat messy hair. Temperance came down and saw them and snickered. You siblings are so affectionate. Don't they say that siblings who don't have too much of an age difference fight every day? Silence is tonight's Cambridge, and that's something Lu Xiao can't pick up on. It was only when Zhu Ziying came up and asked if they were going to dinner that the awkward situation was broken. Most of the things in the amusement park are expensive and not tasty. Zhu Ziying made a guide before coming here, saying that this pizza store tastes good. It is a chain store and does not step on the thunder. Surya and her boyfriend both finished half of their pizzas. That was pretty quick. I thought I'd have to wait for all of these to be finished. Hatsu pulled out a chair and sat down. Didn't go to the jumper or it would have been another half hour. Sulia. Actually, you guys should finish playing this round and then come back to eat. Otherwise your stomach won't turn over after flying around in the sky. First snow. Lu Xiao. Lu Yu opened the menu and looked at it twice. Ordered a handkerchief pizza, a pasta, a salad and 2 glasses of juice. Eat first. There are too many people in line now. Lu Xiao took the menu and glanced at it. Added a plate of barbecued wings, and handed the menu back to Hatsu. Temperance looked around. So many little couples today. Li Yuan explained. The last few weeks have been couple season, and there will be rose arches and balloon arches at night, and a fireworks show at 8 o'clock. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up when she heard the fireworks show. Let's go early in the evening to find a good spot to watch the fireworks show. Lu Yu glanced at her and smiled gently. Good. Tang Feishue looked at Lu Yu's eyes straight, and only reacted after being poked by Temperance Man, and hurriedly lowered her head to eat the pizza. It was then that Temperance said casually, I read earlier that you guys play the piano so high at the top of the thread. Did everyone in your family learn to play the piano in elementary school? Lu Xiao swallowed the spaghetti in her mouth before replying. I learned when I was a kid. My brother is a beginner, but he's smart and learns as soon as he can. Temperance asked with a gossipy face. I see a lot of people top posting asking if you guys have a date. Can you give us a live answer? A lot of people perked up their ears at this, and a few of Lu Xiao's roommates were purely curious as to how she planned to arrange the identity of that bamboo horse of hers. Lu Xiao almost choked to death. Lu Yu frowned and patted her back, letting her take another sip of juice to smooth it out. Don't get distracted while eating. Lu Xiao looked back at him with an innocent face. She didn't want to. Lu Yu turned his head to look at Temperance Man without much expression. I have someone I like, and I've already confessed. Lu Xiao choked on her juice again and looked at him with an accusing face. This time it's his pot. Lu Yu, this sentence finished. A group of melon eaters are excited. Only Tang Feishue frustrated, especially obvious. Eyes are red. Hatsu had heard of such a figure from Lu Xiao before, and now that she had heard Lu Yu confirm it herself, somehow, in addition to being sad, she was also relieved that at least she hadn't spoken her mind out loud. Crushes don't count as lost love. After eating out there are obviously a lot more people, Lu Xiao looked around and found that it is still the least amount of people in the rapids. Lu Yu saw her thoughts at a glance. No. Why? Clothes get wet and you get sick easily. Lu Xiao looked at the sign selling raincoats set up at the entrance. There are raincoats for sale. It gets wet too. Su Lia pulled Li Yuan to buy the raincoat and started to line up, and the rest of the group went halfway. Knowing that Lu Xiao would not relent in this regard, Lu Yu went to the cart place and bought 2 ice cream balls. It's always okay to have a ball. Lu Yu volunteered to help her share a ball, and the two sat together on a bench waiting for them to come out. The rapids had 2 descents, one higher than the other. The first one was nothing. The second wave came down with a lot of punch and screams mixed with the sound of water. When it smoothed out, a group of people started to take off the hoods of their raincoats. Lu Xiao took a look. It's not too wet. This raincoat is quite thick. The disposable raincoats they sell at amusement parks cost $10. But they're good quality. Look again. Lu Yu's words just fell. The water guns on both sides of the passageway began to spray water, and the moves were all directed at people. Lu Yu pointed out to her, there's a coin-operated console over there that allows you to choose the direction of the water gun's fire and the size of the water flow. Human nature is evil. Lu Xiao sighed and finished her ice cream in 3 or 2 bites. Where do I change my coins? Lu Xiao looked at 3 rounds before spotting the figure of Su Lia and a few others, and seeing Su Lia and Li Yuan sitting in the first row, he knew they were going to be miserable. Unsurprisingly, by the time the group thought it was over and slacked off for a few moments, the squirt gun nourished their faces unmercifully. Lu Xiao didn't see clearly from a distance, but she vaguely saw that Su Lia's eyeshadow washed out the color. The people coming out were cursing, and Lu Xiao bought them some towels from the vending machine in front of them. The staff said there were hairdryers in there. Their clothes were only a little wet, it was their heads that were wretched, and it was another 10 minutes before a couple of them came out. That water gun really caught me off guard. I was just about to take off my hat to take a picture when that water crashed right into my face, and if I hadn't closed my eyes so fast, my invisibility would have washed out. Su Lia looked at Lu Xiao and the others after complaining. Still, you guys are smart? This crap. Next time I won't sit down again. Lu Xiao laughed. Next time I come fully armed. I'll bring a waterproof mask. Hatsu looked at the map. Is the haunted house playing? It's just up ahead. Surya. Play, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Xiao's body stiffened. Actually, Zhezing, I've read the guide and it says that the haunted house here isn't scary at all. It doesn't even have real people. Temperance, several people from just out of the rapids, said to go to play other projects. The 2 groups of people naturally separated, so now there are only 4 people left in their dormitory, plus Li Yuan and Lu Yu, 2 big boys. The group was fine with it, so they planned to check out the haunted house. Lu Xiao's half-sentence to say not to say, and swallowed back, have said not horrible, they say again do not dare to go, will not appear to be her very small guts? Lu Yu knew how many pounds she had, pinched her palm and whispered, if you don't want to go, we won't go. Lu Xiao tersely said, there's nothing scary, I'll check it out too. Lu Yu smiled, his expression gentle, good, then go. As a result, when she arrived at the entrance, Lu Xiao was abashed, tugging Lu Yu's arm to death, her head never lifted up, constantly whispering to comfort herself, it's all fake, not scary at all, it's all fake. The door staff were letting people in one batch, so they came in and didn't see the last batch that came in, but every now and then there would be screams. Lu Xiao shuddered. I thought there was no real person. Lu Yu. Well, but there are motorized ones and white robes made of rope that float down. Lu Xiao thought it was good not to open her eyes. Some things were not necessary to see so clearly. Walking to the late stage, there is a section of jittery bridge. 2 people side by side cannot cross. Lu Xiao had to stand behind Lu Yu, tugging at the corner of his coat. Brother. Why does my neck feel cold? And a little itchy. Lu Yu turned to look through the faint light. There's nothing. Lu Xiao always felt that she hadn't felt wrong, and when she reached out and touched it, she felt a handful of something like a strand of hair. Ah! Lu Xiao directly jumped into Lu Yu's arms. Brother, neck. Lu Yu held her with one hand and touched her neck with the other, and sure enough, he felt something similar to the texture of hair, but it was slightly rough, more like a wig. It's fake. Lu Xiao was on the verge of crying in fear. Where could she care if it was true or not? Fake is oozing enough too. Lu Yu had no choice but to koala hug Lu Xiao all the way to the exit. Lu Xiao hugged him tightly and calmed down a bit before quietly opening her eyes again, only to happen to see a red palanquin moving. It's really just a very simple mechanism, but in this atmosphere, in this light, it makes all the fear go up exponentially. Lu Yu laughed. laughing so hard that the tremors in his chest reached Lu Xiao. It really isn't scary. Lu Yu is laughing at her. This can make Lu Xiao angry. A bite on his neck. There is no way. Other places of clothing is too thick. Choking teeth. Just then a bride in a red wedding gown popped up on a bed next to her. Arms raised trying to get up. Lu Xiao was startled with a few points of force, and quickly lowered his head again and shrank his entire body in Lu Yu's arms. Come on, come on. Trembling very pitifully. Lu Yu's face changed, and she almost laughed at her. He calmed the heat in his body for a moment and picked up speed with the man in his arms, keeping up with the larger group. She was relieved when the light outside shone on Lu Xiao. No way, Lu Xiao. Scared like that? Su Lia's bright laughter came, and Lu Xiao really wanted to bury herself. She jumped off of Lu Yu and pretended nothing had happened as she clapped her hands together. Isn't it time for dinner? I'm a little hungry. Hatsu narrowed her eyes at Lu Yu and raised her finger to her neck. You hear? Lu Xiao's mouth just now was used with force, leaving a visible mark on Lu Yu's neck. Lu Yu did not have much expression, just straightened the clothes that were torn a little crooked by Lu Xiao. It's too dark inside to bump into. A few people were wondering what kind of shock Lu Xiao was in and why she was still biting. Yes, anyone with eyes can see it's a teeth mark. Lu Xiao looked at the sky and the ground, just not the people, and had a bit of a heart attack. Lu Yu also smiled and looked at her without saying anything. Several people rubbed their arms. How did it feel more eerie to come out instead? Chapter 49. By late afternoon everyone was pretty much done playing. Surya cleared her throat. There's the arch at 7 at that indoor-outdoor connecting walkway, and there's the fireworks at 8 with the best view from the open space outside the castle. Or if there's too many people, go to the second floor platform, which has a good view as well. We'll both pull out first. You're on your own. After she finished speaking, she took Night Original's hand and went to the world of 2. Everyone here is a single dog, but it's still okay to go to the arch and take pictures, and the 3 girls adjusted their angles to each other to take pictures and then posted them to the group. By the time it was almost 8 o'clock, the crowds were all surging towards the castle. But in the blink of an eye, Chu Xue and Zhu Ziying had disappeared, and Lu Xiao wanted to turn back to look for them, but ended up being swarmed by the crowds and had to walk forward. Lu Yu put his arm around her and brought her to the side, before he stepped out of the crowd. Let's go to the second floor. Lu Xiao trembled. Just now Lu Yu was talking against her ear, leaning so close that it was as if he had kissed her earlobe. But looking at Lu Yu's calm demeanor, it might just be her illusion. She nodded and followed Lu Yu up to the second floor. The second floor was also quite crowded, but it was much better than the first floor. It was a bit cold in the evening, and Lu Xiao kept her hands shrunk in her shirt pockets and didn't want to take them out, just turned her head and asked, "How much longer?" Lu Yu reached out and showed her the time. 8 minutes to go. Lu Xiao bounced in place. Standing still was even colder. Lu Yu reached out and pressed his hand against her cheek. Is it any better? Lu Yu's body has always been very good, wearing so little, and her hands are warm. Lu Xiao only felt that her whole body started to warm up. She was taken aback the moment the fireworks went up, before giving them her full attention. Lu Xiao loved watching fireworks. No matter which world she was in, every time she watched fireworks, it was the happiest time for her. Don't care about anything else. Just enjoy the scenery in front of you. This fireworks show lasted 10 minutes, with the castle with a very dreamy. She watched it after she was not yet finished, turned her head to look at Lu Yu. Soon after the new year, this year we go to the outer city. I heard that some places do not prohibit fireworks. Lu Yu looked at her intently and reached out to touch the corners of her eyes. Lu Xiao's eyes were beautiful and sparkling, and when such a pair of eyes looked intently at a person, it was hard not to fall into them. Lu Yu smiled. Xiao Xiao, can you give me an answer now? Lu Yu realized that Lu Xiao had started avoiding him again, but he wasn't surprised. Every time Lu Xiao lowered his bottom line a little, he couldn't help but push a few points closer. In that atmosphere, he sensed Lu Xiao's looseness and hesitation, which opened his mouth, unfortunately scaring the bunny away again. The marks on his neck weren't intentionally covered up. The teeth marks weren't obvious anymore, just a red patch that didn't look quite white. When Qingqi noticed it during class, the whole class was soulful and full of mosaics. She is not a single dog who knows nothing now. Some traces are clear to her at a glance, but she didn't dare think about it in detail. Smells Kiyoshi. What's wrong with your neck? Lu Renee. She bit it. When Qingqi's cell phone almost threw it out, Lu Xiao didn't go home this week, but went to the amusement park with Lu Yu. She was clear about all of this. After all, Lu Xiao also shared a double set of tickets with her, letting her take Yan Jiwen with her. Lu Renee. She just bit me in anger. What are you thinking? When Qingqi stiffened. Yes, even if Lu Yu wants to do something, it also depends on whether Lu Xiao is willing or not. It is her momentary excitement that overthinks. Winking Qing. Why are you biting your neck? Lu Renee. I was holding her at the time, and she had nowhere else to bite. It's still not quite right. What's the point of hugging when two people are in this situation right now? But in the end, it was Lu Xiao who bit the person first, and she couldn't say anything about Lu Yu. Turned her head and went to ask Lu Xiao again, and the result was that the message sent over was stone cold. Lu Xiao will not have class this time, is lying on the bed to think about life. That day when Lu Yu finished that sentence to her, her whole body went down for several seconds, only to feel her heart beating so fast, and her face began to heat up. If Hatsu hadn't happened to find them, she wouldn't have known how to answer Lu Yu. In the end, she didn't dare to go home with Lu Yu, but followed Chu Xue and the girls to take a taxi back to school. She recalled the scene of that day several times and wondered if it was caused by the atmosphere of the scene. She seemed to might have really had a little thought about Lu Yu that she shouldn't have. She howled twice and shrank into a ball and rolled under the covers, only to feel her head hurt. The dormitory was taken aback by her. Surya's lipstick was drawn crooked. What's wrong with her? Hatsu. I don't know. Something wasn't right the day I got back from the amusement park. Zhu Ziying pondered for a moment. It's a bit like that time before when I was confessed to buy bamboo horse. Only this time it seems to be more annoying. The others got it instantly. Surya wiped her lipstick and continued to draw. Looks like that bamboo horse is making a big move again. Seeing the message from Wen Qingqi, the more Lu Xiao thought about it, the more wrong it became. At that time, she was scared half to death. Lu Yu also laughed at her, and what little sanity she had left evaporated dry on the spot. Biting necks and all that really isn't very innocuous. Lu Xiao felt that her segment was simply not enough for Lu Yu. The double quotient was crushed in minutes. Thinking about it, she still asked Wen Qingqi out to a Cantonese restaurant with private rooms. Lu Xiao arrived early and waited for the waiter to bring Wen Qingqi in, make tea, and have the food served later. When Wen Qingqi saw her look like an enemy, she asked softly, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao was on the verge of rubbing his pants together before he took a document from his bag and handed it over. I don't know how to say this. Why don't you read this first? What she had in her hand was the paternity test that Lu Yu had shown her back then, and she had kept a copy for herself. When Qingqi had known about this matter for a long time, what surprised her was that Lu Xiao would actually take the initiative to talk to her about it. Talking it out at this time was not a good sign. The whole box was quiet for a long time. In the end, it was when Qingqi who spoke first and asked, "Why would you suddenly want to talk to me about this?" In fact, the single paternity test this matter, when Qingqi even if only now know but also just a surprise on the past, the building family, their family, pro-life, not pro-life, outside the home raised, cannot be counted. The one family didn't have anything this messy, but it wasn't like when Qingqi hadn't seen it before. So I'm not related to Lu Yu by blood. Do you remember that time I rushed back to school early in the morning? When Qingqi nodded. It's because the day before he told me about it. Lu Xiao paused and continued. And said he liked me. I got scared and that's why I ran out. When Qingqi tried to pretend that this was the first time she had heard the news, and it was hard to hold back. And what do you think? Lu Xiao was relieved to see that she didn't react differently. I didn't know. When Qingqi only felt bad that for Lu Xiao, not refusing was equivalent to acquiescence. Did Lu Yu put her under a spell? How long has it been, and how quickly has her attitude changed? When Qingqi rare serious up, you grew up can be counted as a family member is only Lu Yu so one, you in this regard and a little slow, it is likely that you simply cannot distinguish between these complex feelings. Moreover, you this identity in the future to face only more, your birth. Is it going to be publicized? Lu Xiao froze. All she had been thinking about was the relationship between her and Lu Yu. She had never thought that there was an outside factor. When Qingqi thought a little more than she did, Lu Yu and Lu Xiao two people, Lu Xiao was already in a weak position, and immature, Lu Yu want to pinch her is not a matter of minutes. She was afraid that Lu Xiao was subconsciously putting herself into that position to please Lu Yu for the sake of Lu Yu. That's why she tried to stop Lu Yu from saying it in the first place. Lu Xiao hung her head and said, I don't know. I'd like to keep things the way they are, but he doesn't. What a deadly cycle. When Qingqi also sighed, let's eat first. The waiter began to serve the food, but Lu Xiao rarely had no appetite, only ate a few shrimp dumplings and did not want to eat. When Qingqi pushed the cooled congee over, their congee tastes great. Try it. Lu Xiao drank another half bowl of porridge. So that's why you've been afraid to come home lately? Aha. So what are you going to do with the vacation coming up? Can I apply for residency? Residency requires the consent of a guardian and a valid reason. There aren't many people in the school during winter vacation, and the facilities and equipment are all closed, so I don't feel comfortable with you staying here. Why don't you come to my house? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. I have another apartment in Center Garden. Lu Yu bought it for you? Didn't he have a spare key in his hand? Lu Xiao thought about it as if it was indeed safer to stay at Wen's house. Then I'll go to your house to stay for a few days first. After eating with Wen Qingqi, her depressed mood eased quite a bit. At least now she wasn't the one hiding this secret. Wen Qingqi's brain was always better than hers. Before, because of one thing after another, Lu Xiao's mind wasn't focused on her coursework, and it was the end of the semester that really killed her. With dozens and dozens of assignments in the oil painting department, she hated living in the studio, mixing colors every day with a couple of roommates to turn herself into a painter. Have you memorized your art history yet? Lu Xiao's hand shook. The whole box of paints with the shells went into the bucket. What, you still need to carry it? Zhu Ziying. Yeah, the teacher has it underlined, but it's still a bit much to memorize. Surya fished the shell out with difficulty. Remember to make up the writing assignments you owe from earlier. To override a bad thing, just show up with a worse thing. Emotional problems are nothing, and Lu Xiao began to catch up on homework day and night to memorize the test points. Luckily, she had excellent professional knowledge, and except for a few subjects where she relied on rote memorization she drifted through with low scores, she scored well in several other subjects. It's finally over. Lu Xiao was paralyzed in the sofa chair and didn't move a muscle. Su Lia looked at her like this and laughed. Who let you pile up all the homework in the last few days, before the teacher set up after we started to prepare in advance? Just rely on the end of the term. These few days are not busy at all. Lu Xiao looked up and saw that Hatsu was still writing, and was a bit curious. It's after the exams? What are you still writing? Originally, after the examination can be a vacation, but the student union side with the cooperation of the Academy of Fine Arts, but also to prepare a mural, a few majors have agreed to take turns across the quality of the credits earned. Everyone does not lose this time, let them oil painting department on top of it. Surya. She scored high in her major and is preparing her profile for the scholarship. Hatsu. Well, it's due before vacation. That's awesome. Lu Xiao complimented genuinely. Her grades had always been in the middle of the pack and she had never won a scholarship. Zhu Ziying held up her computer and showed them the school bulletin. Xiao Xiao. Your brother got a scholarship too. Lu Xiao did not hear the news of Lu Yu for some days, and suddenly heard in turn produced an inexplicable emotion. Su Lia came forward to take a look. TSK Tisk, first in major, in that group of perverts in the Department of Economics and Management, your brother is really bullish. This one called Wen Qingqi, she's the girl who gave you dessert before, right? Second-class scholarship, also awesome. Lu Xiao smiled. Yeah. Zhu Ziying pointed to the list again. There's also this Bo Yushan, the one who sent chocolates to Xiao Xiao before. Su Lia looked at Lu Xiao with a complicated face, wanting to speak. Lu Xiao picked up a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. Don't talk. Better eat. Lu Xiao knew how much she weighed, and when compared to them, she was turned into a school slag in a minute. Chapter 50. When the student council's activities were over, Wen Qingqi sent her a message saying that the driver had already arrived at the school and asked when she was leaving. She was torn in bed for half a day, but still hid in the balcony and called Lu Yu. Dawn, are you guys done? Qingqi said she wants to pick me up and take me to her house for a few days, so I won't be going home for a while. There was a pause of a few seconds on the other side before he said, Okay. Be safe. Call me if you want to come back. I'll pick you up. Well, see you later, brother. Lu Xiao hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief, listening to the tone of voice. Lu Yu also does not look like angry appearance, just do not know how long she really want to live. There are half a month on the new year. She is not good to keep relying on other people's homes. The Department of Economics and Management has long been on vacation. When Qingqi came over to pick her up again, Lu Xiao is not the first time to come to the Wen family. Recalling the first time to come to the Wen family, it seems that it is also because of the Cold War with Lu Yu. When Qingqi saw her face lost, guessed that she was again rambling, rubbed her head. Vacation? Do not think of those things. I will take you to buy clothes. I see you, these are still last year's models. Lu Xiao. My brother took me clothes shopping. It was just all kept at home. She hadn't been home for a long time, and if it wasn't for Annie Chen sending her new clothes over, she wouldn't have been able to change. We can't have too many clothes. We'll buy more. Lu Xiao. It always feels like you're excited. When Qingqi stroked her chin, matching you with suitable and beautiful clothes gives me a sense of accomplishment. Lu Xiao, is this because you didn't play with enough dolls when you were a kid? When Qingqi, nonsense, a doll is not as cute as you. She saw the mother's love that was nowhere to be found. Under Lu Xiao's very speechless expression, when Qingqi was excited to match her clothes. After Lu Xiao swiped her card, when she had to provide the delivery address, she subconsciously reported the address of Jingyuan Huashan and only reacted when she finished. When Qingqi pulled her back and reported her cell phone number to the teller, "This is my member account number. Just send it directly to the default address." Lu Xiao smiled at her. "I'm fine, let's go." When Qingqi took her outside to play for a day and didn't go back until the evening, the nanny had already prepared the guest room. But before she went to bed, when Qingqi suddenly asked, "Xiao Xiao, do you want to sleep with me at night?" Lu Xiao, "Yeah, are we going to sneak a game in the room?"
Wen Qingyi.
"Why are you sneaking around?" Lu Xiao froze, and rightly so. In the end, she, a perennial Heaven's Punishment Circle player, almost dragged Wen Qingqi to her death. When Qingqi couldn't even help but laugh. "This is too tragic. How can you be so backward?" Lu Xiao was paralyzed like a dead fish on the bed. "Only my brother can pocket my bad luck." Speaking of Lu Yu, both of them fell silent, and when Qingqi sighed, "Do you want to go home?" It was only the first day, and when Qingqi had already heard her mention Lu Yu twice, which was not a good development. Lu Xiao hugged her knees and glowered, "It's okay." When Qingqi, "Go to sleep. I'll take you horseback riding tomorrow." Lu Xiao came to be interested. "Horseback riding? Aha. Then we'll go to bed early and leave early." "Good." As a result, when they arrived at the horse farm the next day, Lu Xiao saw Yan Jiwen, who had ridden over. Probably not naturally at odds with her best friend's boyfriend, she hadn't spoken to him since she'd said hello. It was Lu Xiao's first time riding a horse, so when Qingqi helped her choose a docile horse and had the trainer lead her around by the rope, "You go over, he's been waiting for half a day." Lu Xiao pointed in the direction of Yan Jiwen. "Don't worry, with the coach over here, I'm safe." Seeing that she was familiarizing herself quickly, when Qingqi went to find Yan Jiwen. When Qingqi and Yan Jiwen were not first-timers, only Lu Xiao was a beginner and could only sit on the saddle and move little by little. I was able to run 2 laps of Lu Xiao even after a day of playing, but I felt a little stiff in my thighs when I came down. Back at Wen's house, when Qingqi rubbed some safflower oil on her, "It's nothing serious, just pulled a muscle." Lu Xiao really hasn't worked out in a long time. "I wonder when the gym is on vacation. There's a gym on the first floor of my house, or can I get you a pair of boxing gloves?" Lu Xiao thought about it as if that would work. After a few days when Qingqi took Lu Xiao to play around every day, at first Lu Xiao was playing very vigorously. Then she wandered off more and more often when Qingqi also found out but did not point it out. Until a week before the new year, Lu Xiao froze for a long time when she saw the caller ID, and the other party didn't hang up, and waited until when Qingqi all heard the voice came in. She reacted and answered the phone. "Dawn, have you been having fun lately?" "Aha, it's almost New Year's. When are you coming back? I'll pick you up." Lu Xiao pinched the hem of her shirt tightly. Half a day without speaking. She only realized now that she missed Lu Yu. Lu Yu thought that she didn't say anything because she was unwilling, and said again, "It's going to be New Year's Eve soon, when Qingqi her parents are coming back, and I'm going to go to Jay for the next period of time on a business trip, so I won't be at home." Lu Xiao knew what he meant. He was afraid that he was at home and she didn't want to come back. But the first words that came out of her mouth were, "Then can you come back before the new year?" Lu Yu also did not expect her to be this reaction. Could not help but laugh. Low laughter tickled Lu Xiao's little heart fluttering. "I was able to come back, and I ordered fireworks, which are not banned in G-City during New Year's." Lu Xiao remembered that she had once said that she wanted to go to the outer city to set off fireworks. "Okay. Then you can pick me up tomorrow after dinner." "Aha." Hanging up the phone, Lu Xiao inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, a feeling that the dust had settled. Knowing that Lu Xiao is going back, when Qingqi didn't feel surprised, judging from Lu Xiao's reaction in the past few days. If Lu Yu doesn't come to urge her, she can't stay by herself. "You can come and play with me. The couch in our media room is especially comfortable, and my bed is huge so we can sleep together." When Qingqi smiled and answered, saying that she would come to her in a few days. At 6 o'clock the next night, Lu Yu appeared on time in the courtyard of the Wen family. When Qingqi couldn't be angry even looking at him now, she really couldn't do anything about these two people. "I just finished dinner and I'm still eating fruit." Lu Yu nodded and followed her through the door. At this moment, Lu Xiao is sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching TV, holding a fruit plate in her left hand and a fork in her right hand, eating with vigor. Brother. Lu Renee stepped closer to gently rub her cheek with a crooked finger. Lu Xiao didn't hide, just turned her head to look at him. Are the bags packed? Lu Xiao nodded. It's all packed. I just haven't taken it down yet. When Qingqi took Liu to the upstairs to take down all the luggage, live in only one box, go back in 2 more boxes, Liu did not say anything, just carry all the luggage on the car. Are we leaving? Wait until you've digested it a little longer, or it'll be hard. Lu Yu accompanied her to watch TV for another half hour before the two of them set off. When she arrived at Jingyuan Huashan and got out of the car, Lu Xiao saw that all the flowers in the yard were different from what she had seen the last time she came back, and she was in a bit of a trance. It's been a really long time since I've been back. Lu Xiao just entered the house. Aunt Chun began to complain about her. Is the school so busy? Look at how long this has not been home. That medicinal meals have not been done a few times. Learned so many new dishes. You and Xiaoyu, 2 people do not go home to eat. Lu Xiao turned her head to look at Lu Yu, who had just entered the door. Lu Yu explained, the company has been busy lately. Lu Xiao frowned. Did you not eat properly again? Lu Yu smiled and looked at her with a gentle face. Have a good meal. Aunt Chen knew she was coming back in the evening and had been making soup since the afternoon, which was just in time to be brought up. Specially for you to replenish your body, come on. Auntie Chun, I had dinner before I came back. I don't know you yet, you can have another meal when you're full. Floor Piggy is back in action. Lu Yu also sat down to accompany her to drink a bowl together, and when they finished eating, the 2 people only transported all the luggage up. Lu Zhao's customer is not in the country recently. She had to have her own example and put away the clothes, tossing out a sweat in the middle of winter. When she finished her bath and lay on her own big bed, Lu Xiao rolled around comfortably. It is true that it is still the most comfortable in her own home. As a result, she fell asleep while lying down until the knocking sound rang out. She got out of bed in a daze and went to open the door. Lu Yu saw her running out barefoot and had to go in and find her slippers and make her put her shoes on again. I'm on a flight tomorrow morning. Want me to bring you any gifts? Tomorrow morning, so soon? Well, the itinerary was set before, and this time Fergie isn't going. So if something comes up, you'll go straight to him. Oh, Lu Xiao nodded curtly. Lu Yu smiled and touched her head. Xiao Xiao. I won't mention it again until you've thought it over, and you shouldn't be afraid. Lu Xiao raised her eyes to look at him. Lu Yu's face was calm, his attitude was easygoing, and he looked like he could accept it even if Lu Xiao rejected him now. I'll be back to spend New Year's with you. Lu Xiao's nose was a little sour and she couldn't help but skim her head. Lu Yu, can I have a hug? Lu Xiao took the initiative to hug up. Lu Yu's embrace was too warm, and she wasn't sure exactly what kind of feelings she was holding for him. Lu Yu said early in the morning is really early. Lu Xiao had wanted to get up and have breakfast with him again, but it turned out that Aunt Chun told her that people leave before dawn. She sat down with a lack of interest and began to eat her breakfast alone. Lu Xiao feels like the house is big and empty when she lives alone. Once woke up in the middle of the night and did not know what dream, so she ran upstairs to knock on the door of Lu Yu's room, but the results of pushing open the door to see the empty room. She then came to her senses. Lu Yu is far away on the other side of the planet. She ended up falling asleep right next to Lu Yu's bed with a pillow in her arms, waking up feeling a little stuffy. She didn't dare to tell Auntie Chun. She found out the cold medicine and washed it down and finished it herself. After finishing her drink, she looked at the empty teacup out of her mind, wondering if she might have actually planted it. Chapter 51. It wasn't more than a few days before when Qingqi arrived, and Zhuang Nianwei finally returned from her vacation in a city. Lu Xiao saw Zhuang Nianwei a shock. You go to a city, how to still become a scribbler? Zhuang Nianwei pinched her face, a face of accusation. Look at the weather in a city. I'm a little girl like a flower. Only lived for half a year. Hard to me live brown. Zhuang Nianwei's skin color is also darker than before a degree. A city of September that is really grinding people, hot and sunny. That sunscreen coated up. Sweat will give me to wash down. Military training for 10 days, I lost a layer of skin. Luckily you didn't go, or else you'll be able to faint on the first day, and your brother won't directly take a flight over to take you away. Mentioning Lu Yu at this time, the 2 people on the opposite side froze, when Qingqi subconsciously glanced at Lu Xiao and saw that she did not have much of a reaction, which led to a digression. Military training at U of F is next semester. Zhuang Nianwei. Next semester the weather is not hot. Suffer less. A few people talked for a while and then it was noon, and Aunt Chen had already made all the meals. Zhuang Nianwei saw the small cup of soup placed in front of Lu Xiao and asked curiously, "What kind of soup is this?" Lu Xiao, medicinal food, to replenish the body. Lu Xiao let Aunt Chen prepare a bowl for each of them as well. Zhuang Nianwei at first heard that the medicine-related is not quite want to eat, tasted a mouthful and found that the taste is not bad, then finished all the drink. Lu Xiao, "You can't refill the bowl on this one." Zhuang Nianwei, "I'm not stupid." After dinner, the three of them hugged fruit and dessert and went downstairs to the video room. Zhuang Nianwei sighed, "It's so comfortable." Lu Xiao helped her adjust it twice. "You can lie flat by pressing here, adjust the angle here, and the small table next to it can hold food." Originally, there was also a small refrigerator placed here, but after winter, Lu Yu was afraid that she would eat cold drinks without restraint, so she closed the small refrigerator, and now there is only a snack shelf left. Lu Xiao picked up her pad and started selecting a movie. "What do you guys want to watch?" In the end, it was when Qingqi who suggested a comedy, so Lu Xiao randomly picked a movie with a high rating, probably because her laughing point had become higher, and she didn't find it very funny and spent most of the time eating fruit. Zhuang Nianwei, "It feels like you still have to have popcorn at the movies." Lu Xiao's fruit-eating hand gave a beat. When the earliest design was made, there was a place set aside for a popcorn machine, but I don't like popcorn, so I didn't want it. Zhuang Nianwei, "Ah, you're a lot less fun without popcorn, eh?" Lu Xiao responded casually, her thoughts drifting away a bit. She didn't know about all this at first, or she inadvertently turned over the design drawings later. She went to ask Lu Yu, and the other person just casually replied, "You don't like popcorn, so let's change it." Later that spot was set up with a small refrigerator and snack rack of her favorite foods. Every little unobtrusive detail in the house revealed that Lu Yu cared about her. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a soreness in her chest. Fortunately, the audio-visual room was dark enough that no one noticed her abnormality. The sofa chair is very comfortable, also with massage function. The temperature of the house is very suitable. Zhuang Nianwei sat and did not want to move. Lu Xiao handed the pad over. "You can pick another shorter one and watch it so you can have dinner." Zhuang Nianwei burped, "I'm full of fruit." Several people had withdrawn their evil little hands. After all, before they came down, they had already seen Auntie Chun dealing with the ingredients for the evening. By the time they actually ate dinner, they hadn't digested much. Fortunately, Auntie Chun had made a lot of dishes but small portions, probably because she knew they hadn't stopped talking all afternoon. Just now during dinner, Lu Xiao realized that she had dripped orange juice onto her clothes, and after saying a few words to them, she wanted to go upstairs to take a shower and change clothes first. "There's another pool table at the end of the AV room walk, and I've got the dance carpet out for you guys. Tap this button to turn it on. I'll go up and take a shower while you guys play." Only after Lu Xiao's figure disappeared did Zhuang Nianwei ask, "Is she sick again? She doesn't feel like she's in very good shape." When Qingqi's heart thumped, "No, I don't think so." Zhuang Nianwei, "It always felt like she wasn't too happy. When she watched the movie in the afternoon, her eyes kept staring straight at one place. I don't know if it's just me. It felt like she was going to cry next." If Lu Xiao's question were to be spoken, he was afraid that it would really scare Zhuang Nianwei to death. When Qingqi smiled reluctantly as well, there was a small problem, and she could only rely on herself to regulate it. Zhuang Nianwei nodded. When Qingqi had said so, she did not want to ask to the end, and even when Lu Xiao came down, she happily played with the dancing carpet, not showing a hint of dissimilarity. Lu Xiao's bed and then sleep 3 people are also a little crowded, a few people simply in the room to play the floor. Aunt Chun has long let people clean the room on the floor on the mattress bedding and separate open good quilt and pillow. Zhuang Nianwei came in all startled. "How do you still engage in condoms in this room?" The door to the room opened and it looked as if it was a small apartment, and she looked at it. "There are just 2 of us living in the house, and you can break through a row here as long as you don't move the load-bearing walls." Zhuang Nianwei thought about it. She comfortably lay into the quilt. "I'm bathing at home now. It's all about coming out of the bathroom and holding your breath to run to your room with a brain." "Why?" "For stopping halfway and freezing to death." Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. When Qingqi took a little longer to blow dry her hair and came in last, "Okay, going to bed." Lu Xiao patted the light off 3 times, and after a long time she was still awake and asked softly, "Are they all asleep?" Answering her was the sound of faint breathing. She turned around and took out her cell phone and adjusted it to the lowest brightness and opened WeChat, in which only the dormitory group was very hot, and Lu Yu's dialogue box was unusually quiet. Her chats with Lu Yu were still stuck on the time she went to the amusement park, and after that their pitifully few exchanges were settled by phone calls. She pressed out her cell phone again, wondering when Lu Yu would be back and if she should pick him up at the airport. Unconsciously held the phone and fell asleep. In her dream, she saw the suit's Lu Yu cold face sitting on the sofa. The coldness of the bottom of the eyes can freeze to death. She did not dare to go forward, couldn't help but step back. The result was a foot into the black hole. The next moment she saw another outdoor reception, and when she got closer she realized it was a wedding venue, and no one around her could see her. So she wandered around like a ghost until she saw the groom in a white suit with a pinned-on ceremonial flower. Brother! Without seeing her or hearing her, Lu Yu just walked over to meet his bride. Lu Xiao looked at him dumbfounded and a little aggravated. Lu Yu smiled and pulled the other side, and the moment she was about to kiss, Lu Xiao opened her eyes. She gasped a few times before noticing that her cheeks were a little wet. She climbed up by the faint light of her cell phone and gingerly made her way out. Not quite the same as the other night when she'd practically sleepwalked. She was more than a little awake. She went into Lu Yu's room, lay down on the bed and wrapped herself tightly in the covers and cried bitterly. When some of those inexplicable emotions had dissipated after crying, she washed her face and snuck back to lie down again. When she got up the next day, her eyes were still a little swollen. Zhuang Nianwei yawned. You didn't sleep well, you have swollen eyes. Lu Xiao rubbed her eyes. A little sour. Yes, a little. Zhuang Nianwei. I told you earlier, you can sleep on the bed, you have to sleep on the floor. Only when Qingqi was silent and didn't say anything. In fact, she woke up last night when Lu Xiao suppressed her cries and waited until the other party went out and came back. She didn't fall asleep again. She probably guessed what Lu Xiao was thinking and wondered if this development would be good or bad for her. Zhuang Nianwei stayed for 2 days and then went home, while Wen Qingqi stayed for a few more nights. Want me to sleep with you? Lu Xiao hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Lately her emotions had unstable moments from time to time. Because of that little bit of mind, she didn't dare to let Wen Qingqi know. Okay. Wen Qingqi rubbed her face. Don't think too much. Get some rest. There's a tall man to hold the sky when it collapses. Lu Xiao was disgruntled. I'm tall now. Wen Qingqi smiled. Yes, 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 it will be higher in the future. Lu Xiao. What's up with this child coaxing tone? Wen Qingqi looked at the calendar and asked, when will Lu Yu come back? Lu Xiao showed her Fei Zhe's message. Evening flight will arrive tomorrow morning. Fei Zhe, as Lu Yu's special assistant, knew more or less about the situation between them, and when the two were not convenient to communicate, he became a bridge of communication. When Qingqi nodded, then I'll leave tomorrow morning after breakfast. Lu Xiao also thought it was fine. It was better to have someone to accompany her than to be left alone with her rambling thoughts. Lu Xiao has been sleeping lightly lately and got up early during the holidays, but as a result, when she got up in the morning, she found that Wen Qingqi was already sitting downstairs. She was sitting right there in the living room, watching the news and talking on the phone with a bit of urgency in her voice. Aunt Chun made a good meal daily to go to the garden to water the flowers. Lu Xiao saw the breakfast on the table that did not even move. A little strange. Qingqi, why haven't you had breakfast? Are you waiting for me? When Qingqi's whole body stiffened, first turning off the TV, and then instructing a few words into her cell phone before turning to look at her. Why did you get up so early? I've been getting up early lately. When Qingqi's smile was a bit forced. Let's go, have breakfast first. Lu Xiao picked up the bun and took a bite. It was her favorite barbecue pork filling. When Qingqi scooped the porridge in the bowl, not sending a single bite to her mouth, and pretended to say very lightly, there's nothing to do anyway. Why don't we go play tennis together? Yeah, well, my brother's flight hasn't landed yet anyway. Aunt Chun happened to come back from outside. I saw that the one family's car is already at the door. Lu Xiao. So early. When Qingqi picked up her cell phone. I'll go tell him I'm not going back. Wait for me. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Good. While when Qingqi went out this time, she opened the small program to start booking today's venue. And just as she made the appointment and exited out, she saw that several apps had sent out push messages. It seems that a plane has been lost in an accident and is suspected to have crashed. Lu Xiao clicked in and looked at it. The more she looked at it, the more wrong it was. This flight number seemed like she had seen it somewhere, and her whole body shivered, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she opened WeChat. It was obvious that there were only a few letters and numbers, but she checked them several times, only to think that she was hallucinating. She called Lu Yu the first time, then thought it was wrong and immediately called Fei Zhe. It took more than 10 seconds for the other party to pick up. Ms. Lu, Fergie, did you send me the wrong flight number yesterday? Breathless silence, both sides got it. Lu Xiao took a few deep breaths. Where are you now? At the airport. The first time Fei Zhe saw the news, he started communicating with the airport side, but the results so far was not very satisfactory. Lu Xiao hung up the phone and tried to get up, only to be so dizzy that she almost fell to the ground. When Qingqi came in just in time to see this image, Xiao Xiao. Lu Xiao's gaze was a bit lax, only turning her head to look at her when she heard Qingqi's voice. A pair of large eyes pooled with tears, with a sobbing voice, "Go to the airport." Seeing this Qingqi, what else didn't she understand? In fact, when she saw the news in the morning, she was thinking about how to hide it. But she also knew that it couldn't be hidden, such a big thing, the news must be all over the place. "I'll take you there. Don't worry yet. There's no final word yet. It's just lost at this point." Lu Xiao couldn't hear anything. Her head was blank. Chapter 52. When Qingqi took the people to the car and asked the driver to take them to the airport, she took Lu Xiao's cell phone and communicated directly with Fei Zhe. There was nothing that needed to be hidden from Lu Xiao by now. Lu Xiao was comforting herself all the way to be fine. Lu Yu is the hero of the novel. There is a protagonist aura, nothing will happen. She also thought of the time she had a car accident, and in the end, Lu Yu also came out unscathed. But what if? The car accident is the original plot has happened, although the timeline has advanced, but the cause of the thing through are not too much difference. But the airplane accident, this thing in the original did not happen in the correct timeline. Lu Yu did not go abroad at all. Lu Yu chose to go to Jay at this time because of her. The more Lu Xiao thought about it, the more she panicked, and finally her mind went blank. When Qingqi brought Lu Xiao to find Fei Zhe, the other party had brought a few reliable employees here to deal with the results of the accident, and he himself was constantly on the phone. When Qingqi held Lu Xiao's hand tightly, and Lu Xiao's hand was so cold that it didn't have a trace of warmth. When Qingqi sank her face, "How is it?" Fei Zhe did not say anything. Lu Xiao calmed down a few points. "Say it, you're hiding it from me now. When the official release the news, you won't be able to hide it." Fij. Suspected fuselage wreckage found. Lu Xiao's head seemed to be knocked from behind, painful and numb. A moment rushed into the ears are blind sound. Who is talking about what she cannot hear? Her feet are soft, almost about to kneel down. When Qingqi had been paying attention to her and was the first to hug her and help her to the chair. "Xiao Xiao, Lu Xiao. Look at me." Lu Xiao just shed silent tears and couldn't listen to anyone's words. When Qingqi had no choice but to take out a tissue to help her wipe her tears. The employee who followed Fei Zhe helped pour a cup of hot water and brought it over. And after when Qingqi thanked her, she looked at Lu Xiao again. The other side still had that look of shutting everyone out. In addition to them, a lot of family members who got the news also arrived at the airport. The airport was in chaos while trying to maintain normal operation, and at the same time trying to pacify the family members. They have been searching in that area, although they have not yet found the lost passengers, but in that situation it is unlikely that they can survive. He said so. He'll be back before the new year. When Qingqi came closer in order to hear what Lu Xiao was saying, her nose turned sour and she almost cried out as well. When Qingqi took her into her arms and patted her gently, "Cry if you want to." Lu Xiao finally cried out, a gasp with a whimper. At first it was just dazed and confused, and soon the pain that tore through her heart chased her, so much so that she had to catch her breath. When Lu Xiao was tired of crying, she lay on Qingqi's shoulder without a single light in her eyes. Rao Qingqi was also very powerless in the face of this situation. She asked softly, "Let's go back first, okay?" Lu Xiao finally reacted to her words as she slowly sat up. "Don't go back." When Qingqi sighed, realizing that she was not going to leave without definite news. So she had to call and have someone buy some hot milk and easy-to-digest things, and even had her own hospital send an ambulance over to wait. In Lu Xiao's current condition, she wouldn't be surprised if she fainted in the next second. The location of the airplane accident was over F country. When Qingqi was contacting the people there before, the official side had to carefully verify before daring to send it out, so instead, the news was a bit faster from her side. She put her cell phone down at the mere sight of the words, "serious," "crash," and "no chance of survival." She really didn't dare to stab Lu Xiao in the heart anymore. "I don't know how long I sat in a stalemate." Fei Zhe's side of the voice suddenly a few degrees louder, and went to the airport side of the repeated confirmation, which rushed back. Fei Zhe seemed to relax all of a sudden. He half squatted and said to Lu Xiao, "I contacted the branch office. Mr. Lu didn't get on this plane at all. He changed his booking to the later flight, and is still on his way." Lu Xiao looked at him dumbfounded, and then turned her head to look at Qingqi. Qingqi hurriedly asked, "What did the airline say then?" Fei Zhe was a bit speechless. "It's a problem with J Airlines. The passport number on their translation list was added at a later stage, and the Yu Lu on the list is not Mr. Lu. Lu Xiao with a sobbing voice a drawl. Are you guys lying to me? Fei Zhe repeatedly assured that it wasn't, then advised. Miss Lu can go back first. Mr. Lu's flight won't arrive until the afternoon. Lu Xiao wiped her tears and shook her head. I'm going to wait here. When Qingqi was also relieved. As long as Lu Yu was fine. You go and get busy. I'll stay with her. She won't be at ease until she sees Lu Yu. It was only then that Lu Xiao felt her throat going up in smoke and took a few sips of the hot water that Wen Qingqi gave her. It's okay. When Qingqi helped her wipe the tear stains from her face. We're not going out. We'll wait here and go eat something first. Okay? I want ice cream. Okay, go eat. Lu Xiao sat down at the familiar ice cream store and ordered the same flavor as last time. Lu Xiao pushed the ice cream a little bit towards Wen Qingqi. It's delicious. Listening to Lu Xiao's still somewhat stagnant voice, Wen Qingqi comforted. He'll be back soon. After eating the ice cream, Wen Qingqi took her to find another noodle store in the airport. Have some soup if you don't want noodles, and replenish the salt after crying for so long. Lu Xiao didn't have much of an appetite, but still obeyed and drank a few mouthfuls of soup. He waited until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the flight Lu Yu took landed. It took almost another half hour of waiting before he came out. Lu Xiao, almost the first time she saw it. She jumped up and hugged Lu Yu tightly, crying in a small voice. Lu Yu already knew the general idea from the flight attendant, but he didn't expect Lu Xiao to cry like this. Lu Yu hugged her and comforted her for a while before looking at Fei Zhe with a sullen face. The branch didn't send you an email? Fei Zhe explained. No, because of the time difference I only contacted that side at noon, and the person in charge said that the person who sent the email was a newcomer who left work without confirming that the email had been sent successfully, resulting in the email never being sent. Lu Yu's face became even more ugly. This matter is left to you. Okay, Mr. Lu, are we going back to the company now or? Lu Yu interrupted him. Go home first. The things to be dealt with uniformly email me. I will look at it at night. The meeting is pushed to tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Lu Yu hugged the person for a few more words of comfort, before half pulling and half hugging the person to the car. When Qingqi was relieved to see this. You stay with her. Her soul is going to cry in the morning. Lu Yu, I'm sorry to trouble you about today. When Qingqi, they are all friends. Where are the words? When Qingqi also tense all day, this will see Lu Yu picked up the person, only then dared to rest assured to go home. Lu Xiao cried all day, her eyes could barely open. Lu Yu reached out and covered her eyes. If you are tired, sleep for a while. Lu Xiao hugged the person and didn't let go. I'm not sleepy. Lu Yu can be heartbroken. Kissed the top of her hair. Softly said, It's okay. When the two returned home, Aunt Chun was shocked to see. What's going on here? Going out in a hurry in the morning and coming back crying like this. Lu Yu pulled the person to sit on the sofa. Just about to get up, his hand was pulled. Lu Xiao clutched his hand tightly and did not let go. Half open a pair of red eyes to look at him. Lu Yu had no choice but to sit down. Aunt Chun, help me get a towel and then an ice pack. Aunt Chun wrapped the ice pack in a towel and handed it over. These eyes can barely open. Lu Yu took the ice pack. Cook her something more digestible. It's just as well that the soup is almost ready. So go ahead and put it on her. Lu Yu helped the person to lie down. Let Lu Xiao's head rest on his lap, and gently pressed an ice towel against her eyes. Lu Xiao closed her eyes a little afraid, struggling to get up. Lu Yu had to pull her with one hand to pacify. I'm in. Only then did Lu Xiao obediently lie down, only holding Lu Yu's hand a little harder. It wasn't until Aunt Chun came over with the soup that Lu Yu let Lu Xiao get up. After such a long time, Lu Xiao's emotions have eased quite a bit, and he himself took the bowl of soup and drank it, and after drinking it, he looked at Lu Yu again and didn't say anything. Lu Yu continued to hold the ice towel to her eyes. Rest for a while. I'm not leaving. Why didn't you get on the plane and call? Lu Xiao hadn't said a few words along the way, and when she did, she spoke with a sobbing voice, and it was only now that Lu Yu realized that her voice was also muffled. How long have you been crying? Lu Yu rummaged through the medicine chest in the living room and took a few tablets of watermelon cream for her to hold, and during the search for medicine, Lu Xiao followed him without moving an inch. It was only when he sat down again that Lu Yu began to recount his experiences in J. I encountered a riot on the way to the airport. The car was hit. But the good thing is that the entourage are all fine. Lu Yu lightly laughed. They are quite polite. Learned that we are Chinese. just robbing and smashing things without the mean to hurt people. Almost as if Lu Yu said a few words, Lu Xiao trembled on, seeing that he could still joke, with an incredulous face. You still laugh? Lu Yu touched her head. As long as it's not life-threatening, none of this matters. We're not the only ones affected, and this kind of thing requires the intervention of the embassy. The process will be very slow. I'll let my entourage and the people from the branch deal with it, and I'll apply to come back first. The computer and cell phone are all damaged to a certain extent and can't be turned on. So I had to ask the branch manager to send an email to Feijia when he got back, informing him of my change of flight. Lu Xiao tugged at the hem of his shirt a bit angrily. You could have borrowed a phone at the airport and called me. Lu Yu stroked the back of her neck soothingly. It was too late in the country for you to be asleep, and I didn't think you'd want to know my flight number. Lu Xiao let go of his hand and a little bereft. Then why are you so anxious to come back? She'd checked both flights, and according to Lu Yu, he'd come back on the fastest flight and hadn't even had time to make up a cell phone. Because the locals told me that the weather forecast was showing a blizzard, flights were stopped for the next 3 days. There would be snow on the roads, and the road to Lin City would be closed. Then come back 3 days late. Lu Yu sighed and rubbed Lu Xiao's cheeks. It's going to be New Year's Eve in 3 days. Lu Xiao's nose soured and she began to cry again. Lu Yu could only wipe her tears while persuading her. Don't cry, little ancestor. Am I not fine? I'm actually kind of thankful for them, or I would have been on that plane already. Lu Xiao then remembered the airplane that had been forgotten by her. So they really… Lu Yu just hugged her and patted her, and Lu Xiao hugged her even harder. Chapter 53 Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. In the end, Lu Xiao was tired of crying and fell asleep in Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu had to carry her upstairs, took off her jacket and tucked her under the covers, washed a towel to wipe her face, and finally lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead, turning around to deal with the rest of the mess. Waiting until 12 o'clock at night, Lu Yu finished most of the things in the study and wanted to go downstairs to see if Lu Xiao slept well, when he heard a burst of panicked footsteps, followed by the study door being opened. There were still tears in Lu Xiao's eyes that hadn't been wiped dry, and her face was scared, and she didn't stop until she saw Lu Yu, standing in a daze. Lu Yu saw her this look startled, and saw her bare feet and no jacket, quickly carried her to the bed, wrapped her in a blanket, and poured her a cup of hot water, watched her drink before asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao shook her head, just dreaming about the daytime, the moment she woke up crying. She even suspected that Lu Yu's return was just a dream she had, and she sat frozen and cried for a long time before she dared to come upstairs to him. This incident had affected Lu Xiao a lot more than they thought it would. He thought that after talking away in the afternoon and sleeping for such a short while, there would be no problem, so looking at Lu Xiao's condition instead, it was worse than during the day. I'm fine, I always am. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded and just kept going into his arms. Lu Yu picked her up. Hungry? You haven't eaten much all day. Lu Xiao shook her head slowly. Lu Yu frowned but took her downstairs to the dining room, placing her in a chair and wrapping the blanket around her a little tighter before going into the kitchen. Auntie Chun had told him earlier that she had kneaded some noodles and fried some toppings and left them in the kitchen, so she could take them out and cook them and eat them. Soon Lu Yu came out with 2 bowls of noodles, beef and mushroom noodles with a little sprinkling of scallions, selling well. Lu Xiao couldn't feel hungry, but still picked up her chopsticks and ate in small bites, and Lu Yu also slowed down her eating speed, seeing her put down her chopsticks before she packed up all her things and led the way back to her room. Letting the man wash up briefly and tucked back under the covers. Sleepy? Re-sleeper? Lu Xiao Mingming's eyes were barely open, still shaking her head. Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Yu stroked her hair. I still have a few things to take care of. Just in the study, I didn't go far. Lu Xiao lifted the covers with a flourish and prepared to get out of bed. I'll go to the study as well. I'll read a book. Lu Yu had no choice but to lead the way to the study. The study was covered with a thick carpet, so Lu Xiao casually took a book and sat next to Lu Yu draped in the blanket. In 10 minutes, however, Lu Yu felt a weight on his legs, and Lu Xiao fell asleep against his legs. Picking the person up and sending him back to the room again, this time Lu Yu did not go back to the study, but lay down on the other half of the bed. He sighed silently as he looked at Lu Xiao's sleeping face, not knowing what to do with this little ancestor. He picked up the book that Lu Xiao was holding in his arms and looked at it twice. It was all in English, it was full of uncommon vocabulary, and it was not unlike hypnosis for Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao woke up once more in the middle of the day, saw him right next to him, and moved closer to quickly fall back asleep. He didn't sleep for the whole night, and when it was light, he touched Lu Xiao's forehead at the neck, and the temperature was normal, which was a relief. Lu Xiao slept this sleep for a long time. When she woke up, the first reaction was to get out of bed to find Lu Yu. But the result was to see the familiar room in front of her, and then froze. Last night's memories only began to return. Dawn. Lu Xiao looked along with the voice. Lu Yu finished his shower, just happened to come out from the bathroom. He walked a little closer. His thumb gently rubbed over Lu Xiao's eyelids. Do your eyes hurt? Lu Xiao blinked. It's a little sour. Go ahead and take a shower. You'll be ready for lunch soon. Lu Yu sent the man back to his room. I'll just wait in the small living room. Huh? Lu Xiao nodded and obediently carried the clothes to the bathroom. Lu Xiao washed very quickly. Her hair dripping with water came out. Lu Yu had to find out the hairdryer, help her dry her hair, which led the way downstairs. Aunt Chun only realized in the morning what happened yesterday, but she was heartbroken and made many of Lu Xiao's favorite dishes, and also whipped cream to make puffs. Seeing Lu Xiao finally came downstairs, said softly, Auntie made a lot of dishes. Xiao, see if there is anything you want to eat. It's okay if you don't want to eat. Auntie also made cream puffs. Lu Xiao smiled. Wanted to eat. Okay. Auntie will serve your food. Actually, Lu Xiao wasn't hungry, or rather her perception was a bit dulled these past 2 days and she couldn't feel hungry, but she still ate half a bowl of rice and drank a bit of soup. Today, Aunt Chun didn't cook her medicinal food, but instead cooked corn rib soup, which removed the oil and fishy and was very refreshing. The family doctor came in the afternoon and gave her a brief examination. It's not a big problem. I'll give her a tube of ointment. A hot towel will do without the medicine. Get some rest. Lu Yu still had a few questions he wanted to ask and got up with the intention of sending the doctor out, only for Lu Xiao to subconsciously grab him. Lu Xiao herself froze, and after a couple of glances with Lu Yu, she let go of her hand. I'll see the doctor off and be back soon. Aha! On the way, Lu Yu briefly described Lu Xiao's situation. She does have post-traumatic stress disorder in this case, which is often referred to as PTSD, and if the symptoms don't subside in the next few days, Mr. Lu needs to take her to see a psychiatrist for psychotherapy. Thanks a lot. That's all I'm supposed to do. After sending the person out the door, Lu Yu called her psychiatrist again and had a counseling session before she adjusted her emotions and returned to her room. Lu Xiao's taut nerves saw the other party come back, which then loosened up. Auntie Chan said the water lilies she planted earlier have blossomed. Should we go and take a look? Good. It's a beautiful sunny day, the colorful flowers in the backyard are blooming nicely, and the water lilies in the small pond, which were all in bud before, have been stretching out for the past 2 days. Lu Xiao squatted down and reached out to touch the petals. So pretty. The stamens under the light were a brilliant and bright yellow, lined with purple petals, making Lu Xiao's mood much lighter. Are you going to the office today, brother? Lu Yu could feel Lu Xiao's hand holding him a few points harder when he asked this. Not going, staying home with you. If you think the flower is pretty, you can paint it. Aha! Lu Yu helped her carry down all the flower stand paints and put them in front of the pool, and he himself sat in the yard and watched her. Lu Xiao was so focused on her painting every time she drew, and with the sun and the warmth of the sun, she gradually relaxed. When Qingqi came in, Lu Xiao's canvas was already taking shape. Is she doing okay? Aunt Chan poured her a glass of water. I can't say. I've been crying since I came back yesterday. Then Xiao Yu took her up, and she didn't come down until noon today. But I think I ate some noodles last night, and I've eaten half a bowl of rice today. The doctor just left and gave some ointment for her eyes. Yesterday she went back to Lu Xiao's appearance is still palpitating. Sent a message to the other party, a message did not return. Contacted Lu Yu. He also just asked Lu Xiao yesterday's day. Did not say much. She was so relieved that she finally came. Lu Yu found Qingqi early in the morning and made sure that Lu Xiao was in a good state before she pushed the door open and came in. How's it going? Lu Yu looked at the scene of Lu Xiao drawing against the light and told Qingqi all about the doctor's diagnosis. Both men were silent. Qingqi looked remorseful. If I had known, I might as well have tricked her into putting away her cell phone. Lu Yu's face didn't look too good either. Lu Xiao was finishing a painting before she realized that Qingqi had come, and she was quite happy to show the half-dried painting to Qingqi. Beautiful. Do you like this one? For you. It's not dry yet. It's quick. Just let it dry. Lu Xiao sat in the courtyard and began to paint the second, but the winter sunshine time is short, painting to a half of the day will be dark. Lu Xiao looked at the completion of half of the paintings, began to collect things. In fact, there are lamps in the courtyard, but so the effect of the painting is not the same. Qingqi helped Aunt Chan in arranging the dishes and took the time to ask Lu Yu, did she sleep well yesterday? Woke up in the middle of the night crying and looking up. then slept in my room. In this situation, she couldn't say anything about Lu Yu. I'll stay with her at night. Aha! Lu Xiao was happy at first to know that when Qingqi was going to stay over, she was the kind of schoolboy mentality that couldn't let anyone go home when her classmates came to play. She waited until it was time to go to bed before she felt a little buoyant and sat on the lazy boy's couch with the milk and drank it very slowly. Qingqi, would you like some milk? When Qingqi hadn't been in the habit of eating before going to bed, but she still answered, and Lu Xiao poured her a cup as well. But as a result, by the time when Qingqi's cup was finished, there was still this much left in her hand. Lu Xiao sat for a moment and put her cup down. I left a book upstairs yesterday. I'll go get it. When Qingqi secretly sighed, not showing it on her face. Go! As a result, after waiting for 10 minutes, she received a message from Lu Yu. Lu Renee. You go to sleep first, I'll watch her. When Qingqi didn't sleep this night either. Lu Yu was not at all surprised to see Lu Xiao come up. Lu Xiao was a little uncomfortable with her hands behind her back. That book of mine yesterday. Lu Yu brought it from the bedside and handed it to her. Lu Xiao glanced at his computer. There's a meeting this late? Well, it's a foreign branch and there's jet lag. Lu Xiao hurriedly took the book. I won't disturb you. I'll just read. After saying that, he sat down in the same position as yesterday and seriously flipped through the book. Lu Yu laughed helplessly at her appearance and rubbed her head. Blanket covered. Oh! In fact, this book Lu Xiao cannot read at all but stay here to make her feel at ease a lot. She slept well yesterday and today she is not sleepy and occasionally looked up at a serious face of Lu Yu meeting but also feel quite interesting. Lu Yu, who had finished the meeting, took off his glasses and rubbed his brow, and turned his head to see Lu Xiao, who was staring at him. He suddenly smiled and knelt down to touch her face. Still not sleepy? Lu Xiao then rubbed against his hand. Not sleepy. Go wash up and come over here and I'll apply the medicine. Good. As soon as Lu Xiao entered the room, she saw an extra quilt on the sofa bed. Lu Yu made her lie down on the bed and rubbed her medicine. Let's watch some TV if you don't want to sleep? Lu Xiao shook her head as she thought about how Lu Yu hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. Lu Yu helped her cover the quilt and touched her forehead. Don't think about anything. Sleep well. Lu Renee turned off the overhead light, leaving her with a bedside nightlight. Lu Xiao watched with a sideways glance as Lu Yu slept on the sofa bed. She didn't want to sleep and lay with her eyes open for a long time before she got out of bed and gently walked to the sofa and crouched down next to it, her forehead pressed against Lu Yu's arm. Lu Yu held back for a while, but still reached out and touched her head. Lu Xiao was startled and looked up at him. Brother, you're still awake. Lu Yu had to pull the person with one hand and hold the quilt to the bed with the other. Seeing this, Lu Xiao immediately tugged her own quilt inward a little, giving Lu Yu a large portion of her position. When the two of them were lying down again, Lu Yu showed her the bracelet on her wrist with a strange stone strung on it. It's loaded with a locator, the same as the little rabbit around your neck, so you'll be able to see where I am from now on. Lu Yu knew that this incident had left her with a legacy of insecurity. With this localization, no matter what happened, Lu Xiao would be the first to know his location whenever she wanted to know. Lu Xiao hugged his arm without speaking. Lu Yu gently patted her back and said, none of this will happen again in the future. After a while, Lu Yu felt a little wetness on his arm. He had to turn around and take Lu Xiao into his arms. Lu Xiao fell asleep when she got tired of crying, and only then did he get up and wipe her face with a towel and reapply the ointment. Chapter 54. Jealousy. When Lu Xiao got up the next morning, her mood eased quite a bit, and Lu Yu planned to take her along to the company. Lu Xiao came downstairs and saw Wen Qingqi and said with a smile, Qingqi, Happy New Year's Eve. Because of what happened with Lu Yu, Wen Qingqi had almost forgotten that it was going to be New Year's Eve. But I didn't prepare a red envelope. Lu Xiao was a bit surprised. I can still take your red packet? Wen Qingqi. After all, you are my wild female goose. Lu Xiao. Wen Qingqi went back after eating, and Lu Yu brought Lu Xiao, who was wrapped up in a ball, to the car. It was the first time Lu Xiao had gone to his company, so when she stood downstairs and looked at the large office building in front of her, her jaw dropped in surprise. Lu Yu helped her pull the scarf back up again, covering half of her face, before leading her by the hand into the building. A year ago, most of the employees have been on vacation. There are still a lot of people left to catch up with the work. They saw Lu Yu greeted one by one. Lu Xiao followed a little closer again, avoiding the line of sight that surveyed her. Lu Yu had a special elevator, and Lu Xiao didn't feel a bit more relaxed until she got into the elevator. Aren't they on vacation yet? Some of the departments that interface with foreign branches need to be on duty. Lu Xiao nodded with a half-understanding and followed Lu Yu out of the elevator. Fei Zhe had long received the news that he was coming, only to see Lu Xiao some surprise. But this surprise only lasted for a second, then came in with a pile of documents. Lu Yu's office is on the 22nd floor, a very open view with a whole floor-to-ceiling windows. The temperature of the central air conditioning was turned up a little high. Lu Xiao felt a little stuffy as soon as she came in. Lu Yu helped her take off her scarf and took off her jacket. He picked up the laptop that was sitting on the table and handed it over. "Play with yourself for a while." Lu Xiao took it and sat on the couch. Lu Yu sat in his seat and called out to his secretary to send in refreshments, which started to deal with the documents. The secretary moves very quickly, less than 10 minutes to come in with a tray. In addition to a cup of coffee is placed on Lu Yu's table, all the other end to put in front of Lu Xiao. "Thank you, sister." The secretary smiled at her. "You're welcome. You can come straight to me when you're done eating. I'll be sitting outside." The couch Lu Xiao was sitting on was a certain distance away from Lu Yu's desk, but she still found out her headphones and turned on a TV series she had been catching up on before. Lu Yu went abroad before, came back and has been staying at home, backlogged a lot of documents, just need his signature on a thick stack. Fei Zhe stood aside and looked at the time. "Mr. Lu, it's time for dinner." Lu Yu frowned at the documents and subconsciously said, "No more food." Fei Zhe coughed twice and pointed in the direction of the couch. Only then did Lu Yu come back to her senses and put down the documents in her hands. "Xiao Xiao, let's go eat." Lu Xiao took off her headphones and looked at the piles of papers on the table. "Not going out in this cold. Let's eat takeout." "Want to eat something? One with soup is fine." "Good." Letting his secretary go and order takeout, Lu Yu plunged back into his work. The secretary ordered chicken in a steamer, along with steamed fish and some side dishes. Lu Yu accompanied Lu Xiao after dinner and spent another 2 hours to finish all the work. "Mr. Lu, I'll email you the check documents by the end of the day today." "Aha." Lu Yu got up and put on his jacket. "Xiao Xiao, let's go." Lu Xiao took off her headphones and turned on to clean up the trash on the table, and returned the laptop. When it was time to leave, Lu Xiao smiled at Fei Zhe and said, "Happy New Year's Eve, Fisuk." Fei Zhe froze for a second and smiled back. "Happy New Year's Eve, Ms. Lu." Turning to Lu Yu again, "Happy New Year's Eve, Mr. Lu." Lu Yu was still expressionless. "I've already sent your bonus adjustment for the next quarter to the personnel department. Hushing is not as good as hitting a huge sum of money." And Fei Zhe was very moved to send the god of fortune down the stairs. Lu Xiao followed behind Lu Yu with small steps. The New Year's Eve put her in a better mood. "Are we going straight home? I gave Auntie Chun and the house help a vacation. We need to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries first." They go to an upscale supermarket near the neighborhood and the stuff is horribly expensive, but it's all good quality and delivered within 2 kilometers. After buying things, the two people walked straight home. Lu Xiao pulled Lu Yu's hand with one hand. The other hand just couldn't help but reach over and rattle the bracelet on his wrist. Lu Yu looked down at it. "I was going to make it into a necklace as well, but it seems a bit strange for me to wear." Lu Xiao touched the bunny on her neck through her shirt. "Bunnies are cute." Lu Yu smiled. "Well, it's cute." The food delivery man arrived around the same time as them, and as soon as Lu Xiao got her stuff, she started to make the noodles, and in the time it took to wake up the noodles, she started to prepare the filling again. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was in the kitchen dealing with other dishes, and by the time the meal was ready it was almost 7 o'clock. With 5 dishes and 1 soup plus 2 plates of dumplings, the two of them also solved a large part of it. In the past, Lu Xiao didn't have the habit of watching the Spring Festival Gala, but this year they weren't going to go out, so she thought about it and turned on the TV. With the cold air tonight, what flowers in the yard need to be moved to the flower room? Lu Xiao ran to the yard with an ah. "It's too much. It won't fit in the flower room. Move it into the house." The flowers in the yard were moved partly to the flower room and partly into the living room. Seeing the living room with red flowers, Lu Xiao couldn't help but bend over in laughter. Lu Yu took a tissue and wiped the dirt rubbed on her face. "Why are you smiling so happily? It just feels like these flowers don't go with the home's decor oh so well." Lu Yu didn't get her laugh. The two people sat on the sofa and watched the Spring Festival Gala all night. Lu Xiao's eyes were almost closed until 0 hour passed and her cell phone started ringing frantically. Only then did she turn her head to look at Lu Yu. "Brother, Happy New Year." "Well, Happy New Year." Lu Xiao was happy because she was the first person to say Happy New Year to Lu Yu. Given Lu Xiao's sleep condition in the previous days, Lu Yu was initially uneasy about her going back to her room to sleep, but Lu Xiao assured him that she would definitely call him first if there was any discomfort. After a good night's sleep, Lu Xiao slept until the sun rose the next day. When she went downstairs, Lu Yu had already prepared all the breakfast. It's already frozen outside. We're going to take advantage of the dawn when the road is still in good condition to go to G City. Stay for one night and come back the next day. G City. Well, go set off fireworks. Lu Xiao then remembered that they seemed to have talked about this topic. She couldn't help but get a little carried away. What's wrong? She smiled. It's fine. Until before she left for G City, Lu Xiao still looked distracted. Lu Yu didn't know what she was thinking that she had a fear of going out. If we don't want to go to G City, we won't go. Go! Lu Xiao suddenly looked at him with a determined face. It's just a trip to Lin City. Why do you look like you've made a major decision? Because only live a night, the two people did not bring much luggage after lunch on the departure. G City is very close to the S City. Lu Yu, even if you drive slow, but also used an hour. Lu Yu booked a hot spring resort hotel at the foot of the mountain. Considering Lu Xiao's recent situation, the booking is a suite. The rooms are very close to each other. So if there is anything wrong, he can be the first to find out. You can take a dip in the hot springs. It's in the room. Their suite came with its own spa, right in the courtyard. Lu Xiao didn't know what came to her mind and didn't dare to look at him. It's too boring to soak in the room. Lu Yu laughed. Are you sure you want to go outside to the public soup kitchen? Lu Xiao looked at him with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he meant. But by the time she got changed and went outside for a quick spin, she understood. It's New Year's Eve and a lot of people come on vacation, and most of the rooms don't have hot springs, so they go to the communal soup kitchens. Even though there were separate male and female soups, Lu Xiao was still turned off by the people in the locker room and the hot spring pool. It brought back memories of her dumplings seen the night before. Doesn't anyone have anywhere to go for New Year's Eve? Why are they all coming to the hot springs? Lu Xiao walked with a wilted face against Lu Yu's arm. Do you still want to go now? Lu Yu laughed and pinched her cheek. We can go to the West Soup Kitchen. What's the difference? Over there is a personalized spa. To put it bluntly, it's a lot of tricks for a fee. Lu Xiao understood. She went over to take a look. There were indeed fewer people, and Lu Yu said he could just pack a whole one so there would be even fewer people. But then she backed off because she wasn't too brave to join Lu Yu in the hot springs right now, which was why she didn't want to do it in her room. Better get something to eat first. Lu Yu didn't know what she was thinking and thought she wasn't interested, so he took her to the hotel lobby. The spa refreshments were both delicately and beautifully done, and Lu Xiao ended up choosing a large set meal directly, and Lu Yu looked at it and added some more entrees. The refreshments were already made and served quickly, and with the green tea, Lu Xiao felt full and drunk by the third one. If you're full, you don't eat, and we can have a late-night snack. Lu Xiao obediently put down her chopsticks and chose to pack her bag. While the waitress was helping to pack the bags, the tea Lu Xiao had been drinking started to kick in, and she had to go find the restroom first. The restroom in the hotel was 7 turns away, and she had to ask several people before she found it, and when she came out she had to walk half a dozen more times before she found the place where they were eating. The footsteps that were about to walk towards Lu Yu suddenly stopped, because she saw a girl with long red hair and a hot body sitting in her original position. Not knowing what she was saying to Lu Yu said nothing with a cold face. Lu Xiao collected that bit of strange emotion in her heart, walked over, sat down close to Lu Yu, and smiled sweetly. I'm back. The red-haired girl's expression became a little embarrassed and she snapped and left. Lu Yu didn't care about this little episode, holding the packing box in one hand and leading Lu Xiao with the other. Tired? Do you want to go back and rest? Lu Xiao nodded sullenly and stayed close to Lu Yu's arm the whole way without speaking. When she went back to her room, Lu Yu then pulled the person in front of her. What's wrong? Angry. Lu Xiao did not answer. It was the one who initiated the posting, and I didn't even talk to her. Lu Xiao lowered her head. I know. We'll go set off fireworks when it gets dark. Huh? Oh. Lu Xiao returned to her room and fished out 2 red threads from her small bag. She looked a little out of her mind at the red thread in her hand, and after a while she managed to put this in her jacket pocket. Chapter 55. Answers. Once 6 o'clock had passed and it was completely dark, Lu Xiao was taken out dressed as a ball. It's not good to move in this much clothing. Lu Xiao was very dissatisfied. I do all the fireworks. The most you can do is hold a fairy wand. What do you need to keep moving? Lu Xiao's protests were ruthlessly suppressed and she ended up wearing as much as she should. The open space where the fireworks were set off was not far from the hotel, and it only took Lu Yu 2 minutes to drive the car. When Lu Xiao saw the trunk full of fireworks, she was shocked. Are you emptying people's fireworks stores? Fireworks of all sizes filled the entire trunk, almost overflowing, and it took a lot of work for two people to move them out one by one. Which one do you want to put first? Lu Xiao's eyes glowed as she pointed at the biggest one. Put this one first. Making Lu Xiao stand at a safe distance, Lu Yu lit the fuse and also quickly ran back to help her cover her ears. The brilliant fireworks quickly rose and bloomed on the night sky of the city, and listening to the explosions in the sky, Lu Xiao could feel the unusual beating of her heart. Putting in the last few, Lu Xiao finally couldn't help herself. Lu Yu looked at her with a face of uncertainty, looking at Lu Xiao, who gasped into a blowfish on the spot. Lu Yu had to pick a smaller one and help her pull the lead out. Run to my side when you're done lighting it. Lu Xiao nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and rubbed his palms together with a puff of breath into his own hands, took the lighter, and crouched down on the ground with gusto. It turned out to be bad luck, just as the wind picked up, and I couldn't light it several times. Lu Yu had to stand on one side to help her block the wind, and then pull the person to run together when it was lit. As a result, he didn't know if he had squatted for too long, but Lu Xiao felt a wave of dizziness, and his entire body stumbled. Lu Yu's eyes and hands quickly embraced the person, when the fireworks also happened to rise. Lu Xiao looked up and saw only Lu Yu's chin, not the fireworks, and the explosion sounded from her heart. When the fireworks were finished and everything was silent, Lu Yu let go of his hand. Do you want to order the fairy wand? But Lu Xiao didn't let go and still hugged him, hiding in his arms. What's wrong? She shook her head and spoke against Lu Yu's neck. Brother. Lu Xiao's breath was warm and hot, making him wince. Remember what you told me the last time we watched the fireworks? Lu Yu froze. Lu Xiao's voice was soft, but very clear in this silent night sky. I seem to be able to give you the answer now. Lu Yu did not speak for half a day. Lu Xiao felt strange, slightly loosened a little to look up at him. Lu Yu's expression was very complicated, with heartache and regret, and there were also some emotions hidden under her eyes that she couldn't understand. Lu Yu reached out and rubbed the back of her neck, saying softly, What I did before was wrong, and I won't push you in the future. Lu Xiao looked at him with wide eyes, and it was because she knew him that she also understood his unfinished business. Lu Xiao squeezed the red thread in her hand, her eyes filled with tears. Big liar. Bad thing. Lu Yu was surprised. How could he not expect Lu Xiao to react this way? Lu Xiao has always resisted him with his forbidden feelings, resisting to the point that she doesn't want to go home, doesn't want to see him, and even finds all kinds of reasons to avoid him. That's what caused the oops of the lost plane. As early as when Lu Xiao hugged him and cried so hard that he couldn't breathe, he regretted that he shouldn't force Lu Xiao to change and accept just because of her dependence on him. Lu Xiao's eyes, which had not long recovered, quickly began to redden and swell. She casually wiped a handful of tears, glanced at Lu Yu and turned to leave. Xiao. Lu Yu took 2 steps forward to try to pull her back, but she was viciously shrugged off her hand. The current Lu Xiao was angry and annoyed. She glared at him with a sobbing voice. Ignore me! Even when he had made a strong confession, Lu Xiao hadn't been as angry as she was today. Lu Xiao walked back with an angry face, and in the end, Lu Yu had to follow her at a distance. Back to the hotel, Lu Xiao on the door of the room as soon as closed and locked, hiding in the quilt crying up, only to feel that Lu Yu is the world's first bad guy. Lu Yu was standing at the door of her room, at a loss for words. He had no idea why Lu Xiao was so angry. The two people stalemate. I do not know how long. Lu Yu's cell phone rang. Originally he wanted to take out and turn off the phone, but saw that it was when Qingqi called, thought about it or patiently picked up. The first thing when Qingqi said was, Where's Xiao? What's wrong? I thought we went to the hot springs, and she was just giddy about going to the fireworks. Why can't she get through on the phone now? Lu Yu sat on the sofa pinching her eyebrows in distress. The sound in the room came out intermittently, and thinking of Lu Xiao's recent emotional instability, there were several times he wanted to break into the room, but he was afraid it would backfire. Are you at home now? Is it convenient to come to G City? I'll have someone pick you up. Lu Xiao didn't want to see him, but he didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone in her room either. When Qingqi knew that if she could make Lu Yu say this, something must have happened. Her tone was a few points colder. What exactly happened? Lu Yu told the evening's passage in a few words, unaware of the shocking waves in Wen Qingqi's heart. It was only after a long time that when Qingqi picked up her cell phone again with a complicated look on her face. You might be thinking about the wrong thing. She rubbed her temples, unable to figure out how she had to do relationship counseling for 2 people on the first day of the year. 2 days before you came back from Jay, I saw that her state was very wrong. She pondered for a long time or told what happened on that day. At that time, I slept in a room with her, and in the middle of the night, she didn't know what kind of dream she had, and cried and got up to go and stay in your room for a while. Why? When Chingchi was very speechless. Don't you understand? You think she's being forced to accept your feelings because she's irritated by the airplane accident. But have you ever thought that maybe her feelings for you had already shifted before that? She has a sensitive and fragile nature. She's slow when it comes to emotions. She may not be able to distinguish between affection and love. And she's sorted herself out through struggle and pain after your relationship was overturned. I wasn't really on board with your relationship from the beginning. But if this is what she wants for herself, I'll be on her side unconditionally. In fact, think about it, Lu Yu, in addition to the wrong identity, every aspect of Lu Xiao is very good, mainly because of Lu Xiao's own favorite. Lu Yu got up and headed out. I know. When Qingqi sighed, tell her nicely. She was already in a bad mood these days. If it doesn't work again, I'll come over again. Lu Yu hung up the phone and walked out into the yard and pushed open the glass door. Sure enough, the glass door to Lu Xiao's room was unlocked. She was probably tired of crying and didn't move much. A tiny ball huddled under the covers. Lu Yu reached out and gently touched the quilt bag. Xiao Xiao. The person under the covers shuddered visibly. Lu Yu tried, and with little resistance he peeled the man out from under the covers. That initial energy had passed, and Lu Xiao now had a wooden face, and everything she looked at felt a little blurry. Lu Yu drew a tissue and wiped her tears clean, and held her in his arms again and tenderly stroked her back. I was wrong. A soft kiss landed on his forehead and Lu Xiao reacted for a few seconds, suddenly looking at him with wide eyes. Another kiss landed on the tip of his nose. Finally Lu Yu paused. His eyes became a little deeper, and kissed the corner of her lips. Is it too late for me to hear that answer? Lu Xiao slumped against his shoulder, her brain spinning, but returned, too late. Lu Yu smothered 2 laughs. Angry? Lu Xiao simply ignored him. She was getting pissed off. Lu Yu hugged for a while to feel that the person in her arms had calmed down, and only then got up and wanted to pour her a glass of water. But Lu Xiao misunderstood. She yanked the man back with force, glaring angrily. I'm all pissed off and you're leaving without coaxing me? In Lu Yu's eyes, this is a small rabbit that is so angry that it puckers up its hind legs and wants to kick people, and there is no intimidation at all when it opens a pair of red eyes and glares at people. Lu Yu helplessly sat back again. I just want to pour you a glass of water? Doesn't your throat hurt? Lu Xiao leaned back again. It doesn't hurt, don't want to drink. Lu Yu had to just pick the person up and walk out of the room and pour her a cup of warm water. Lu Xiao took a sip before realizing that her throat was indeed dry and astringent, so she finished the entire glass of water. Lu Yu poured her another glass, and this time she didn't take it. Lu Yu put down the cup and looked at her. Are you serious? Lu Xiao, who had already lost a large portion of her anger, instantly had her sanity almost burned away again. Lu Yu saw the situation is not right, pressed the person in the arms to touch the head and kiss the face. There's no going back on your word with me. You promised you couldn't change it in this lifetime. Lu Xiao was so angry that she didn't even want to ignore him. Lu Yu's rare tone became a little more serious. Lu Xiao, I'm only giving you one chance. Lu Xiao sat up a little straighter and looked at him. Lu Yu, sizable cutie. Lu Yu heard her call out to herself like this and froze for a few seconds, until it went black before her eyes and her own lips were bitten, and soon the other party stuck out her tongue and licked twice at the teeth marks. Lu Yu pulled off the hands, covering his eyes with a stunned look. Lu Xiao was a little less natural, brushing her face away and cursing in a low voice. Bad thing! Lu Yu pressed her onto the sofa with a hand. The bottom of her eyes were blood red, and he said in a muffled voice in her ear, Xiao Xiao, bear with it. Question mark. A puzzled Lu Xiao was soon kissed and cried. Both men's cell phones rang in turn, though no one cared. Chapter 56, The Red Thread. When Lu Xiao got up, she glared at the sunlight shining in for a long time before getting out of bed and going to wash up. As a result, she sucked in a cold breath when she saw the mirror. Yesterday's Lu Yu let Lu Xiao learn that some people can't be teased. After kissing her until she couldn't catch her breath, she went down to her neck, followed by her collarbone, and the small mole on her chest, which was repeatedly nibbled and ground, until Lu Xiao, who was even more slow to realize something was wrong, cried and pushed the person away. But, it's okay. Lu Yu smiled with an insatiable smile and approached her. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? How could he even ask? The recollection ended. Lu Xiao made a big red face, gritted her teeth and took a towel to wipe the marks on her body. Red and painful to wipe off. But her eyes were not swollen, probably because Lu Yu had rubbed the ointment on her again after she fell asleep. Lu Xiao walked out of the room but did not see Lu Yu. Looked around, which gave him a call. Awake. Where have you been? I didn't clean up the fireworks from yesterday. I'll get someone to come over and clean them up. Give the front desk a call if you're hungry. I ordered breakfast for you. Oh. Only after hanging up the phone did Lu Xiao notice the several missed calls from Wen Qingqi last night. Oh no. She told Wen Qingqi that she had a message to tell her after the fireworks. But because Lu Yu didn't follow the rules, she was out of her mind the whole time and simply forgot about it. She gulped and apprehensively pressed the call, which picked up quickly on the other side. Awake. Qingqi. Lu Xiao immediately apologized. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I didn't mean to ignore you yesterday. There was indeed an unexpected situation. When Qingqi followed her parents to her grandfather's house on the second day of the Lunar New Year, and this time she was avoiding the crowds and walking towards the garden. Just because of this unlucky child's emotional problems, she hadn't slept all night. Last night, Lu, you had already sent me a message back, or else you'd be able to wake up now and see me appear in front of you. Lu Xiao was a bit inexplicably weak, and what she wanted to say suddenly couldn't be said. Your situation I also know. You don't think about some messy things. Trouble, Lu, you will be solved. You just need to be happy. I thought you'd persuade me. Everyone has their own ideas and choices, and all I have to do is support you unconditionally. Lu Xiao was touched. Of course, if you ever think about it and want to break up, I should be more supportive. The touch value instantly dropped by half. Probably knowing that the other party was speechless by herself, when Qingqi also smiled. Xiao Xiao, Happy New Year. I've already prepared the red packet for you, and given that Lu Yu's seniority is now directly being pulled down by you, I've prepared one for him as well. Lu Xiao was very speechless. He was originally in my generation, right? No. I actually always thought he was the one who really raised you like a female goose. Lu Xiao came back after eating breakfast. Lu Yu. Ready to go back? Lu Xiao glanced at the hot springs in the courtyard. Unfortunately, she stayed in a hot spring hotel once without even soaking in a hot spring. Lu Yu followed her line of sight and thought of how she looked out of place several times last night, and suddenly understood. So, you actually don't dare to soak in the hot springs with me? Lu Xiao was shocked and retorted. No. Obviously nothing convincing. Lu Yu laughed. Quickly go and pack up your things. Next time I'll bring you out to soak in the hot springs. Lu Xiao's luggage was not much, wearing a good jacket and scarf, carrying a bag with both hands to the pocket. It resulted in touching 2 strings of red thread. Lu Xiao looked at it for a moment and tucked the red thread back in. On the way, she did not say a word. Lu Yu did not know where he had provoked her again. Obviously in the hotel is still good. Lu Yu gave Aunt Chun a 7-day vacation, but Aunt Chun is a local. There is nothing to do on New Year's Eve, and could not let go of Lu Xiao, who was still sick and came back early. Seeing Lu Xiao come in also gave her a red envelope. Lu Xiao didn't ask for it. Auntie Chun stuffed it into her pocket. It's not much. It's just for a celebration. Auntie just wants you to be in better health and have a peaceful new year. Lu Xiao tried to take the red bag out and ended up hooking the red line out. Just as Lu Yu came in after parking the car, instantly 3 pairs of eyes were staring at the red line on the ground. Lu Xiao grabbed the red thread and turned around and ran up the stairs. Lu Yu looked back and finally understood what Lu Xiao was angry about. The corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. The enlightened Lu Xiao was even more adorable than before. Auntie Chun, what's going on? Did you guys go out and fight again? Lu Yu, it's okay. I'll go up and check on her. Lu Yu walked to Lu Xiao's door and knocked, unheeded, and pressed the doorknob down. He raised an eyebrow, surprisingly unlocked. Walking in like nobody's business, I saw a small bulge in the bed. Why do you go under the covers when you're angry now? A muffled voice came from inside. Leave me alone. I saw it all. Is it meant for me? Not at all. Oh. Lu Yu's tone went up a few notches. Why do I remember you saying it was for me? Lu Xiao showed half her face to look at him. When did I say that? The time you knew I had a sweetheart. Lu Xiao recalled for a long time, and finally remembered that she seemed to have said it. But soon she made a big red face at the words, sweetheart. Lu Yu held out her hand. What for? Put it on me. Lu Xiao scuffed and ducked back in. Lu Yu laughed. Didn't you already plan to give it to me? It's okay if I don't mention it, but when I do, Lu Xiao gets angry. No more deliveries? I'll go downstairs and throw it away later. Lu Yu did not say anything has been sitting like this. Lu Xiao waited for a meeting, has been no movement, and probed out to look. What are you doing? I was trying to figure out how to take the edge off. Would it be better to buy a scrub board and go kneel by the door? Lu Xiao's face changed and changed, suddenly hugging him. No way. What a Thai idea. Lu Yu didn't understand why she was reacting this way at first, until he suddenly remembered the scene when he was kneeling in the snow. Lu Xiao hugged him and cried for a long time that time. Perhaps Lu Xiao's PTSD didn't just result from this airplane accident, but over the years. He'd moved on from all that suffering, and she'd never forgotten. Dawn, it's okay. I was kidding. Lu Xiao leaned against him. Don't make jokes like that in the future. Not anymore. Lu Yu lowered his head and kissed her. Lu Xiao couldn't help but blush, which reminded her that she was still in a tantrum, and now it was a bit difficult to not be on top of it. Lu Yu extended his hand. It's my fault, so don't throw it away. Okay? Lu Xiao went down the ladder and still took out the red thread and put it on him. Lu Yu's hands were white and slender, with well-defined bones, and the red threads lined the skin color with a sense of asceticism. Lu Xiao now realized that she seemed to be a hand controller. She kinda wanted to look down and kiss the hands, but she held back. The thought was too perverted. Lu Yu picked up the other string to help her put it on. He couldn't help but smile and said, when you begged for the red string, you would never have imagined that you would end up wearing it on your own hand. Beautiful. Lu Yu finished with a kiss that landed on the palm of her hand. Lu Xiao subconsciously shrunk her hand, her whole face reddening. Pervert! Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. That makes you perverted? Lu Xiao was so angry that she bit him. Finally, Lu Renee led the person downstairs for dinner with a hand imprinted with teeth marks. Lu Xiao dared not look at him with a big red face, and in the end she wickedly went down on those hands. Aunt Chun was relieved to see the two make up. Xiao Xiao, those flowers, I moved them out into the sun during the day. It's not so cold tonight not to move them in first. I'll build a shed for them. After eating, Lu Xiao helped Aunt Chun to build the shed together, and after building she went upstairs to find Lu Yu. Even on New Year's Day, Lu Yu's work at hand is not at all small. When he saw Lu Xiao come in, he wasn't surprised and just asked, is the shed set up? Aha! I don't know if it's because of the shift in the relationship, but Lu Yu, who is now wearing housecoats and gold-rimmed glasses, gives her a visual impact that is too powerful. Lu Xiao sat beside him. Still so busy on New Year's? Well, there's paperwork to read, some acquisition information and backtracking on foreign partners. Lu Xiao looked at it for a few moments and only felt hypnotized. It was true that people were still different, so she might as well go downstairs and play in the mud. Oh, I'll leave you alone then. Wait. Lu Yu pulled the man down in her arms. Lu Xiao just touched the firm and powerful thighs and bounced up, resulting in her entire body being confined. Let me hug. Lu Yu took off her glasses and lowered her head to rub at the nape of her neck. Lu Xiao couldn't help but tilt her head, trying to avoid the hot breath. What are you doing? Sucking on a cat? When the wet and soft touch came again, Lu Xiao couldn't help but shake. Then her whole face exploded red, trying to push the other away. What are you doing? I said it was just a hug. Lu Yu didn't let go at all. Then kiss again. But that's not the right place to kiss. You have work to do. There's no rush. Shy Lu Xiao's face was flushed and soft. Her voice was sticky, and her pushing movements were more like tickling. Lu Renee kissed more and thought more. Lu Xiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. The whole person froze, violently pushed hard. The whole person almost hit the table, or Lu Yu protected her waist to be spared. You. Lu Xiao stared at him with wide eyes, unable to complete a sentence, turned around and ran away. Lu Yu looked down and got up helplessly. When he came out of the bathroom after his shower, he received a message from Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao. Banning the seer.jpg. Lu Yu rubbed her hair and sent only a voiceover. I know what you mean, I don't have that for now, and I'll pay attention next time. But this need is objective and out of my control. Lu Xiao would have yelled pervert again if she was right across from him. Lu Xiao, who was hiding under the covers, listened to the voice again, and putting aside the content, Lu Yu's voice was actually very good. She's really hopeless. Chapter 57. As the only person besides the parties involved who knew about their romance, when Qingqi extended an invitation to them on the 7th day of the year. The location was about the shooting gallery, and to prevent embarrassing herself she called her boyfriend along. After all, She didn't want to be abused as a dog. Yan Jiwen came over to pick her up early in the morning, and the two of them set off directly to the shooting gallery after eating morning tea, and took advantage of the fact that the people hadn't come yet to open a couple of hands first. When the target teleported over, when Qingqi was still looking at her battle results. It's true that it's been too long since I practiced. What kind of crappy results are these? She waited for half a day but didn't wait for Yan Jiwen to reply, and when she turned her head to look, she only saw the other party frowning and looking out the window. What's wrong? Come here and look. When Qingqi also came over to take a look, it was Lu Yu and Lu Xiao arriving. Lu Xiao got out of the car and waited for Lu Yu to go over and hold her, and then her whole body stuck up. She simply didn't have the eyes to see how worthless Lu Xiao was now. I'll tell you about them later. Aha! When Qingqi is also a headache, Yan Jiwen discerning, when only met Lu Yu a few times, can see that his heart is not pure, and now there is a more what is written on the face of the Lu Xiao, more cannot be hidden. But the biggest problem between them was about Lu Xiao's birth, this kind of private thing, when Qingqi had no right to say it, even if the other party was her boyfriend. Lu Xiao waved her hand vigorously when she saw Qingqi from a distance and tried to run over, only to be pulled back by Lu Yu.
Wen Qingyi.
Lu Xiao looked around as soon as she came in. It's my first time in a shooting gallery. When Qingqi, I did make an appointment with a coach for you, so be careful of the recoil when you shoot later. Lu Xiao's side had just chosen a gun when the coach came in. When Qingqi greeted, Coach Li, the other party just nodded lightly. Lu Xiao looked over. The person coming was nearly 1 meter 9 tall, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, heroic, wearing a camouflage uniform. After looking around, Li Zheng locked onto Lu Xiao and walked straight over. First time touching a gun? The tone was cold with little emotion. Lu Xiao nodded. Tell you about the operating points and the posture. Although Li Zheng looks fierce, but the lecture is concise and clear and easy to understand. Watching the other side of the operation, some Lu Xiao feel like they will, then put on the earmuffs and tend to get on and try. As a result, I felt a strong recoil on the first hit and my hands went numb. Li Zheng frowned at her. You're not in the right posture. He raised his hand just to adjust the other party's posture, when he was gripped hard. Li Zheng turned his head to look at the man who had been standing aside. The other party looked at him with a cold face, but the force used in his hands was not small at all. Trouble, Coach Li. Lu Yu's mouth said words of trouble, but his tone was cold as hell. Lu Yu personally went on, adjusted Lu Xiao's posture, and held her hand for 2 more rounds. Drop your center of gravity, use here against it, and then fire. Don't rely on your wrist all the time. Lu Xiao touched the part where the other person was firing. Got it. She put her earmuffs back on and tried a few more rounds, and except for the first 2 shots, which were crooked, the next few landed on target. She looked at Lu Yu with an excited face. I will. Li Zheng looked at Lu Yu and raised his eyebrows. Old hand ah. Lu Yu's tone was light. I've played before. Li Zheng jumped at the chance. Compare to. Lu Renee had nothing to say. By the time Lu Xiao finished looking at the results and took off her earmuffs, these two had already gone to the side to start the match. Lu Xiao? Question mark. A round of 10 shots was over in but a blink of an eye. Lu Xiao came over. Brother, when else have you come to play this? Lu Yu? A long time ago. Lu Xiao was a bit disgruntled. Then you didn't bring me along. Lu Yu looked at her and gestured with his hand. You were so tall at that time. Did you hit the gun or the gun hit you? The scores came out quickly and both had 98 rings. You're great, brother. Li Zheng scared twice. It's been a long time since you touched a gun, right? And you can still shoot like this. Kid, you can do this level. Lu Xiao was a bit curious. You're not much older. Coach Li, are you? Li Zheng. I'm all retired from the army, and I'm quite a bit older than you guys. Lu Yu cupped Lu Xiao's chin to make her turn her head. Go practice your touch or you'll forget it later. Oh. By the time Lu Xiao finished practicing a round to change magazines, Li Zheng had already disappeared. Where's Coach Li? I'll let him go first. Where else wouldn't you? Waiting to change the magazines, Lu Xiao reacted and looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Then why didn't you teach me yourself in the first place? They are more professional. Lu Yu did think so, but when the other party was about to get their hands on them, he was not calm. It's better to teach yourself. When Qingqi was tired of playing, just in time to come over and look at Lu Xiao's results. Xiao Xiao Kana. Lu Xiao looked up proudly. That's right. Lu Yu watched her fight for a while longer. It's over after this one. Lu Xiao was on a roll. Why? I'm in good hands now. Your hands will hurt tomorrow, so do as you're told. Lu Xiao shook it off and did feel a little sore, so she agreed. When Qingqi recommended a hot pot restaurant not far from the shooting gallery, within walking distance. As a result, just after walking out of the shooting gallery, a cold wind blew, and Lu Xiao only felt that the wind directly poured in through her neck. Lu Yu helped her tie her scarf a little tighter. Or should we still drive? She shook her head, sticking Lu Renee even tighter. I looked at the navigation. It's only a 5 or 6 minute walk. I can tolerate it. When Qingqi felt that, in a way, these two were a perfect match. It wasn't until they entered the hot pot restaurant that Lu Xiao felt alive and wanted to take off her jacket and scarf. Lu Yu helped her take the scarf. Take off your jacket when your hands are warm. Oh! After sitting for 10 minutes, Lu Xiao felt that the temperature of her palms was in line with Lu Yu's and hurriedly took off her jacket. When Qingqi, Xiao, are you going to the restroom? Go! When she pulled Lu Xiao away a bit. When Qingqi then told her about Yan Jiwen. Lu Xiao didn't have much of a reaction. It doesn't matter even if it's publicized. She had little sense of belonging to the Lu family, and she had little idea about her own life, and really it was the transformation of her and Lu Yu's identities that gave the greater impact. When Qingqi added, I'm not a talkative person either. It's mainly because Jiwen he saw it himself, so I thought it would be better to explain your status. After all, as long as they weren't brother and sister, being together didn't seem to matter. Lu Xiao froze for a second. What do you mean you can see it? When Qingqi, it's just that I can see that Lu Yu likes you, and today I can see that you guys aren't quite right. Question mark. No. Is that even visible? He hasn't met my brother a couple times, has he? When Qingqi looked at her helplessly. Yes, but he just saw it. Lu Xiao felt like her CPU was burning dry. He doesn't even know what I am until now, right? When Qingqi nodded her head. And then after only meeting my brother a couple times, he could tell that my brother liked me? When Qingqi continued to nod her head. And then today, after only a quick glance, he sees that I'm with my brother? When Qingqi still nodded her head. Lu Xiao snapped with a numb face. Is he a demon mirror or a fiery eye? It was she who had underestimated Yan Jiwen, and it was true that the person who could catch up with the original heroine could be no ordinary person. Lu Xiao turned to look at her with a worried face. Is he usually really nice to you? Will you be able to see everything you do, leaving you with no privacy? When Qingqi cupped her face and rubbed it helplessly. What is your little brain thinking? When she went back, the bottom of the pot was already open, and Lu Yu helped her fish out a few beef meatballs to dry. Lu Yu handed over the blended ice powder. Lu Xiao took the ice powder in his hand and ate it one bite at a time, and after 2 bites she couldn't help but look up at Yan Jiwen. It doesn't seem to be anything special. When the ice powder was half finished, Lu Xiao's chin was pinched. Lu Yu cupped her chin and turned to herself, her face showing a cold light. Lu Xiao, what are you looking at? Lu Xiao shivered, only feeling that Lu Yu's eye knives could poke herself to death. She glanced at Wen Qingqi and the others, and seeing that the young couple's gaze was not on them, she tugged on Lu Yu's clothes, making him lower his head, and came up to his ear, explaining everything Wen Qingqi had told her. Lu Yu didn't have any special reaction, just rubbed her head. Eat first. Lu Xiao saw that each of them was particularly calm, and began to wonder if it was her own problem. On the way back, Lu Yu told her about the Yan family. Yan Jiwen's youngest aunt was adopted by Elder Yan back in the day, 12 years different from Elder Yan's eldest son, but the two grew up together with a very good relationship. When that eldest son of the early 30s finally could not endure the family's urge to marry, openly, and his sister's love affair, the words of the old master was so angry that on the spot heart attack, soldiering after a period of time, the old master had no choice but to show his cards. This daughter is not adopted, is simply his biological, which now the words of the old lady also gave the angry sick. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded by what she heard. What happened afterward? Old Mrs. Yan wanted to let her eldest son take over the Yan family early and send that youngest daughter away, but it turned out that this eldest son didn't follow the rules, gave up his inheritance, took his sister and ran away to a foreign country, and hasn't come back yet. Lu Xiao was dumbfounded and after digesting for a while asked, Then Yan Jiwen? It's the second child of the Yan family, so he wasn't surprised that Yan Jiwen could see it. Lu Xiao only felt that life was really more exciting than the drama. This was too exciting. It's not really their fault, they didn't want it. It's all about the sins of the previous generation, but letting the next generation pay for them. Lu Xiao thoughtfully added, Sure, as long as they don't have kids. Lu Yu's heart moved slightly, turning his head to look at her. So you can actually accept. Lu Xiao hurriedly interrupted him. Don't even think about it. Others are others. We are us. Lu Yu looked at her for a moment and suddenly smiled. Sure enough, this blackened male lead has all three views crumbling. Chapter 58 Love Brain. After the New Year's winter vacation is close to the end, just the weather did not warm up at all, Lu Xiao completely at home until the beginning of the school year. The schedule had changed for the new semester, but the Monday morning 8 thundered on, and she looked at the schedule and cursed as she turned her head to take another look at the economics and management department schedule. Silence. Endless silence. She suddenly felt that 8 early wasn't unacceptable. It was better than going from 8 early to 8 late. Unsurprisingly, Lu Xiao's start of school syndrome is guilty. The biggest characteristic is dragging and relying on not wanting to go to school. Lu Yu watched her dilly-dallying at home and put down her long-prepared luggage. We'll go to school again in the morning. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up, but soon began to hesitate again. I have my first big class tomorrow morning. Getting up at 6 in the morning and getting up at 7 makes no difference to you. Couldn't get it up anyway. Lu Xiao nodded and accepted the offer very happily. As long as she didn't get to school, she felt like school hadn't started yet and picked up the joystick again. I haven't beaten the level of this game yet. I've been stuck here dying several times. Lu Yu came over and sat down next to her. 10 minutes later, the game passed. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled reluctantly. Isn't the company busy? No information to read? Fisuk does not come to urge you to have a meeting. Lu Yu, old god, fortunately, did not accompany you important. Then Lu Xiao watched the other party, playing through one of the games she was stuck on. She didn't believe in it and tried again herself, still dying miserably. It's a real people pleaser. No more games, no fun. Lu Yu nodded, tossed the handle aside, and hugged Lu Xiao to his lap. What are you doing? A kiss? No. You how? Auntie Chun is still in the kitchen. Out of sight. Lu Xiao gritted her teeth and uttered a few words. Go upstairs. Satisfied, Lu Yu pulled the person up to the 3rd floor, pressed the person to the elevator entrance and kissed her. By the time she was released, Lu Xiao felt her tongue break. Might as well go back to school. The next morning Lu Xiao really couldn't get up. All 5 alarm clocks had gone off and her eyes were only open a slit. Lu Xiao. Lu Yu's cool voice rang in her ears, and it didn't make her break free of her sleepiness. She was still a little stunned when she was pulled out from under the covers and shoved into the restroom by Lu Yu, wiping her face and standing frozen for a moment before she started to wash up. She walked out of the restroom in a jerky manner and ran straight into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Xiao, whose mind was not quite awake yet, only looked up a little sluggishly when she was hugged, and her lips and tongue were occupied in the next second. After 10 seconds of kissing, Lu Xiao came to her senses and started pushing. Lu Yu loosened her grip a bit, but still kept her at a distance from which she could not escape at all. After 5 minutes Lu Xiao was finally released and looked at him with wide eyes. What are you doing early in the morning? Lu Yu smiled and dropped another light kiss on the corner of her mouth. Wake up service. Something was wrong. Lu Yu was really off right now. Who the hell is this relationship brain? When she went downstairs to eat breakfast, Aunt Chen looked at her and hesitantly asked, Xiao Xiao, have you been staying up late again lately? Look at all the fires. The corners of your mouth have broken the skin. Lu Xiao turned her head to look at Lu Yu. He looked bashful. Hurry up and eat. You're going to be late. Who's to blame for being late? Until Lu Xiao took a sip of porridge and couldn't help but stifle a grunt. Lu Yu? What's wrong? Lu Xiao looked at him with a complicated face. On fire. She really didn't have the face to say that she had a broken tongue and that it hurt to drink porridge. Lu Xiao got into the car, is still sleepy, is planning to make up another sleep. Saw Lu Yu let the driver raise the fender. She instantly awake, a face of vigilance at the other side. What do you want to do? The corner of Lu Yu's mouth raised a curve. So nervous. The truth is that he has a lot of previous convictions. Since the two people said open, Lu Yu is like a different person seems to be. Lu Xiao do not want to remember what she went through these 10 days. Why did you let Uncle Li drive today? Lu Yu of course cannot say what is in his heart. These 2 days are a little tired, do not really want to drive. After all, it takes an hour to drive from King Yuan Huashan to the University of F. Occasionally, it takes even longer in the morning and evening rush hours. Lu Xiao couldn't help but relax a few points thinking about this. Then you rest for a while. Lu Yu said yes and leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Lu Xiao thought he was really tired and even turned up the temperature in the car a little more, closing her own eyes to rest. When she was half asleep and opened her eyes, She saw that the car had already driven into the university town. So she tried to wake up, only to find that her whole body was held in Lu Yu's arms, and the other person's breath was right next to her ear, holding her with one hand and interlocking her fingers with the other. Lu Xiao. Don't say it, Lu Yu's hands are really pretty. Awake. Aha. Lu Xiao moved her hand. Loosen up. Lu Yu hugged her and rubbed her again. Not yet. Lu Xiao. The author didn't say her hero was skin-hungry either. The car was parked in a place that was still a distance away from F University. Lu Xiao got off the car and couldn't help but shake. The temperature difference between the inside and outside of the car was a little big. Lu Yu wrapped his own hand around hers to warm it. Why don't you just go to the door? It's so cold. Lu Xiao glanced at the car driving away. You're too flashy for this car. Not much of a difference. Did you forget the post about the orientation earlier? Goldfish-brained Lu Xiao suddenly recalls the bloodshed that was triggered because of that piano and dress. Cam. Then why didn't you say so when you got out of the car? It's nice to walk for a while. The heart of it is punishable. Woke up early in the morning plus the road was not jammed. Lu Xiao even had time to go to the dormitory to put the luggage, and then followed a few roommates together to go to class. The faces of several roommates were more ugly than one another, compared to Lu Xiao, who was considered the one with a rosy face. Surya passed out when she arrived at the classroom, knocking on her desk and falling asleep. Hatsu took a few sips of iced soy milk to clear her head. Lu Xiao was very curious. Drinking iced soy milk in this weather? Refreshing. I don't know if I should say the cafeteria is awesome for selling iced soy milk in this weather, or if I should say the roommate who is drinking it is awesome. Juzing chimed in. It says it's an iced Americano Pinto. After all, the cafeteria doesn't sell coffee. There was a cafe on campus and even hand-ground coffee, but with the way they stepped into class every day, there was no way they could have gotten it in time. If it weren't for the fact that the cafeteria was right on the way from the dorms to the school building, they would have skipped breakfast as well. During the second class, Sulia finally came to her senses and started chatting with her boyfriend on her cell phone, grinning from time to time, stirring up goosebumps in the three people next to her. Surya. I won't eat with you guys for lunch later. He doesn't have classes this afternoon either, so we'll both go out to eat. It's good that you're happy. Sulia's gaze suddenly stopped on Lu Xiao's face and did not move. Lu Xiao was still returning Lu Yu's message, did not notice. Instead, the other two roommates turned their heads to look at her as well. Hatsu was unsure. What's wrong? Sulia sized her up for a few moments and suddenly said in a kind tone, Xiao Xiao. What have you been doing this winter vacation? Lu Xiao recalled. There was a trip to G City, and the rest of the time basically stayed at home. Surya, did that bamboo horse of yours come back? Have you met? Lu Xiao's smile was a little forced. Ask him what he's doing. Surya sked a few times. You're not right. In the end, it was the dismissal bell that saved her, and she hurriedly picked up her bag. My brother asked me to accompany him to dinner, so I'll go first. Surya looked at her falling back and affirmed. There's definitely something going on. Hatsu. Jazing. Agreed. Lu Xiao didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she ran out of the school building and saw no one behind her. The oil painting department has no classes in the afternoon, but the Department of Economics and Management is full of classes all day, and Lu Xiao doesn't want to go out on a cold day. So the two of them directly arranged to meet in the cafeteria. After eating, Lu Xiao wanted to escape back to the dormitory, and was pulled back by Lu Yu pulling his hat. Lu Xiao resisted with displeasure, instead making a bit of a mess of herself. What for? Run for what? Go back to bed. Their dorm rooms are also air-conditioned in the winter, so I'm sure this will be warm enough. Lu Yu frowned, and Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Unsurprisingly, I'll order takeout when I wake up and then practice my brushes in the evening. I still have a line drawing I haven't colored in. Lu Yu had a dark face. Looks like this is what you've been planning for the day. Lu Xiao nodded. Yeah, I don't have classes, so of course I'm hiding in my dorm room in this cold. Lu Yu smiled. Only this smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Lu Xiao didn't perceive anything wrong, and was bent on going back early. After all, it was really cold outside. Back in her dorm room, she took off her coat and got under the covers. She hadn't been in the habit of taking naps during her winter vacation, so she didn't feel like sleeping for a while, so she had to get out of bed again and take out her earlier line drawings. Zhu Ziying happened to come over. Xiao Xiao. Look at this color, do you have more? Lend me one first. I'll buy it back later and return it to you. Lu Xiao flipped it over. Here. When it was time for dinner, Lu Yu sent a message asking her what she wanted to eat. Lu Xiao wasn't very hungry yet and didn't know what to eat. Lu Xiao. I haven't thought about it yet. Lu Renee. Got it. Half an hour later, Lu Yu sent a message. Lu Renee. Downstairs. Lu Xiao was startled. Lu Yu couldn't be thinking of taking her out for dinner. She glanced downstairs, where Lu Yu was standing with a packing box. She trotted down and cringed a little on the way, strangely cold. Lu Xiao. What brings you here? Lu Yu handed over the packing box. Dinner. Lu Xiao took it and looked at it. It was the same hotel she always ate at. I thought they didn't deliver at their house? Lu Yu nodded. He gave it away after I acquired him. What an omnipotent money power. Lu Xiao then reacted and looked at the time. You still have classes in the evening, right? Let's go to the cafeteria to eat? Lu Yu looked at her in her thin pajamas and sighed. Go up. Don't catch a cold. Lu Xiao didn't really understand why Lu Yu would personally make a trip if he had ordered delivery. So I'm going up? Lu Yu nodded. Lu Xiao then jogged back. There was no way. It was too cold outside. Returning to the warmth of her dorm room, Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. My brother ordered me takeout, and it's a pretty big portion. So if you guys haven't ordered yet, you should eat together. The three men finished their takeout and went about their business again. Surya came back at night by stepping on the timing of the doorbell, and as she came in, a cold wind blew through the room, making the few people in the room feel the chilly wind outside. We're all out of the shower, you have the restroom. Su Lia put down the things in her hand and took off her jacket, and when she raised her eyes, she suddenly paused and walked over in big steps to grab Lu Xiao's hand. Lu Xiao's entire body shivered. Your hands are really cold. Go take a shower first. I'm freezing to death by you. Surya laughed twice. I told you there was something going on with you. When the other two people also looked over, Lu Xiao then noticed that she had exposed a section of her wrist due to her drawing, and the red lines on her wrist were clearly visible. It's just a regular little hand rope. Surya didn't believe her. I remember you had nothing on your hands before vacation. Zhu Ziying sized it up for a few moments. It's kind of like the kind of marriage threads I saw for sale at the temple during the New Year. Hatsu was also a bit surprised. That bamboo horse? It's confirmed so soon. Surya. I said how you looked like a thief in the morning, and sure enough. The words are all yours. What am I supposed to say? Surya. Well, when will you bring it out to meet? She can't say that she's living in the school dormitory right now, you guys. He's out of the country. Not just back. Out again. Surya wasn't very agreeable. Then you're in a transnational relationship. It's troublesome. Lu Xiao smiled reluctantly. It's okay. After all, it was only across a few dormitory buildings, and she had just been served dinner. Chapter 59, Digging a Pit. With this incident, Lu Xiao also reacted that the hand rope was a dangerous item. It wasn't a big problem if she wore it or Lu Yu wore it. The main thing was that they wore it together. In the winter it's fine, with all the clothes she wears. She basically shrinks down to her fingertips. But when the weather gets hot, this can't be hidden. Granted, no one would think much of them with their current status, but they couldn't wave around like that. Lu Xiao specially chose the time when she didn't have any classes in the afternoon, and went to wait downstairs of Lu Yu's teaching building, thinking about how she could persuade the other party to take off the hand rope. As a result, unexpectedly, the first acquaintance she met was again Bo Yushan. Bo Yushan looked at her wrapped into a ball with some amusement. So cold. Lu Xiao froze. The other side of this tone a little spoiled. What is the matter? It should be an illusion. It is a bit. Bo Yushan suddenly remembers the scene of the other party, not even bothering to go out of the classroom door in winter, and the corner of his mouth rises as he asks, waiting for when Qingqi? She didn't come to class. It seems like she went to the student union. Waiting for my brother. Bo Yushan's tone lightened a bit. Lu Yu was pestered by a girl from the next class. Lu Xiao nodded. Thanks for telling me. Speak of the devil. The next second Lu Yu appeared in the doorway, followed by a girl with some reddened eyes. Dawn. When Lu Yu saw Bo Yushan, his face turned a few points colder and pulled the person to hide behind himself. Bo Yushan ignored him and left after saying hello to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao felt the saber-rattling atmosphere of these two people and only felt strange. How did they match up? There's no crossover at all. Lu Xiao asked tentatively, Brother, you have business rivalry with the Bo family? Lu Yu pulled her towards the parking lot. No, that's odd, not for money or love, so it's just a natural way of looking at each other. The destiny of the male lead and the female lead. Lu Yu did not want to talk about the matter of Bo Yushan. Digressing from the topic, said, How to shed out today? Want to go where to eat? But whenever there were no classes, Lu Xiao didn't really want to go out. Lu Xiao looked around. Not many people. Took the initiative to hold over his hand. All right, let's get in the car first. It's cold outside. Lu Yu looked at her with a raised eyebrow, wondering what she had done here. Finally, the two went to a regular Cantonese restaurant. The air conditioning in the private room hit the full. Lu Xiao took off his jacket only to feel his palms are sweating. But it should not be all about the air conditioning. When the dishes were all served and the waiter closed the door, Lu Yu sipped his tea. Say, what do you want? Ha! Such a cold day, initiative to wait for me after class. Usually pull a hand to avoid suspicion. Today and pull and hug so self-conscious. Lu Yu paused for a few seconds to look at her. Want to do what? Lu Xiao's heart thumped, not thinking that this little thought of hers was seen through. After a while, she dawdled a little and sat down next to Lu Yu. It's not a big deal. I was in the dormitory yesterday. The red thread on my hand was seen by my roommates. They recognized it as a marriage thread that was sought in the temple. In case at any time the one on your hand is also seen or posted on the forum. Lu Xiao couldn't say any more. She felt that Lu Yu's knife was going to poke her to death. Lu Yu sneered. Are you trying to take it back? No, no, no. Lu Xiao shook her head frantically. Just taking it off for now. She flung herself into the person's arms, visibly feeling a little less cold from the other woman. Even though everyone probably won't think much of it, it's a pain in the ass to explain, and it's not like you're slapping yourself in the face if it goes public one day later. Lu Xiao hadn't thought about her future before. Because of her experiences from childhood, she always had little desire for the word family. But if you're with Lu Yu, it doesn't seem like you need to change, it's just fine right now. The only problem is that the relationship between the two is not very public. She staggered slightly to look at Lu Yu's expression, thought about it, and took the initiative to kiss him. It's called risk avoidance, solving the problem from the root. Lu Yu had a cold face but didn't avoid her. Lu Xiao came forward again and kissed twice. Lu Yu did not take the initiative. She would only simply paste. Lu Yu patted her waist, still with a cold face. Don't hook me, eat first. If she hadn't seen that fleeting smile, she would have really believed it. Lu Xiao looked at him several times. He was expressionless, and did not say whether he agreed or not, just dragged it out like this. She took a sip of tea to calm down for a few moments, feeling sure that she was going to be forced to sign a bullying agreement. When Lu Yu came back from a phone call and the meal had been eaten, he then opened his mouth. I can take off the red thread on one condition. What? You're moving out with me. Lu Xiao opened her mouth, but still couldn't agree. It's so far to go back and forth every day, and we don't have uniform class times, and it's really cold in the morning too. Lu Yu glanced at her. I didn't say I wanted to go back to Jingyuan Huashan. Question mark. There are quite a few neighborhoods near the U of F that are in pretty good condition, all within a kilometer in a straight line. Lu Xiao was very speechless. Lu Yu had said something similar before, but at that time it was because he couldn't see the conditions of the dormitory. Why do you always want me to move out? As soon as this topic was brought up, Lu Yu's face darkened. Think about how many times we've met since the beginning of the school year? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Basically, I can see you every day. Lu Yu sneered. Really? Lu Xiao thought back to every abnormality of Lu Yu since the beginning of the school year and finally came back to her senses. But I used to be pretty much the same. Lu Yu sneered. Can it be the same as before and now? Lu Xiao was a bit vain. Other people's young couples still can't see each other every day. Lu Yu. That people's small couples, as long as they meet to give kiss to hug, you give? They can't avoid suspicion in public with this awkward status. Lu Xiao looked at the sky and didn't dare to look at him, murmuring in a low voice. You didn't kiss and hug less at home. The little cut on her tongue hasn't healed until now. So full to center. I'll tighten up on the outside, and you'll move out with me. Lu Xiao thought about it. It's not impossible, it's just that we have to find a suitable house. And then we also have to decorate and buy furniture. The time is definitely longer, or we can wait. It is the same to say next semester. Lu Xiao's words hadn't finished before Lu Yu picked up. So you're agreeing? Aha! You don't have class tomorrow afternoon, so we'll go look at houses after dinner. Available. Tomorrow afternoon. Aha! Lu Xiao spoke with some difficulty. So suddenly, the agent's side shouldn't have found a suitable listing so quickly. Phasia has already communicated and found 3 suitable houses, all of which are finely decorated. So we can go over to see them tomorrow afternoon. Lu Xiao couldn't laugh anymore. The call just now? Fergie called. Lu Xiao sat in the car are still a bit of a trance. The seatbelt is Lu Yu to help her fasten. When the journey was half over, she said quietly, "You've been thinking about this for a long time." She raised the request just before dinner at night, and when she finished eating, Lu Yu's side even prepared the house. It seems that it was premeditated to dig a good pit and wait for her to jump. Well, that's the plan for New Year's Eve. And if there wasn't this red herring, there are always other ways to get you to say yes. The next day before Lu Xiao even got out of class, he saw Lu Yu waiting outside the window, the other side of the expressionless standing on the side, just like a scenic line. Many people passing by the footsteps slowed down, but Lu Yu did not pay attention to these. He just looked at the time and then looked at the classroom where Lu Xiao was. She scowled for a moment, and from the subtle movements, it was easy to see that the other woman was in a very good mood. Now Lu Renee is really scary in a way. When the class was over, the other man took her out to dinner in no hurry and rushed back to the neighborhood near the F University. Lu Xiao let the other person hold herself. "I seem to remember you guys have classes in the afternoon." Lu Xiao's own class schedule will have to take a look from time to time, for the Department of Economics and Management class schedule has memorized. After all, their classes are too much as long as you remember when not on the line. Warped. So well justified. The agent in charge was waiting for them directly in front of the neighborhood. The other person was dressed in a professional outfit and his hair was meticulously groomed. "Mr. Qin, is it? How are you? Just call me Xiao Zhang. All the details Fisuk has already communicated with me. The keys are on my side. We can go directly over to see the house." "What is the name of this young lady?" "Lu Yu." "Lu. Okay, Mr. Qin. Miss Lu, this way please." Lu Xiao pulled him to stagger a few steps away from the intermediary and asked in a low voice, "How did he call you Mr. Qin? Does anyone have a rule that you have to use your real name to look at houses?" Lu Xiao froze. "That's not true. But when the time comes, it will be written on the top of the real estate license. This house is listed in your name." With the footsteps, she got one more house under her name, and now she's really a rich little woman. "Where's Fisuk? Why didn't he come along?" "He's gone to take care of the branch, and when he gets up to speed, I'm going to put him in charge of the H-City branch. Then won't there be few chances to see Fisuk in the future?" Lu Yu frowned and cupped her face. "What are you seeing him for?" "Nothing more. Just that Fisuk is kinda good. Good use." Fisuk sneezed several times in a row at the branch. "Who's thinking about me again?" The secretary came in holding a pile of documents. "Fisuk, these are the documents to be processed today, as well as this new plan. The previous one let General Manager Lu return it. General Manager Lu said that the plan after that will be shown to you directly, and that it should be started within 3 days. Why do you live such a miserable life when you are obviously about to turn serf to master?" Feige faced to maintain a meticulous. The heart has been cursing the evil capitalists, until the bank card balance opened to look at a glance. The fire immediately subsided half, and then looked at their own paychecks. The other half also subsided. He first opened the God of Fortune screensaver and worshipped, and then worshipped towards the picture of the Moon Lord. "Make sure you bless those two and make up. I don't want to get to H-City and run to S-City both ways every day." The agent over here took 2 people to look at 3 houses, 2 of which were in a small neighborhood, but with different house types and different decorating styles. All in accordance with the requirements of Fisuk, sitting in the north and facing the south of good light, reasonable house type, and has not lived in, the decoration of the atmosphere of the 100. Lu Xiao has no requirements for the house, only that it is almost enough to live in. "Lu Xiao, how about this set?" The agent smiled politely. "At the risk of sounding presumptuous, are you two planning to use it as a bridal home?" Lu Xiao's eyes widened halfway through the sentence. Lu Yu calmly returned, "There is no such intention for the time being." "Lu Xiao? Question mark. The agent added, "This set is a little smaller in square footage, so it's enough if there are only 2 people living in it, but if you're going to prepare a nursery in the future, there might not be enough space." Seeing that Lu Yu was actually seriously thinking about this issue, Lu Xiao people were numb. She pulled the man aside and gritted her teeth. "What are you all talking about?" Lu Yu looked innocent. "I didn't say that." Lu Xiao made a big red face. "Didn't you say you would restrain yourself outside?" Lu Yu, "Yeah, I didn't kiss you or hug you." Why on earth did the originally dominant, cool, blackened, sickly petite male lead become like this? Is there anyone in charge? In the end, Lu Yu made the decision to choose the second set, 180 square feet of large flat, but also with a small semi-open air garden. Lu Xiao was fine with that. It took no more than an hour from viewing the house to deciding, and we were taken straight to signing the contract for the closing in the afternoon. It was still dark, and Lu Yu was already taking her to choose furniture. It may take time for some furniture to be shipped in from abroad, and it will be moved in half a month at the latest. Lu Xiao's desire to make it through to the next semester was dashed. Then the school dormitory side. I've been greeted by the school and had the application form filled out and submitted. Chapter 60, Wife Ben. As a result, the next day Lu Xiao was silent as she looked at the post that had exploded on the campus forum. Lu Yu promised her the same day to take off the red line, but she never expected. This group of people do not know where to hear the news that Lu Yu off the list. The whole post below the whale everywhere. There are people who want to pickpocket his girlfriend information. The undisclosable girlfriend herself? Lu Xiao anonymously posted a question and someone quickly replied below. The answer to the upstairs is yesterday our accounting department of the second class of the girl is not always chasing him well. Yesterday after class she waited in the door of the classroom of others to send warm. The results of people not only did not pick up, but also directly said that they have a girlfriend. The person girl cried back to the, I've always felt that the Lu family's brother is too cold and arrogant. What kind of person could go out with him? I'm more interested in knowing how the other side chased after them. Several girls in our class have chased after them. They are really greasy and defensive. The words don't even say more than one word to you. For more than half a year now, I've only seen one sister by Lu Yu's side, and that's his own sister. Sister control is solid. The last time I saw him smiling so sweetly at his sister, I was floating from watching.
图片图片图片，上次摄影系采风，刚好拍到的。
Thank you upstairs, hold it. Licking figure. Orthopedics really smells. Come on, he's got a girlfriend, and you guys are still messing around with YYY. No one will believe it, right? It's not like kowtowing to CP conflicts with reality. Sisters are for life. Girlfriends may split up in a few days. Orthopedic sago. Only I want to ask if the sister is still single since the brother is hopeless? Don't be too stuck on gender. Lu Xiao. Why is it crooked on her? Why did Lu Yu explode like that? Lu Xiao was too raw to laugh. What made her feel a headache was still in the back. Because the unknowing Pei Shouqi shared this post with her after a short interval. Pei Shouqi. I go, your family big devil made a girlfriend. Really fake. Why I so do not believe it is someone rumor? Is it true that this post will be gone later? Lu Xiao. Why do you read our school forum every day? So idle? Pei Shouqi. I don't read it every day. Occasionally I see your name before I click in. Other people I don't know, why do I read him? Pei Shouqi. Have you seen it? What kind of person? I am really curious. It is like Buddha cut meat to feed the eagle. Lu Xiao. Screenshot taken. This will be forwarded to my brother. Withdrawn. 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 Pei Shouqi. I'm leaving, the company is busy. Drift bottle contact. In fact, Lu Xiao had thought before that their relationship couldn't be publicized. But for a few familiar friends, maybe they could talk about it. She does not have many friends, full count on so few, a few roommates in school contact with too many people. It is not guaranteed to say leakage or first hide. When Qingqi has long known Zhuang Nianwei people in the city of have to wait until the summer vacation to say it only leaves this own bump up Pei Shouqi. Lu Xiao. When are you free? I'll bring you out to meet my future sister-in-law. Pei Shouqi. So it's true? It's really iron tree blossoms. Lu Yu, this is down to earth. Pei Shouqi. You don't want to set up some trap to lure me over? For the sake of my personal safety considerations, we'd better talk through the net. Lu Xiao. Why are you becoming abrasive now? Pei Shouqi. In these years under your brother's hand, I finally realized that living is the most important thing. Lu Xiao. Coordinates Friday night. No time, we change time. Pei Shouqi. I'm free. I'll be on time. Lu Xiao booked a Western restaurant that she frequented, and the chef there knew her well enough to reserve a place for her early. Lu Xiao came over 10 minutes earlier than Pei Shouqi, and as she watched the other person stroll in, looking like a social elite, she had to admit that the other person still looked reliable when he didn't speak. But when you sit down and open your mouth, you are immediately exposed. Come on. Come on. Come on. Who is it? Do you have a picture? Do I recognize it? Which family's daughter? How did the two meet? Lu Xiao made a gesture for someone to start serving. Eat first. Who wants to eat? If you don't eat it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it when you find out. Question mark. Pei Shouqi went through the candidates in his mind. So it seems like it should be someone I recognize. One by one the meals came up, one by one they were removed, and the chef even came out to say hello to them, in French interspersed with English, occasionally popping out a few words of Chinese. After waiting for the people to leave, Pei Xiuqi said, "Can we talk now?" Lu Xiao wiped her mouth and started with the DNA test. Pei Xiuqi froze for a few seconds and said, "Your circle is so messy. Lu Kongyun a whole bunch of illegitimate children, and as a result, the only legitimate child is not even biological. Of course now there's another one that's still breastfeeding. What about your real dad? How do I know? You didn't bother to ask?" Lu Xiao was in a bit of a trance. Jin Yunxin had said so firmly in the beginning that she should not come back, and it was true that the two of them had not seen each other again since then. "It doesn't matter to me, and I'm cut off from Ken's family." In the original, Lu Xiao life is only to promote the plot, so that Jin Yunxin mother and daughter towards extinction. As for Lu Xiao, who is the real father, no one cares. Pei Xiuqi didn't have much of a reaction. Although he was abroad at the time, he still knew more or less what was happening in the country. "It really doesn't matter." Pei Xiuqi glanced at her. "By the way, I have enough points saved up. Why don't we trade that brown bear today?" Lu Xiao laughed. "Are you trying to comfort me? You're thinking too much. This matter has no effect on me." Lu Xiao's smile lurched and she sighed. "Still a bit? Question mark. Because it's just a layup." Pei Xiuqi's heart skipped a beat. "There's something more frightening than this? It might be a little scary for you. The object of my brother's legend is me. Question mark. Oh? Are you serious? You could have shouted louder and been heard 10 meters away." "No." Pei Xiuqi scratched his clean-cut hairstyle into a chicken feather. "When was this? What's your situation?" "A few months ago, I was in a similar state to you, and it was really New Year's Eve this year that I got together." Pei Xiuqi was silent. After a while, "Give me some wine. You drove here." "It doesn't matter. I can call a valet." Lu Xiao called the waiter. She didn't know much about red wine, so she looked and ordered 2 bottles at random. After a while, the chef came in, gabbled for half a day. Lu Xiao also explained to him for half a day, assuring him that he does not drink. It is for Pei Xiuqi to drink, do not need to tell Lu Yu. Pei Xiuqi got the wine and slammed half a bottle. "You're treating red wine like root beer. That's not how money burns." "Got any root beer?" "I should have known that 2 people might as well go to a barbecue." Seeing that the bottle was bottoming out, Lu Xiao was a bit worried. "Don't get drunk. I still have to find someone to send you back later." "No, I've practiced my drinking long ago in my years abroad." A bottle goes down. Pei Xiuqi calmed down a bit. "I said it. When Lu Yu how to look at me anywhere and everywhere is not good. You're overthinking it, that's how old we were then. Haven't you noticed how controlling and possessive he's always been of you?" "It is a bit." "When did he find out about your life?" "Just a couple months ago." "Then it can't be that he had such thoughts about you only after he knew about your life with his heart. He must have endured it to the point where there was no way to endure it before he said it." Pei Xiuqi sighed as he looked at her, picking up a glass of red wine and savoring it for a moment. "That's also true, where you can't play with him. No wonder the action was so big and called me back. So it's time to save up my wife's capital." Chapter 61. There are ulterior motives. Lu Yu said at most half a month. Then it will not be a day late. When Lu Xiao pushed the suitcase into the new house, the whole house was brand new. The white walls of the living room still held the paintings they had taken from the exhibition earlier. Lu Yu followed her line of sight and saw the painting on the wall. "It's been kept in the collection room. I let someone hang it up." Lu Xiao didn't have much of an opinion and walked to her room to start packing her things in her suitcase. Lu Yu's things have long since been moved over, and what he is now carrying in his hand is also Lu Xiao's luggage. Looking at the figure of Lu Yu helping her hang up her clothes, for a moment Lu Xiao recalled the previous scene. "For a long time you were repulsed to come into my room and wouldn't come over to help me pack." Lu Yu's movements under his hands lurched, helplessly turning his head to look at her. "I thought you were so slow that you wouldn't notice anything." Lu Xiao's expression was a little less natural. "I didn't." When Qingqi had also said that she was slow in this area, and she began to reflect on whether it was her problem or not. Lu Yu gently embraced the person into his arms and kissed the top of her hair. "Sometimes it's not that you don't want to, but you can't." Lu Xiao hugged his waist, only to feel her heart sour. "Just like that?" Lu Yu laughed lightly. "Well, so then how come?" "It's instinctive and unavoidable." Lu Xiao raised her head slightly to look at him. "Lu Yu, how long have you really liked me?" Lu Yu's expression was bland. "I don't dare to say it. I'm afraid you'll call me a pervert again." Lu Xiao opened her mouth halfway. The next morning Lu Xiao was woken up by Lu Yu. She still had class at 8 o'clock in the morning and could only struggle to get up. Breakfast was sandwiches and hot beef made by Luyu. She took a sip of milk first. I don't think you have classes in the morning, do you? Well, I'll go to the office later, and you'll have lunch with your roommate. Oh, got it. When Lu Xiao stepped into the classroom with the bell ringing, she saw her 3 half-dead roommates. Good morning. Su Lia had long since collapsed on the table. Hatsu ate her bun with a numb face, and only Zhu Ziying even greeted her. Good morning. Zhuzing pointed to her 2 roommates. Stayed up most of the night. Catch up on the show? Zhu Ziying shook her head. Yesterday, I swiped a color-mixing video about greenish-blue. These 2 people didn't believe in evil. They had to see who mixed it out closer to the color in the video, and only later did I see the comments saying that the people had added pearl powder to it. It was only when the first big class ended that Surya came to her senses. Morning, Xiao Xiao. Morning. Surya picked up the book. Go, 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 change places. What Lu Xiao admired most was that she slept through every class and came to her senses at the end of the class and knew that she had to change classrooms. The classroom for the second period was at the other end of the school, and the 20 minutes between classes was only enough time for a few people to catch up, and they waited until they were downstairs through and breathed a sigh of relief. Surya cursed, which retard scheduled the schedule and classrooms. After the class, Lu Xiao followed a few roommates to eat in the cafeteria, eat and then back to the dormitory together, although Lu Yu helped her submit an application for foreign residence, but did not help her to do the procedures for withdrawal, so as long as Lu Xiao is willing to, dormitory she can still live. Surya, where do you live now? Lu Xiao, just the neighborhood over on North Street. Surya, that's really quite close, and if I get shut out by my hostess aunt at night, I can still go to your house and borrow a room. Lu Xiao smiled. Feel free to come. Zhu Ziying, it's not good for us to bother. Is your brother living there too? Lu Xiao nodded. That's okay. You guys can stay in my room if you want to come. I have a big bed. By the way, Surya said as she pulled out a cardboard box from the back of the cupboard and rummaged through it to find another pot. For hot pot or not? Lu Xiao glanced back. How much did you hide back there? Not much, and an induction cooker. Zhuzing opened the small fridge. We even went grocery shopping yesterday. Hatsu opened the cabinet. And the fondue seasoning. Lu Xiao gave a thumbs up. Count yourselves in. After sending a message to Lu Yu from Lu Xiao's side, she prepared the ingredients with her roommate, planning to eat hot pot in the evening. It won't be discovered by the hostile aunt, right? Surya. No, we just learned from the dormitory next door. Except that when we eat, we have to open the window a little bit to dissipate the smell. Surya took out the picnic mat and laid it down. One person was issued a small cushion, and 4 people sat down in 4 directions. Considering the school circuits were so old, a few people even turned off the refrigerator and left the air conditioner on. So they gathered around a small induction cooker and waited for the food inside to cook. Lu Xiao looked around. Several people with a bowl and chopsticks in their hands. Looking at the pot with the same expression of bated breath, she suddenly smiled. It's really quite fun. It's so exciting to hide fondue for dinner in your dorm room. It gets dark fast in winter, and after a few people finish eating hot pot, the sky is so dark that there is not a single light, and when Lu Xiao helps to clean up the things, she happens to receive a message from Lu Yu. My brother's picking me up, so I'll head back. Su Lia, who was washing dishes, suddenly probed. No way. So little way your brother has to come to pick up. Dead sister control is really hopeless. Zhu Ziying tied the food waste in a dead knot and put on another garbage bag to seal it. Maybe it's to prevent Lu Xiao from getting lost. It's not good to find someone at night. Hatsu stood on the balcony and glanced out. People are already downstairs. Su Lia stopped Lu Xiao after washing the dishes and wiping her hands clean. Let me ask you, if your brother and your boyfriend fall into the water at the same time, who do you save first? What a strange question. Not surprisingly, very routine question. Lu Xiao was lifeless. They can both swim. It's not certain who will save who. Surya sked and shook her head. You're missing the point of this one. She couldn't say that they were the same person. By the way, when is your boyfriend coming back so we can meet? Lu Xiaoqi jammed. It's not back yet. What about the pictures? I'll ask the man himself for his opinion. Surya looked at her with a searching face. There's something wrong with you for hiding someone so deeply. Lu Xiao was about to lose the ability to maintain her calm expression and hurriedly pushed the person away. I'm leaving first. It's weirdly cold. My brother has been waiting downstairs for a long time. All right then. Be careful on the road. Got it. Lu Xiao went downstairs and saw Lu Yu jogging over. You came early. Lu Yu made a gesture to hold her hand. The temperature drops at night. Come to pick you up early. Save you from refusing to go again. Lu Xiao was startled, and her hands flinched, putting both of them behind her back. What? Lu Xiao looked around. Be careful in public. Lu Yu glanced toward the dormitory building. What did those roommates of yours say? Lu Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. Did you bug our dormitory? Lu Yu helped the person put his hat on and straightened his scarf, before he swept the person outside. Your little brain is too good to understand. You don't need a wire. Lu Xiao looked at him disgruntled. You're just calling me stupid. Lu Yu was non-committal. It was only when she waited until she entered the elevator that Lu Xiao was willing to let Lu Yu hold her hand. In the future, at school, we have to pay attention to our influence. No one used to say anything when you went headless into my arms. You've got it in your own mind. Still in the school, Lu Yu remote on the air conditioning are turned on. This will come in the whole person is warm. Lu Xiao had just taken off her scarf and taken off her jacket when she was held down in the couch and kissed. Wait a minute. Ah! Lu Yu pressed against her lips to grind and nibble, and Lu Xiao clenched her teeth and didn't let go. Lu Yu slightly raised his head to look at her, his eyes dark and his voice low. Xiao Xiao, open your mouth. Lu Xiao was on the verge of being bullied into tears. Lu Yu, you really are? Before the words were finished, Lu Yu kissed again. When Lu Yu finally let go of the person, the corners of Lu Xiao's eyes were red, and her entire body was paralyzed on the sofa without strength. Peach flavor. Lu Xiao's head spun, and she looked at him dumbfounded. What? Lu Yu lowered his head and kissed her again. Here. It's mouthwash. It was her usual brand, the one she kept in her dorm room at home. Lu Yu reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. Crying like that? Lu Xiao glared at him with a pair of watery eyes. Not at all. What are you going to do when you're like this? Lu Xiao hurriedly covered his mouth. No driving. Lu Yu laughed, laughing so hard that his entire body trembled, and Lu Xiao pushed him somewhat helplessly. You get up. Lu Yu withdrew his smile and his eyes changed. Kiss again! Exclamation point. Lu Xiao didn't really cry out until she felt a bit of wetness and pain at her neck. There'll be marks. Clothes cover it. No way. Lu Yu. Lu Yu's low voice carried compulsion. Then I'll kiss a little below. Exclamation point. If Lu Xiao didn't have no strength left, she would have bitten back. Lu Yu kissed enough before taking the person into his arms with an insatiable face. Lu Xiao reached out and whacked him twice. You didn't have any good intentions at all in asking me to move out. Lu Yu pulled her hand down to interlock her fingers. Think again. Why I wanted you to move out in the first place. Then people give kisses and hugs to young couples whenever they meet. Do you? You don't get a lot of kisses and hugs at home. So fold a center. I'll tighten up outside. You move out with me. Lu Xiao was now so remorseful that she wanted to hit the wall. You kissed me so hard I still have a small cut on my tongue from last time. Lu Yu cupped her chin. Let's see. Lu Xiao opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, pointed to the inner test, and said vaguely, Look! Lu Yu did not say anything. Only the bottom of his eyes gradually became dark. Lu Xiao obviously felt that the hands that were pinching her were a little hard. She raised her eyes to look at Lu Yu, only to feel that something was wrong, and immediately closed her mouth. It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't look at it. Lu Yu stared at her for a moment and finally just dropped a kiss on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 62. The Mystery of the Birth. Thin Jade Mountain. Are you free to come out and meet me these days? Lu Xiao. What is it that you can't say in WeChat? Thin Yushan. Well, it's pretty important to find a place to say it in person. Thin Jade Mountain. It's just you and me. Lu Xiao looked at the message sent from the opposite side of the room and was a little lost in thought, causing Su Yali to probe over and look at it as well. If it isn't the big handsome guy from the economics department? Aha! What did he want with you? I don't know. Does he know you have a boyfriend? Lu Xiao shook her head. He's not going to confess to you, is he? Huh? You're thinking too much. We don't know each other well. Surya pointed to the dialogue box. Then why else ask you out? Didn't he send you chocolates before? And he hasn't sent anyone else, right? Lu Xiao felt bitter and wondered what Bo Yushan wanted to see her about. And she also regretted that she shouldn't have taken the box of chocolates in the first place. Lu Xiao thought left and right and felt that with her own little brain cannot understand. Intends to meet directly to talk. But Su Lia's words gave her a wake-up call. She should still talk to Lu Yu before she answered the appointment. Just as soon as she mentioned the name Bo Yushan, Lu Yu's face went cold, and when she heard that the other party wanted to ask her out, the whole person was even quieter to the point of being terrifying. Lu Yu raised her eyes to look at her. You promise? Not yet. That means yes. Lu Xiao was a bit helpless. Why are you so hostile towards him? Lu Yu pulled the person into her arms and cupped her chin to look at her. Because you're different to him, I'm different to him. Where? You never take things when people give them to you. It's still the box of chocolates that's the pot. Not just the chocolate, but the sketchbook. Lu Xiao was shocked. How do you even know this? Just after saying that, Lu Xiao knew it was over. But she had always been faster with her mouth than her brain, and sure enough, Lu Yu's eyes became dangerous. I really don't have anything with him. I haven't said a word to him in all 3 years of high school. Lu Xiao kissed him twice, and Lu Yu quickly turned the tables and took the person in her arms and kissed her hard. I can't. Lu Xiao buried her face in the crook of his neck. My tongue hurts, I can't kiss anymore. Still, Lu Xiao nodded. Let's see. Not for you to see. Lu Xiao wasn't stupid. The last scene was still fresh in his mind. Lu Yu hugged her for a while longer before pulling her up and heading downstairs. Let me show you something. Lu Yu led the men into the storeroom and rummaged through a wooden chest. Lu Xiao squatted down and looked. What is this? Lu Yu unwrapped the package and took out a painting from inside, and Lu Xiao suddenly froze after looking at it twice. She took it carefully and put it on the table. The painting was called Ignition, by her favorite artist, ZC. It was from the same series as the blow-up painting. I remember this painting seems to have been auctioned by a local collector. This kind of auction is anonymous? How did you buy it? Lu Xiao was a little happy to see the painting. Why did you take it out now? My birthday hasn't come yet either. Seeing that the person next to her didn't make a sound for half a day, Lu Xiao then moved her gaze away from the painting. Lu Yu's face was very ugly. What's wrong? I didn't buy this painting. Lu Xiao was a bit puzzled. So leave it at our house? Lu Yu looked at her with a complicated face. The anonymous package you received on the eve of your birthday last year had this painting inside. ? I had the source checked at the time, and it was sent from a small, unnamed company whose entire market capitalization was less than this one painting. Not many people know that I like this painter. Lu Xiao was also not someone who liked to post her preferences on social media platforms. Does Bo Yushan know? Lu Xiao stared at him with wide eyes, then turned her head back to the painting. It can't be. Last I checked, 80% of that company's business comes from the Bo family, so it shouldn't be a coincidence. Why did he send me such an expensive painting? And anonymously, these days, there are still people who are too rich to rush to send money. Lu Yu sneered. I also want to know. Lu Xiao gulped and asked cautiously. So this painting has been sitting here for almost a year? Lu Yu did not speak. Lu Xiao only felt that the temperature of the whole room was 2 degrees lower. She looked at the painting on the table, which suddenly became a hot potato. She moved her eyes away reluctantly. So do I still have to see him? Lu Yu cold face. Go, always know what he wants to do. Lu Xiao had a not-so-good feeling. The time was about 3 days later, and Lu Xiao looked at Lu Yu, who had driven her over, and asked with some uncertainty, Do you want to go in with me? I'll wait in the car. Although Bo Yushan had said that she would only be allowed to go to the appointment alone, she always felt that it would be scarier to let Lu Yu stay here. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and got out of the car, and the waiter confirmed her identity before leading her through a stretch of connecting corridors and directing her to a private room. Bo Yushan had arrived a long time ago and was looking at the center of the lake in the distance and drinking tea. When he saw her, he smiled and said, Coming. Lu Xiao nodded and sat down across from him. The tea time in this place tastes great. See what you want to eat. Bo Yushan said as he pushed the menu to her. Lu Xiao didn't pick it up, and Bo Yushan saw that he chose a few signature dishes and placed his order. What is it you wanted to see me about? Bo Yushan looked at her with a smile. So urgent. The thought of Lu Yu still waiting outside made her sit up a bit. Lu Xiao took out her cell phone and opened the album and pushed it over. Have you seen this painting before? Bo Yushan only swept a glance. Z.C's masterpiece burn. Someone sent this painting to my house last year. And it had something to do with you? Bo Yushan raised an eyebrow. Lu Yu only brought it to you now? Lu Xiao was very speechless. That's not the point, is it? Bo Yushan sipped his tea very calmly. I gave it to him. The truth came too quickly for her to react. Why did you send me the painting? Birthday present. Why did you give me such an expensive birthday gift? Lu Xiao spoke with difficulty. What do you know about the Thin family? Lu Xiao was unsure, and honestly said, not much. I only know that you emigrated with your family, and only in the past 2 years have you put your focus on the country. My father was not an only child. He originally had an older brother. However, my eldest brother died of cancer more than 10 years ago, and when he was alive he was unruly and aspired to be free, not obeying his family's arrangements or accepting the marriages introduced to him by his elders. So until the end of his life, he was also alone, and because of his low presence, outsiders mentioned him very little. Lu Xiao didn't understand why the other party wanted to bring up a deceased person from more than 10 years ago, or someone who didn't have half a relationship with her. Bo Yushan took out a few blurry photos from a nearby file bag that looked a bit old. At that time he learned he had cancer, his temperament changed drastically. He spent the whole day hanging out in nightclubs, and it was my father who finally sent someone to bring him back to the hospital. And once it was in a hotel that we found him, and the first thing he did when he came to his senses was to tell us to look for someone. Lu Xiao took the photo and looked at it twice. It looked like it was taken by some kind of hotel camera. She was convinced. Is this the guy in the photo? Well, but the shot wasn't very clear and didn't capture the front face, and the two met in that kind of cluttered environment, so finding someone was like finding a needle in a haystack. Then his condition deteriorated drastically, and the family wasn't in that mood to care about anything else. After my great-uncle passed away and the family packed up his belongings, one of my cousins stumbled upon this photo and recognized the watch, a limited edition, that the other was wearing on his hand. Lu Xiao felt that the point had come, and shot up. And then what? My grandparents intended to find each other to give people a little compensation. Look at my uncle's appearance. I am afraid that the other party is not voluntary. But since the other party can afford to wear this price of watches, it is obvious that it is not an ordinary family. This kind of high family, sometimes face is more important than the inside, not to mention that my eldest uncle is gone. A few people discussed it, and then they planned not to look for it. Lu Xiao's hand with the cup froze. That's it. Aha. Lu Xiao didn't have much of a problem with people who had passed away, but she had a problem with Bo Yushan. When I went back to China a few years ago, Uncle Wen helped me with the paperwork to transfer to another school, so he placed me in that class with Wen Qingqi. Lu Xiao didn't know how she suddenly turned to this topic, but still emphasized, Wen Qingqi, she has a boyfriend, and the two of them are in a good relationship. Bo Yushan laughed. What are you thinking? I don't have anything in mind for Wen Qingqi. I wouldn't have waited until now if I liked her. Oh. Lu Xiao drank a cup of tea to suppress her shock. Bo Yushan filled her empty teacup and continued. It was an accident that I became your tablemate. I didn't pay attention to who was sitting next to me at the time. Yeah, well, find a seat and fall asleep. Then I realized you look a little like someone I know. Lu Xiao looked at the sky speechlessly. What an old stalk. Like my grandmother. Question mark. Lu Xiao's gaze lurched. Look at my fist and say that again. I've seen old pictures of her with my grandfather, and my grandmother had a round face when she was young, with round eyes and a fleshy face when she smiled. It's baby fat. I was young at that time. Seeing your face at that time made me want to pinch it. Lu Xiao hurriedly covered her face. There's an owner. Don't mess around. Bo Yushan's hand that was brewing the tea froze, and his expression became ugly. It seems that I guessed correctly. It's Lu Yu? Lu Xiao stared at him with wide eyes, half a dozen times before she uttered, What did you say? Bo Yushan coldly washed and brewed tea. At first, I was just a little bit curious about you, a little bit inexplicably close to you, and it wasn't until later that time when you had the willow allergy that I gradually realized that something was wrong. Bo Yushan's topic turns too quickly. Lu Xiao is still stuck in the last topic, did not react. Subconsciously asked, What? My grandmother is also willow allergic. I saw it once when I was a child, so I was very impressed. I figured out your age, and it's right on the money, so I had someone look up the list of purchasers of that watch back then, and there just happened to be a buyer with the last name of Lu in there. Sometimes, too many coincidences come together to not be coincidences. Bo Yushan hands over the other document bag on the table as well. You already know that your biological father is not Lu Kongyun, right? Lu Xiao is not a little cute. Stringing together what Bo Yushan said to her today, she also guessed 7 or 8. She thought her life was already bloody enough, not realizing that even more bloody is still in the back. Lu Xiao fiercely poured a cup of tea before opening the file bag and taking out the documents inside. This is paternity report. Not wait. Lu Xiao flipped over the report and scrutinized the time. You're not timing this report right. Bo Yushan had a calm face. The time was right. I knew it during my sophomore year. She told her how Bo Yushan suddenly unleashed his kindness on her during that time. And it was true that there was no such thing as goodness without a reason. Then why did you not say anything until now? Lu Xiao couldn't figure out why she suddenly picked it up with her again by now, since she knew but wasn't going to mention it years ago. I was thinking that you were young and in poor health, and after all, Liu took care of you pretty well, so it's not too late to find a suitable time to talk about it. Bo Yushan's words turn, his tone cold. If he has always only treated you as a younger sister. Lu Xiao just felt off the mark. How did you know? Bo Yushan sneered. Who can't see that bit of his mind? Great. She's the only one who didn't see it coming. Knowing what he's thinking, I'm all the more afraid to point it out. Or without the bondage of blood with this guy's character, I'm afraid he'll do anything. I have to say you guys really know each other. The first time I heard that he had a girlfriend I thought of you, and at that time I felt that something was wrong and had people investigate, and found that he had been frequenting the hospital for a while before, and also had people take a sample of Lu Kongyun's hair. Lu Xiao would calm down instead. Even if you tell me this now, it won't shake the relationship between me and him. Bo Yushan looked at her and suddenly smiled. In the 10 years that you have been growing up, we haven't contributed a single thing. Naturally, we have no qualifications to ask you to make any decisions. Now I'm telling you, just want you to know that you are not alone. Before we didn't know about your existence. Now as long as you are willing to do so, the Bo family is your strong backing. Bo Yushan will be behind the paternity test that document out in front of Lu Xiao. Although my eldest uncle that year is some mixed up, but more or less has also saved a little family background. In addition to those things he left behind, there are grandparents, and I give you to add a number of assets, have been in the process of transferring the formalities. Lu Xiao stared wide-eyed at the document in front of her. I don't want you to have to agree to Lu Yu because of side reasons. Don't want you to bow down to him because of money. Lu Xiao looked at him steadily. No other reason, just because I like him. Chapter 63. Bo Yushan had long since seen that the other party was distracted and had the waiter pack all the refreshments. Let's go. I'll walk you out. Lu Xiao hurriedly collected all the papers on the table and handed them back. It's all for you. You always need to know what you've got in your hands. And the guy's right out there. Right? So instead of you talking half the time, why don't you just show him the stuff? You. Surprised? Knowing that you're coming to meet with me, Liu can still sit still. It wasn't until the two were almost at the door that Lu Xiao asked him, Do you know Qin Karan? I've met him a few times. I don't know him well. Why the sudden mention of him? It's nothing, Lu Xiao said with a complicated look on her face. It just feels like you guys should have something in common. This alternative way of searching for family is so familiar that it brings tears to your eyes. Bo Yushan sent the person to the door and stopped when he saw Lu Yu's car from afar. Go. Send me a message when you arrive home. Lu Xiao froze for a few seconds without responding, and Bo Yushan's face became ugly. Does he even care? Lu Xiao quickly waved her hands. No, I just didn't react. She jogged all the way to the black sports car and got in. Lu Yu was still calm. What did he give you? Lu Xiao's hand clutched the file bag a little tighter. Let's go home first. Let's talk at home. Lu Xiao apprehensive all the way to the door of the house. The document bag is almost wet with clutching. Lu Yu took away the paper bag and took her hand. I'll see for myself if I don't want to talk about it. Is this what he gave you? My hands are wet. Lu Xiao tried to pull her hand back and was pulled harder. Lu Yu drew 2 paper towels to wipe the sweat from her palms clean. Nervous like this? Things do get a little out of hand. Lu Yu heartily wanted to say how outrageous it could be. Lu Yu's speed of flipping through the documents is very fast, and Lu Xiao sits on the sidelines with her heart pounding. There was dead silence in the living room until he finished reading the contents of the paper bag. Lu Yu sneered. He started quite quickly. Lu Xiao hated to turn into a quail in place. I'll leave the stuff with me for now, and if he asks you out again afterward, don't pay any attention to it. Oh, Lu Yu soothingly pinched the back of her neck. I will arrange all these for you. Don't worry. Then Lu Xiao watched as Lu Yu took his newly appointed special assistant and lawyer and stayed in the study for the rest of the night. Lu Xiao sat on the couch holding a fruit plate, looking up every now and then as she ate. Annie-chan, Xiao, are your brother and the others eating? Or I'll go bring them some snacks to pad them out. Lu Xiao brainstormed. I'll go. Aunt Chun, you give me the stuff. Auntie Chin, okay. Lu Xiao had just stepped out of the elevator door with the tray when the study door opened. Lu Xiao. Lu Yu looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Huh. Lu Xiao. Aunt Chun was afraid that you guys would be hungry and asked me to send up some fruit snacks. Lu Yu took it smoothly. Well, I'll bring it in. Lu Xiao. The grand plan of eavesdropping is dead in the water. I don't know what all the men talked about in the study, but anyway, the lawyer left with a distraught look on his face. Lu Yu was so busy that he couldn't see anyone for several days, and Lu Xiao seemed unusually cold whether she returned to the apartment in Jingyuan Huashan or North Street. In the end, it was Bo Yushan's side that let some news out. Thin Yushan, you're a good brother. Lu Xiao froze when she saw the message and wondered what Lu Yu had done again. Lu Xiao. He met with you? What did you talk about? Thin Yushan. It doesn't matter. When are you free to come home with me? Grandparents would love to meet you. Lu Xiao. He won't let me meet with you. Bo Yushan. Angry but keep smiling. JPG. Thin Yushan. Then bring him along. The ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her mother-in-law. Lu Xiao was still struggling with how to reply when the door to the house opened. Brother. Lu Xiao ran too fast without breaking. Lu Yu directly embraced the person. Lu Yu kissed her on the forehead and smiled. Missed me that much? Lu Xiao let go and stood. And didn't really want to. Lu Yu's smile did not diminish. Oh, is that so? Brother, look at this. Lu Xiao directly showed him the chat log. After looking at Lu Yu directly said, if you don't want to go, don't go. But people are so old and say they just want to meet me. Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a little soft. It's not a good time to hold off yet. A good time. Aha. Lu Yu pulled the person to sit down on the sofa. I met with Bo Yushan in the past few days and reached an agreement. Lu Xiao asked curiously, what? You don't need to know the specifics. In any case, you are now completely free to choose to live the way you like. And I will send someone to help you take care of those assets that the Bo family promised you. Do I really have to take their stuff? Consider it the dowry the Bo family gave you, and I'll add another 20% on top of that to pay it back. Lu Xiao couldn't turn the corner for a moment. And what is this? A bride price? Lu Yu smiled. You could say the same thing. It always seemed like she jumped the gun herself. Lu Yu collected her smile and clutched Lu Xiao's hand tightly in her heart. The Bo family's matter is simple. There's nothing to talk about. I have another important thing to say to you. What? The Qin family always wanted to recognize me back. And I agreed. Lu Xiao's brain went down for a few seconds. What do you mean? Dawn, sooner or later our relationship will have to go public, so at least one of us can't be a child of the Lu family. Lu Xiao nodded. I wasn't supposed to be. Even before Bo Yushan told her about her birth, they all already knew that she was not Lu Kongyun's child. But I don't want to. Lu Yu looked at her. Even if the other party is the eldest son of the Bo family, this relationship is not to be seen. Bo family again heartache her, again good to her. She cannot get rid of extramarital affairs, illegitimate daughter of these names. Lu Yu grew up with such abuse, received a variety of eyes baptism. Naturally do not want her to go through it again. He took the person into his arms and gently patted them. Let's say that my parents settled abroad for many years, and when they returned home to visit their relatives they happened to give birth. And Lu Kongyun's child was born in the same hospital, and they carried the wrong one. What a blind setting. Lu Xiao couldn't help but spit out. There are quite a few people who know about your mother getting lost back then. Right? And Lu Kongyun isn't dead yet. The Qin family will arrange all of this. And there are people on Lu Kongyun's side who will shut him up. The Qin family is much tougher on him than I am. If she wasn't unlucky enough to meet Lu Kongluk, Qin Zi, you would have been retrieved by the Qin family to be her $1,000 lady by now. Brother? Lu Xiao tugged at his sleeve and called out to him in a low voice. What's wrong? Your mom must have been a very gentle person. Lu Yu laughed. You haven't even seen her. How do you know? I'll know when I see you. Do you want to go see her? May I? Lu Yu stroked her hair and her heart became very soft. I'll take you there when the weekend comes. At the weekend Lu Xiao held a bunch of white full of stars and followed Lu Yu to a cemetery. This is where she lives? Aha! It looks like. It's shabby. It is a bit. The utilities in the cemetery have just been refurbished, but are still somewhat old to the naked eye. Lu Yu pulled people forward. Her funeral everything from simple. The cemetery is also Lu Kongyun at that time in order to appease me to let the assistant arbitrarily selected. After the Qin family to find me is the intention to want to change a cemetery, but I think the dust to dust, the earth to earth, where to bury for her and what difference, live without enjoying the glory, will not care about these after death. Lu Xiao held his hand with a little force. Lu Yu pinched her palm. I'm fine. How many years have passed? I put it down long ago. Here is also the Qin family to find people to renovate before once encountered rain. The road cannot walk, a foot a mud pit. It was hard for Lu Xiao to imagine that someone like Lu Yu would also be in such a sorry state. Qin Ziyue's graveyard was obviously much larger and more luxurious than others, and the picture on the tombstone was still of a very young girl, her white and beautiful face full of smiles. She's really pretty. Yeah, it's a shame it's a bad life. Lu Xiao squatted down and put the flowers in front of the tombstone. Would your mom like this flower? She likes whatever you send her. Auntie, hello? I'm Lu Xiao, my brother's girlfriend. Lu Yu laughed. Where do you introduce yourself like this? What's the problem? No problem as long as you're happy. Being interrupted by Lu Yu, Lu Xiao also forgot what she was going to say and could only glare back at him. Lu Yu expressed his innocence. Auntie, don't worry. I've taken good care of my brother, and will do so in the future, and every day will be a happy one. Lu Xiao got up and looked at Lu Yu. Should I evade and let you guys whisper for a while? Lu Yu shook his head. There's nothing to say. Oh, a gust of wind blew by, the fragrance of flowers. Lu Yu looked at Qin Ziyue with a smile on the photo. I've had a good life. She should be aware of it. After that, Lu Xiao lived a daily life of 2 points and 1 line at school and home. The weather gradually warmed up. She had to go to the school building earlier than others every time, because the DAMF University also planted willow trees. Luckily, there were only a few main roads with willow trees, or she really wouldn't have to come to school every spring. Xiao Xiao. When Qingqi rode her bike to catch up with Lu Xiao was taking the long way around to class with her books in her arms. Qingqi, why are you going this way too? Thought you'd take your chances since this is the only way to avoid Willow. Lu Xiao smiled and said, look for me directly say why still come to chance? When Qingqi pushed the cart and strolled along with her. I recently heard some rumors about Lu Yu and the Qin family. Lu Xiao's eyelids fluttered, not expecting them to move so fast. The news had spread. Seeing her like this when Qingqi more or less understood. All true. There was nothing to hide from when Qingqi. Half and half. His mother is indeed a member of the Qin family, but it wasn't a mistake to hold him. When Qingqi reacted for a few seconds, couldn't help but burst out. Lu Kongyun can really? Halfway through her sentence, she thought that Lu Xiao was still there and held her tongue. Doesn't matter. He's not my real dad anyway. I probably understand what Lu Yu is thinking. When Qingqi's classroom arrived before Lu Xiao's, and when she saw Bo Yushan standing not far away, Lu Xiao suddenly pulled the person to a stop. There's one more thing that you don't know. When Qingqi, I found my real dad. ? His last name is Bo, and he is Bo Yushan, his great-uncle who died young. ? When Qingqi pulled back Lu Xiao, who was planning to bolt. No, wait. Make it clear. Lu Xiao helplessly spread her hands. That's how outrageous it is. I have to go to class. Talk to you later, haha. She slammed down the heavy bomb and slipped away, leaving a winded Wen Qingqi behind. Lu Xiao had just finished her class when she was taken away by Wen Qingqi, who was waiting for her by the back of the neck. Lu Xiao. No, it's not like the bell just rang. When Qingqi was calm. I said that the student council was going to have an emergency meeting, so I took my leave 10 minutes early and came out. As a result, he went halfway and was intercepted by Lu Yu again. Lu Xiao went from Wen Qingqi's hand to Lu Yu's hand again. Wen Qingqi. I have something to tell her. Lu Yu. We'll talk about you guys later. I'm going to take her to try on dresses. Lu Xiao and Wen Qingqi. What dress? Wen Qingqi. You don't know either? Lu Xiao shook her head. Wen Qingqi looked at Lu Yu with a wary face. What do you want? Lu Yu. It's a dress for attending the Qin family reception. When Qingqi froze. So soon. Only Lu Xiao was confused. What are you guys talking about? She was still in a daze until the whole thing was wheeled into the fitting room and 2 stylists helped her dress together. What Qin family reception? Lu Yu also changed his clothes and was waiting for her at the door. Formally introduced me to the Qin family for a reception, just in time to talk about a few collaborations for the company. Do I have to go too? Lu Xiao came out carrying her dress, a pair of high heels making her twist and turn. Lu Yu frowned and held her up, saying to the stylist next to her, help her change into a pair of flat shoes. But this dress goes with flats. Lu Yu said directly. Then even change your skirt. It's okay. Lu Xiao tugged on his sleeve. I wore these shoes at the orientation. Back then you just had to walk that short distance. This time it's different. What's with the idea of having a reception all of a sudden? The old man has wanted to do it for a long time. I just haven't let up. But isn't it weird that I'm your date? Where's the weirdness? Lu Xiao looked at him for a moment and suddenly smiled. Not surprising. Lu Yu pinched her face with one hand. Why are you being silly? Lu Xiao scared and nipped at his tiger's mouth. You're the one who's stupid. Lu Yu's eyes changed, pulled the person into his arms, and whispered in her ear, Don't recruit me outside. Until the day of the reception, Lu Xiao sat in the passenger side looking at a sliver of luxury cars. Silent. So many people? The old man should have invited everyone he could. Lu Xiao covered her heart for a long time. I regret it. I don't want to be your female companion anymore. She can't handle this kind of occasion. Lu Yu got out of the car and walked to the other side to help her open the door. It's a little late for regrets. Lu Xiao looked at the slender hand in front of her hesitantly. Lu Yu smiled. Don't be afraid. Everything has me. Lu Xiao muttered in a low voice. It's because of you that I'm more afraid. What? Nothing. Lu Xiao took a deep breath and placed her hand on Lu Yu's palm until she was gripped tightly by the other party. Lu Yu took off his suit jacket and draped it over Lu Xiao. I'm okay, not cold. It's easiest to catch a cold in early spring. So take them off when you get inside. Oh, brother. Are you going to change your last name? Change what to Chinyu? Well, or something. Too much trouble. So this is okay with the Qin family? What else do they have to say? Are you moving your account over? Aha. What about me? A separate account. Lu Xiao squinted at him. It feels like you have impure motives. Lu Yu laughed. Have you? It always seemed like you were the kind of person who would force me to get a license when I was of legal age. Lu Yu didn't hide it either. I do intend to do so. The two people crossed the courtyard and soon reached the Qin family's main residence. And from afar, they could see that the area was brightly lit. Lu Xiao followed Lu Yu step by step towards the crowd. She turned her head to look at Lu Yu, her heart slightly warm. She moved closer to Lu Yu with a smile in her eyes. Lu Yu was unsure, but still wrapped one hand around her waist to prevent her from falling. I agree. What? Lu Yu quickly responded. Are you serious? Aha. Lu Yu smiled and planted a kiss at the corner of her mouth. You rubbed my lipstick off. No, I'm very careful. Oh, I don't believe it. Then kiss again. Well, Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled. I am. I always am. Extra 1. Unique Yan Jiwen x 1 Qingqi. Yan Jiwen's parents married because of the family marriage, so there is not much affection. After the marriage of the two are also seemingly apart. Politeness is more than enough, not enough intimacy. After the birth of Yan Jiwen, they seemed to complete the task, finally relieved, began to each live their own lives, only to the outside world to play a pair of loving husband and wife. Both of them were good to Yan Jiwen. Only this goodness that floated on the surface made him feel cut off, as if it was an illusion. In the Yan family, Yan Jiwen's favorite is actually his eldest uncle. Yan Changze, real and pure. Only around him can feel that he is really alive, a flesh and blood person. Yan Changze is unmarried and has no children, and has always taken Yan Jiwen as his own son. Yan Jiwen has seen the mountains and lakes, the snow-capped mountains, the aurora borealis, and has felt the power of natural life after Yan Changze. He loved this life, but without warning, it came to an abrupt end one day. Forced by the pressure, Yan Changze finally publicized his romance with Yan Qingqi. The family was indeed a little surprised. But in the end, it was two people who were not related by blood, and everyone did not resist too much, except for Yan's old man, who heard the news and fell ill on the spot. What a powerful woman Mrs. Yan was in her youth. Even at her age, she was not blind and heartless, and she forced Mr. Yan to tell the truth in the hospital room. It turned out that Yan Qingqi was a drunken accident only after a drunken accident, and when Yan Qingqi was born, the woman came to the door, and Yan kept the child and spent the money to seal the mouth to send the person out of the country. The word clear pool on the word under the eyes of the old lady raised so many years. This can be her angry enough, but there is not much time to let her angry sad. Her first control of the word family. Originally, the company's real power has been gradually descending to the word long zi and the word de zi in the hands of the old lady. This time, the old lady directly sent word to let the word long zi on the throne. As for Yan Qingqi, in the end in the Yan family raised so many years, Yan old lady momentarily intolerant, but also absolutely will not continue to let her stay in the Yan family. Immediately arranged for a foreign school, do the formalities, intends to send the person far away, never come back. This directly irritated the always mild-mannered Yen Changza. So much so that he had a big fight with old Mrs. Yen upstairs. Jiwon Yen just sat on the sofa on the first floor, a bit bewildered. The noise upstairs gradually stopped. Yen Changza walked downstairs expressionlessly. Seeing Yen Jiwon froze for a moment and forced a smile. Why is Xiaowen here? Not going to school today? Yen Jiwon cocked his head and looked at him for half a day before suddenly saying, Uncle, will you leave? Yen Changza was silent, and after a moment rubbed his head. Little one, you need to grow up quickly. You need to become strong in order to protect the people you want to protect. That was the last time Yen Jiwon saw Yen Changza. And after that, Yen Changza disappeared from sight with Yen Qingqi. Words Jivan returned to that false life. That is, until a family moves in next door, and the woman who owns that house is a close friend of Hope's. That afternoon, Xie Yuan took him next door for afternoon tea, and it was the first time he saw Wen Qingqi with a bright smile that was even more piercing than the sun. The other party was dressed up in a good and cute manner, but she ran all over the yard, spreading her joy everywhere. Yu Lanmeng followed and chased all over the yard. You're a girl! A guest is coming. Put down the shovel. When Wen Qingqi was sorted out and brought out, she was a little princess again. Yu Lanmeng took her hand. Quickly greet Auntie Xie and brother Xiaowen. After Wen Qingqi had finished shouting nicely, Xie Yuan hugged her and said towards Yu Lanmeng, A daughter is so cute. I want to have a daughter too. Yu Lanmeng joked. Sent for you, sent for you. Wen Qingqi wasn't afraid of being a stranger at all, and led Yen Jiwen to visit Yu Lanmeng's flower room. These are all my mom's treasures. Aren't they beautiful? Jiwen Yen nodded. When Yen Jiwen came home that night with a large pot of flowers in his arms, Yu Lanmeng looked at him and lost her smile and said, It seems that Qingqi likes your family's Xiaowen a lot. Yen Diz is busy with his company and rarely comes home, and Xie Yuan has her own business. And then Yen Jiwen goes to Wen's house more often than he comes home, and he realizes that this is what a normal family looks like. He had another foot in reality, and it was when Qingqi who took his hand and walked in. He knew that he was a bit eccentric, probably due to his childhood environment, and he felt that Wen Qingqi should not like him like this. So he put on a heavy armor and locked up that false self. It wasn't until one time when the two of them came home from a lesson and when Qingqi turned her head to look at him. You don't like piano lessons, do you? Jiwen Yan's footsteps paused. Why do you ask? That's how it feels. When Qingqi reached out and rubbed his face. You can stop laughing if you don't want to. You can stop doing things you don't want to do. Go do something you want to do. Be happy, Yen Jiwen. Jiwen felt as if his armor had been broken. It was never armor. It was a shackle, in the name of protection. He tries to do what he likes. He picks up his racket and sweats on the tennis court. The moment of explosion, the impact of the racket being hit by the ball, the thrill of scoring, makes him feel the power of life once again. When Qingqi came over to him, he happened to have finished a round. When Qingqi, do you want to play a game with me? Jiwen Yen, good. The difference in physical strength between male and female students is very significant. A game down, even though Yen Jiwen has been merciful, Wen Qingqi is still a little bit of a struggle. The two wiped their sweat in the rest area. When Qingqi looked at him and suddenly smiled, This isn't very good. Jiwen Yen smiled back. Yen Jiwen didn't know when he moved his heart. Maybe it was very early, or maybe it was over time and water dripping down the stone. But when Qingqi seemed to just treat him as a good friend, talking about the fact that he might not even be friends, the words seemed to surround him as if they were a magic spell. That's all for now. It was also rare for Yen Jiwen to beat a retreat. When Qingqi grew up as someone else's child, with excellent grades, outstanding looks, a distinguished family, and loving parents, growing up with smooth sailing, everyone loved her and was willing to get close to her. But there weren't many friends that she really made friends with until the two siblings of the Lu family came along. The first time that Yen Jiwen and Lu Yu met, he knew that this person is not a good person, a not to be messed with existence, but Lu Xiao, it seems that there is not much heart. Unexpectedly, this Lu Xiao, who didn't seem to have much heart, was very much liked by Wen Qingqi, causing his status in Wen Qingqi's heart to drop again and again. Even the habit that had always been that the two of them went to play on the weekends was disrupted. Lu Xiao appeared too often, so often that he was a little jealous. This day after the usual meal, Yen Jiwen asked, pretending not to notice, You like that Lu Xiao very much? When Qingqi's eyes lit up, I like it a lot. It's cute and cuddly. And without all the bending and twisting, she likes someone so close to writing the word like on her face that it's a pleasure to be friends with her. Yen Jiwen couldn't help but think of himself. Being friends with him should be exhausting. Almost as soon as there was a slight change in Yen Jiwen's complexion, When Qingqi guessed what he was thinking, she reached out and started rubbing his face. You're thinking about something weird again. You guys are different. You have the time to think about it 7 times. Why don't you come with me to the flower room to water the flowers first? My mom just now remotely videoed me and asked me to take pictures of the flower room for her. The word different amused him a little. Time passed day by day. His relationship with Wen Qingqi had remained the same, although he still looked at each other with Lu Xiao. But Wen Qingqi liked it and he had no qualification to interfere, so this kind of bickering day was not bad. That is, until Yandes came back to discuss the matter of going abroad with him. Yan Jiwen indifferently looked at the information in front of him. I have no such intention. Yandes frowned and turned his head to look at Xie Yuan. Although they hadn't had much conjugal love over the years, they were barely getting by, and were pretty much on the same page in terms of general direction when it came to Yan Jiwen. Xie Yuan. Xiaowen, this matter I discussed with your father. Sooner or later you are going to take over the company. School majors, we all help you look good. Go out to study at the same time. The foreign branch is also given to you to manage. Yan Jiwen suddenly thought of Yan Changza at this time. Not long ago he received a message from the other party. Yan Changza sent him a gift to celebrate his 18 years old adulthood. While learning that Yan Changza was doing well, Yan Jiwen was relieved that his dashing eldest uncle was still living the life he wanted. He has a life he wants to live, too. On the matter of going abroad, he didn't reject it outright, but just took the information and went next door to the Wen family. When Qingqi was still agonizing over the fact that Lu Yu liked Lu Xiao, and she didn't react much when she saw him coming. Elaine, have you thought about where you're going to college? When Qingqi said casually, Big F, I guess. It was quiet for a long time before when Qingqi came back to her senses and saw the information in Yan Jiwen's hand. You're going abroad? Jiwen Yan looked at her. My parents arranged it this way. When Qingqi was silent for a moment and asked, Then what do you think about yourself? Yan Jiwen looked at her fixedly. Ah Qi, I don't want to go abroad. I want to be with you. When Qingqi's heartbeat suddenly became strange. I like you, so I want to go where you go to the same college as you, and be able to see you every day all the time. When Qingqi's eyes became flustered and she didn't dare to look directly at the other party. How did you? So suddenly? Jiwen Yan shook his head and smiled. It's not very sudden. I've always thought that way, you just don't know. When Qingqi calmed down, she knew Yan Jiwen, so she knew that Yan Jiwen was serious. You let me think about it. Good. Yan Jiwen promised dryly and left decisively, giving Wen Qingqi enough space to think. When Qingqi pondered for a week, and during this week, Yan Jiwen did not show up once, nor did he contact her, waiting until when Qingqi agreed to his confession. When Qingqi, where have you been all week? Jiwen Yan smiled. Did a few things. Yan Changza had told him that only by becoming strong could he protect the people he wanted to protect and live the life he wanted. There's always a little bit of a fallback when you want to turn down a family arrangement. When Qingqi was a bit curious. If I didn't promise you, you would have really left the country? Jiwen Yan. It won't.
Wen Qingyi.
Yan Jiwen. If you don't say yes, then I'll have to chase you to death. How can I do that when I'm out of the country?
Wen Qingyi.
It was she who underestimated him. Not much has changed since the two got together, as they've always been pretty used to each other's presence. That day the two came out of the movie theater. When Qingqi opened her phone and started replying to the messages, Yan Jiwen just glanced at it. His face drooped, and cold air rubbed off on him. Until they got into the car, when Qingqi put away her cell phone and pulled Yan Jiwen's collar and kissed him. Yan Jiwen only froze for a moment and immediately deepened the kiss. When the two separated, when Qingqi smiled and teased, still angry, Yan Jiwen was expressionless. Not angry. When Qingqi, you haven't had much contact with Xiao Xiao, so how come you're so at odds with her? Yan Jiwen's dissatisfaction with Lu Xiao was mainly due to the fact that the other party had taken up too much of Wen Qingqi's time, as well as the fact that she had become higher than him in Wen Qingqi's heart. Jiwen Yan returned. It's okay. When Qingqi could see the other party's tongue-in-cheek and only felt that she had a long way to go. The next second, Lu Xiao's call came.
Wen Qingyi.
Against Yan Jiwen's sultry eyes, she answered the other party's call, only to feel a sense of fire in her backyard. It wasn't until after Lu Xiao got together with Lu Yu that this changed a bit. In the aspect of possessiveness, Lu Yu compared to Yan Jiwen ever, when Qingqi often think Lu Xiao is not signed a contract of sale, how to be held by Lu Yu like this. Yan Jiwen said coldly on the side. Her so slow nature is also met Lu Yu. Otherwise, there is no object in this life.
Wen Qingyi.
During the winter vacation of his freshman year, Yan Jiwen took Wen Qingqi to Norway to see the aurora borealis. They were prepared for a long battle, But they got lucky and saw stretches of the aurora borealis the next night. This time, the aurora borealis seemed to be a huge silver screen, encircling the air. Even the glaciers were tinted with color, and language descriptions became barren and pale at the moment. It was the first time when Qingqi had seen the aurora borealis, and she couldn't help but sigh, "It's really beautiful." Yan Jiwen held her hand and looked at her intently. "Every aurora is different. So the aurora you see is unique, the aurora that belongs to you." When Qingqi heard his unspoken words and turned her head to look at him as well, "You are my unique." Yan Jiwen smiled as when Qingqi pulled him into reality and would accompany him through the earth in the future. Extra 2. About those daily routines. 1. On the aftermath of the loss of the aircraft. This day Lu Xiao learned to bake small bread with Aunt Chan, and after succeeding, she wanted to serve it up to Lu Yu to taste it. But it turned out that Lu Yu was in the bathroom taking a shower, so she had to sit on the sofa with a small plate and look at it from time to time. She sat quietly for a while before she couldn't be bothered, picking up the cell phone Lu Yu had placed on the table and clicking on the game. Still in the queue when a text message from an airline popped up, she couldn't help but click in, and after a few glances, she didn't feel like playing the game anymore. Lu Yu came out of the shower and saw her and called out, "Xiao Xiao." Lu Xiao hurriedly picked up the plate and got up. "Brother, I just baked the buns." Lu Yu tasted one. "It's delicious." Lu Xiao flashed a smile. "I think it's delicious too." Until bedtime, Lu Xiao didn't show anything wrong until Lu Yu heard sobbing in the middle of the night. He had always been a light sleeper, and almost as soon as footsteps appeared in the doorway, he opened his eyes and was startled to see the visitor. "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Lu Xiao froze. Her confused eyes faded a bit, but she still stood still. Even though it was spring, she was still more or less cold standing barefoot on the wooden floor. Lu Yu carried her onto the bed and tucked her under the covers, asking softly, "Having a nightmare?" Lu Xiao nodded, followed by a shake of her head. "Sleepy, first." Lu Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. "Good." Lu Yu wrapped her in an additional layer of blankets and carried her into his arms. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." There was nothing unusual about Lu Xiao waking up the next day, but Lu Yu just didn't feel right. "Even when I go out in the yard to water the flowers, I get lost in the watering." Lu Yu thought back. Lu Xiao, this state seems to have started yesterday afternoon, and in the morning he was still pulling him to beat up his opponents in the game. After reviewing what happened yesterday and thinking about Lu Xiao's current state, he seemed to understand. After eating and pulling people upstairs, first pressed people to kiss for a while, kissed Lu Xiao's eyes red, then asked, "There is nothing you want to say to me?" Lu Xiao stared at him blankly for a long time. "You saw the text from the airline." Lu Xiao's entire body froze. Lu Yu Hart, he recently had to go to Y on business, let his assistant booked him a ticket. Must be yesterday when Lu Xiao came up to take his cell phone to play the game and saw it. "You're still afraid, aren't you?" Lu Xiao's eyes were even redder than they were a moment ago. "I know this isn't right. Yesterday she dreamed that she happily went to the airport to pick up someone, but all the people passing by told her that Lu Yu wouldn't come back. The plane crashed. She didn't believe it and turned her head to run out of the airport. Then she saw the plane land straight down, and in the next second she woke up from the blast. Her mind wasn't even clear yet, but she walked to the third floor on instinct and saw Lu Renee, which slowed her down. Lu Yu heartbreakingly kissed her. "There's nothing wrong. It's not your fault. Want to come along?" "What? Going to Y? I was going to be gone for 3 days, so if I take you with me we can stay for a week and show you around the neighborhood. There are a lot of painting exhibitions there." "Won't I be interrupting your work?" Lu Yu laughed. "How to disturb? From now on the king does not have a morning court." Lu Xiao struggled to get out of his arms. The man couldn't be serious for 3 seconds now. Lu Yu just hugged her harder. "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen to me." Lu Xiao struggled a little weaker and buried herself in his chest again. "You said it. Well, I'm taking you with me from now on, so don't be afraid." Lu Xiao didn't say another word, just hugged him back harder. 2. About the Thin family. Lu Xiao was relieved to come out of the Bo family's front door, and the Bo family's unfailing care left her a little overwhelmed. Bo Yushan came out with the car keys. "Let's go. I'll send you back." Lu Xiao, "Good." There was nothing uncomfortable about getting along with Bo Yushan, and Lu Xiao could still distract herself from sending a message to Lu Yu by following him. Bo Yushan, "I thought he'd follow me here today." Lu Xiao's typing hand paused. Although the other party didn't name him, both of them knew who they were talking about. "My brother said that it wasn't appropriate for him to show up rashly on this kind of occasion, and that next time he'd bring a generous gift for a visit to his home." Lu Xiao couldn't help but smile as if she thought of something. But when I went out, he did have a hard look on his face is all. Bo Yushan's face didn't look too good either. This guy. Lu Xiao glanced at him, wanting to speak, but finally asked, "You seem to dislike my brother, why?" Bo Yushan's tone rose. "Why else?" Lu Xiao. Damn the fatalism, she said she was tired. Bo Yushan. Are you really not considering moving out? There are prepared houses in the north and south districts, or wherever you want to move to. I'll take you to buy it now. Lu Xiao felt that Lu Yu was going crazy just thinking about it. I live quite well. Bo Yushan pursed his lips, very unhappy. The car had not yet driven to the door, and from a distance he saw Lu Yu standing in the front yard watering flowers. Lu Xiao. My dear brother Na, why don't you just stand in front of the neighborhood? I don't usually see you watering the flowers. Bo Yushan saw him too, but pulled up to the door anyway. Bo Yushan. Going back with us on summer vacation? Lu Xiao. Going to M country. Well, Grandma and Grandpa want to take you back for a visit. He paused for a few seconds, then added very grudgingly. And if you want to take that guy with you, that's fine with me. Lu Xiao. Then I'll talk to him. Lu Xiao got out of the car and ran over with a smile. Brother. Lu Yu put down the kettle and hugged her. Back quite early. Lu Xiao. Just going to have dinner and see my grandparents mostly. Lu Yu's hand that was stroking her hair lurched. It's fine to see the elders, but you can't get too close to Bo Yushan. Lu Xiao was puzzled. We already knew each other Now it is also considered a relative. Looking at his expression, Lu Xiao suddenly looked back. Are you jealous? Lu Yu rubbed the back of her neck without speaking. Lu Xiao. In the past, even so, why would you still be jealous of him now? We are related by blood Lu Yu looked at her with a raised eyebrow. So, Lu Xiao. She suddenly remembered a certain time when the other woman's 3 ideas had blown up. Lu Xiao looked down in thought for a few seconds and stood on her tiptoes to kiss it. Lu Yu's arm around the other party was slightly harder. In the end, Lu Xiao was carried in with a red face. Bad stuff. Lu Yu laughed. I seem to remember that I didn't take the initiative this time, right? Lu Xiao. I just kissed it. You. Lu Yu admitted his mistake quickly. I was wrong. Lu Xiao hatefully whacked him twice, and each time he only admitted his mistakes without correcting them. Lu Xiao. I have no thoughts about Bo Yushan. Lu Yu. That won't work either. Lu Xiao. Question mark. Lu Xiao. I kind of don't quite understand your brain circuits. Lu Yu. You used to say you had no idea about me. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao had a little heart. It's not the same. Lu Yu. As a precaution, have less contact with him. Lu Xiao. He asked me if I want to spend the summer vacation with him, then back to M country together. Lu Yu's expression really didn't become too good. Lu Yu. Going is fine. I'll accompany you. Lu Xiao sighed in relief. He did say he could take you with him. Lu Yu sneered. I don't need his consent whether I go or not. Lu Xiao. Why in the world? What do you guys have a grudge against? 3. On publicity. During the summer vacation, Zhuang Nianwei came back from a city, and Lu Xiao thought about it and booked a place in Tingshui Xiaozhu. When Qingqi was driving her over, and when she arrived, she realized that Zhuang Nianwei had come earlier. Zhuang Nianwei. I went out early because I was afraid of traffic jam on the road. Is this the one you said was delicious before? Lu Xiao. Yeah, go in first. When the food was finished, Lu Xiao poured her a cup of tea. I need to say something. When Qingqi glanced at her with a clear understanding and leisurely sipped the plum wine. Would you like some? Zhuang Nianwei. Is it good? When Qingqi poured her a cup. Not bad, try it. Zhuang Nianwei took a sip of tea and another sip of wine, now with a stomach full of water, before turning her head to ask Lu Xiao. Right. What are you going to say about what happened? Lu Xiao. I'm in love. Zhuang Nianwei. Zhuang Nianwei. Is it your college friend? Do you have a picture? Are you handsome? I really thought you were clearing your mind and planning to be widowed to the end. Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Sort of a college friend, you know? Zhuang Nianwei. Holy. We all know each other and got into F University. Could it be Bo Yushan? There's no one else. The expressions of the two people on the opposite side of the room both became a little odd. Lu Xiao opened her cell phone and handed it over. Here. The picture. Zhuang Nianwei took it with a face of excitement, looked at a glance and raised her head in speechlessness. You clicked the wrong photo. Why did you show me the photo of you and your brother together? Lu Xiao. That's right. Zhuang Nianwei. Zhuang Nianwei. Question mark. The CPU is almost burned dry for her. Lu Xiao continued to output. I'm not actually a child of the Lu family. Zhuang Nianwei. Lu Xiao. The Bo Yushan you just mentioned is my cousin, and his eldest uncle is my real father. Zhuang Nianwei. Lu Xiao. Anyway, that's the way things are. Run yourself through it? When Qingqi poured her another cup of plum wine. Drink a cup of wine to suppress the shock. Zhuang Nianwei. Give me a pot of it. Zhuang Nianwei blew in the yard for another half day, and when she came back, her eyes became complicated when she looked at Lu Xiao. I knew your family's situation was a bit unique, but I didn't realize it was this outrageous. Lu Xiao helplessly spread her hands. I myself find it outrageous. Zhuang Nianwei. There are so many slots I don't know where to start. When Lu Xiao returned home, she saw an unhappy Lu Yu sitting in the living room. She thumped in her heart and just felt that something was wrong, that her tongue was going to be in trouble. Why are you sitting in the living room, brother, with the lights off? Back. What's going on? The assistant just sent me a post. What? Is the new assistant going to follow in Fisuk's footsteps? Lu Xiao took the other party's cell phone and looked at it for a few moments, only to feel it flying off the handle. I don't know what kind of ungrateful guy stole her picture and posted it on the campus confession wall. Then the people who were watching and eating underneath shared countless posts about her. Everything, and even Lu Yu's previous post was also topped. Lu Xiao said weakly, "It's not the first time." Lu Yu gasped and laughed. "Yes, not the first time. Then when can I, the real boyfriend, have a name?" Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao. Calm down. Take it easy. I'll figure it out. In fact, with Lu Yu's possessiveness, can always hold back not to publicize has been very restrained, more or less still afraid of gossip to hurt Lu Xiao. But this wave after wave of death really cannot block. Don't be mad. Give me a kiss. When Lu Xiao was held down and kissed until she was confused, she only had one thought, and that was that she could only drink white porridge again at night. That night, Lu Xiao in the circle of friends in a photo of 10 fingers intertwined. The red line on the wrist is particularly obvious, with the text, "There is a master. Do not miss." Lu Xiao doesn't often post a circle of friends, and this one had a lot of likes and comments. Winking Kiyoshi. With the confession posting trending, I knew this was coming, and I'm more interested in knowing what's happened in the last few hours since you've been home. Zhuang Nianwei. Now, like to think of other things. Obviously this thing is the most shocking. You come back to me to make it clear. Pei Shochi. Voluntarily? How's the old iron? Whose place is the cell phone now? Thin Yushan. Grandma and Grandpa are asking when you're free to come over for dinner. And by the way, bring him to meet you. Soon this circle of friends was carried to the forums and dissuaded a wave of sad people. 4. About Pei Shochi's day. As soon as the alarm clock went off at 7 in the morning, Pei Shochi struggled to get up from the bed, looked ahead with confused eyes and asked himself doubtfully, did he really need to go to work? Does he really lack this money? Then he came to his senses. Oh, I own the company. I'm the boss, I can't skip work. Go to his work. Pei Shochi drove his flirty sports car parked downstairs to the company. End of a face of high cold parade sitting in a direct elevator to his office. The secretary brought coffee and papers. He took a sip and frowned. No matter how long it took, he still didn't like the taste of coffee very much. Handled a morning of documents, signing to sign to hand numbness. To noon has not yet rested. The secretary knocked on the door and came in. Said to talk about the cooperation of Mr. Chan has arrived. Is not the first to go to the designated restaurant to eat. Pei Shochi took his assistant to talk to Mr. Chan about the cooperation for a noon, and he didn't eat 2 mouthfuls of rice, and his face was stiff with laughter. Just wanted to send a message to Lu Xiao, asking the other party to eat hot pot or not in the evening. Then he remembered Lu Yu, the whole person trembled. Since the two of them were together, Lu Yu's hostility towards him had increased unabated. He was really innocent. After the afternoon meeting just sat down, the secretary knocked on the door again and said, and just Fei Total arrived. Pei Shochi didn't react to who this was at first, until he suddenly thought that Hezha was Lu Yu's branch in H City. Once Fei help now Fei Total is still that a pair of unperturbed look, no set close, come up is to open the door to talk about cooperation. Pei Shochi and Feizha are also considered to have worked together before. Knowing how difficult the other side is to deal with, the two people have a back and forth, smiling on the face in the heart MMP. When the program is finalized, the rest of the details will be for the people underneath to worry about. Pei Shochi said with a leathery smile. If Mr. Fei wants to stay for dinner, I'll treat you. Fei Zhe also fake smiled and said, I don't need to hold all this nonsense with Mr. Pei. Pei Shochi was also satisfied with the result. He didn't have enough to eat at noon, and he didn't want to toss again at night. After the meeting, he received a call from the hospital and immediately drove there again. The paramedic told him about the situation. There was some brain wave fluctuation just now. It's possible he'll be awake for the next 2 days, or he could stay asleep. It's hard to tell. Pei Shochi is very calm, looking through the window at Pei's father lying inside. Now Pei's father woke up or not, it is not important. He for Pei's father at the beginning is hate. Time has passed. Even this hatred has dissipated. Pei Shochi left the hospital and sat in the car, feeling that his life was really boring. The next second Lu Zhao's call came in. Pei Shochi looked at the other party's cat avatar and suddenly smiled. His life wasn't so boring. At least he had friends who were willing to pull him along. You didn't even return my messages when I reached out to you this afternoon. And Fisuk said your meeting was long over. Pei Shochi, poor hitman Fei Zhe, have reached a branch boss, or everything needs to be reported. Pei Shochi, nothing. The hospital called me and said that my dad might be waking up, so I came over to take a look. This way, With regards to Pei Shochi's past, Lu Xiao couldn't be clearer, and this time, she didn't know what to say. Why don't I walk you to the boxing gym to let off some steam? Pei Shochi, thank you. I'll go only to be beaten. Pei Shochi, let's go eat hot pot. Order spicy pot. Super BT spicy. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Lu Xiao sighed before she remembered why she was calling. Right, my brother said you're not too young. So lonely every day looks strange and pathetic. Let me find you a date. I asked Fei Suk to get the information of the various famous women in S City. At night you see if there's anything you see eye to eye. Pei Shochi gritted his teeth and said, Am I very old? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Not too big. I'm just a little bit older than you guys. But you're the only one who's single. And I heard that Fisuk even started a relationship last month. Lu Yu, is he idle? Pei Shochi's growl came from the car. Extra 3. Their little world. 1. First snow. There was a big snowfall in the early winter of one year, and it rarely snowed in S. The snow was very thick and beautiful. The child born that night in the Hatsu family was thus named Hatsuyuki. 3 years old is old, and from a young age, Hatsu had that cool nature, as if she had little interest in anything, yet she was excellent in every way. It wasn't until she was 8 years old that her parents took her to a painting exhibition, and ever since then it's been out of control, and Chushua fell in love with oil painting. While maintaining top grades, after school time was spent drawing. The first mother let the whole attic are organized as the first snow painting room, gradually the painting room more and more paintings, the first snow also tiptoe to climb on the stool, to gradually can carry the drawing board around the picking. During her freshman year of high school, her teacher approached her for a talk. Hatsu, your level of skill is unquestionable. But while your paintings are beautiful, they lack a hint of soul. Lack of soul? There's a bit of emotion missing, and the whole painting seems a bit hollow. Her teacher was a little-known painter, and it was only because her first mother tried everything that she could think of that the other party took her as a student. The artist was always uninhibited, and whether the school allowed it or not, whether her parents agreed or not, the next thing her teacher said was, "Why don't you go and have a relationship?" Hatsu had always been thin on the emotional front, even with her family, but after hearing her teacher's words, she did give serious thought to this approach. Hatsu's appearance and family history are top-notch in every aspect, and there are quite a few suitors for her in the school, but she takes one look at them and decides that they're boring and she might as well live her life hugging her drawing board. And so it went all the way to high school graduation, where she scored well on her art exams, but her teachers didn't give her very high marks. It's not even close, Hatsu. Hatsuyuki was a bit puzzled, and that puzzlement lasted until she was in college. She checked in a day early, not realizing that someone was already in the dormitory, and pushed her way in to see a face that fit her aesthetic perfectly. In that moment, it was as if she experienced the emotion of liking and understood what the teacher said about being close. That night Hatsu drew a portrait in her dorm room alone with a hint of a love affair. From her roommate or from the forums, little by little, she learned about the person she fell in love with at first sight. Very good and hard to follow. Hatsu had no experience in this area, so she had to get to know him a little bit first. Perhaps she had a touch more luck than the other suitors because she lived in the same dormitory as the other sister, so they saw each other quite often. At orientation, She saw the other man in a suit playing the piano, and the light struck him and her heart. She seems to be a little short of oxygen. The other party's gaze was focused on Lu Xiao. She was a little envious and a little jealous. So weird. Shouldn't be. It was also why she was able to squarely send Lu Yu a bouquet of flowers. Luckily, the environment was dark enough that no one could tell she was blushing. Such a Lu Renee is dazzling and all the more heartwarming. In fact, she was a little ashamed of Lu Xiao, who didn't know what she was thinking, and every ounce of her fluttering seemed to be stolen from the other woman. But she couldn't help but take advantage of Lu Xiao's business to get closer to Lu Yu again and again. Every conversation, every glance, every encounter both amused and frustrated her. Even if she had no emotional experience, she could still detect that Lu Yu had no feelings for herself. But she was willing to do it. On her way back from the library, she saw Lu Yu and Lu Xiao. The care in Lu Yu's eyes made her heart a little sour. If only the other party could look at her with such eyes. Even looking at the other woman holding her skateboard, she had her first interest in something other than drawing, and if she joined the skateboarding club, could she? After learning that the other person had a sweetheart, she felt powerless and overwhelmed for the first time. But she still consoled herself by saying that at least she wasn't together yet, and that she still had a chance. Until that time, by the light of Lu Xiao, she had sort of gone to the playground with Lu Yu. It's just not a happy ending. Lu Yu has confessed to his sweetheart. Somehow, she was relieved. In addition to being heartbroken, at least she hadn't said anything about it. At least the crush, from start to finish, had only involved her. She stayed in the studio all night that night, and finally there was a soul in her paintings, no longer empty. She looked at the drawing board and cried and laughed again. A crush that had ended without a fight didn't seem to have left nothing behind. 2. Thin Jade Mountain. That year, the center of gravity of the Bo family gradually moved from abroad to the country, and he followed his mother back to the country, leaving his familiar surroundings for a new city. His enrollment procedures were done together by the one family, and by chance he saw his childhood playmate Wen Qingqi. In fact, to say that there is not much deep impression, it is just that this girl was too rowdy when she was young, and now the pavilion appearance is a little bit of a surprise to him. In addition to being jet-lagged and being educated in the ways of the country, you have to take over part of the company. Bo Yushan felt a little annoyed. At first, he didn't have much to do with his new deskmate, except that he missed the lunch spot and ate a box of cookies from the other guy, and he didn't like to be indebted to anyone, so he returned the box of chocolates. There wasn't much exchange after that. The other party seemed to be a close friend of Wen Qingqi, but always seemed to carry a hint of caution towards him. By chance, he saw Lu Xiao's boxing video out of the blue. He had always thought that the other party was soft and fluffy, a white rabbit, but he didn't realize that he was a violent muscle rabbit. Until the other man handed over a love letter, which was just an oopsie, but had to make him re-examine himself. He seemed to be treating this little white rabbit a little differently. Couldn't help but want to get to know her, and the more I got to know her, the more interesting she became, the more I wanted to be close to her, an instinctive closeness. In the midst of some indecision about his feelings, he learns about Lu Xiao's willow allergy, which suddenly reminds him of his grandmother. When he was young, he had seen his grandmother's willow allergy, and it was very similar to the current Lu Xiao, right down to the way she wore a mask that only showed one pair of eyes. He went home and rummaged through old photo albums and found pictures of his grandmother when she was young. He looked at the photo and got lost in thought. Could there really be two people who looked so much alike without any blood relationship? While having people investigate, he also learned more about the Lu family, gradually verifying his suspicions. He needed a more precise answer, though. Bo's family is abroad, and that answer will take time. At the temple fair, he picked up the lost Lu Xiao. The other party misidentified him as Lu Yu, and the direction to go back was reversed. This confused strength, and I don't know how to grow so big. He hadn't eaten domestic snacks abroad, and his first attempt was unexpectedly not bad, and the other man's arched brow couldn't help but put him in a good mood as well. If he guessed correctly, it seemed like a pretty good thing to do, too. Just Lu Yu? This person's presence gave him a bad feeling. In the end, both guesses came true. Lu Xiao really is the Bo family's child, and Lu Yu really does hold special feelings for Lu Xiao. Looking at the report in his hand, Bo Yushan thought about it for a night, and in the end, he chose to suppress the matter. The current Lu Xiao was happy, and this drastic change would do her no good, not to mention the fact that there was an eyeing Lu Yu behind her. After knowing that Lu Xiao likes to paint, he began to think about what he could give her. Not too expensive and not too casual. When he went to Italy to see the painting exhibition, he happened to see Z.C's masterpiece at auction, and when he had people investigate the Lu family before, it seemed that there was a mention of Lu Xiao liking this painter, and it didn't matter whether or not he could give it away, the painting had already reached his hands. Bo Yushan sighed as he looked at the painting. Even if he wanted to send it, he couldn't send it in his name. He walked through the art streets and into a niche studio recommended by a friend, in which he finally got what he wanted. It was a sketchbook handmade by the studio owner, and he thought Lu Xiao would like it. The sketchbook followed the painting back to the country, and then in a different way to the hands of Lu Xiao. What makes Bo Yushan feel regretful is that none of them were given to Lu Xiao by his own hands. But that's okay. The days to come will be long, and one day he will have the chance to give it to her by his own hands. 3. Lu Yu chapter. Lu Yu's memory of his mother stayed in the year of 5 years old. From his memory, his mother's health is not very good, perennial medication hospitalization. He also followed the restroom, has been living in the hospital. Unfortunately, even the most expensive medication didn't keep her much longer, and after her death, Lu Yu lived under the care of a nanny for another 2 years before being sent to the Lu family. What I thought was the beginning of a new life was the beginning of a nightmare. The woman never hid her hatred for him. The torture from physical to mental was almost unbroken. Enduring pain and starvation were the norm, and sometimes he hated himself for being so weak and unable to do anything. Malice grew in the heart, only to be uprooted before it could grow. His nominal sister suddenly began to show him favor, and while he didn't understand what the reason for the other's change was, it was always nice to have a better day. The other man had been a kid and had done a lot of things without the other's knowledge, and for the first time he felt as if it was a good thing to be alive. When he grew up a bit and had some power, he started to fight back, as he always did, vindictive, and he never let go of those who had a grudge against him. It's just that his tactics are still too juvenile and reveal themselves. When he woke up in the hospital and saw Lu Xiao's worried look, he wondered for the first time if he had taken too much of a chance. He wanted to nurse Lu Xiao as she grew up and wanted her to be happy and joyful every day. Look at someone and think about them unchanged for a long time, and perhaps the feelings will deteriorate. His unspeakable feelings for Lu Xiao may have accumulated over time, or perhaps they came in a flash that was too strong to resist. He's like an addict who knows he can't do it but can't help himself. Each contact drove him deeper and deeper into pleasure and pain. Repressed too much is something will happen Lu Yu countless times to envision in case Lu Xiao knows his mind will be afraid, or will flee. These were things he would not allow to happen. When that day does come, maybe he'll lock someone up so that the other person's heart and eyes are only for him. Gradually, the other person will get used to their new relationship and will accept his feelings and all of him. Fortunately, they didn't have to go that far, and the report seemed to be a signal to him that it was okay. He is a drowning man who, after numerous suffocations, has finally earned the right to come ashore. Extra 4. Getting a license. Lu Xiao, 20 years old that year. The Thin family said to give her a birthday banquet. She did not like the fanfare, politely declined, just went over to eat a meal with them. But she still received a lot of wobbly gifts. Bo Yushan sent a red sports car. Lu Xiao, just look at it, all feel heartbreaking. Let this car parked in the house. Lu Yu's vinegar can drown her. Lu Xiao, this gift is too expensive. Bo Yushan raised an eyebrow at her. You didn't even refuse my father's gift of an apartment to you without accepting my sports car? Lu Xiao. Bo Yushan understood by looking at her like this. Is it Lu Yu's meaning? Inexplicably vain Lu Xiao. He quickly guessed what Liu was thinking, and his expression became not so good. I told you this guy. In the end, he only said faintly, it's true that the Lu family are all crazy. Lu Xiao. Though, but it always feels like I'm getting a ripple effect as well. Bo Yushan, I'll park the car for you at the apartment in the North District, and you can take the key yourself. Lu Xiao nodded her head obediently. Oh, as long as they don't let Lu Yu see it, everything is fine. Bo Yushan didn't take 2 steps, but suddenly his whole body froze and turned his head to look at her. Where did you put your account book? Lu Xiao. In my brother's hand. Bo Yushan's face is even more ugly. When they were planning to move Lu Xiao's account to the Thin family, but with Lu Yu did not talk about it. The other side said to let Lu Xiao a separate account. They feel that this is good. They have not been meddling in this matter again. But it's different now. Lu Xiao has grown up. Lu Yu can take someone to get a license as long as they have their account book. But when he thought of Lu Xiao's taken to death, it was not something he could persuade. And finally he took a few deep breaths, relaxed, and consoled himself with, it's fine. You can still get divorced after you're married. Lu Xiao. She actually wanted to ask the other person what kind of weird stuff they had all brainstormed. Back home, Lu Yu asked the first time he saw her, what did Bo Yushan send you? Lu Xiao. She also wanted to gently reveal the matter, but there was always someone grasping at straws. Finally, she said honestly, a sports car, parked at the apartment in the North End. Lu Yu sneered, heh, this guy. Lu Xiao, why don't you guys fight? What a grudge. Lu Xiao thought that the club that Wen Qingqi went to for her birthday before was very good, so she asked her to help book a place and called some friends who played better, and across the board the place was big, and it didn't matter how many people were there. Su Lia was the earliest to arrive. They're still taking a taxi. I came straight over after watching the movie with Li Yuan. Lu Xiao, here's the electronic signage. You guys are on your own for whatever you want to play later. Drinks and snacks are at the bar. Surya, cool. By the way, where's your boyfriend? Today should always come. Are hiding a few years. Froze even a picture did not show us. Lu Xiao thought for a few seconds and pulled the man into a small booth. Surya, what are you doing? Lu Xiao, tell you something about my boyfriend. We have a special situation. Surya also unconsciously lowered her voice. Is it some kind of special status? Lu Yu is the Qin family's matter in the circle has long been public. Lu Xiao did not say those more shocking things. The Qin family has long been prepared to say out. Lu Xiao, I didn't mean to keep this from you guys for so long. Mainly because it's something it's not good enough to talk about. Surya was dumbfounded and didn't react for half a day. Lu Xiao, are you okay?
Surya?
Surya, I told you guys were weird, so it's really not my problem. Lu Xiao, after 2 years, returning to this place again, when Qingqi had mixed feelings, especially when she saw the two siblings standing together. Lu Xiao came over with a billiard cue with gusto. I practiced with Nianwei for a long time, and now I'm sure I won't lose against you. When Qingqi spoke only half a day later, promise me that you won't drink wrongly again today. Lu Xiao, question mark. Lu Xiao, I'm an adult. It's okay to drink some, and I won't get drunk on fruit wine now. When Qingqi smiled reluctantly, it's good that you're happy. She was also worrying blindly. The little white rabbit was living in the wolf's den. It didn't matter if she was drunk or not. Zhuang Nianwei shouted from the back, come on or not, I'm going to kick off. Lu Xiao, coming. As it turned out, in the end, it proved that too much fruit wine could get you drunk. And when Qingqi sighed straight away as she watched the person in front of her, who couldn't even walk in a straight line, play hard. This scene of déjà vu is so familiar that it brings tears to my eyes. Yan Jiwen walked over. Ah Qi, let's go over there. When Qingqi, but this guy. Yan Jiwen, it's fine. I just saw that Lu Yu has already come over.
Wen Qingyi.
Go away. Out of sight, out of mind. However, Lu Zhao's ability to drink is true. A few cups of fruit wine down did not get completely drunk. Just a little bit of people floating, a little bit on the head. She put the pole down and shook her head. I can't do it anymore. I can't match the ball. Zhuang Nianwei, I really believe you. This is what you said about not getting drunk? Lu Xiao, heh, you believe such words. Zhuang Nianwei, Lu Xiao, forget it. Let's not fight. Let's go sing. Zhuang Nianwei, all volunteered to sing. Looks like this is really drunk. By the second song, Lu Yu pushed his way in. Zhuang Nianwei specially found an unoccupied small box for Lu Xiao to sing. Otherwise, she was afraid that more people would hear it. And when Lu Xiao came to her senses and died of shame. After the song was finished, Lu Xiao turned her head to see Lu Yu and dove headfirst into his arms. Zhuang Nianwei, this atmosphere is not right. It seems like she shouldn't be sitting on the couch. She should be lying underneath it. She got up awkwardly. I'll get a glass of water. Make yourselves at home. Lu Yu patted the tailless bear in her arms. How much did you drink? Lu Xiao revealed a flushed face. 3 cups. That fruit wine is quite tasty. Lu Yu, well, not bad growing up. Lu Xiao gave him a heavy kiss on the cheek and barfed. Lu Yu laughed. Drunk. All dare to actively provoke me? Lu Xiao gave him another kiss on the other side of his face. I'm not drunk. Drunk people won't admit they're drunk. Lu Yu smiled even better. She was dumbfounded. Brother, this face of yours really kills a lot, eh? Lu Yu raised his eyebrows at her. So you are salivating at my beauty? Lu Xiao rationalized. So what if it is? After saying this, she bit him at the neck again. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a chill on her back and looked up to see Lu Yu looking at her with a pair of inky eyes open to smile. Survival instincts made her withdraw a bit, only to be pulled back again. Now you know you're scared? Okay. Lu Yu lowered his head and kissed her, and Lu Xiao obediently let him. I kissed you here. She was half responsive now that her ability to think was diminished. Like this. Lu Yu finally did what he did in the first place again while the person was still conscious. Wait. Well, originally, Lu Xiao drifted off after drinking too much wine, and now she is even more delirious, lying in his arms for half a day without reacting. What do you mean by that? Literally. Question mark. The next day, Lu Xiao climbed out of bed, which only figured out what Lu Yu meant. The whole person was dumbfounded, just washed up and went out to look for someone, and ran into the stylist's sister face to face. What brings you guys over? Come on. Come on. All the white shirts are here. Pick one. Question mark. The stylist didn't give her a chance to gawk and immediately pulled the person towards the dresser. Lu Xiao's hair was brushed up before she finally opened her mouth and asked, "What is this for?" The stylist chose the clothes for her and was looking at the styling charts. Her head didn't even lift. "The marriage license is going to be photographed. Don't worry. I will definitely give you a whole seemingly casual but in fact exquisite 360 degrees of no dead angle and flawless makeup build." Lu Xiao's eyes widened. Who's getting married? Who takes pictures? The stylist also froze and looked up at her. Not you and Mr. Lu? Never mind that. It's not important. Come look in the mirror. Dawn will do her hair first and lighten her makeup. This is important. Lu Xiao was held down and tossed around the room for 2 hours, during which time Aunt Chun came to bring her breakfast. Can someone please explain what's going on now? When she finished packing and was escorted out of the room by her stylist sister, the first thing she saw was Lu Yu leaning against the doorway. The other party is just wearing a simple white shirt, casually do a little hairstyle. The killing power rose exponentially. Even if Lu Xiao is used to seeing this face, this time all looked dumbfounded. The stylist glanced at the clock. Luckily, it's just in time. It'll be done by lunch. Lu Xiao snapped back. What the hell? Lu Yu pulled her towards the stairs. Speak on the way. Lu Xiao? Question mark. When he got into the car, Lu Xiao only felt as if he couldn't escape. Your birthday was yesterday. I didn't forget. You're 20. Yeah. You promised to get a license with me when you were old enough. When do I? Lu Xiao was in the middle of her words when her dead memories suddenly started attacking her. When she was hot-headed, it seemed like she had promised the other party. She bottomed out a bit. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Lu Yu's eyes became a little dangerous. Want to back out? I didn't. It's just that you look so rushed. I'm not even prepared. Lu Yu took out the file bag and handed it over. The documents are all here. The clothes have been changed. The makeup has been put on. The styling has been done. What else do you need to prepare, No more. Lu Yu was satisfied with this, and the temperature in the car began to warm up. Getting out of the car, Lu Yu didn't give her a chance to hesitate. He was very familiar with the whole process and led the people to quickly finish all the formalities. The staff handed over the stamped marriage license. Congratulations to you both. Lu Yu rarely showed a kind smile to the bystanders. Many thanks. The moment Lu Xiao got the red book, the person hadn't come back to his senses. The midday sun was extraordinarily harsh, and she didn't feel somewhat real until she stepped out the front door. Just this? Lu Yu laughed. Or else, just get a license? Aha. So what am I going to do? Lu Yu looked at her. You don't have to do anything. Just stay by my side like before. Seeing his focused eyes, Lu Xiao couldn't help but blush a little. Oh. Lu Yu, I am. What are you doing taking my red book away? It's easy to lose in your hands. I'll keep it for you. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You control freak. Extra 5, you're my future. Lu Xiao was a little more conscious, and with her eyes closed, she touched her phone and looked at the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yesterday, after receiving the license, Lu Yu took her to dinner. Is the kind of package seen covered with roses really shocked her. It's in the wrong order, but make it up. Then Lu Xiao was blinded by the fluttering pigeon eggs. About the atmosphere, she also drank a little red wine, and people began to float somewhat on top again, and were mesmerized by the beauty and pounced on it. Although it was her initiative in the beginning, Lu Yu's hand was too hard. She's human, made of meat. It needs to be held lightly and played with care. She struggled to get up and sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel as if her entire body had been run over. She trudged out of bed, her legs and stomach shaking, and the walk from the bed to the bathroom seemed like a century. She was just about to push open the bathroom door when the door to her room opened. Lu Xiao subconsciously turned her head when she heard the sound, and Lu Yu met her eyes, and somewhat unnaturally averted her gaze. Lu Yu, why are you awake? Lu Xiao gritted her teeth. It's 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yu, but you don't have to go until dawn. The latter words were swallowed back under Lu Xiao's angry stare. Lu Yu, hungry or not, I'll let the hotel send some food up. Is the body uncomfortable? Lu Xiao said without a trace of humor. Do you see another piece of good meat on my body? Lu Yu coughed twice. I'll pay attention next time. Lu Xiao, I'll be damned if I believe you. After eating, Lu Yu took out the familiar-looking ointment. I just went to the drugstore to buy it. Your eyes are a little red again. Lu Xiao obediently sat down and let him apply the medicine. It's not all your fault. I obviously cried and you didn't stop. Lu Yu, next time, bear it and don't cry, and I can still strike lighter. Lu Xiao, question mark. What kind of Thai stuff are you talking about? Waiting to clean up from the hotel out of the sky has been dark. Lu Yu half-help half-embrace to send her to the car. The co-pilot also put a soft cushion. Lu Xiao. The phone had been turned off yesterday by who knows who in the midst of the chaos. And now when I turned it on, a million messages and missed calls popped up. The peak was 2 hours after they got their license yesterday, all signed by Bo Yushan on the back. Lu Xiao. She didn't really want to know what the other person knew either. When she returned to her room, Lu Xiao dared to call back. And after she connected, there was a long silence. Bo Yushan's tone was calm. Where do you want to go for the wedding? Lu Xiao froze for a moment. Huh, Bo Yushan. Everything according to your ideas, domestic and foreign islands and grasslands. My mom recently looked at a lot of places. You feel the trouble can directly let her arrangements. I see her look quite happy. Lu Xiao. I thought you would. Bo Yushan's tone was somewhat helpless. Is it useful for me to disagree? Lu Xiao. Bo Yushan. The gift is already on its way here. Z.C's new work. Lu Xiao. What kind of gift? Bo Yushan. Newlywed gift. As reluctant as it is, I'm going to say happy wedding. Lu Xiao returned to her senses after a long time. Her eyes a little sour. Thank you. Bo Yushan turned his words around and said coldly. I have a few very good divorce lawyers on my side. If you want to kick Lu Yu one day, you must tell me in time. Lu Xiao. The emotion hadn't lasted more than 3 seconds, and the tears had already been held back. During the evening meal, Lu Xiao told the wedding, and Lu Yu's reaction was normal. Everything as you wish. If it's too much trouble, I'll have someone from the Qin family go over and communicate with them. Lu Xiao looked at him for several times and couldn't help but say, in the past, whenever you mentioned Bo Yushan, you always had a nose that wasn't a nose and eyes that weren't eyes. The people are already here, their attitude doesn't matter. At night, Lu Xiao came out of the shower only to realize that her quilt was gone. She even thought that Aunt Chin-sun quilt forgot to retrieve it, but also went to the balcony to look around. The result is that the balcony is clean, nothing, just want to call to ask. Lu Yu walked in. What's wrong? I lost my quilt. I don't know where Auntie Chun put it away for me. I told her to collect it. Why did you take my quilt? Lu Yu gasped and laughed. Remember what we went and did yesterday? Get a license. Yeah. We're all licensed and you want to sleep in separate rooms from me? Lu Xiao took a half step back in fear. Actually, I think Plato is quite good. The main thing is that her back still hurts to this day. Lu Yu's face was dark. Then who was the one who drunkenly pulled me yesterday and kissed me to death? Denial of memories. As a result, in the end, Lu Xiao was carried up to the 3rd floor. Brother, let's make a deal. Indulgence hurts. How about twice a week? 3 times. 3 times no more. 4 times. Any more really hurts. 5 times. No. Lu Yu spoke calmly again. 6 times. 5 times is pretty good. Lu Xiao was forced to sign the overbearing terms. A night of tossing and turning was tossed enough. Did not hold back or cried out. Lu Yu lowered his head and kissed at the corner of her eyes. Murmured in a low voice, Baby? Abominable. Lu Xiao's heart was beating frantically. She reached up and hooked her hand around the other woman's neck and pulled down, kissing her. Active invocation results in not being able to get out of bed again the next day. She pounded the bed with hatred. Beauty was misplaced. When she went to wash up, she saw the sink and couldn't help but stare. Lu Yu didn't know when to bring up all her things. Looking at the couple's mouthwash cups placed side by side, she suddenly smiled. Lu Yu's little mind is kinda cute sometimes. After a few days of living without shame, Lu Yu suddenly asked, Do you want to go to the beach this year? Lu Xiao's brain didn't turn around. Going on a honeymoon? Lu Yu froze for a moment and smiled. It's fine if you want to think that way. Lu Xiao made a big red face. I didn't think that. Lu Yu's movements were quick, just mentioning the matter the day before. The next day he packed his bags and took her to the airport. Once back, twice familiar, the second time to return to the side, Lu Xiao familiar as home. Putting her luggage away, pushed open the door to the balcony. The wind blew over the smell, salty and astringent. She turned her head to look at Lu Yu. It's still just as lively here. Going for a walk? Good. Bare feet on the sand, with the occasional wave crashing over, still carrying a bit of coolness. The sun was sinking, swallowed a little by the sea, which was golden. Lu Yu held her hand with her fingers interlocked, looking at her intently. Didn't you ask me when exactly I liked you? As soon as this topic was mentioned, Lu Xiaoku was in the spirit. She asked several times, but Lu Yu's mouth was hard as hell, and he didn't disclose half of it. Lu Yu smiled gently. Actually, I don't know. She puffed up before she could lose her temper. Lu Yu added, I don't know when I liked you. I don't know how long I liked you. It's only here that I saw my heart clearly. That absurd dream stemmed from the deepest longings of his heart. Lu Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. Only now did she understand where Lu Yu's perversity came from in the first place. I used to think that people like me have no future, such a family, such an identity. Lu Yu smiled to himself. Don't you say that. Lu Xiao couldn't help the redness in her eyes. Lu Yu's past she saw in her eyes. Her chest filled with a stabbing sensation. Even with you, I've been harboring unhealthy thoughts. And without that appraisal, maybe one day I'll go crazy and tie you up in the house, so you can't go anywhere but look at me. Then tie it up. Lu Xiao looked serious. I'll be watching you the whole time. The sun in the sky was completely swallowed by the sea, but his sun would never fall. Lu Ruiz lowered his head and kissed her. You are my past and my future. Extra 6 Miracle Dawn's adventure above. Warning. Lu Xiao and the original Lu use extra. A modest blindly right extra. Lu Xiao woke up in a daze and found herself lying on a park bench. She shook her head, only to feel that the person was a little bit fluttering, wearing a thin dress in the cold winter months, and when she touched her forehead, it was really hot. He had obviously been painting all morning and had just laid down for a rest session, so how did he wake up outside? But the feverish mind is very unconscious. Lu Xiao cannot think about it. She touched her pocket, no cell phone and no wallet. What the hell is going on? Luckily, it wasn't far from where they'd been staying recently, and she was able to walk there slowly and leisurely. Since the two of them were licensed, Lu Yu, in order to not let her have the opportunity to sleep in separate rooms, directly changed her room on the second floor, all converted into a recreational area and guest room. The past few months Jinyuan Huashan has been under renovation. The two moved to a large flat closer to the company. As a result, Lu Xiao was stopped at the entrance of the district, about the reason that she had just moved in not long ago. The security guards did not recognize her. She had to leave a message explaining half a day that she was a resident, and even let the other party call Lu Yu. It was hard to get up the stairs, and the fingerprints were not working. Lu Xiao tried several common passwords and finally opened the door to her house when the door was about to sound an alarm. Tears are coming to my eyes. She rummaged through the box to find fever-reducing pills, took them and took a hot bath, which made her feel better. She opened the closet door and found that all her clothes had disappeared, clear of Lu Yu's clothes. Help! It can't mean what she thinks it means. There was no way her unconscious mind could make her think more. So she casually grabbed one of Lu Yu's black shirts and changed into it, falling back to sleep. No matter what play the other person wants to play, it's most important that the sick person sleeps. Probably being sick, the quality of sleep was a bit poor. Lu Xiao only felt that the empty house was also a bit noisy, like her soul was being pulled. When she finally opened her eyes, she was just in time to hear the door open. She rubbed her eyes and got out of bed, and when she saw Lu Yu come in, she tried to walk over and hug him. Her eyes were half open, and she didn't see the difference in Lu Yu and her momentary surprise at seeing her. Lu Xiao's entire body was buried in his arms, her head rubbing against the nape of his neck. Brother, my head hurts a little. Lu Yu's body stiffened, his voice a little cold. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao responded in confusion. Huh. Lu Yu pushed the man away and scrutinized her repeatedly. Who the hell are you? Lu Xiao. Question mark. Lu Xiao. Brother, what's wrong with you? That's when she saw something was wrong. Lu Yu looked at her with eyes that were both cold and unfamiliar. Lu Yu, My feral sister Lu Xiao died last week. The death report is on the table. Do you want to take a look? Lu Xiao's unconscious brain spun frantically as she finally reacted. She is wearing a book again, this time directly into the original Lu Xiao after the death. In front of her is not at all her brother Lu Yu, is the original blackened male master Lu Yu. There seems to be an explanation for everything that has been wrong today. Lu Yu's tone seemed to carry a chill. So, who the hell are you? Lu Xiao's heart is a little blocked. This kind of Lu Yu makes her feel strange, even if she rationally knows that the other party is not her brother. But emotionally it is still difficult to accept. She inexplicably felt a little aggravated and her nose soured. Don't you do that. Lu Yu paused, just cold face intended to speak. The other party fainted in front of him. He subconsciously picked up the person, only to feel a softness in his arms. With his character, it should be that he wouldn't even look at the other party even if they fell straight down. But for some reason, this time he was a bit reluctant to give it up. Lu Xiao was unconscious for a night, and when she woke up, the room was already permeated with a bit of light. She jolted up and giggled at the unfamiliar surroundings. There was a medical bandage on her hand, so she should have already gotten a fever-reducing injection. She carefully got out of bed and pulled the door open to see the original Lu Yu eating breakfast. She's kind of hungry and she wants to eat. Come out when you're awake. Does she move that loud? Lu Xiao opened the door and walked out. Lu Yu saw her face go a few more points colder. Go put your pants on. Lu Xiao looked down at herself. She was wearing the same black shirt she had on yesterday, the hem of which barely covered her ass. Knowing that the Lu Yu in front of her was not her brother, she was also a little less than kind. Doesn't have pants I can wear. He ended up taking the other man's new pants and wearing them, and wrapping them around his belt again. When she sat down and drank the hot porridge, Lu Xiao felt that she had come to life, and that the heavens are large and eating is the biggest. After eating, facing the sight of the original Lu Yu, Lu Xiao was a little fidgety. The other party made a lot of effort to make Lu Xiao suffer, and now that she's sitting here as a replica, the other party won't want to send her away too. Will they? Lu Xiao immediately softened. I'll say whatever you want to know. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, and I definitely won't make any small moves. Lu Yu? It was probably because she knelt down too quickly, causing Lu Yu to feel speechless on rare occasions. Lu Yu? Who the hell are you? Lu Xiao. I'm Lu Xiao, just a little different from the Lu Xiao you know. Save yourself from wearing the book in the beginning. Everything else is clearly explained. Lu Yu? Parallel time and space? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. You could say that. Lu Yu? So you're close to me over there. Lu Xiao? Yeah. Lu Yu reached out and cupped her chin without a trace of emotion in her eyes. But this face of yours makes me feel disgusted. Lu Xiao smiled sarcastically. Should I wear a mask? Lu Yu? In any case, here Lu Yu did not send her back to the old home intention but also let her rub with the guest room to live, has let her very touched. After all, she is very clear about the original Lu Yu is what kind of person, in addition to the young when Qingqi gave him a ray of light, the entire childhood a dark. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up. The original Lu Yu of uncertain temperament she could not handle. She can go to Qingqi for help. This idea just appeared, but she pushed it down again, not to mention how to explain her identity, just that she has no money and no cell phone. How to contact Qingqi is a difficult task, not to mention that the other party will not necessarily believe in themselves. Taking advantage of Lu Yu being at home, she sidestepped and asked, how has Qingqi been doing lately? Lu Yu raised his eyes to look at her. His eyes were full of measuring. What are you suddenly asking her for? Lu Xiao's cold sweat was coming out. She didn't dare to look straight at the other party at all. Just casually ask, in that world we are also friends. Lu Yu looked at her for a few moments, then lowered his head to deal with his own business. I'm not sure. Their whole family moved abroad a long time ago. No, what kind of plot is this unfolding? What a new storyline. Lu Xiao is not clear how he came. Also do not know how they want to go back. Living in someone else's home to take the hand short to eat soft. She is not good every day for nothing. Lu Yu rarely go home, only a regular cleaning aunt will come over. Lu Xiao simply take charge of cleaning, buying food and cooking. Although usually at home she does not cook much, but helped Aunt Chan and her brother to play hands, also learned a few points of handicraft, at least look good. Just this night Lu Yu very late back. Lu Xiao alone in the living room to watch TV all see fell asleep, only to be woken up by the sound of the door opening. She was still a bit confused and subconsciously complained, why are you back so late? The food is cold. Lu Yu froze and so did she. Help, who is she complaining to? Lu Xiao immediately sobered up. You're back. The dishes are all cooked. Come. Please take a seat. Lu Yu. Probably the contrast between her before and after was so great that the original Lu Yu felt a little speechless. But the other man sat down facetiously. You did that? Aha. Lu Xiao brought back the dishes all warmed up again. I've tasted them. They all taste okay. Lu Yu clamped a slice of boiled meat and tasted it, didn't say anything and took another bite. Lu Xiao was a little more at ease. It seems that the tastes of Lu Yu in the two worlds are still similar. But she was reassured a little too early. Wait until Lu Yu lips white, face bloodless out of the room. She only feel her little life to rest. Lu Xiao. I really didn't poison it, I swear. I ate it too. Lu Yu. His breathlessness was turning into substance. What the hell is going on in your head? Watching the other man walk to the living room, he rummaged through the medicine cabinet, poured out a few pills and swallowed them. Lu Xiao moved over a little bit, saw the words on the medicine, and then remembered that the original Lu Yu is a problem of stomach pain. She was very chagrined. I'm sorry. I forgot you have a stomach problem and shouldn't be doing this spicy and irritating food. Lu Yu thought on another level as he asked. He didn't. Lu Xiao half-heartedly reacted to who he was talking about and shook her head. Lu Yu didn't say anything, finished the medicine and went back into the room. When she waited until midnight, Lu Xiao heard the sound of a cup being broken from the next room. She was still awake and ran next door at the first opportunity. The room was messy. Lu Yu was probably caught in a nightmare, not very lucid, with a pair of bloodshot eyes open looking at Lu Xiao who came in. Lu Xiao took a step back in fear, but concern still prevailed. Are you okay? Are you still not feeling well? Do you want the doctor to come and take a look? Lu Yu took a step towards her, his face full of disgust. Why aren't you dead yet? This face constantly brought back memories of his tragic powerlessness in his early childhood. He wanted to erase this person, just like erasing the past he didn't want to remember. Oh no, this is a sleep daze. Before Lu Xiao could react, in the next second, Lu Yu's palm cupped her neck, slightly exerting force. A feeling of suffocation surrounded her, and it was only then that Lu Xiao reacted and began to struggle. Lu Yu, you wake up a little. I'm not. Her. Lu Xiao's body hadn't been recuperating when she arrived here. Plus Lu Yu's force value was already higher than hers, so it was too easy to subdue her. Lu Yu's hand gradually tightened. Lu Xiao only felt her consciousness blurring. She began to be unable to distinguish who was who. Don't use this face. Lu Xiao reached out hard to cover the other man's eyes. Even if you really hate me, don't use this face to hate me. When Lu Xiao came to her senses, she only felt that her throat was sore. And when she saw the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, she knew that she hadn't died and hadn't gone back. Trudging out of bed and going to the restroom to look around, the fingerprints on his neck were starting to blacken. The blackened hero lives up to his name and turns into a legalistic curiosity in minutes. I don't know how the other party let her go in the end, but it's a blessing in misfortune that she's okay. As soon as he opened the door, he was repulsed by the big man sitting on the couch. Lu Xiao looked up at the time. It's this time of the day. Is it really good for you to be at home like this without going to work? Lu Yu heard the commotion, looked up at her, gave her an ointment. I've already let the doctor look at it. There's no big problem. Apply it 3 times a day, and it'll go away in 3 days. Lu Xiao took it. Oh, Lu Yu. Next time, no matter what happens, you stay in your room and don't come out. Lu Xiao wanted to say something, but finally said, have you seen a doctor about this disease? It has to be cured. We can't avoid medical treatment. Is not too much pressure, occasionally have to decompress. Nothing is more important than the body. You have a nightmare and a stomach ache. Do not take good care of it, and so on, later more suffering. Lu Yu was speechless for a long time and suddenly laughed. You really are. Lu Xiao was very innocent. I'm telling the truth. Lu Yu looked at her seriously. Then what's a good way for you to decompress? Lu Xiao thought for a moment. Go to the boxing gym during the weekdays to practice boxing. Go to an amusement park with friends on the weekends to play a jumper, and go bungee jumping when you have time. Lu Yu, it's really tempting to ask my other self how I actually bring up my kids on a regular basis. Finally, Lu Yu compromised and took the people to the amusement park. Lu Xiao couldn't believe it until she walked out the door. You actually took me with you. Lu Yu looked at her and said, you're the one who said that going to an amusement park and playing on a jumper is very stress relieving. Lu Xiao pointed to herself. But I'm a black man now. Lu Yu, who stipulates that black households can't go out, and amusement parks don't need ID cards to buy tickets. Lu Xiao, after spending a lot of time in the house, it does make you feel better to get out and walk around once in a while. The amusement park is still the same amusement park. Lu Xiao, familiar with the way to stroll around, played a few projects. The mood is much better. Walked to the rapids. Cannot help but think of when a group of people were sprayed by the water gun. Lousy. Cannot help but laugh out loud. Lu Yu looked away. What are you laughing at? Probably too relaxed and familiar environment, familiar people. Lu Xiao subconsciously forgot where he was pointed. That water gun. Coin can be impregnated with water to the tourists. In the past you also do not allow me to go up to play and watch other people come down in a mess. Just as soon as he exited his mouth, Lu Xiao realized that something was wrong and immediately shut up. Lu Yu's eyes darkened. I'm not him. Lu Xiao was a little frustrated. I know. She kind of missed Lu Yu and her family's brother and her friends. The last time she was here it was a noisy group of people. This time she was alone in a strange time and place. Lu Yu looked at her and suddenly asked, You and the other me? Are you really just an ordinary brother and sister? One sentence made Lu Xiao's loneliness clear instantly, and a cold sweat was coming down. Why? Why do you suddenly ask this? Lu Yu revealed a playful smile. Nothing, let's go. Shivering under the hand of the big man. Extra 7 Miracle Dawn's Adventure Middle. Warning. Lu Xiao and the original Lu use extra. A modest blindly write extra. The big man seemed to have taken an addiction to taking her out and took her to the office again the next day. Is it really okay for someone like me, who has been cremated, to suddenly go around blindly? Lu Yu gave her a look. It's not like many people know you. Not much isn't exactly nothing. She didn't dare disobey when Big Brother gave the word, so she scowled and followed the person into the elevator. Luckily, no one else would come in Big Brother's special elevator. It was only the moment the door opened that the familiarity of Fisuk almost took her breath away. It's hard to say whether others recognize her or not. Fei Zhe must know her. Fei Zhe just glanced at her before following Lu Yu and started to report on today's work and the time of today's meeting. Fei Zhe, Mr. Qin's assistant called this morning and wanted to make an appointment for you this afternoon. Lu Yu frowned. Say I'm not available. Fei Zhe said politely. The project of Shufeng is still in the hands of the Qin family. Lu Yu waved his hand. Take it if he wants it. Fei Zhe collected the information. Understood. I'll reply. The big brother treats the Qin family worse than the one in their family. Lu Yu turned her head to look at her. You're also familiar with Fei Zhe. An affirmative sentence is used. Lu Xiao always felt like she was transparent in front of him. He's your assistant, had contact a couple times. Lu Yu didn't say anything more, just gave her a computer to play by herself. So the purpose of calling her in was to be a mascot? Can't figure out the big brother's thoughts. Lu Xiao casually opened a movie and watched it. At noon is to let the secretary order takeout, wait until the point of the end of the day. She packed up her things again and followed Lu Yu to leave together. So the call for her to really be a mascot. Only the car didn't drive to the road Lu Xiao was familiar with, but stopped in front of a Western restaurant. Lu Xiao followed behind Lu Yu with a suspicious face. Why did you suddenly come here? Lu Yu, eat. Lu Xiao, thank you for telling me I came to the restaurant to eat. This restaurant was mainly French food, and Lu Xiao randomly chose a few dishes before seeing the waiter come up and pour a glass of wine into her glass. Lu Xiao spoke with difficulty. I don't drink very well. Lu Yu looked at her with raised eyebrows. Can you play drunk? Lu Xiao. That's not true, it just gets a little dull. Lu Yu had her replaced with grape juice. Lu Xiao took 2 sips. This grape juice is fake. Why does it smell like wine? But this grape juice has a very peculiar flavor. Lu Xiao has not had it before. Could not help but drink more than 2 cups. By the time he got into the car, he was already a little bit floating, but still managed to stabilize. When she got home, she started hugging Lu Yu and wouldn't let go. Lu Yu laughed, his chest shaking. Is this what you call not being a drunk? Lu Xiao looked up at him and muttered. I'm super good. Don't you talk nonsense. Lu Yu waved her hand in front of her eyes. Still recognize who I am? Lu Xiao looked carefully for a moment and revealed a bright smile. Brother! Lu Yu showed that playful smile again. Sure enough, I'm drunk. Lu Yu rubbed her chin with her fingers. You won't resist anything I do? Lu Xiao cocked her head at him, as if the words were a little hard for her to understand right now. Lu Yu didn't wait for her answer. He just lowered his head and planted a kiss on the corner of her lips. Lu Xiao obediently let him kiss, and looked at him with a puzzled face afterward, not understanding why this time it ended like this. Lu Yu laughed, and the hand holding her tightened a little more. So it is. Early in the morning, Lu Xiao stretched a lazy waist to get up from the bed. Brushing her teeth and brushing halfway suddenly stayed. No, she obviously followed the big brother last night to go to dinner, how the next second it was already daybreak. Although Lu Xiao was easily intoxicated, she was not badly broken, and quickly remembered that she had recognized the wrong person and then picked on them. It's really killing me. And then in the next second, remembered that seemingly, the big guy even kissed her. What the hell? Did the drinking cause her memory problems? Is it a dream? Help! Lu Xiao calmed down, gently walked to the door, opened a crack, cruised around and found that no one was outside, then opened the door, poured 2 cups of ice water and began to slam it. Before the last sip of ice water was finished, Lu Yu opened the door from the study and scared her so much that she choked on the water in her windpipe. The startling cough startled Lu Yu as well, coming over to help her pat her back. So careless with a drink of water. Lu Xiao's eyes are choking red, cannot speak, so he can only wave his hand to show that he is fine. When she finally stopped coughing, Lu Xiao looked at him again with lustful eyes. I want to ask, but I don't dare to ask, in case it's true how to end it if I ask, in case it's really my own dream, how to end it if I ask. But the big man's ability to see into people's hearts was as good as ever, and just by looking at her like this he guessed it. It seems as if you haven't forgotten what happened yesterday. The flirty tone seemed as if he was teasing a fried kitten. Lu Xiao stared at him with wide eyes. The corner of Lu Yu's mouth hooked up a smile, slowly approaching her, lowering his head in a gesture to kiss her. Or, do you still want to relive it? Lu Xiao was so scared that she turned around and ran, and stumbled a little on the way, rolling and crawling into her room and locking the door, burrowing into the quilt and turning into a small mountain. The sound of Lu Yu's laughter came from outside the house. Soon Lu Xiao reacted and pounded the bed in anger. How does the Lu Yu of this world like to play tricks on people so much? People have to bow their heads under the roof. Lu Xiao calmed down and gathered the courage to go to Lu Yu. You help me buy a computer and a digital screen, and I'll pay you back with interest when the time comes, plus the cost of lodging and food for the next few days. At this time, the big brother is sitting in the study wearing gold glasses to read documents, and in a trance, Lu Xiao actually somewhat unable to distinguish where she is. Soon she came to her senses again. She couldn't keep being led around by the big man like this. Digital screens? Aha! Lu Yu looked her up and down and asked, You know how to draw? Lu Xiao. What for? Do I look like I won't? Like. Having a request, Lu Xiao lowered her stance a bit more. Why don't I paint one for you to look at first, and you take it all as an investment? Lu Yu came to be a little interested. Okay. In less than half an hour, paintbrushes and drawing boards and paper were all available. Fisuk, in whatever time period, is quick enough to bring tears to your eyes. Lu Xiao tried the brush, turned her head and asked, What do you want me to draw? Me? ? Draw me. Lu Xiao smiled reluctantly. It's good that you're happy. Sketching and buying so many paints, the big man is afraid that he is not sick in the head. Lu Yu just sat on the sofa and watched her, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. 2 hours later, Lu Xiao put down her pen. Okay. Lu Yu came over and only looked at it. The smile at the corner of his mouth faded. Lu Xiao. Who you're drawing? Lu Xiao snapped back to her senses and looked at the painting. She has always been very good at drawing portraits, portraying the details of the person's demeanor in place, so at a glance, she could tell that the Lu Yu in the painting was not the Lu Yu in front of her. Low pressure filled the room, and Lu Xiao only felt sweat coming down. Big brother wouldn't have her thrown into the sea to feed the fish. As a result, in the end, Lu Yu did not say anything, and the next day, Lu Xiao received a complete set of painting equipment. We dare not ask and we cannot guess. When she first came here, Lu Xiao thought that she would be able to go back soon, but she ended up tossing and turning and almost died at the hands of the big brother without being able to go back, which made her start to think about how she was going to live in the future. Until now, she is still a black household, although she can earn a living by taking some drawings online, but she can't even go out to rent an apartment. With money in hand, Lu Xiao's mind came alive, and he tentatively mentioned it at dinner in the evening. Lu Xiao, look at you so good. Can you help me go to do a ID card out? The requirements are not high fidelity on the line. Lu Yu looked up at her. What are you going to do? Lu Xiao, it's hard to move an inch without ID. Lu Yu, where else do you want to go? Lu Xiao, not that I want to go anywhere. Lu Yu did not say whether to answer or not, But the next day Fisuk picked her up to go to the police station to apply for a household registration. She seemed to understand Big Brother's style a bit. After figuring out what I need to pay back to the big guy, I can rent a small apartment a little farther away with the rest of the money. Lu Xiao confidently went into the agency, early out and late to run a few days, and finally noticed the problem. These days, no matter where she goes to the agent's office and how far she looks for a house, even if it's all well and good at first and both parties are happy with it, all sorts of things go wrong when it's time to sign the contract. For example, the landlord suddenly wants the house to get married. The house has a big leak and needs to be renovated for 3 months. And what about someone who bought the house for their own dog? Once or twice is an accident, more is not. Lu Xiao sighed deeply and went home to use all her life's learning to cook a table for the big man. Lu Yu came back to see a full table but not much surprise, very calmly sit down to eat. Lu Xiao looked at the dish and then at him and then at the dish. Who did you learn the problem of looking at people for food? Lu Xiao snapped her head up to look at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. These words, her brother had once said as well. Lu Xiao's mood sank with the naked eye. I've saved almost enough of what I owe you. Aha! I'm renting an apartment for the next 2 days. Aha! But there will always be weird reasons why I can't rent. Lu Xiao tried. Is it? Yes. Although she had already guessed it, Lu Xiao still couldn't believe it. Why? No reason. You obviously hate me. Is it bad that I'm moving out? When did I say I hated you? Lu Xiao muttered in a small voice. You hated to strangle me last time. Lu Yu looked up at her. I just hate her. You're not like her. And what about you? Who do you think I am every time? Reasoned Lu Xiao. Extra 8 The Adventures of Miracle Dawn below. Warning. Lu Xiao and the original Lu use extra. A modest blindly write extra. The helpless Lu Xiao lived from winter to summer and back to winter, until he saw the red lanterns outside the window which reacted to the fact that it was about to be the new year. Lu Xiao looked at the big brother who had just come out of the study, and after a moment of agonizing she still asked, should we go shopping for New Year's Eve? Lu Yu's footsteps visibly paused. New Year's Eve. Lu Xiao nodded. Window flowers and couplets, as well as the New Year's Eve to make dumplings? Cooking New Year's Eve dinner ingredients, of course. If you can buy some snacks and drinks to eat while watching the party is also very good. Lu Xiao suddenly remembered in the middle of her sentence that the big man might not have celebrated New Year's Eve in the past after all. To him, a person is the same anytime. Lu Yu gave her a look and walked to the door to put on his jacket. Since you want to buy it, then let's go. Big brother is still so thunderous. Lu Xiao immediately changed her clothes to follow. Buying New Year's Eve goods she is also considered to be familiar with, after shopping a circle of supermarkets to pick things almost, leave the address for supermarket delivery, their own walk back after the big brother. The street is full of New Year's flavors, and after being quiet for a while, Lu Xiao couldn't help but ask, how did you spend New Year's Eve in the past? Working late at the office. No shame in you. Lu Xiao patted his shoulder. I'll make you dumplings to eat this year. Lu Yu smiled. Thank you so much then. Lu Xiao swelled. I should. After the supermarket's merchandise delivery arrived, Lu Xiao first found the window flowers and couplets, looked at the home's decoration style, and then looked at the hand of the festive window flowers. It seems a little out of place. The big man gave her a look and took the window pane in her hand. Where do you want to stick it? Lu Xiao looked around and finally her eyes settled on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu Yu looked at it and understood, and put the window pane on. Lu Xiao watched the big man finish putting up the window pane and then boldly raised the couplet. Lu Yu walked out and put the couplets on both sides of the door. Lu Xiao found another Chinese knot. Then this one. Lu Yu took down the painting in the living room and hung a Chinese knot. The big man is so nice to talk to today. In the past, it was Lu Yu who did the cooking and she came to wrap the dumplings. But this year she couldn't count on Big Brother to cook, so she had to take care of it herself, and this side of the dish was just halfway cut when Big Brother entered the kitchen while rolling up his sleeves. Lu Xiao stared at him blankly with the kitchen knife. What are you doing in here? Lu Yu. You go make dumplings, I'll do it here. Lu Xiao looked at the chopping board and then at him. Are you sure? With a look from the big man, Lu Xiao slipped away. She'd better go and wrap her dumplings. He waited until the food was served and Lu Xiao's dumplings were cooked. Lu Yu looked and tasted it. It really isn't. Lu Xiao interrupted promptly. Not the frozen dumplings you bought. Lu Yu smiled. Well, I know. Darn. Screwed again. Biggie loves to tease. After eating, Lu Yu put on his jacket and stood at the entrance door and looked at her. Lu Xiao asked tentatively. You still have to go to work overtime this late? Lu Yu, you're not going to see the fireworks. Lu Xiao, when did I say I wanted? Halfway through her speech she remembered that she seemed to have mentioned that she wondered if this world's Lakewood Park would be hosting a fireworks show for New Year's Eve. Really? Aha! Lu Xiao quickly put on her clothes and followed Lu Yu out the door. The vendor selling sweet potatoes was still in the same place. Lu Xiao picked a large one, wrapped a few layers of paper, broke it into 2 halves, held up one half of it and handed it to Lu Yu. Lu Yu gave her a look. Didn't you have enough to eat at night? Lu Xiao looked at him breathlessly. Just want to eat. This is delicious. Lu Xiao peeled off the skin and ate it in small bites. The outside of the sweet potato was baked hard, and the red heart inside was soft and sweet and bubbling with heat. After eating, the people are warmed up a lot. Lu Xiao again led the big brother to find a good angle, quietly waiting for the fireworks show to begin. About the weather, or perhaps the brain automatically added a filter to the memory of that year, Lu Xiao always felt that this year's fireworks show was a little worse. A trace of loss flashed across her face, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and smiled at Lu Yu. Finished watching. Go back. Lu Yu pulled her back, little expression on her face. You came here with him. Lu Xiao nodded. Aha! The big man's lips pursed into a straight line and he seemed a little offended. You're always thinking about him. Lu Xiao was a bit puzzled. That's pretty normal, isn't it? Lu Yu looked at her. You want to go back? She has been thinking okay. She just can't go back. Lu Yu looked at her for half a day, and finally just said, go home. Lu Xiao walked with him by the lake, occasionally looking at the lake, occasionally looking at him. I don't belong here. I'll go back someday. Even if there were occasional times when she was overthinking and couldn't distinguish between people, she understood where she was, and she understood that Lu Yu was waiting for her. The big man didn't say anything, just raised his hand and rubbed her head. Spring goes to fall. Lu Xiao looked at the petals floating past the window and suddenly had a premonition. She looked at the balance in her account, went to the mall, picked out a suit for the big guy and a pair of cufflinks, and by the time the person came out of the mall again, she was really broke and her wallet was deflated. Dinner had been prepared since 2 o'clock, and by the time Lu Yu arrived, she even had dessert ready. Lu Xiao put the freshly made pudding into the refrigerator. I don't think you like sweet. The pudding I made isn't very sweet. It tastes better when it's chilled. Lu Yu glanced at her, didn't say anything, sat down and started eating. Lu Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the big brother would notice something. Once the other party became angry, there was no need to torture her to force her to confess. She must have said everything. It wasn't until just before she went to sleep at night that Lu Yu looked at her and asked, Is there anything you want to say to me? Lu Xiao choked and was half silent. Lu Yu raised his hand and hugged her, patting her gently. Good night. As the other man was about to let go, Lu Xiao hugged back. You'll be fine, right? Lu Xiao added. I wish you well. Take care of yourself and live well. Lu Yu smiled. If I don't say yes, will you cry? Lu Xiao held back the sourness at the tip of her nose. It will. Lu Yu, okay, I promise you. Lu Yu let go of her hand and stood in the doorway looking at her. Go to sleep. Lu Xiao gave him one last look. Good night. The next day Lu Yu looked at the empty room, in a trance, thinking he had a long dream, until he pushed open the door of the drawing room next door. Right in the middle of it was a portrait of him, a drawing he had asked Lu Xiao to do that day as he sat on the couch. In the lower right corner is a floral L signature as well as the date, which is labeled yesterday. On the table to the left were 2 large and 2 small gift boxes with a letter at the top. Lu Yu opened and read. Most of them are instructing him to eat well, get his stomach well, the body is the biggest in heaven and earth, don't think about going to work every day, and occasionally go out for a walk. Just the last sentence let him take the letter's hand, can't help but clench. It's a lucky thing to meet you. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, and thank you for making this journey meaningful. I hope every day of your life is happy and joyful in the future. Lu Yu put down the letter and looked at the painting again. It was a lucky thing for him to meet her, too. Lu Xiao opened her eyes and found herself lying on the couch in the drawing room. She jerked up, looked around and pinched herself again. She was back. Looking at the time, only 2 hours had passed since she had left. She rushed to call Lu Yu, but heard the phone ringing in the living room. Lu Yu walked to the door of the drawing room and said teasingly, What? I've only been gone for a morning and you miss me so much. Wasn't it you who said that you wanted to concentrate on drawing today and asked me not to disturb you? Lu Xiao's nose soured and she instantly zipped into the other's arms. Lu Yu subconsciously wrapped his arms around her, sensing that she was not right. His tone was much more serious. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Xiao buried herself in his chest with a bit of a sob. It's okay. I just miss you a bit. Lu Yu, really nothing? Lu Xiao nodded gently. Lu Yu picked her up and the two sat on the sofa. I'm not going out this afternoon. I'll stay home with you. Good. Brother. You'll be fine, right? Lu Yu smiled and kissed her. As long as you are well, I will be well. Be well in every world you are in. Lu Yu didn't know if she was having some kind of nightmare again, so he had to look at her seriously. I'll be fine in every world. Lu Xiao hugged the other for a long time again before she felt like she was really back. Lu Yu saw that she had calmed down, and only then did he take out his cell phone to show her. I let someone find the stone you said before. Lu Xiao glanced at it and her thoughts were immediately jerked away. This kind of stone is rarely produced. She had previously seen the information on this or in the book, produced in Brazil. The production is small and most of them contain impurities cannot be used. She also joked with Sulia and the girls, or not one person a plane ticket, bring their own hoe to dig. Lu Yu. Yeah, I flew over with a hoe and dug it out. Lu Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. Why are you eavesdropping on us? Lu Yu's eyes became grudging. I was sitting right next to you. It was you who were chatting too happily and forgot about me. It does seem to be. Lu Xiao took the initiative to kiss him. Let's go to Jingyuan Huashan in the evening. I'll see how my new drawing room is decorated. And my water lilies, what if no one takes care of them and they die? Lu Yu held her waist slightly harder with both hands and pulled her closer. Lu Xiao? Are you changing the subject now? Lu Xiao looked at the sky and the ground, just not him. How come? I'm really worried about my garden. And the color of my studio, what if they paint the wrong paint? Lu Yu cupped her neck and kissed her, blocking out her chatter. The wind blew through the window, blowing petals from far away. Extra, the otherworldly journey of Big Brother Lu Yui. Warning. It's the Lu Yu of the parallel world and the Lu Xiao of the real world. Do not read if you do not like. Written blindly. It has nothing to do with the main text. Jagged Author's Broken Thoughts is considered a miracle Xiao Xiao second because the comments are too many readers cry Big Brother brother as a sweet author Bushi, plus when writing this extra himself was created to a handful of, that's right, the Jagged Author is every time to create a person to create their own first, and now tomatoes and the function of the new extra, just think of writing one. The Xiao Xiao here is the Lu Xiao who didn't wear a book and then lived a normal life. Lu Xiao out of the office building, looking at the sky, a long sigh. Recently the father is more and more outrageous. She wrote a program every day to write blood, but also the top of the smile to send the program up, and finally changed a week, the father of the party, to a sentence. Or the first version of it, I look good. Lu Xiao only silence, and finally the program 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, etc. are thrown into the recycle bin. She did not dare to empty, for fear that the father of the party to come to a sentence, the second version is not bad, and then sent to look at. Then she will really have to hang in the door of the father of the party. At this point the subway is not much. Lu Xiao got off the subway from the convenience store to buy some food all the way home, almost to the neighborhood, when I saw a silhouette. The other party is wearing a suit, the broad shoulders and narrow waist and long legs of the good body to show the best. Completely hit Lu Xiao's orientation. Just a pair of home slippers in which some sense of incongruity. When the person turned around, Lu Xiao froze, and so did the other person. Lu Xiao froze entirely because of the other party's face value. Features delicate and beautiful but does not look feminine, jawline then her lifeline are smooth. If she is bold enough, must go up to beg to add WeChat. And the person standing at the entrance of the neighborhood out of focus is the Lu Yu who was originally at home reading the mail. 3 years had passed since Lu Xiao had left his world. And it was as if it was a dream, and like a firework, brilliant and short-lived. After Lu Xiao left, he also learned to accept the world, would eat on time, his stomach problems became rare. He also began to contact a psychiatrist and even went to a boxing gym, went to the snowy mountains, experienced bungee jumping, and went to see the world that this other person wanted him to see. New Year's Eve alone, watching fireworks alone, eating baked sweet potatoes alone. It's just that the baked sweet potatoes are as bad as ever. Sometimes he would look at the portrait in his studio and wonder if he hadn't imagined it all. Until now, seeing Lu Xiao standing in front of him, he pinched his brow, contemplating whether or not he should check out psychiatry. Lu Yu walked up and looked at Lu Xiao carefully. Lu Xiao was scared and retreated half a step. This gentleman, what's wrong? Lu Yu's body trembled and reached out to pinch Lu Xiao's face. Lu Xiao. Lu Yu's expression changed, and he hesitantly asked, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. How do you know my name? Lu Yu withdrew his hand and looked around the unfamiliar environment, and remembered that there had been a Lu Xiao, suddenly realized that this time it was again a certain parallel time and space. Lu Yu looked at the frightened person in front of him and showed a harmless smile. I'm lost, and I don't have a cell phone or wallet on me. Can you take me in for a bit? Lu Xiao. What kind of new scam is this? 10 minutes later. Lu Xiao looked at the tall and leggy Lu Yu sitting on the lazy sofa in her loft apartment and wondered if she had been compelled. I can't believe I brought a man I've only met once and very suspiciously into her house. Lu Yu accepted the small apartment of 40 or so square feet well. After all, he had even lived in an impermeable warehouse when he was a child. He looked at the picture frame placed on the windowsill. In addition to Lu Xiao, the other few people were all unknown to him. Here's about a new world line, just this Lu Xiao. Lu Yu looked at the other man and smiled. He had many ways to recognize who the other man really was. Lu Xiao, who was putting things away, had a jolt in her back and always felt like she was being watched by something. Lu Xiao planned to cook a bowl of instant noodles with some side dishes in the evening. She looked at the other party and hesitantly asked, "Do you eat instant noodles?" Lu Yu looked at it. "Is this what you eat at night?" Lu Xiao. "Yeah." Lu Renee walked over and opened the small refrigerator, which was empty. The ingenious man could not turn over a flower even when he was faced with these 3 or 2 already wilted leaves of yellow cabbage. "I'll cook it." "Oh, okay." Lu Xiao sat on the bar and watched the other man roll up his sleeves and cook noodles, only to sigh that he actually had a day to be obsessed by color. She always felt that every aspect of the incident revealed something strange, but she had no proof. Lu Yu moved quickly, and in a short while he brought up 2 bowls of noodles with poached eggs and sausages. Lu Xiao glanced at the delayed chopsticks. Lu Yu asked without a trace, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiao shook her head. "It's not much." She was just about to start when Lu Yu confronted the 2 bowls and adjusted them. "This egg is fully cooked." Lu Xiao froze, looking at the egg and then at him. "How do you know I don't eat runny yolks?" She had just not been eating it because the sight of the bowl with the runny hush puppies was really pushing her limits. Lu Yu smiled at her. "Guess." I don't know if it was because of the beauty added. Lu Xiao felt that this bowl of noodles was exceptionally delicious. When the food was finished, Lu Yu began to wash the dishes again, and only then did Lu Xiao's sanity gradually return. "Where does your family live? Do you want me to call a cab for you? Or maybe I'll lend you my cell phone and you can contact your family to come pick you up." Lu Yu dried the washed bowl and put it on the dish rack. Her eyes hung down, her broken hair covering the corners of her eyes. "I don't have a home, and I can't go back." Lu Xiao covered her chest, only to feel stormed by the crushing sensation on the other side. "What's your name?" "Lu Yu." Lu Yu took her hand and wrote his name in one stroke. Lu Xiao jerked her hand back. "Just tell me directly." "Lu Yu." "I'm afraid you don't know which 2 words." In the end, Lu Xiao took in the homeless Lu Yu to bunk at home. Lu Xiao lay on the bed and crumbled. "Figure color. It's me who earns it. Figure money. I'm penniless and have no money to figure it out. Left and right don't suffer." Even so, Lu Xiao lay open-eyed for most of the night and didn't squint for a while until almost dawn, only to have her alarm go off at 7 in the morning. She struggled to get up and finish washing up and went downstairs to see Lu Yu carrying a dinner tray on the bar. She looked at the steaming eggs on toast in front of her and a cup of hot milk with a puzzled look on her face. "I have milk at home? Put it over there on the coffee table." "Yeah." After Lu Xiao finished eating, Lu Yu helped her carry her bag again and sent her to the door. "Be careful on your way to work." "Oh." Waiting for Lu Xiao to get on the subway before reacting to where this eerie feeling came from. What is this vestigial feeling of a wife sending her husband out the door? The result of carrying things in mind is that the efficiency of work plummeted. Fortunately, the program has been passed. She pinched the point off the shift. Not in the mood to take the subway, directly take a taxi back home. As soon as the door opened, she blinked, closed it, looked up at the door number, opened it once more, and fell silent as she looked at the sudden extra hangers in front of her, the extra men's shoes, and the various boxes on the coffee table. Lu Yu changed to home clothes, carrying 2 bowls of dishes out. "You're back. Wash your hands first. There is still 1 soup left immediately out of the pot." Lu Xiao thought she was probably playing a sex-turned version of Tian Luo Maiden. She was lost in thought as she looked at the new sweeper in the corner and the leather couch that sat next to her lazy boy sofa that didn't fit in with her small apartment. "Where did you get all this stuff?" "Bought." "Where did you get the money?" Lu Xiao is full of question marks. Obviously, the day before she said she was a homeless person with no money and no cell phone. How come she went to work for 1 day and came back to a different day? She has only disappeared for 1 day, right? "I sold the watch." "Just a watch. Limited edition. Sold for over $10 million. "No. How much?" Lu Xiao was shocked and then fell back into contemplation. She was overthinking it. What could the other party want from her? Her apartment wasn't enough for a fraction of a watch. Lu Xiao looked at him and asked sincerely, "Where can't you go with so much money? Why are you still squeezing into this small apartment of mine?" Lu Yu looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Probably because I don't have an ID. Question mark. Why does it always feel like I've taken an arrow to the knee?" Lu Yu lived in that small 40 square meter apartment for 3 months, Lu Xiao from the beginning of the incomprehension to the end of the habit, and there were even 2 times when she returned home and saw that it was empty. The first reaction was to pick up the phone and call Lu Yu. She still knows nothing about Lu Yu's identity, but Lu Yu seems to be very familiar with her, even to the extent that she loves to eat what she doesn't love to eat, and prefers what color of clothes and what kind of flowers she likes, all of which she knows exactly. Sometimes she wondered if she'd acquired some system to soothe her fragile little heart that had been tortured by daddy. System. Lu Yu gave her a look and continued working. "Your brain circuits are still so peculiar. Lu Xiao. Don't talk as if you already know me." Lu Yu's hand on the keyboard paused. "Who knows? Question mark. Lu Xiao. It's snowing." Lu Xiao froze for a few seconds before looking up at the window. "It's really snowing. It is rare to see snow in the south." Lu Xiao was a little excited and reached out to catch a little bit, but it quickly melted. "It's going to be New Year's." She subconsciously glanced at the picture frame on the windowsill and her mood dropped again. "That's all New Year's Eve is." Lu Yu gave her a thoughtful look and didn't say anything. The last day before the vacation, Lu Xiao after work to the subway exit to walk has been feeling a car behind her. She simply stands still. The car soon stopped in front of her, the window down, revealing a face she is familiar with. Lu Xiao looked at him half-heartedly. Lu Yu got out of the car and pulled her to hold her down on the passenger side, helping her fasten her seatbelt before returning to the driver's seat. "No. Where did you get the car?" "Bought." "When did you buy it?" "Yesterday." Lu Xiao froze for a moment as she looked at the car and took out her cell phone and searched for the car's model number. "No. Where did you get the money for this? You still have a watch." "No watch, money earned." "Brother, how do you make it? Is it legal? Can you give me a hand?" Lu Xiao was so close to writing thigh hugging on his face. Lu Yu heard this title but was a little out of breath. "You really should call me brother. Why are you still taking advantage of me? I'm the oldest in our family. I don't have any brothers or sisters above me." Lu Yu smiled. "It's good that you're happy. But speaking of which, your name is Lu Yu and my name is Lu Xiao, which reminds me of an ancient morning novel, or my classmates recommended me to read it when I was in college, and I didn't read it because the female counterpart with the same name as me was too miserable. Fiction. Yeah, in that novel, Lu Yu is a pre-tragic late blackened male lead with a younger sister just named Lu Xiao. It can be touching." A sharp break interrupted Lu Xiao's words. Lu Xiao was startled. "What's wrong? What's in front of us?" Lu Yu looked at her, the depths of his eyes like the sea. "What is the novel you just mentioned?" Lu Xiao looked at him at a loss for words. "I'll go back and look for it." In the end, Lu Xiao was secretly poking and observing from the corner of the second floor, wondering why Lu Yu cared so much about this novel. And in the first floor sofa sitting Lu Yu, the novel turned upside down after seeing the sudden appearance of the Lu Xiao, and he somehow came here. He suddenly felt that the world he is in is a novel seems to be not a difficult thing to accept. Who can say who is real and who is not when it comes to Zhuang Zhou's dream of a butterfly? However, this incident had given him an unexpected gain. No wonder the Lu Xiao he met was so different from his cheap sister, so it was never the same person. Lu Yu's ability to accept was superb, and he quickly organized his emotions and looked up at Lu Xiao, who couldn't dodge and ended up hitting his head on the wooden board and then pretended that nothing had happened. "Come down and we'll go shopping for New Year's Eve." Lu Xiao poked her head out like a groundhog. "Buying New Year's Eve? Aha!" Lu Xiao originally wanted to refuse, but her feet did not listen to her brain, and by the time she reacted, she was already sitting in the car. Lu Xiao was a little curious. "How did you spend New Year's Eve before?" Lu Yu touched the steering wheel and glanced at her. "The earliest was not to have to pass. Then it was to get used to it. And then, someone taught me what I should do on New Year's Eve." Lu Xiao felt that it would be impolite to ask any more questions and promptly shut up. The two went to the grocery store and bought quite a few things, almost filling up the trunk. "So you're staying on for New Year's too?" "I didn't start out by saying I couldn't go back. There was no need to go back either, but of course the words escaped him." I don't know why when she heard this, Lu Xiao was vaguely happy. She fastened her seatbelt and had a hint of anticipation for the new year after a long time. Extra, the otherworldly journey of Big Brother Lu Yu 2. Warning. It's the Lu Yu of the parallel world and the Lu Xiao of the real world. Do not read if you do not like. Written blindly. It has nothing to do with the main text. Is the window sticker here? How do you hang a Chinese knot? I forgot to buy hooks. Hang on here. What about the couplets? You take it out and you realize it comes with its own sticker. Lu Xiao silently walked away. It's been a long time since I bought these things. I didn't realize that the outside world has developed like this. When everything was hung up, Lu Xiao turned around, and the hut, which was only a few dozen square meters, made her feel warm and fuzzy inside. I can make dumplings for New Year's Eve. Although I'm not a good cook, I'm a great dumpling maker. Better than anything in a restaurant. Lu Yu's hands lowered to wash the dishes gave a start. Suddenly looking up at her. Where did you learn all this? In fact, when he first met Lu Xiao, he was very curious. Obviously not a good cook. But the dumplings were unexpectedly delicious. To that world, Lu Yu, to her degree of love, also does not seem to let her often into the kitchen look, most likely from this world to bring over the handicraft. Lu Xiao, unpacking hand a beat, lowered his head half a long time before he spoke. In the past in the orphanage the dean taught, she said that the best packaged children have a reward. I was all the children in the best package that one. At the beginning of spring the next year, the dean took me to see my adoptive parents, and then did the formalities. Lu Yu looked up sharply. He never thought that Lu Xiao had this experience. He met Lu Xiao, looked like a child who grew up in love, so he ignored that perhaps the Lu Xiao who has been growing up in this world is not the same. Are they bad for you? Lu Xiao shook her head and smiled. It was fine, but then they had their own children. It was times like these that her position as a child who had been adopted only after she already knew what she was doing became awkward. This incident is just a small episode. Someone to accompany the New Year's Eve, together with the dumplings together to eat New Year's Eve dinner still makes Lu Xiao very happy. Lu Xiao looked at her cell phone and froze for a while, wondering if sending a Happy New Year at this time would disturb their family. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked up at him. Lu Yu turned her head back and looked out the window. Tens of seconds. 10 seconds later, the new year kicked in and fireworks rose in the distance, bursting into the air. Lu Xiao's eyes reflected the brilliant fireworks for a long time. Why there are still fireworks? New Year's celebration. Approved. Of course he didn't say how much effort it took to get the officials to pick this spot that would be right across the street from Lu Xiao's apartment building. Lu Xiao smiled. Then I'm in luck. I didn't used to be. Lu Xiao felt that since she met Lu Yu, all her luck had become better. Want a drink? Lu Yu looked at her suspiciously. At home. Lu Xiao rummaged through the cupboard and pulled out a mention of the beer she had bought only for cooking. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu looked at the 2 empty beer bottles in front of him and was silent. Lu Yu had always thought that Lu Xiao's poor drinking ability was due to physical reasons, and in this world it might be a sea of alcohol, but it turned out that he had overthought it in the end. Lu Xiao's face flushed and she flopped down in front of the window. Still want to see it. Lu Yu pulled her down. I'll show you tomorrow. Lu Xiao's eyes glowed, pulling him back and not letting go. You can't cheat. Lu Yu laughed and reached out to gently tap her forehead. Well, no. Lu Xiao laughed along with her. The corners of her mouth drooped down again after a while. I used to like New Year's Eve too. The house was very lively, and having a younger brother was also very lively. But they all say I'm superfluous, that I have to give way to my brother, that I shouldn't spend the family's money if I know what I'm doing, that I should have to go out and earn money to support my brother. Lu Yu's smile faded. A cold light bubbled in her eyes. Your foster parents said that? Lu Xiao shook her head. They didn't say anything, it's Auntie, and next door Auntie Wang. Uncle Li. Lu Xiao drew a big circle with her hand, her speech a little slurred. Many people. They all feel that way. I'm not born to mom and dad. They all think that the family has already accumulated virtue by providing me with a mouthful of food. Once I ran back to the orphanage on my own, but the directors were gone, and I suddenly felt like I didn't have a home anywhere. Lu Xiao's voice seemed to carry a sobbing tone, but she didn't cry. Understanding children were deprived of the right to cry from a young age. Lu Yu held her in her arms. You won't be without a home when you have me in the future. Lu Xiao stayed in his arms for a while, then suddenly struggled to get up and started looking for her cell phone. Lu Yu picked up the cell phone on the table and handed it to her. She wiped her eyes, opened the mobile banking app and operated it. Then squinted again and fell into Lu Yu's arms. As promised, we're going to watch the fireworks tomorrow. Lu Yu rubbed her face with her fingertips for a moment before carrying her to the bed and tucking her in. Lu Xiao's cell phone password is a string of numbers, is the day they met, Lu Yu also did not say it. He knows that Lu Xiao thin-skinned, he poked and prodded, certainly want to blow up. He unlocked it with a password and opened the software that had just flashed by, which had a record of transfers, some thousands, some tens of thousands, and the one that had just hit the whole 20,000, almost all the money in the card. Lu Yu looked at the name and guessed that the other party was probably her adoptive father. Lu Yu turned his head to look at her. Call all the money over. Do you plan to drink the northwest wind in these few days of the new year? Lu Xiao was sleeping so soundly that she couldn't hear what he was saying. Lu Yu lowered his head and dropped a kiss on her forehead. Little fool. Lu Xiao woke up from her hangover, only to feel that the fake alcohol is harmful to people, something like alcohol, who in the end is enjoying drinking. She touched into the bathroom with her eyes closed, and after washing up and coming out to see the house empty, she froze for a few moments. She walked quickly to the bookcase, and was relieved to see that Lu Yu's computer was still in its place. She had been sprawled out on the couch for 10 minutes when she heard a thin noise at the door and got up with difficulty. Where have you been all New Year's Eve? Lu Yu raised the bag in her hand. Breakfast. Lu Xiao came over and helped him plate his breakfast, then sat down and started eating. Do you remember what you did yesterday when you were drunk? Lu Xiao's face suddenly became dull as she bit into her bun. What? Lu Yu glanced at her and said as if nothing had happened, It's nothing. She couldn't eat a single bite of this bun. I shouldn't have to play drunk when I'm drunk. Well, Lu Yu took a sip of her soy milk. It's just that she's hugging me and not letting go. Lu Xiao's face quickly reddened. Don't you try to lie to me while I can't remember. Lu Yu got up and picked up the jacket he wore yesterday from the back of the chair. Why don't you see why my clothes are wrinkled like this? Lu Xiao looked at the sky and the ground but did not look at him. Yesterday's clothes are not thrown into the washing machine left here to accuse her. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. Extra the otherworldly journey of Big Brother Lu Yu 3. Warning. It's the Lu Yu of the parallel world and the Lu Xiao of the real world. Do not read if you do not like. Written blindly. It has nothing to do with the main text. It was just the two of them on New Year's Eve. So when Lu Yu asked her if she wanted to go to the movies, she didn't think twice about answering until the other person led her into a high-luxury shopping mall she'd heard about but had never been inside. At the door, Lu Xiao pulled the other sleeve and asked in a low voice, There's a movie theater here? Aha! Lu Xiao followed him half-heartedly upstairs, and then discovered that there really was a movie theater on the top floor. How come I never saw this movie theater on the software? Membership. Not open to the public. It's just a movie theater. You're looking down on the common people. The chairs are bigger, softer, the air conditioning is cooler, and the waiters come in to bring snacks and drinks. She didn't envy it at all. This sparkling water is so good. Lu Yu looked at it. There are degrees, drink less. Lu Xiao timidly put down the cup, the pinched and wrinkled dress still fresh in her mind. The movie is the New Year's Day to see the family movie, funny and warm. After watching out Lu Yu and took people to the second floor, Lu Xiao saw the sign and stood still. That one is very expensive, really. Inside, the clerk's eyes are higher than the sky. Although Lu Xiao had never been inside, she had read a lot of spitball posts on the internet, and it was better not to make a fool of herself with her small salary. Lu Yu frowned. You don't like it? Then we'll change the house. Then pulled her into a more expensive one next door. Lu Xiao. Finally from the mall out of the time, Lu Xiao people are numb. No, brother, what do you do in the end? There are any get-rich-quick road to bring me it. Hit workers really need it. Lu Yu just wanted to say, are you very short of money? Then remembered that the other side of the money to the adoptive father after the money left a few change, silent for a moment, took out a card and handed it over. Lu Xiao. It's not necessary. Lu Yu saw that she didn't accept it and picked up his cell phone to transfer money directly to her. Lu Xiao heard, Alipay account 500,000 yuan. When a breath almost did not come up, the second note just started ahead. She hastened to pull people. Brother, really can. Lu Yu did not care whether her sanity had returned or not, stuffed the person into the car and drove all the way out of the city. No, where are we going with this? You weren't pestering me to watch the fireworks yesterday. I have. Well, hugged me and wouldn't let go. Said I wanted to watch the fireworks today too. Lu Xiao cannot even know that her face must be red to the explosion. Fortunately at night it is dark to see. Otherwise she really want to jump out of the car. Drunkenness is harmful, fake alcohol is even more harmful. Lu Yu took her and drove all the way to the foot of the mountain. Lu Xiao looked at the dark lights and the middle of nowhere, and that little bit of charming mind was gone. Lu Xiao's heart thumped. This money won't be the money to buy my life. Lu Yu gave her a look full of helplessness. I've wanted to open your head more than once to see what kind of structure is inside. Lu Yu took her hand and rode the cable car. Lu Xiao's face started to burn again and tried to pull her hand back. But it didn't budge. Step with the right foot. She was trying to save her life by not struggling. There's no other reason. Lu Xiao looked outside the cable car and watched a little bit of elevation. Still could not help but ask, where are we going? Hilltop. There's not much light at the base of the mountain, but once you get to the top, you can see all the lights at the bottom and the skyscrapers in the distance. It's so beautiful here. Lu Yu led her to a flat bottom and shoved something into her hand. The next second the lights at the top of the hill all came on, and Lu Xiao saw the boxes of fireworks all over the place, and the fairy wand in her hand. You wanted to see it, so I had to bring you here. Lu Xiao froze, staring at the box of fireworks in front of her in disbelief. Lu Yu let the people set up the fireworks, turned back to see Lu Xiao standing there alone with silent tears. Why are you crying? Lu Xiao herself was startled and touched her cheeks. Did I cry? Lu Yu took a tissue to help her wipe her tears. Not crying, just watery eyes. Lu Xiao laughed. Are you talking about a cold joke? It doesn't match your temperament at all. Lu Yu smiled back. Lu Yu bought a lot of fireworks and put them until Lu Xiao was satisfied, and only then did he bring people down the mountain. Lu Xiao looked at the two holding hands, and the heat from her palm warmed all the way to her chest. When I was a child, every New Year's Eve, everyone in the yard would set off fireworks together, and my aunt and uncle would smile and give me red envelopes, and it was as if my mood was sealed by the fireworks, and every time I saw them after that, I felt very happy. Even though everyone's attention was on my younger brother later on, we would still watch the fireworks together, still like a family. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao looked up at him, her eyes a little blurry. Lu Yu landed a kiss on the corner of her mouth. I'm here, don't be afraid. Lu Xiao stared at him with wide eyes, her brain went down, and she didn't react until she got off the gondola and onto and off the car. Keeping it that way until she reached the front door of her house. She saw a figure from afar that only looked familiar, and the next second two voices sounded together. Lu Fuse, why are you here? Who is this man? Lu Xiao then reacted to the fact that the two were still holding hands and quickly retracted her hand, which received another death stare from Lu Yu. In the end, the three people crowded in her small apartment. Now Lu Xiao is incredibly grateful that Lu Yu also bought a large sofa. Otherwise, two of the three people will have to sit on the floor. What's wrong with you coming over here on New Year's Eve? Do mom and dad know? How did you get over here? Have you eaten so late? Lu Shua, dressed as a cool guy but actually still a kid, grunted twice. I'm so awesome, of course I bought my own ticket to come here. Lu Xiao's face darkened. Speak properly. On New Year's Eve 7 aunts and 8 aunts are here. That 8 pole cannot hit the relatives asked me how my grades, and began to pull you into a prestigious university wings hard. In the city to buy a house and a car, do not go home. Said mom and dad raised you in vain so that I cannot learn you. Lu Xiao's face instantly went several degrees of white, and the air pressure of Lu Yu beside her was low and low again, and just when she wanted the child to keep her mouth shut, Lu Shua pooh-poohed it. I scolded back on the spot, saying that the home renovation are with the money you call back. My tuition is also paid by you, and asked cousin last year to the people's stomach this matter resolved or not. Cousin spend money on the school is not again shouted at her to drop out. Good guy, cousin aunt face on the spot on the green, said that the family has to go beforehand. Sister-in-law and her newlywed aunt uncle, two people sitting there, a word did not say. Bias that new aunt uncle brought the child also asked. The stomach to get big is not too much to eat, that scene can be fun. Lu Xiao suppressed the curve of her mouth after half a day, pretending to be calm, and asked. And then, when everyone was gone, mom and dad lectured me about how I shouldn't talk back to adults and be rude like that, and I got so mad that I got into a huge fight with them and said you weren't coming home because of them, and the more I thought about it at night, the more I got mad, and I bought a bus ticket and came straight to you. You're good. Lu Shua also looked proud. You sent me clothes last time, I copied down the address, and when I arrived at the train station, I took a taxi, and I didn't take any detours. Lu Xiao only felt a headache. You should call mom and dad first to check in. I don't want it. Form 2 teenagers are the most headache. Lu Xiao had to walk to the side, thinking for half a day, or dialed the home phone. Hey, Dad. Yes, it's me. Shua is on my side. Extra, the otherworldly journey of Big Brother Lu Yu 4. Warning. It's the Lu Yu of the parallel world and the Lu Xiao of the real world. Do not read if you do not like. Written blindly. It has nothing to do with the main text. The two men in the living room looked at each other wordlessly. You're the man in my sister's golden house? A golden house? Lu Yu's smile carried a bit of an unclear undertone. That's true. Don't even think about bullying her. I can hurt a lot when I hit someone. Lu Yu looked at the other party's hairless appearance and nodded. Well, I'll be good to her. Lu Shua thought his shock and awe had worked and was very proud of himself, until his sister came back and gave him a chestnut. What for? You're such an adult. You have the nerve to run away from home. Mom and Dad have been looking for you like crazy. The dead kid was adamant that he would not admit his mistake and stood his neck out and acted high and mighty. Lu Xiao only felt a headache, and it was even worse when she saw her small 40-square-meter apartment. Originally, her room was on the second floor. The first floor was the activity area. Since Lu Yu came, another bed was put on the first floor. Lu Yu has been sleeping downstairs, and now there is one more Lu Shua. This small apartment obviously cannot be squeezed. Lu Xiao glanced at Lu Yu, then looked again and whispered, "Why don't I open a room for you in the hotel next door?" The low pressure, more and more suffocating. Lu Xiao only felt that the air had become thin. Lu Yu sneered, "You're asking me to stay in a hotel? He's too young to stay in a hotel by himself." Lu Xiao thought, "Why don't I go and stay in a hotel?" In the new year, it's not very comfortable to let anyone go to a hotel. Lu Yu pinched her eyebrows, got up and draped Lu Xiao's coat over her. "Pack up your things." Lu Xiao thought that the other party was agreeing to let her stay in the hotel, and she hurriedly packed up some toiletries and clothes and followed her. "Come along, little fart." The unknown two siblings followed Lu Yu into the car, and then watched the car drive all the way to the villa area. Lu Xiao, are all hotels so upscale now? Lu Yu took the bag in the other party's hand. "Come all the way. By the way, take the fingerprints." Lu Xiao, what fingerprints? Her brain was still in a state of downtime until the other woman took her hand and finished taking her fingerprints. Lu Shua entered the house and turned around. "This house is so cool." Lu Yu took Lu Xiao's slippers out, didn't even look at Lu Shua. "Your room is on the second floor. Turn left to the end. Call for takeout yourself when you're hungry. Don't run around. There's a doorstop here." Lu Shua, "Okay. Brother-in-law." Lu Xiao looked at him with wide eyes. "Don't yell." Lu Shua grinned and bailed. Lu Xiao pulled the corner of Lu Yu's coat and asked, "What's going on with this house?" Lu Yu obediently pulled her hand to bring people to the third floor. Originally wanted to wait for the end of the new year and then bring you over. The result of the Lu Shua this accident. I'm not like you. I can't afford to let you live alone in a hotel on New Year's Eve. That eerie sense of vestigiality is back. Lu Xiao pulled the other's hand. "What you did really isn't illegal, is it?" Lu Yu revealed a playful smile, revealing a bit of his nasty nature. "What? If I'm making black money, are you going to call the police to arrest me? A great justice." Instead, Lu Xiao didn't panic and said casually, "Don't worry. I'll definitely send you in with my own hands." TCH, that's harsh. The next day, Lu Xiao got up and saw the unfamiliar environment in a trance for half a day, and only then remembered everything that happened last night, only to feel that either side gave her a headache. Going downstairs, she found a large and small group of two people already eating breakfast downstairs, and that silly boy Lu Shua even waved at her. "Sis, come eat." Seeing this kid, Lu Xiao gas are full of gas. "Later I will buy you a ticket, you hurry back to me." "I don't want it." Lu Xiao felt her head hurt even more. After dinner, Lu Shua was playing games in the living room. Lu Yu pulled her to the garden, looked at her and asked, "Want to go back to sea?" "What? Go home." Lu Xiao has rarely been home since college, only calling home as much as she can. Lu Renee's thumb grazed the corner of her eye, tickling it. "You wish. Go back. But I'm here, don't be afraid." Lu Yu's words seemed to give her a peace of mind. She suddenly felt that going back to that town, going back to that courtyard, seeing that group of left and right neighbors who were pointing their fingers at her didn't seem so scary anymore. Good. Until the next day when Lu Xiao saw the trunk full of gifts. The newly stabilized mind collapsed again. "What are you doing?" Lu Yu closed the trunk. "You can't go empty-handed to see your parents." Seeing Lu Yu and Lu Shua exchange unspoken glances, Lu Xiao only felt that the sky had changed. At the beginning there is Lu Shua in a gag. The closer to the town, the more Lu Xiao cannot listen to what others say, the more sweat in the hands. She had to admit, these years, she is more in the escape. Do not listen to, do not see, do not go back to her. Memories of home will always be stuck there. The car drove until it reached the entrance to the courtyard. Lu Yu opened the passenger door and reached toward her. "I'm here." Lu Xiao pulled his hand down to the car, and when she saw her parents, who had long been waiting at the door, She suddenly wanted to cry. Lu's father looked at her as if she had never traveled far in all these years and said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, back. Come on. Your mom just made the food and it's still hot. Just in time." Lu father's figure is a bit hillier than she remembers, and the corners of Lu mother's eyes have many more wrinkles. Lu Xiao pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. Mother Lu touched her head and slipped a red envelope into her hand. New Year's money. Mom. In the end, it was the family that surrounded Lu Xiao as she entered the house, Lu Yu following behind with her things. What started out as a very warm picture evolved into a criticism session of Lu Shuo and a censorship of Lu Yu. Lu Xiao is well aware of Lu Yu's unknown origin, but could not stop her parents from coming. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. The nights in the town were always quiet, so Lu Xiao lay on a wicker chair in the yard and looked at the sky full of stars. The sudden appearance of Lu Yu startled her. "How come you walk without a sound? You're the one who's looking too into it." "It's still the same as when I was a kid. The sky is clear and bright and there are more stars." It took coming back here to realize that there was nothing to be afraid of. The fear within feeds the evil spirits, which is what allows them to grow to be practically nothing. Lu Yu did not say anything, just took her hand and accompanied her to lie down on the rattan chair, while his eyes lingered more on the people around him. New Year's total of a few days of vacation, back to the town to live, not 2 days to go back. Building mother pulled her hand, cannot let her leave. Lu Xiao had to repeatedly guarantee that the next holiday will come back. Really cannot give the too old man to buy a ticket to see her in the past. Lu Shuo was still squirming and didn't want her to leave, but didn't say a word. Young people grow up fast, obviously at this young age, but even taller than Lu Xiao, she had to stretch her arm and rub Lu Shuo's head. "Be obedient. Don't leave home at the drop of a hat." Lu Shuo muttered, "I'm not a kid anymore." Lu Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. When leaving the town, Lu Xiao was in a light mood. The stone that had been pressed in his heart for many years seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. "By the way, what did my mom secretly drag you about yesterday?" "Secret? Question mark. Lu Xiao was full of questions. "What other secrets can you have with my mom? You're really not going to say anything, are you?" Lu Yu's trailing voice was laced with laughter. "I've already said it's a secret." The end of the holiday, Lu Xiao and returned to the community work. Party a dad's requirements tortured her to death. She several times wanted to put down the challenge not to do it, but the thought of their own mortgage and in the hometown of his parents and younger brother, or have to grit their teeth to write the program. Lu Yu has always been sensitive to her mood changes and said directly, "You don't like this job." Lu Xiao's head was buried in the planning book. "Who likes to go to work when you're a laborer? It's all about making nest egg money." Lu Yu frowned and asked, "The money I gave you isn't enough to spend?" Lu Xiao's movements lurched. "Two different things. She is capable of supporting herself without relying on others, and when she bought the apartment she wanted a home of her own, a sense of security. From the town back, Lu Yu asked her more than once want to move to the villa with him. She did not promise. Lu Yu did not move, still living with her in the small apartment. In fact, she was still a little afraid in the bottom of her heart that the current Lu Yu was able to leave her without looking back. Lu Yu sighed and got up, pulling her up as well. "Take you somewhere." "What?" "Just go." Lu Yu drove her to the city of Lin, a journey of an hour. Got out of the car. Lu Xiao looked at the sign of the painting exhibition, a little out of breath. "It's a painting exhibition opened by my company's partner. The painters are both domestic and foreign. He let me come over to take a look before, but I haven't been able to." Lu Xiao didn't take the brochures, but looked over them one by one until she saw a painting and stopped in her tracks. In the painting, a child dressed in rags holds a tattered sunflower and walks towards the light, next to the shoots breaking through the boulders to grow savagely. The whole painting has a strong contrast between light and darkness, and the colors are very gripping to the eye. It's called Rebirth. When I was in elementary school, I always went to the first floor of the school to do my homework because school got out early, and there would be different teachers on duty there, and my favorite was the art teacher on duty, and he would often take us kids, the group of kids, to paint the walls, and he didn't care if we were good or not, but he just said that you can't limit a kid's imagination. Then when I got a little older, I realized that studying art is a path that burns money, so I never had the luxury of it again, and sometimes I was a little envious when I watched them go to intensive training without classes. Lu Yu took her hand and interlocked her fingers. Even if Lu Xiao never said this, he could guess that the road that Lu Xiao is walking must be the road that the current Lu Xiao wants to walk, but has no way to walk down. "Try it, go do what you want to do, and I'll give you the money for the education fund." Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud, looked around and didn't disturb anyone else before whispering, "Where's there an education fund for someone as big as me? That would be an investment, And as you know, I'm a businessman. And you're not afraid to lose money. I have a good eye, I won't lose. Lu Xiao from the painting exhibition out of the whole person is different, thinking about the night, the next day to Lu Yu wrote an investment plan and owed contract. Lu Yu saw that contract of arrears. His face was black, and he wanted to tear the thing up on the spot. What are you doing? I stayed up all night writing it. Lu Yu sneered. Why don't you write a will for me, and when I'm pissed off everything will be yours. Lu Xiao's eyes fluttered a bit. Pro brothers still settle accounts. Not to mention this unclear relationship they have now. Lu Xiao this side resigned to hand over the work, turned his head and went to enroll in the class. Lu Yu this time can know what is called to move a stone to stone their own feet. Lu Xiao's interest in art is far more than for him. Off in the middle of the night does not go home. Back home is also studying a variety of albums paint not to look at him more than once. Lu Yu, a hegemonic general, directly turned into a grudge in seconds. His face is darker than a day. Until one day, Lu Xiao came in the door carrying a drawing tube with a hint of a blush on her face. What I've learned in the meantime is sort of a project node in the plan. Lu Yu froze from the first moment she saw the painting. Her eyes shifted down to see that flowery L signature, and then looked up to Lu Xiao, who didn't dare to look directly at her. And in a trance, it was as if the two worlds had reunited. Just that day you were sitting on the sofa, the lighting was very good. I drew it casually, and the teacher also said that I was progressing very quickly, so I dared to show it to you. Lu Xiao's eyes fluttered as she continued. I didn't draw you on purpose, I just drew it casually. Lu Yu hugged Lu Xiao, who hadn't reacted yet, into her arms with force. Exclamation point. Lu Xiao's cry of surprise was caught in her throat, and after a moment, she reached back to hug him as well. Thank you. Thank you for coming into my world. Thank you for letting me perceive the temperature of this world. ND. Small theater. One day Lu Xiao carried the drawing board home, saw it home, cleaned up the hygiene, and made a good meal waiting for her to come home to eat. Lu Yu finally had a hint of weakness. Why does she always make it seem like she's a scumbag when she's clearly out on a lesson? So when Lu Yu accidentally mentioned moving, Lu Xiao agreed. Mainly, of course, because it was already crowded in her small apartment, putting downstairs Renee, a large living being, and there was no room for the drawing board paints. It's only when she lives in that Lu Xiao realizes that she seems to have been duped, and that the other woman's clinginess is seriously interrupting her ability to go out to class and create at home. To this Lu Yu just gentle smile. Tricked in, do not have to pretend.